running down right.
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
From the views on the streets,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's law.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Humphrey. And of course, let's get you into the topics for today. Shore sues Wike in American court over newly acquired Florida mansions as U.S. says corrupt Nigerian officials may face visa ban. And also, Rivers' former administrator, Ibas, rejects State Assembly's move to probe 6 months spending. Interesting times indeed.
Very interesting times. Good morning and thanks for joining us. I am Chukwuma Okoro. Away from those, Speaker Abbas reveals reps in full support of Tinubu's borrowing plan. I'm sure you didn't hear this before you said interesting times.
Oh, yes.
Maybe we're in more interesting times.
More interesting
times in Nigeria. I mean, Abbas has recanted. Someone that says, oh, look, well, the borrowing is excessive and all of that. But he said, look, the reps, we are solidly behind the borrowing plan.
He recanted almost immediately. He recanted almost immediately.
Oh, okay, he recanted, but now he's reinforcing it.
Reinforcing it, exactly.
He's reinforcing
it. Oh, well.
Interesting time indeed when elders will start speaking through both sides of their mouths. One want to ask what is really happening. One breath, he was one that said that Nigeria should be careful in the way they borrow. And at this point in time, we're getting another information from him saying that the reps are supporting the president's borrowing plans. These are the major topic of conversation today on VOP this morning. If you want to join the conversation, do well to YouTube at VOP TV Live. On other streaming media platforms, at VOP TV. That is VOP TV. VOP is short. And then you can also visit our website, www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. And talking about trending news, one of the things that we'll have to beam our torchlight on today is how the councillors in Edo State, decided to move against acting chairman in the 18 local government areas. The action began on Monday, barely a day after 59 councillors received their certificate of return from the state electoral body. Sources in the Edo APC disclosed that the move is to ensure control of the councils as it goes to party, loyalists. Not defectors from the PDP at this point in time, but people who are, members of the APC. In Ohumonde, 8 councillors voted out Honorable Iradia Benjamin, but in East and West, Honorable Aigbobo stepped down before impeachment proceedings could begin. This wave of impeachment is expected to spread to other councils in the coming days. The election that so many persons have already come up to vote, why would the governor of the state decide to go and hold, or why would the, Edo State Independent Electoral Commission decide to host or hold this particular election, even when the court have come up to say, please don't do it? There's an order actually in this particular move. But now some people are saying that this is a way for the government to waste money. Others are supporting it. But we're getting information that from the wards now and also the councils in the state that persons are already moved forward to start impeaching or even voting out persons that were elected already, because they don't want any interference from PDP. According to what we got today, or what we gathered, they don't want people who are actually loyal to the PDP but join the APC to still occupy any position. Then this speaks volume to what is really going to happen in Edo State. I believe that we'll not really see the end of it, because I know that the political gladiators in the state must, within at this point in time.
Interesting, yes. And to know that Edo State is, the haven of those that agitate for justice, and this is happening to them. You have a lot of people from that part of the country, but they are agitated because yesterday I got a message from one of our regular analysts here, Comrade Destiny Anabulele, and he was on this Edo issue, and he said, "Look, there's fire on the mountain. People are being impeached. People are resigning." And I just smiled. I said, well, we wait to see what happens in the coming days. Meanwhile, the governor took some of his cabinet members to, the UK to start up, to basically launch a project. I think over 200 and something million naira. Well, that basically is the next trending story that we'll be touching on. But you see, we spoke about this yesterday, and there's a lot of disregard to court orders, and it's not getting any better. And it's because people are looking at those at the top. They're looking at the presidency, they're looking at, those at the executive at the top to see how they act. And others, others are following suit, acting in accordance to those at the top. That's what we are getting. Very unfortunate, I must say.
Yes, quite unfortunate. Like you said, we talked a bit about this yesterday. And like I said, I don't know what Edo State is turning into. Like you also said, which I agree, we have a preponderance of human rights and civil rights activists in Edo State, and all of this is happening. But for one thing, we are still battling with, Edo people are still battling with the disregard to the court order. They don't conduct by-elections in local governments. The state government, through the Edo SEC, went ahead to conduct that. But what I see is a greater problem for Edo people, because the fact of impeachment, why the councillors are impeaching the chairman is because, look, people just came from the PDP into APC and they become chairman and all of that. Disregarding, leaving out party loyalists
those that worked,
that have been working for the party over time. Now, a lot of us saw this coming. I saw this coming, if not for Edo State, as in the local government level. But I see this happening in Delta State.
Oh, that's in River State. In River State.
In Delta State.
Okay.
I also talked about it. Because look at the problem in River State now. There's already internal crisis in the PDP. Exactly. Because the people that won the APC council elections, the council elections for the APC in River State practically moved with Wike from the PDP.
From the PDP.
So there's already internal wranglings in Rivers PDP. And in Delta State, the governor moved from PDP to the APC. Practically, by our political culture here, he becomes the leader of the party in the state.
Do you see this happening in Akwa Ibom too?
It's going to happen because
when people are being threatened to join.
At some point, people were saying, look, if you don't want to go with me, you resign.
Yeah,
exactly.
You resign. And so I think we saw 2 or 3 people that said, look, we are not moving with you.
Now, I see why you said yesterday that we shouldn't disregard this talk about a one-party state. We seem to be tilting towards that.
Towards that,
regardless of the fact that there are other parties, but they just might be redundant.
No, they will just be there.
They will just be
there.
They will
Quite
just be there
unfortunate.
in name.
But I think if the opposition can actually put themselves together and say we want to form a formidable force, not breaking up the way they are now, I think they can actually give the ruling party a run for it. I believe so. Because if you check the opposition too, the big players there.
FPC might run into problems.
It will improve.
Because if you go back in time and look at the politics of the Fourth Republic, PDP, you know, in all their infamy, everything they did in the 16 years, they had what is called internal democracy. They had a way of resolving internal issues. You know what they do? They'll set up a reconciliation committee. The reconciliation committee will bring together different interests, you know, interests that have intersected, overlapped, and all of that. They aggregate all of those things and come to a consensus. That is lacking in the APC. In the APC, do you know what you see? The big man says. And the moment the big man says, it stays.
Exactly.
So there will be rumbling underneath. People will be grumbling and grumbling.
It's just a matter of time.
It's just a matter of time. All those rumblings, it will unbottle.
Yeah.
And when it unbottles, you see some kind of implosion within the party. If you go to Kwara State, there's a problem between the governor and Lai Mohammed. The Otoge movement, there's a problem. If you come to Lagos State, whether we agree or not, there's a problem.
There is a problem.
In APC.
Yeah.
If you go to Abia State, where I come from, there's a problem within in fact, they have 3 factions. OUK faction, Benjamin Carlo faction, Uchoga faction, 3 of them. And so that is what you have in practical all the states. Because the big man will come and say, look,
It's
enough
very
of this.
wrong,
This
yeah.
is the person. And people will really just accept it.
Yeah.
You know, so Edo State is more like a test case. I expect to see more of this happen in other states.
Well, the other story that I touched on earlier. It's Nigerians have faulted Governor Monday Okpebolo's idea of holding an investment summit in Glasgow, and it's been described as a waste of taxpayers' money. On X, formerly Twitter, many users questioned why the state government could not hold the summit in Benin, the capital. Instead, traveled all the way to the abroad. Well, the summit aimed at promoting diaspora partnership and attracting foreign capital into Edo State drew backlash from Nigerians who questioned its location and cost. It's not the first time Nigerians are going abroad to host things that concern Nigerians here. And I saw a picture from a journalist friend of mine who is in London, and she took a picture and sent it to me yesterday as well. Said, these are the men holding Edo State together, and then they were all lined up behind her. And I just smiled. There was a Febwa there and a few others, and I'm like, okay, these men are here to launch a summit. Meanwhile, back home, there is trouble. Well, I think it's a matter of time, like we said earlier, before things implode. Destiny Enabulele was basically ranting yesterday. So it's a matter of time. Those dissenting voices are getting louder and louder. And like Chukuma said, I mean, it's just a matter of time.
If the presidency can decide to hold the into the next 2 years of exactly. Thank you so much more for that. Midterm evaluation of the activities and the way of governance here in Nigeria, somewhere in abroad. Why won't we go to Scotland for a summit? Yes, if the presidency could move such. Imagine when we want to evaluate how you've governed Nigeria for 2 years and boom, you're doing that somewhere very far away in Europe, and then someone want to set up a summit. And also if the 27 or 29 lawmakers of River State then could be, they flew them abroad for them to have a meeting on how to govern Nigeria or how to govern people of River State well. I don't see the reason the governor of Edo State will not go to Scotland to go and have a summit. This shows more to what we are seeing. It's going to get to a point where people will go abroad again to discuss local government election. It will happen in Nigeria. It's going to happen. And when that actually happens, we understand what we've done to ourselves. That's all I can say.
Okay, that's all you can say. I practically disagree with you and Moses.
Okay.
I disagree with you. Let me start with you, Fina. The last example you gave, like the president went to, I think, UK, to do midterm evaluation and all of that. I mean, he went to report back because it was also in Chatham House. Now we saw movements here and there between people and powers that be in the UK. We always go to UK, to decide who becomes the next president. So after that, it was worthwhile for the president to go back to them and say, this is what we have done. Are you impressed with what we have done? So that in the next 2 years, we'll keep doing that. But for what Monday Okpebholo has done, is simply business, if you ask me. It's an investment summit. If you go to pitch for a multinational, if the multinational doesn't come to your office, you go to their office, to go and pitch. So Edo Investment Summit was taken to Glasgow, where there's an opportunity for Fortune 500 companies to fly in, from US, from Europe, all parts of the world, Asia, and all of that. Meanwhile, it's very difficult to get a Nigerian visa now if you're outside. So it's easier for them to get into Glasgow. And the governor says, probably I have this solid mineral. I have these, what do you call it? I have, can someone help me now? This thing that they use for coal tar, minerals. Bitumen. I have bitumen. You display it in the table. You have corn. You display it. You have You have palm oil.
How many times have we seen those? How many times have we seen Americans and come to Nigeria to hold summits like this? Business.
Do they want you to come and invest in their country?
But we have Nigerians investing there.
How much do you invest?
We have Nigerians investing.
We are looking at somebody who wants to attract billion-dollar businesses. Exactly. So you have to take the war to them. You have to go and pitch for them. It makes economic sense.
So he's learning from the big man, if you ask me at this point, because the president also is moving around to woo foreign direct investors into coming to Nigeria. So he's learning from him.
So you don't stay at home. See, if you want to get close, if you want the sun to shine on you, you have to get close to the sun.
And then,
if you're afraid of heat, don't get to the kitchen.
Yeah, interesting. But then, we said this many times. Do you think people will come to a place where they feel the courts are not obeyed? Because that basically is what business will be hinged on.
Okay.
Law. Now, if they feel their rights will be infringed upon and they won't have justice when they go to court, do you think investors?
No, that is the new model of business. Asians will go to a place where they don't wait for you to infringe on their rights. They infringe on their own rights and know that they will get away with it. Have we not seen in this country? It's happening before our eyes. That's the new model of business. And those countries are making progress. Forget about courts. They go to, look, investors go to where there's a problem. And in providing solution, they cash out. That is business. Didn't they teach you that in business school? I mean, why are you looking at me like that? So, honestly, in all honesty, I don't see anything wrong in what Monday Okpebholo has done. The Alex Oti took...
I feel bad for my country.
No, you don't have to.
I do.
It makes business sense. Alex Oti went to Hungary. He went to Hungary with Abba-made shoes. He went and displayed Abba-made shoes. This is what we can do. This is what we can produce. And when people looked at it, solid and all of that, and I hear that investors are coming into Abia State, and all of that. So probably Monday Okpebholo, he's just about 8 months in office. So he's learning the ropes from his predecessors, Let's go there, look for foreign investors, come back. After all, in 2023, we were told that we raked in $30 billion in excess, of FDI, foreign direct investment.
So you're saying that Glasgow that have just 631,970 persons in population now can bring the FDI back to you.
No,
a country of over 200.
It's about a place where people can congregate, to discuss peacefully. Glasgow is a very quiet place, conducive and all of that for business.
It is. It just reminded me of it reminded me of Mama who left Nigeria to go to Harvard to teach them on how to make adire. Now, Nigerians who have Mama in Nigeria who could not go to Mama to say, teach us how to make adire, now they write exams to go to Harvard to learn how to make adire from the Nigerian Mama.
No, when you talk about Mama and Harvard and this thing, when you talk about Mama, Harvard, and what comes to my mind is Ndidio Kiriko in UK and Aroma Ote, when they were having their back and forth, we did this, I didn't do that. And Aroma said, I finished from Harvard. Ndidio said, I didn't finish from Harvard, I went to teach in Harvard. So I don't know if they are the mama that you are talking about. Anyway, let's move away from all of that. We talked business. Now, let's get back to politics. Exactly. Former Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malami, on Monday revealed that he was invited by the Department of State Services, DSS, over the attack on his convoy in Kebbi. Malami said the invitation is linked to a petition apparently triggered by opposition high-profile political elements in the state. The former minister said the DSS treated him with dignity and respect during the process. Good to know. Thumbs up, DSS. Well, the former chief law officer of the country was recently attacked by suspected touts in his home state of Kebbi, where he is rumored to be interested in contesting for the Kebbi governorship election in 2027. That is the way of politics. And when this thing happened, and people were like, you had a convoy, and you knew that members of the APC were holding a meeting in their secretariat, and you decided to run your convoy through their secretariat. And I'm like, so because APC members, you recall now?
Yes, I'm waiting for you to learn. I don't understand why he can't drive his convoy through the road.
No, that was the problem people had. That was the problem.
Okay, the problem people had.
People had, not me.
Okay, fine.
No, not me. And I'm like, so, because APC is holding their convoy, their meeting, APC members should not pass that road again. And people came and attacked him. And we also hear that it was even the people that put up a petition against him that he wanted to cause trouble. But he said that, look, DSS treated me fairly, with respect, maybe because he's a high-profile, person of interest. But we don't get to hear the DSS treat people fairly like this. We have cases where the court gives an order, DSS flags that order, And so let's go back to the core mandate of the DSS. Is it in their place to do this or the place of the police? Because
it's actually the place of the police.
It's actually the place of the police because this has to do with law enforcement, not security. Except they want to tell us that it has something to do with maintaining internal security. Police,
no, it's not.
Police is not overwhelmed. So I don't know why DSS is weighing into all
I think the police has been relegated. DSS is now, somebody's machinery used in doing every other thing.
And it doesn't speak well of what the freedom space in Nigeria, what it has become. Nigerians are complaining. There is the cyber.
DSS is helping to solve dispute between Dangote,
matters.
Even Dangote and Nupeng.
No, I understand,
they are helping to resolve all of that.
Of Dangote,
that can cripple the economy.
It deals with national security.
It can hold nations.
So maybe they want to maintain peace, national security.
It was just resolving a dispute. It hadn't gotten to.
No, but if it is not checked, it could.
It is when there is a strike. It's when there is a strike, then it could spiral.
They wanted to nip it in the bud. It could have led to something serious.
They want to be proactive this time.
Unfortunately, I don't think it was nipped in the bud because things are still brewing on the ground.
No, but they were able to push back.
Avert a strike at the time.
At the time, they are still discussing it.
But with everything going on, I'm sure we'll get to it in the papers. No,
it's okay. It's fine. It's fine.
We are deviated. Dangote can say, look, it's unfair that Nupeng is collecting 50,000 naira per truck. And by the time truck drivers pay every other thing that they pay, which will amount to about 85,000 or 84,000, who bears the brunt?
The consumer.
The consumers.
Simply transfer
the consumers.
So it is in the best interest of every other person in Nigeria that this back and forth between Dangote and Nupeng is resolved amicably.
So basically, let's take it back now. So do you think DSS helped in solving any problem? No. They haven't solved any problem.
No, they haven't solved the problem, but they were able to more like nip something that could have escalated. Like every other person is more measured now. Every other person is measured. Dangote is measured. Nupeng is measured. Everyone is weighing their options and all of that. At that point, they were already calling for, let's go for a strike and all of that. In the midst of the economic hardship, the thing could have, escalated and lead to something else. So DSS, I think Nigerians should speak out at this moment. We shouldn't let the DSS become the Gestapo like what we had in the Nazi Germany and all of that. It's gradually, and when we say this is Nigeria, it can't happen. We are seeing things happen.
Oh yes,
anything can happen here.
Things are beginning to happen. Things you never thought would happen. In the first instance, they're beginning to happen. So It's we need to be very careful the things we wave off, because we need to pay attention. I think it's up to all of us to pay attention to governance in Nigeria and not just wave things, discard things with a wave of the hand, because under our nose we will see all those things we thought would never happen in Nigeria happen in Nigeria.
Talking about the DSS and the activity, I think that one actually is one too many because we're getting the report back and forth. I think it was NLC office, then headquarters, that was, they said some people went there to take out some things and persons were being beaten and all that. It took some days before we got to know that they were members of the DSS because they were marks and they did not even go with a branded vehicle. And if you check it bit by bit, you find out that Nigeria's security apparatus is not really the way it should be. Yesterday or 2 days ago, somewhere in the news, we learned that the military will be sent to go and help to maintain law and order in a place over dispute over land in Cross River State. And when I saw that, the first thing that came into my mind is, are we going to see another Okwama scenario where you send military to go and discuss land dispute? Man, I don't understand what is really happening. And these are the persons that were saying that, we are stretching, or they are being overstretched over the fact that they are first working on making sure they cover the issue of insecurity. I'm talking about terrorism fighting and every other thing. And then you're bringing them, reducing them. Apart from putting them on the roads now to use them to mount roadblocks. If you're going to Chukwuma's place.
Those cases are illegal assignments, illegal duties.
Illegal duties. Yes. And it's going to get to a point where some persons, Nigerian, will lose Nigerian soldiers over the issue of you didn't mediate this thing well, and then we'll have to get maybe a reprisal attack from the military when they will start talking tough. If those things are illegal duty or assignments, then why is it that the bosses, I'm talking about the military boss, have not come up to say something about this? They are defending themselves to say, no, we are being civil, we are being neutral, we're not taking sides over land dispute in Cross River State.
No, it shouldn't be.
It shouldn't be.
And talking about men of the DSS being maxed, while growing up, when DSS was still the NSO, Nigerian Security Organization, before they were now balkanized military intelligence, DSS, and the NIA, the international thing that does whatever. You hardly could. You could be in, like in school. We had DSS as students, but we never knew them.
You cannot.
Yes. In the streets, you live with them, but you never knew them. But this moment, it's become a thing of pride. Before you know it, DSS. So if you just do, and they carry gun in the open. But at that time, I'm talking about
the police. So they carry gun in the open.
They have no. Police is law enforcement now. Police.
You know them. They don't.
No, but DSS is undercover. They are supposed to be undercover agents.
Exactly.
You don't get to know them. But now it's very open, and they pride themselves as DSS. If you do anything, in fact, you even have politicians who have been escorted by men of the DSS. Quite unfortunate, who have become as a people.
Interesting. I think that's how far we can go on talking about the trend and stories. We'll go on a quick break, and when we come back, we'll x-ray the headlines. I'm talking about the national dailies and what made it to their front pages. To stay with us. Glad to have you back. It's still VOP this morning, and we have to look at the cover page of the national dailies right now. I have the Nigerian Tribune before me. There's also Nigerian News Direct, the Daily Independent, the Daily Times, even the Punch newspaper, the Vanguard, and even the Nation also made it to our table this morning. On front page of the Nigerian Tribune, the window headlines are: Senators divided over Natasha's resumption. Right after that story, her trial on alleged cybercrime against Akpabio stalled, rescheduled for October 20. The story is on page 16 of the Nigerian Tribune. Nigeria's GDP expands by 4.23% in Q1 2025 as all industry drive growth. The banner headline: Tinubu Fubara in father-son discussion in Aso Rock. Right after that, governors seek guidance on how to avoid further crisis, and Rivers restates peace with Wike. Bodies of 8 missing policemen recovered in Benue as gunmen kill APC chieftain. 4% FOB levy. LCCI expressed concerns over enforcement despite FG suspension, calls for policy clarity. U.S. threatens visa ban on corrupt Nigerian leaders. I think this one it's for me, I will tell you, it's long overdue, and it's on page 3 of the Nigerian Tribune. Nigeria loses $18 billion to financial crimes yearly. That's coming from Abbas. Court fixes September 29 to hear Osun government motion on withheld LG phones. And on the health sector, inhaling marijuana increases risks of asthma attacks by 44%. And that's according to a study. Some will say inhaling marijuana, so don't go to where they are smoking marijuana so that you don't have asthma. Those are the stories you'll find on the cover page of the Nigerian Tribune today. All
right, then. Well, some other papers have advertorials basically occupying their cover pages. So let's just go to News Direct then. News Direct, we have Dangote Refinery. You can only delay change, not stop it. Otedola tells marketers, hails Tinubu's deregulation policy for dismantling oil industry cabals. And then controversy as federal hospitals stripped of equipment to aid Osun University accreditation. I'll take that one again. Controversy as federal hospital stripped of equipment to aid Osun University accreditation. Nigeria's economy accelerates in Q2 2025 as oil production rises. Lawmakers order AGF to account for 2.4 trillion naira paid to contractors. Well, those are the headlines on the cover. Oh, okay. There are window headlines as well. Fubara declares peace after meeting with Tinubu. Senator Benga Daniel flouts due process in constituency projects implementation. Ogun government alleges. Well, those are the headlines.
And from the First Daily newspaper, beside the nameplate, Fubara declares Rivers crisis over. Says he, Wike working together. Quite interesting. Osun, Lagos lead as INEC registration hits 5.3 million. Corrupt Nigerian government officials risk U.S. visa ban. Now the big story, pure injustice. Governor Diri describes Bayelsa's only 8 local government areas. I'll take that again for emphasis. Pure injustice. Governor Diri decries Bayelsa's only 8 LGAs. And, okay, more news here. Fubara has right to reclaim 6 months tenure, lost suspension. Okonkwo. APC chieftain Eje Ude shot dead by gunmen in Otukpo. Sad one. Air Tanzania opens direct Lagos flight to boost trade, tourism. When will Air Nigeria open direct flight to Dar es Salaam? Well, big question. Corpses of 8 missing policemen found in Benue. Wow. And in the world of sports, Ousmane Dembele wins 2025 Ballon d'Or. I hope I got that name.
Ousmane Dembele.
Ousmane Dembele.
Yes, Ousmane Dembele.
Okay, wins 2025
Ballon d'Or.
Okay, that's it from the First Daily.
I love that.
They were doing the
Ballon d'Or.
Yeah, I didn't know.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Okay, the Ousmane Dembele is African, right?
It's plays for France.
Plays for France. Okay,
Yeah.
so practically it's French that won.
Yeah. And I love him for that. I love
just an award for
France
that
that
Dembele.
won. Oh, it's okay. That's it from First Daily newspaper.
And it's a change. It's a change from Messi winning. Messi has always won the Ballon d'Or.
Either Messi
And Ronaldo.
Or
Cristiano
Ronaldo.
or
Yeah.
I
Or
think
any other
it's
person coming up.
Back and forth, 2 of them now.
They have, I think they have the most Ballon d'Or awards. The both of them.
They do.
Oh well, those are. Let's move away. Let's get into the major conversation for today. One of them, Shawarez sues Wike in American court over newly acquired Florida mansion, as United States says corrupt Nigerian officials may face visa ban. Is visa ban enough? Oh well, let's talk about this when we come back. Join us again.
world where power shapes meets every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And on the bold angle with Jomalina, we dive deeper into stories that shape our world.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Glad to have you back. It's still VOP this morning. Now to the first topic of conversation. Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, has been dragged before the United States government over alleged unlawful acquisition of multi-million-dollar properties in Florida. Activist Samuel Showore, in a petition dated September 22, 2025, asked the Florida Attorney General James Otmer to prosecute Mr. Wike for alleged money laundering and to initiate for future proceedings against the assets. The petition, signed by his lawyer Deji Adeyanju, also urged U.S. authorities to impose sanctions and visa ban on the minister. The petition, citing people's, a particular media outlet that brought out this particular information first on September 1, reports and also supported with 3 claims and deeds at SBIT, alleged that Mr. Wike, with the assistance of his wife, Justice Ebere Nyesom Wike of Nigeria's Court of Appeal, secretly purchased 3 luxury lakeside homes in Winter Spring, Seminole County between 2021 and 2023. The properties, now valued at over $6 million, were reportedly transferred to their 3 children. According to the petition, all three purchases were made in cash using quitclaim deeds, a transfer mechanism often used within families but vulnerable to exploitation for concealing illicit funds. Meanwhile, the United States has declared that corrupt Nigerian government officials will face visa restriction, reiterating that there is no limit on accountability. The U.S. mission in Nigeria gave the warning in a statement released on Monday via their official X handle. The warning comes just hours after Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, who happens to be the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, was petitioned before U.S. authorities over alleged unlawful acquisition of multi-million-dollar properties in Florida. We have with us here in the studio to help make sense of this, we have Prince Francis Chilaka. He's a political affairs analyst. And we'll also be joined by Honorable Ejiofor Igua, who happens to be former member at Anambra State House of Assembly. He's a politician and also public affairs analyst. And from Abuja, we'll be joined by Edwin Adai. He is an executive secretary, African Institute for Statecraft International, and also a politician too. And we'll also talk to Honorable Dr. Jude Emeka Omobowale Idumogo. He's in diaspora. He will join us. He happens to be the former member, Lagos State House of Assembly, and he represented Oshodi Isolo constituency too here in Lagos State. Good morning, Prince Francis Chilaka.
Yes, good morning.
Good to have you join today's VOP this morning. Honorable Dr. Jude Emeka Omobowale, good morning, if you can hear me. All right, Honorable Edwin Adai, good morning.
Good morning, Nigerians. Good morning, People's TV. Thank you for having me.
Good morning. Honorable Ejofrey Guatu, good morning. Good to have you join today's conversation. All right, Prince Fassi, let me start off with you. What do you make of this particular petition by Showore to the U.S. telling them that they should investigate property acquisition made by, a Nigerian minister, a sitting minister? This particular thing, according to what we gathered, was the transaction happened between 2021 and 2023. That was actually what we found this.
I think what Showore is doing is more like pointing to the fact that he has lost faith in the Nigerian judiciary, because that's where he should start from. But it simply shows you that people feel that the Nigerian judiciary and those who are responsible for monitoring the assets of those who go into public life are not doing their jobs very well. Nigeria is the only country where you see people, when they ask them to declare their assets when they want to get into power, some people will even put what they intend to acquire, because nobody verifies. There are no checks and balances. There's no. We just seem to be running a country where anything goes. So yes, it's a good thing. Let us know how he got the property. Let us know. I know that yes, we need to also know how rich his in-laws are. Because for you to be able to do such a thing, the in-laws, if you are living in America, we know how the issue of giving out property is. So it means that the in-laws must have quite a number of properties that they have decided to give out some to the family members.
I needed to ask this question because at what point is it that someone acquiring a new mansion or buying a new car now turn out to be unlawful? I don't understand that.
No. We're not saying it's unlawful. What we're saying is that because Nigeria has become a country, found itself where leadership is all about corruption, trust deficit. The people don't trust those who are leading them. So every time you come out and say, oh, you have a new car, everybody's wondering, how did you get the money to buy it? Where is the money coming from? So it brings us back to the question, how much is the governor earning? How much are you earning today as a minister? And then the property we here was bought in cash. And we know that in America, it's a credit society. So how did you gather that kind of cash? So it is a good thing for us to know. I watched an interview where Wike was being asked the same question, and the impression he gave is that he doesn't know what his family and his wife is doing, which is totally wrong.
When you say he's wrong, before now in River State, I could remember that there was a time a particular man was picked, for questioning over the internal wrangling happening in the state before the declaration of the state of emergency. He gave a different testimony, and the wife was like, "No, this is not my husband." So when you say it's wrong for Wike to say, "I don't know what my wife is doing,"
wait, Fina.
All right.
We know how a husband and a wife relates, and we know how a political wife and a political husband relates. In Nigeria, once you become a politician, and your wife automatically becomes another politician. That's why they say the wife of a sergeant in the army is a field marshal. She's in control. And coming back home, where we have an African tradition, where the man is the head of the home. So the man automatically is in charge of his family. He should know what happens.
All right. Okay, let's get Edwin Ada into the conversation. Good morning to you once again. Now, what are your thoughts on this? Is this witch hunting, like some have said on social media? Some have said, oh, it's because they don't like Wike. He's working in Abuja, and Deji Adeyanju and Showore are only trying to make news out of this. Well, some Nigerians have also said, why buy property in cash? What are your thoughts, really?
Well, good morning, Nigerians. Actually, I'm beaming live from Jos Plateau State, not Abuja this time around.
Oh, thank you very much for making that correction.
First of all, I would like to say that this is a welcome development. But I'd like start by saying that he who comes to equity must come with clean hands. You cannot be parading yourself as a champion of democracy. You are parading yourself as a man of integrity. You are parading yourself as one of the transformational leaders we have in Nigeria today. You talk about how you are a man of integrity, you are a man of honor. You talk down on other politicians. You always use words like, it's very unfortunate we are having this crop of leaders in Nigeria manning critical position. Only to find out that, although the publication is not new, with all due respect, the rumor has been ongoing, and some of us were privy to some of this information. But of course, there is no time that is too late for us to probe into, the activities of our politicians who are in government. So I think it's a welcome development. We must begin to question our leaders to really understand and to exactly know how were they able to generate this kind of money. $5 million is not a small money anywhere. Even in America, it's not a small money. Convert that money to Nigerian naira is a whole lot of billions of naira. And therefore, if you are a public office holder and you are transacting, in fact, the process of the transaction alone is questionable. And therefore, I think that is a welcome development. We look forward to see this kind of engagement where critical political office holders are taken to court to give a
all right, taken to court,
what they have been able to acquire,
now
how they have been able to acquire it, and all of that. And
interesting, you said taken to court. Does it feel out of place that Omoyele Shoshowere decides to start this court issue from America and not from Nigeria? Does that make you feel some kind of way? Does that point to the fact that he has lost trust in the Nigerian judiciary?
Well, you see, whether you like it or not, let's face the reality. Fortunately and sadly, whether you like it or not, I'm a politician. We live in Nigeria. We understand what is going on in the court right now. Yes, we cannot blame the court holistically, but if we must say it the way it is, I can tell you that a very sizable number of Nigerians, we have lost confidence in the court or in the entire judiciary in Nigeria, which is unfortunate. We saw what happens to Samuel Ekpa in Finland, and we are seeing what is happening to Nnamdi Kanu. We have seen a lot of political cases and the way they treated it. We cannot continue to pride ourselves as champion of democracy, and we are not adhering to the principle of democracy. And one of the principles of democracy is upholding the rule of law. When the laws are not properly working the way it should, when actions don't have consequences, we should be able to try other places if we can get justice from other places. If we don't really trust the fact that the Nigerian court process can give us the kind of verdict that we are looking forward to seeing. Sincerely speaking, I don't see anything wrong with that.
Okay, you don't see. It's quite unfortunate. It's quite unfortunate that a politician is asking us to outsource our judiciary, to foreigners, and that is what we have seen in recent times. Go back to Ibori, go back to PIRD, and all of that. Okay, thank you very much, Edwin. I would like for you to stay with us. We'll come back to you now. Let's go to Oka, where we still have where we have been joined by Honorable Ejiofor Egwuatu, who is a former member, Anambra State House of Assembly, politician and public affairs analyst. It's someone that has played around the government, Good morning to you, Honorable Ejiofor Egwuatu.
I greet you especially.
Beautiful. Good to see you once again. Now, you have played in government. You have been a member of the House of Assembly.
Yeah.
Now, Wike says that house was acquired by my in-laws and given to my children, my family members. I want us to take that away. You have been a member of the House of Assembly. Do you think that a Nigerian governor, from the perks of office, his salaries, all that he gets, legitimately, should be able to acquire a $2 million mansion in any part of the world? Is there a possibility that with his legitimate earnings as a governor, that he should be able to acquire that kind of apartment?
Well, I wouldn't want to start calculating the legitimate earnings of any Nigerian governor or any Nigerian public office holder, but there are facts that are sacred that we need to observe. First of all, there are procedures for declaration of assets, stating whatever you have, where you had it, how you had it. Everything follows a particular process. And then if you are declaring your assets, where you are expected to list everything that you have at every point. So the question we should be asking is, even if this is a gift, this is something that is coming from a very wealthy in-laws, relatively wealthy in-laws, and all the rest of them, they were given to this family, and then you are expected to say this is how it is through a legal process in Nigeria here. So he hasn't told us that he acquired those things from being a governor. So we shouldn't go to that governor's side.
No, exactly the point, Honorable. When I asked you, excuse me, sir. Excuse me, Honorable. Excuse me, Honorable. Honorable.
Yes.
I asked you a question.
Yes.
You asked yourself, I answered yourself. You didn't answer the question. Now we understand all of that, the processes, assets declaration. That is not the question I asked. Maybe you don't want to answer the question. The question I asked do you think that a governor, by his legitimate earnings, perks of office, should be able, we're not talking about Wike now in particular, should be able to acquire a mansion worth $2 million in any part of the world? We are out of Wike now as a governor. You know government, you have been a member. When you make approvals, appropriation, do you think that what a governor receives should be able to get him a $2 million mansion?
It depends on when.
Okay.
It depends on when. Because the rate at dollar is now, it might be too difficult, but whatever. There was a time dollar was almost something close to Naira. So it depends on when.
Okay,
so that's not really the actual thing about this matter that I really want to talk about.
No, I just asked, and you have offered an explanation, you have given an answer. Now go ahead, sir. Land on your thoughts.
Now, well, what baffles me about this is the other side of it, that is the non-reliance on Nigerian judicial system, Nigerian investigative agencies, and all the rest of them. This is a big problem that we need to tackle as quickly as possible. People at the very low level, not just people who want to question government or question governance or government officials, people at the very low level are losing confidence in the Nigerian investigative agencies, the police, the DSS. They feel that these agencies are being manipulated, and people are resorting to all manner of things, all manner of ways to resolve issues. And this is a very big disadvantage to our democracy. These investigative agencies ought to be as independent as they ought to be, so that the people can have confidence to bring their matters there. It is causing a lot of problems, and it's not just about Wike and the Sowore matter. No. It's about all the people in Nigeria. Most people are losing confidence in the police. People don't feel free to go to police to give information about certain criminals or criminal activities because they think that their bubbles will be busted.
Okay, now, Honorable Sowore has taken up the gauntlet. He's gone to the United States of America. Yes. Do you think that something will come out of this? Do you think that something will come out of this? I mean, if he has evidence, he has gone to court in the U.S. What do you think will be the outcome of this investigation, the court case? And
the good thing about the United States judicial system is that they must have a response to it as quickly as they could. They must have a response. It's not as if there's not going to be adjournment and indefinite adjournments without response. So I know that once they present their matters, well, there must be a response to it. We must have a final conclusion. There must be a closure on the whole matter. So we trust that the United States judiciary will do justice to it.
I'm happy that you say you trust the United States judicial system, that it will do something, they will do justice to this particular case. Now, when you're talking about, I want to get a bit personal, now let's get this straight. You as a politician, can you comfortably say that you still have faith in the Nigerian judicial system as a politician?
If I have faith as a person,
as a politician in Nigerian judicial system?
Yes and no. Yes and no. Because the Nigerian judicial system has over time, in certain ways, destroyed that confidence that we have in them. And in other ways, in some other matters, they have really tried to be as bold as they ought to be. But generally, it is not a 60% win. They are below average.
Below average.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Well, some will say it is the politicians that infiltrated the judiciary and made the judiciary what it is today. Well, let's talk. Let me bring it back to Prince Francis Chilaka. Let's talk about the visa ban. Is that enough punitive measure for an alleged corrupt politician, when we know that the properties, of course, and the monies stashed abroad will remain in those economies?
Unfortunately, Nigerians are not learning. The political class are not learning. When I say they're not learning, they keep enriching foreign nations while inflicting pains, poverty, and hunger on their own people. You loot from here, you send it abroad. Don't forget that most times these funds are not even sent in their names. They're sent through proxies. So when you begin to trace it,
so are you now saying, are you alluding to the fact that the family of the wife were basically acting as proxies for the man himself in this case?
some weeks back, we also heard about land grabbing in Abuja that involved the same man with his family.
Which he has denied.
It doesn't matter whether he denies it or not. Behind every rumor, there's an element of truth. You can't throw that away. So why is it that he is the same person involved? He's involved in the shenanigans that happened in Rivers State. He's involved in land grabbing in Abuja. Now he's involved in property in the US. So something is wrong somewhere. But coming back to your question, visa ban, how many of them want to even go to America? That's the question. How many of them want to go to America? When you have St. Lucia that has been opened up, you have Brazil that has been opened up. You have Colombia. So how many of them want to go to America? Okay. Yes, American government will always come out to say, we will do this. Which, it's in their own place to do it. It's because it is within their own laws to say, you cannot take from your people. But the question is, do they also help to investigate and find out where these funds are kept?
That's the question.
All right, then. Well, we've been joined by Honorable Dr. Jude Emeka Omobowale Idumogo. He was a former member, Lagos State House of Assembly, represented Oshodi Solo constituency. And Honorable, I can still call you Honorable, even though you've left us with our problems here in Nigeria. You've gone abroad. Well, thanks for joining the conversation this morning, Honorable Idumogo. Now, you have been in the abroad. You've been in the system there. What is the process? Quickly, if you can, take us through the process of property acquisition, especially when it's done in cash. Shouldn't there be, certain agencies that will, raise eyebrow when such is done? And when those eyebrows are raised and people are fingered, what is done to ensure that those funds are not corrupt funds, and if they are not allowed to remain in those economies?
I joined you late, so please, you can pardon me. Let me follow up what is going on before I can comment. I'm sorry.
Oh, well, the conversation is winding down already, as it is. But we're talking about Minister of the FCT, Nyesom Wike, and the acquisition of properties in America, properties in the name of his 3 children, which he said were acquired by his in-laws and given to his own children. And of course, he's been taken to courts. He's been taken to a U.S. court there by Omoyele Sowore, and he's asked to account for such. That's the conversation.
Okay. Well, the basic difference between here and there in Nigeria is that Here, there is no respect of person. The law takes its course here. The law takes its course. If you are indicted, you are. In fact, the truth is that you, irrespective of who you are, you go to jail.
How easy is it to acquire properties, especially to the tune of over $500 million in cash?
You must have passed it through some agents. Of course, in everywhere there's always some element, some people who also dare the law, who take the risk, dare the law in whatever they do here. But the issue is, of course, that's why you see the present government, Donald Trump government, is going after a lot of criminal people, people that have criminal tendencies, or those that they know that have actually committed crime that they suspect. So, but the bottom line is, the police are working, other agencies, FBI are working in this place. So the tendency is that when you are, of course, there's crime everywhere, but the difference here is that when you are caught, of course, going through cash is difficult, but people will always there wants to make some profit in everything. When you compare with that, the cash, the money involved also is big. You cannot go through the normal banking system because they will ask questions. They will want to route it through another way. And like you say, we're all human beings. There are people that want to dare the system. But the difference here is that when you are caught, you pay for it. That's just it.
Now, in situations whereby individuals are found wanting, are found to be guilty, do you think a visa ban is enough punitive measure?
Can
you hear me?
Yeah.
All right, you seem to have some sort of distraction there. All right, then. Well, I think you're just waking up because that's what it feels like talking about Honorable Jude Idumogu. Well, let's get back to Adai, Edwin Adai in Jos. Now, that's where he's talking to us from. Edwin Adai. Now, how do you see this play out? Is this an exercise in futility and backed upon by Omoyele Sowore, whom some have also said that he's somebody's lapdog? Some have said some individuals, some people abroad are paying him to do the things that he is doing. How do you see this play out?
Well, I think first and foremost, like one of the guests, I just want to align to his thought, because number one, this is an indictment to the anti-graft agency in Nigeria. It is an indictment on all the agencies saddled with the responsibility of doing their due diligence in ensuring that corrupt politicians are exposed. We cannot run a system where, how did we even get to a system where a politician can literally amass that kind of humongous amount of money and then launder that huge amount of money undetected? The word is undetected. The money flew from Nigeria and then landed in America, entered American economy. Even the American government needs to be questioned. It is not enough for us to say, oh, it is Nyesom Wiki. How did the money, what are the processes, what are the procedures? You and I know that that kind of humongous transaction cannot happen without the aid of the government, without the aid of the banks. And I do not think that the system is so vulnerable, so much so that such transaction will go on without any major agency detecting it. I think it's a thing of concern. It is not enough for us to just beam on Nyesom Wiki alone. We must also look at the vulnerability of our economy. We must also look at the vulnerability of our financial institutions. We must also look at the acceptability and the aiding of some of these foreign agencies in helping to launder money from Nigeria to other countries of the world. So this is not about Nyesom Wike alone. We should also question the system. We should also question the American government. We should also question the institution of major banks in Nigeria that aided such transactions. Because Nyesom Wike cannot unilaterally, whether by omission or commission, embark on such a transaction undetected. So for me, it is not enough for us to say, okay, let us look at the pros and cons. But I think it is an eye-opener for us to ask some fundamental questions. And therefore, if Sowore is the person that God wants to use to expose some of this abnormality and some of this vulnerability in our economy and our political system, and also understand, you know, the connections, how, you know, banks and major institutions do illicit business. I think it is a welcome development. For me, it's going to open up a more conversation.
You see, when you said
this thing to be swept under the carpet,
when you
we must
said
do our due diligence in ensuring that this thing does not go down the drain. We must ensure that we do everything humanly possible. The responsibility that this thing does not go down the drain is not on the institutions who are part of it. The responsibility lies on us as citizens of Nigeria.
Okay, us as citizens of Nigeria.
The media,
not too long ago,
to ensure that
yes, that's why we're talking about it.
To the latter.
That's why we're talking about it. Yes, thank you very much for your points there, and that's exactly why we are talking about this. Not too long ago, David Hunde, the media online practitioner, investigator, made a revelation. He brought something to the notice of Nigerians, talking about one Habibat Tinubu, said daughter of President Bola Tinubu, who had about a $2.4 million house acquired in her name back in 2014. And, there was a video to that. That trended some months back. I don't know if you saw that one. But some of those allegations have not been, they've not been verified. So is this any different? The Wike issue now, is it different from that of Habibat Tinubu?
Well, you see, different cases, different scenario, different treatment, and different consequences. I do not believe that there must always be a day, there must always be a time, and I do believe that the level of consciousness in Nigeria today, we are in the generation of AI. Nigerians in the diaspora are literally concerned in what is going on in the country today. And the level of political awareness is growing day by day. So the way conversations are treated in the past, the way cases are dealt with in the past, I do not believe that is going to, be the same going forward. The level of consciousness in Nigeria today is very, very high. And I think that it might be that, yes, Sowore open it up. Other critical stakeholders may wade in. Opposition political party may wade in. Men of conscience will wade in. Civil society organization may wade in. So I do not think that it's going to be a situation where the whole thing will be swept under the carpet.
All right.
The consciousness are very high. So I think that it's going to be treated differently this time around.
All right, then. Thank you very much. Prince Francis, is this any different? Because at the time, in 2014, when Oyindamola Habibat Tinubu was said to have acquired, or a property acquired in her name was done, she was 22 years old, and there was basically no source of income, But then we saw a $2.4 million house in her name. In fact, there's an address to it for those that would ask, has it been verified? The house, the condominium in New York, is located at 255 Hudson Street, Manhattan. That's.
A lot. We talk so much on social media, and we just let things die out. We've heard about 730, is it 750 or 730 duplexes in Abuja? It's fizzled out. Nobody's talking about it. So the political class have become so clever that once they know that there's an issue that the people are hampering on, they look for something to diffuse it. And that's why we don't get anything out in this country. We have a country where people do not vote, or people get into office not to serve the people, but to be served. And when you see people who come to office after giving you 5,000, 10,000, rice and all of that, how do you hold them accountable? So we need to, for me, all of this thing boils down to the mindset of the Nigerian people. The election is in one day. That 5,000 you're being given, that 10,000 you're being given is just for that day. You've been hungry from day one to the last day, and you think you will die on the last day. Right. So Nigerians must wake up and understand that they are responsible for the kind of leaders we have today.
All right, then, thank you very much. Well, let's get into our next conversation. Rivers ex-administrator Ibokete Ibas rejects State Assembly's move to probe 6 months spending. Let's talk about this when we come back. The immediate past Rivers State Administrator, Vice Admiral Ibokete Ibas, retired, and the Rivers State House of Assembly may be gearing up for a showdown following the latter's decision to probe the state's expenditure over the last few months under the former. Now, the Rivers State House of Assembly, presided over by the Speaker, Martin Tamewule, during its first plenary after the end of the emergency rule, said it would investigate the state's expenditure during the 6 months of emergency rule. Now, findings show that Rivers State received at least 254.37 billion naira from the Federation Account Allocation Committee between March and August 2025, under the tenure of the sole administrator. Now, this figure is based on an analysis of fact data from the National Bureau of Statistics and other sources. The data shows Rivers took home 44.66 billion naira in March, 44.42 billion naira in April, 42.80 billion naira in May, and 42.30 billion naira in June, according to NBS. In July, the state received about 38.42 billion naira, while in August, it collected 41.76 billion naira, according to the documents analyzed. Now, these brought to a total net allocation in the 6 months to 254.37 billion naira, averaging 42.40 billion naira per month. Reacting to the House of Assembly's move to probe expenditure under his tenure, Ibok has said the lawmakers lacked the power to investigate him, pointing out that they didn't appoint him as the administrator of the state and so cannot investigate him. In fact, in today's papers, there is a headline in one of the dailies that says the lawmakers are on a fool's errand. Heavy words, I must say, but that's how it was captured by that particular paper. But we still have with us Prince Francis Chilaka in the building, and from Oka, Honorable Ejiofor Igwatu and Edwin Adai Edwin, also in the diaspora, Honorable Jude Emeka Idumogu. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen, for staying with us. Now, let's kickstart with Prince Francis, who is with us in the studio now. Do you think? Now, we had this argument yesterday. I mean, it wasn't an argument per se. It was just a conversation back and forth about the State House of Assembly probing Ibokete Iba's 6 months spending. Some have said it is Rivers State money, and so, they should probe it. Some have said they didn't appoint him to office in the first instance, so cannot ask him questions because it wasn't democracy that was in play at the time. What are your thoughts on this?
I think the former
sole administrator is totally wrong. He needs to submit himself to the constitutional authority, which is the State House of Assembly. He needs to understand that this is not military regime, this is democracy. And in democracy, accountability, transparency, ordinarily should be the watchword. But unfortunately, we seem to be running a system that you can't even define. You can't define what we run in this country today. You don't know whether to call it democracy, whether to call it oligarchy. You can't define it. But you see, it's coming from a point, like I said, and like I keep saying, when you are not instrumental to bringing somebody to power, it becomes difficult for you to hold that person accountable. And that is where he's standing right now. He's standing at that position where the political class will tell the Nigerian people, you can't hold me accountable because we gave you this and this before the elections. So the National Assembly that supported the presidency to bring him to power should be the ones to probe him. Oh, so you're saying the State Assembly cannot probe him?
No, don't misquote me. I said the National Assembly that used a voice vote to put him there should probe him.
Well, the National Assembly cannot usurp the authorities of the State Assembly.
They usurp that power when they foisted
but it was a state of emergency.
Unconstitutional government on the people of Rivers.
But it was a state of emergency at the time.
Let them go, yes. That power they use in a stolen state of emergency, let them use that power to probe him.
Okay, now Prince, are you aware that the said appropriation, budget, whatever that were listed, were also approved by the House of Representatives, which at that time had the purview, it was under the purview to make laws for the good governance and administration of Rivers State. So shouldn't they be the one, legally speaking, to probe him, to ask questions? Look, we approved this amount of money.
Don't forget that
so come and tell us how you spend that money.
Don't forget that when the democratically elected government in Rivers State was suspended, there was no budget in place. It was part of the problem they had with Fubara. They said Fubara presented budget to 4 members. And when the House came back, they said, we present the budget, which was what the court asked Fubara to do. And that was where the whole drama started falling apart. Now, when IBAS came in, IBAS also presented the budget to the National Assembly, not to the state.
To the House of Representatives.
That's what I'm saying. Let them go back there. Yeah. Let them be the ones to probe him.
Exactly the point now. So,
let them be the ones to probe him.
Now, the question is, like you said, let them be the ones to probe him. So, should it be the concern of the Rivers Assembly? They didn't approve the budget. So what should they probe them? Is the House of Friends that approved it? Shouldn't they, like you have said, they should be the one? It is an
aberration. That aberration needs to be resolved.
All right, then let's take this conversation to a virtual. Let's go to Jude now. I beg your pardon. Let's go to Edwin Adai. Your thoughts on this, really, very quickly.
It is an ignoramus statement for the sole administrator who supervises the administration and the management of Rivers State for 6 months to say that the State Assembly lacked locals to investigate him. It is an ignoramus statement. We practice democracy in Nigeria. The principle of democracy advocates for separation of power. And therefore, the man did not serve in the national level. He served in Rivers State.
With authority from the national level.
The people of Rivers State to
He served with authority from the National Assembly.
Look, it doesn't matter the authority. He served in Rivers State.
Okay.
And therefore, the people of Rivers State deserve to know. They deserve to know. They have the right to know. The State Assembly were elected by the people of Rivers State. And therefore, if you administer the affairs of the state in 6 months, and the State Assembly decide to say, look, the principle of democracy advocates for transparency. The principle of democracy advocates for accountability. And the principle of democracy advocates for freedom of information. So it is not a big thing. These are very mundane and normal things for every sensible people. If even me as an individual, it doesn't have to even be an institution, of government. I have the right to know, and it is his right to actually inform me and tell me how he is able to administer the state for 6 months.
Now, do you think that there wants to
National Assembly? It is the right of the people of Rivers State to know. What is the big deal? If you don't have any skeleton in your cupboard, what is the big deal for the State Assembly to request for you to come and give an account of your stewardship in 6 months?
Mr. Adai Edwin, Mr. Adai Edwin. Mr. Adai Edwin, do you think there are more to this? Because you can recall that it took, I think, double or triple reshuffling before the then sole administrator could appear before the National Assembly to tell them what the money he budgeted for when he went for defense. They invited him over for defense. He couldn't go, but he was in Abuja to attend the FED meeting and all that. Do you think that we're having more to this particular reason why he's calling the invitation of the State Assembly now a bluff?
That action can be interpreted as high-handedness, arrogance, and has nothing to do with the practices of democracy. If you are a leader, what are you scared of? Why don't you want to give accounts to the people you claim to serve? It doesn't matter how you come into office.
Okay.
Nigeria as a nation has accepted democracy as a principle of governance.
All right, then. But
whether by
thank
a
you.
new administrator or by elected or by appointment.
Thank you very much.
It doesn't matter the process that you come in.
All right,
as
then.
far as Nigeria has accepted that democracy is the principle at which we must govern the people.
All right.
The principle of democracy must be adhered and followed.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much, Edwin.
Anything less is unacceptable.
Well, thank you very much for your thoughts there. It wasn't democracy that was at play at the time during the 6 months. But let's hear from somebody who has been in a State House of Assembly, Honorable Ejiofor Igwatu. What are your thoughts on this? Let's bear in mind also, Honorable Ejiofor, that while Ibokete was signing out, those that worked under him were complaining, his aides were complaining that salaries were not paid. So one starts to wonder, what did he do with the funds? So in that regard, and considering other things before us, do you think the State Assembly should go ahead to probe him? Or are they on a fool's errand, as published by some dailies, coming from the man himself?
It's not really encouraging for the former administrator to use the word fools. He used one word like that, fools, whatever.
Errand, yes.
The State House of Assembly, by the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, has powers to investigate or cause an inquiry into any area where they have the right to make laws. And one of the areas where they make laws in Rivers State is for the judicial expenditure of the budget and all the rest of them. So whether it happened under the military, whatever, anytime the House of Assembly sits together to look at what has happened in Rivers State, it can cause any investigation to be carried out, whether the man.
Well, we seem to have a glitch in the network there. Very unfortunate. All right, then. Well, I understand that the network is better. You may go ahead.
Okay. I said the Constitution gives the State Assembly the powers to investigate anything about the funds expended in Rivers State under any guise.
Okay.
They can cause an investigation. He worked with civil servants. He worked with other people. He's not the only person that was there. There were other people who were given instructions. Monies were spent for the state. And so the House of Assembly should have a right to look at how these monies were spent, how who gave what instructions, and oversight on it, and make investigations. Even if the inquiry does not indict anybody, they should know. They should have a knowledge of what happened
now that's
under those 6 months.
Honorable Jufo, now that the former sole administrator have come up to say that they don't have the right to call him in or even invite him for questioning and all that, why is it that the presidency is mum at this point? Recall that it was the president that after looking at the portfolio made available to him, picked the sole administrator and handed him over to the people of Rivers to say he is going to be in charge for 6 months. And we're talking about 254.737 billion naira here. Why is it that the presidency is more?
Question clearly.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I don't get your question clearly.
All right, the question is this. Now that the sole administrator, rather the former sole administrator of River State have come up to say that the State Assembly does not have the right to call him in for any investigation or questioning at this point, why is it that the presidency is mum? Because we could recall that the whole story behind his appointment and him being sent to River State to say you are the one in charge for 6 months. Why is it that the presidency is not saying or doing anything at this point in time? We're looking about how 250-something billion naira has been spent within 6 months. And no one is giving any account on that. And like my colleague Larry pointed out, even the aides who worked with him closely for 6 months, they also decided to block him from leaving the house, accusing him of not paying them and even trying to take away some, of the state assets.
Well, I don't think it is late for the federal government to intervene. What I think should be done is that the legislature, the State House of Assembly will back their words with action. When they start taking actions, when they start implementing that decision to investigate, they have the powers to investigate. They will call up files. If they have any prima facie case against the man, then the other aspect of it will come into play. Whether the man can be invited by them or not will come into play. But first of all, they can investigate, they can look into the files, they can look into the records to see how that 200 and something billion naira, above 250 billion naira was spent.
Okay. Now,
so they should go ahead and do it. At that point, we will expect that anybody who was involved in it will be urged to come and be given a fair hearing.
All right. So, Honorable. Yes, Honorable, I would like for us to draw from your wealth of experience, as a former legislator. You said something that is quite instructive. It's only the House of Assembly that has the right to make laws for the good governance and administration of the state. The law that is in contention now, which is the state's budget, mind you, was not made by that State House of Assembly. It was made by the House of Representatives, based on what was gazetted after the declaration of the state of emergency by the president. Now, I would like for you to tell us, when you were a legislator, did you at any time make inquiries, investigations into the previous government, not the government that you served, the previous government? Did you at any point get into such an activity?
In fact, there were cases where a present matter led us to investigate activities that happened before we came into the House of Assembly.
Okay.
And also, we had opportunity to to amend a lot of laws to meet the present needs and time. So it doesn't really matter when these things happen. As far as these are funds accruable to that particular state, the House of Assembly can look into how these funds were expended. They can look into it.
Okay.
Most times, the investigation, the result of the investigation is always the problem. People will think that once you have an investigation, it will be to indict somebody and then there will be the court sections.
Okay, now still on your experience as a politician now, not as a legislator, as a politician, with all this back and forth between ABAS and the State House of Assembly, and if you understand Nigerian politics very well, what we are going through, do you think anything will come out of this? Do you think that he will ever submit himself to the House of Assembly in Rivers State?
Done by the State House of Assembly, something good will come out of it. The bulk of the whole matter lies in the ability of the State House of Assembly to look into this matter and see to the end of it. If they decide not to champion, if they decide not to champion the cause of the people, that is it's left for their conscience. But if they are determined to to see to the end of it, definitely so many good things will come out.
No, I'm not talking about good thing or bad thing coming out of it. Like you said, the fact of an investigation doesn't necessarily mean that someone must be indicted. We just want to know, come and tell us. Now, if you understand the politics of the state, the declaration of the state of emergency, the president and Nyesom Wike on one hand, Fubara and Rivers people on the other hand, and Ibas, playing on the side of the people that sent him. Do you think, and with the visit of the governor yesterday, the governor visited the president, do you think that Ibas will ever appear before the House of Assembly to answer questions? Do you think it's going to happen?
Well, I wouldn't want to be to play God by telling what will happen in future.
Okay.
But the fact is that there is need for an investigation, and it can be done by the House of Assembly. And all this political rigmarole cannot help anybody when the House of Assembly is determined to make an investigation. Moreover, even though that the constitutionality of the state of emergency is still something that is not clear yet, whether this man was appointed, whether the law allows the National Assembly to take over the affairs of the State Assembly, but it doesn't mean that the House of Assembly's powers is now eroded, is now cleared out, they no longer exist.
All right, so, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Ejiofor Iguatu. Now let's wrap up. Now let's get back to Prince Francis Chilaka. Now we saw that when the sole administrator was invited by the House of Representatives, budget approval and a few other things, he basically did not even budge. He didn't honor the invitation. I think he honored once and then he didn't go back. So do you think the State Assembly can invite him? And will he, even if they do, will he honor the invitation? Let's get that with your concluding thoughts on this.
Honestly speaking, I don't see him honoring any invitation. And from the look of things, from the way Rivers State is today, Rivers State is more like a captured state. Rivers State is in the pockets of Mr. President. And then, as you know, the House of Assembly as well is in the pocket of Mr. President. So it's just for Mr. President to tell the House of Assembly what to do, and they will do it. So all this one they are doing is just trying to, they want to sound like, oh, we are back. But it's not going to see the light of day.
All right, then. That would be a good place to anchor this conversation as we keep our eyes on things happening in Rivers State. But as we look at Rivers State, let's also look at the House of Representatives, as Speaker Tajuddin Abbas has revealed that the representatives are in full support of President Tinubu's borrowing plan. This is coming after there was a statement made by Benjamin Kalu where he said, look, this borrowing is too much. But hey, by the speaker himself. Anyway, let's talk about this when we come back.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth, the issues. On Voice of the People Television, don't just react, understand.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And on the bold angle with Jomalina, we dive deeper into stories that shape our world.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Now, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Abbas Tajuddin, has declared that the Green Chamber fully supports President Tinubu's borrowing plan. Abbas made this known on Monday in Abuja at the 8th Annual African Network of Parliamentary Budget Offices, ANPBO conference, while dismissing reports that the House opposed Tinubu's borrowing strategy. Well, he labeled such claims as mischievous and misleading. He explained that, like every modern economy, Nigeria must occasionally rely on credit to finance critical infrastructure, boost growth, and shield vulnerable citizens. According to him, the 10th House and the National Assembly at large have consistently affirmed that strategic and responsible borrowing remains an essential fiscal tool, provided it is transparent, targeted, and sustainable. Well, Abbas suggested, he stressed that under Tinubu's leadership, loans are being directed towards transformative projects in power, transport, and agriculture sectors, which he said will expand Nigeria's revenue base rather than fund consumption. We've been joined in the studio here by Mr. Dele Fanimo. Dele is a veteran reporter and political affairs analyst. Good morning, Dele Fanimo, and thanks for joining us. Okay. All right, we also still have the Honorable Ejiofor Egwatu, who joined us from Oka, Adai Edun Adai, who joined us from Jos. Gentlemen, thanks for staying with us. Dele, like 2 weeks ago, Tajuddin Abbas said, look, there's excessive borrowing in this government. And a few days later, he recanted and said, the borrowings are necessary and all of that. On Monday, that's yesterday in Abuja, he went to a conference, parliamentary conference of West Africa, to reinforce what he said, that, look, this economy needs to borrow money to sustain it, put it into infrastructure, healthcare, agriculture, and all of that. What changed in 2 weeks? Excessive borrowing, and now borrowing is good. What do you see? What do you know?
Well, there's nothing much other than the fact that maybe it was not properly schooled at the time he was saying Nigeria has borrowed too much money. And maybe between that time and when he came back to say we can borrow more money, he must have been tutored. He probably would have unlearned what he learned before and now learned new things about the economy. You see, sometimes I marvel at the level of engagement of some of our legislators. That place is supposed to be a haven of eggheads. Those who can think through any issue. It's just like in our trade, in the media, if you are a practitioner, the mantra is you are supposed to know a little bit of everything. Okay. And by extension, our legislators and even politically exposed people should not be bereft of some of these basic things.
Okay. So now you feel that, like from what you said, he's been tutored.
Yes.
Now you think that the Speaker of the House of Representatives didn't wasn't measured enough to say, look, this administration's borrowing is excessive. And it took him 3 days and maybe more days to be schooled in all of. Don't you think there was some form of pressure from other quarters for him to go and recant?
You see, for me, if you are intentional about your position on any matter, and you have the depth of knowledge that is required to handle such situation, it would only be that you would be speaking and you would be measured.
Okay.
But where you don't even understand what you are talking, maybe for the optics, you know, some people are easily carried away when they meet a crowd. I know of a politician that once he sees microphone and reporters around him, he will start talking. And 5-10 minutes after, it now becomes the problem of his minders to be running from newsrooms to media houses. That this is not what he meant to say, this is what he has said. So people like that, they talk from their heart and not from their brain.
Okay, all right. Now let's go to Abuja, where the action is. I think where these things happen, and speak to Edwin Adai. Adai, are you still there with us? Okay. Now let's go to Oka, where we still have Honorable Ejiofor Egwuatu. Honorable Ejiofor, thanks for staying with us. Now let's look at what happened. Like in a space of 2 weeks, we had the Speaker of the House of Representatives say, "Look, this administration has borrowed excessively. We need to check it." And 3 days later, 10 days later, we still have the same Speaker of the House of Representatives, Hello Chamber, your colleague, by the way, say, "Look, the borrowings are good. They're intentional. We are deploying them into infrastructure, into agriculture, into whatever, to grow the economy, to boost the economy." What do you think happened? Was he not properly schooled before he said what he said? Do you think that he's been under some kind of pressure from other quarters to say, "Look, you don't put this administration in bad light," and all of that? What do you think might have happened behind the scene?
Two things are possible. One is that at the initial stage, the speaker somehow spoke out of order, or he was misconstrued. But whenever public officers speak, especially anyone in power who ought to know, who ought to be the one that is informing the public officially, whenever they speak, it is expected that they speak facts, they speak truth, they speak what is the current situation, and not paint a picture and then later on try to change it. So I had expected that the speaker at the first instance should have been well informed to know what he ought to say and say it clearly, and do not need to have this kind of second opportunity to now begin to have contradictions that will now look as if he is not being very firm, he's not being very clear on what he wants to tell Nigerians.
Okay.
And another thing is that there might be some political underplay too. It is possible that there might be some political underplay. But my thinking is, if there is need for a borrowing, there are laid down procedures for the legislature to look into that borrowing and have every detail of every expenditure that will come from the borrowing, the repayment plan, every information about the borrowing. And there has to be infrastructure well defined that it is attached to, that is in the benefit of every Nigerian. So I expect that the speaker should have this at the back of his mind in saying that they will support any kind of borrowing. Even though he mentioned infrastructure, health, and all the rest of them, it is their duty to make sure that these things are aligned to those projects and not just mere borrowing, as we always hear.
Okay, it's good to know that you in your first position, you said that probably it's not what the speaker meant to say, or maybe he was misquoted. He said excessive borrowing. I don't know if there's anything somebody can use to change the word excessive borrowing. That's exactly what he said. Now, the speaker also said the National Assembly is solidly behind the the president's borrowing, the administration's borrowing, does it also speak to the fact that, look, whether the borrowing is in good state, like you have also questioned, or not, that the National Assembly must support it because they want to speak with one voice? What do you think?
I think the House of Reps needs to prove to Nigerians more that they are in support of the kind of borrowing that is aligning with the law, the kind of borrowing that addresses the needs of the people. I don't think Nigerians are trusting the House of Reps to do that. I think the Speaker has to do more work. It's not just about talking. You know, he talked about excessive borrowing, which means that he has information that this government has borrowed excessively. Now, excessive borrowing, he didn't tell us where these borrowed monies were spent, where they were put into, where they were charged. He needs to give us further information on that.
He said something about the money being used for power, transportation and agriculture, like the sectors where the money that were borrowed were being invested in. He made mention of those things. Now, the question is, you as a Nigerian, can you boldly say that you're seeing these monies now in the power sector, in the transportation sector, or even in agriculture sector, with farmers, majority of farmers still being in IDP camps? We've learned how, you know, people can't even access their farms over the issue of insecurity in Nigeria.
Well, I think the House of Reps needs to do more. We don't trust what they are saying. I don't think Nigerians trust what they are saying too. We don't trust what they are saying in that regard. Because if you look at the monies that have been spent on security and the effect of the security in Nigeria, all over Nigeria, all the 6 geopolitical zones, you will agree with me that there is need to investigate these monies to make sure that they went into the right source.
All right, now simple question before we bring it back to the studio, Honorable Ejiofor. Why? And now the question is this: some persons were of the opinion that politicians, are being known, especially Nigerian politicians, are known for speaking through both sides of their mouth. In words of Abbas Tajuddin, he said something about cautioning borrowing alone being not enough. Saying that he's insisting that Nigeria should find a way to curb corruption and illicit financial flows. But we've not heard anytime soon or anytime from the House of Rep members of the National Assembly demanding what the Fiscal Responsibility Act stated, that before ever a new budget or borrowing actually should come on board again, that it is a duty of the executive to first of all give Nigerians a detailed account of how the monies were being spent. Yet they are still approving more funds to be taken in by the executive. Why so, if I may ask?
That's why I said we don't trust what he's saying, because we expect the House of Reps to furnish us with every detail. Their processes should show that these monies being borrowed are effectively used in sectors that they were meant to be used in. You see, when he talked about corruption, fighting corruption and all the rest of it, I laughed. I looked at it and I just smiled. Who else will do oversight over expenditures if not the House of Reps? Who else will do investigation into every money that has been budgeted in Nigeria other than the House of Reps? Everything falls on his table. He has not been fair to Nigerians to tell us that Nigerians will fight corruption. How can? When the law gives the House of Reps the powers to investigate everything about expenditures they budgeted.
All right, then. Thank you very much.
If they approve borrowings, and they feel that Nigeria needs to borrow money, and they are confident that the executive arm has complied with all the regulations in borrowing, they should tell us how these monies were spent. They should find, if there is any corrupt system, they should tell us. They should find it. It is their duty. It is not, they shouldn't pass the buck. It is the Speaker House of Reps that will look into it with his members. So we're expecting more information from him. This one is just the tip of the iceberg. He hasn't said anything.
All right, then. All right, thank you very much, Honorable Ejiofor. Now let's come back to the studio now. Daily, Mr. Fanimo. Now, 149.39 trillion naira monies borrowed so far by Nigeria, not just this administration, but monies. Isn't that one too many? Should we still be talking about borrowing at this time? How well have you utilized, from your perspective as an analyst, how well would we say we've utilized monies that have been borrowed so far in terms of infrastructure, providing infrastructure and a few other things. Is it justified?
You see, you can't really justify the amount of money that is outstanding against Nigeria, just opposing infrastructural development in the country. I'll give you an example. Up to today, despite our borrowings, we have not been able to solve power problem. Up to today, despite our borrowings, we have not been able to solve transportation problem. Up to today, our healthcare delivery system is still below par. If you want to do a peer review of some other countries, even in Africa. So, how do we get out of this? Because either we like it or not. If, I've always said it, and it has always been part of me, that it is not the borrowing that assails me as a person, but for what use are we deploying these monies? For instance, there is this innocuous spending, promoting girl child welfare. Promoting girl child welfare. Who is the girl child? How many have you been able to empower? And this money will just, last time I checked, about 300 billion naira was said to have been deployed for households, the poorest of the poor. And when we subjected it to debate here, what we got was that on the average, despite the fact that we also have opportunities of mingling with people and asking questions, I think it took us time to be able to extract 2-3 people that we know that have benefited from this. 300 billion, for God's sake, is not small money. By now, even in this community, we should have about 100 people claiming to be beneficiaries of this money. So, whatever it is, this humanitarian ministry, I don't understand what they are doing with our loan that we have been taking all over the years. The only thing we get is that they come back to say this social minister is culpable, and they never go through trial. So that's why I feel that it is not the money that we are borrowing that is our problem, but how do we utilize it effectively for the reason why these monies were borrowed.
All right, then. Thank you very much for your thoughts there. But this is where we will be dropping anchor on the program this morning, VOP this morning. And we must appreciate our guests. We've had Dele Fanimo with us. We've also spoken to Edwin Adai, and Honorable Jude Dumogu, who, of course, couldn't speak for long due to network glitches. We've also had Honorable Ejiofor Iguatu and Prince Francis Chilaka. Now, well, that's it on VOP this morning. We'll go to the papers very shortly. I am Moses Humphrey.
And I'm Fina Okechukwu. Enjoy the rest of your day and endeavor to be a patriotic citizen.
And I am Chukwu Makoro. Thanks for being part of the show. We appreciate you. See you again.
Thank you. Bye.
From the views on the street,
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Voice of the people, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. People's Voice, Mondays through Thursdays, 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has cautioned the federal government against mismanaging the $1.7 billion allocated to the health sector in the 2025 budget. In a statement on Sunday, Atiku urged transparency and accountability, warning that the past claims of missing public funds linked to animals like snakes, monkeys, and termites must not repeat. He called on President Bola Tinubu's administration to provide a clear framework on how the funds will be spent, stressing that every kobo must be used to strengthen Nigerians' healthcare system. As Voice of the People TV, we're on the streets to bring you the opinion of citizens regarding the situation.
Experience have shown us from time immemorial, we have had different governments. So I will not be surprised if such happens again.
It does not really mean that animal, it means those people that will handle the money, that they should use that money as they ask them to do it. They should not divert the money to another sector or to their pocket.
If we start lying on our government that the money of a thing is being
taken away by tiger, lion, monkey, at the same time lions and termites, at the same time snake. We are all lying to ourselves. We all know where that money is going to.
And that's the post of people on the street. While some believe the youth should focus on self-improvement, others argue that accountability lies with those in power. With Atiku's concerns raised, Nigerians remain watchful, hoping that this administration will deliver on its promises. I'm Oyindamola Olukuto reporting for Voice of the People TV.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Well, thank you very much for joining us. Good morning to you if you are just joining us. This is VOP This Morning, and we welcome you to the program. This is Newspaper Review. I am Moses Humphrey.
And I am Chukuma Okoro.
And of course, we have Daily Fani Mosi, a reporter with us, and Barrister Darlington Agumo is also in the building. Well, good to have you, gentlemen.
Good morning. My pleasure.
Good morning to you. Well, let's dive into it. Let's get to the papers. Let's look at the headlines that we're working with this morning. Fubara is on one with the president, one of the dailies that's talking about this day newspaper, and the writer there right beside their picture together. Well, underneath it says, Tinubu welcomes Fubara to the villa. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu received the Rivers State governor at the presidential villa. Right beside it, Fubara, I have made peace with Wike. That's the headline there. And underneath that one, it says, Presidency, Tinubu, a committed Democrat, has no plan to stay in power beyond 2031. Usman Bugaji, ex-president Obasanjo, did everything to remain in power. All right. I wonder how Chukuma will react to that one, because Obasanjo is his idol, in quote. Okay, now, NBS 95.95% non-oil sector contribution spurs GDP growth to 4.23% in Q2. Oil accounted for 4.05% as daily production rose to 1.68 MBPD. NUPRC remits 745 billion naira to Federation account in August. Cumulative transfers hit 5.47 trillion. Well, those are the headlines on the cover page of this day newspaper. So let's start off with the big story on this day. It's on Rivers State. Fubara with the president yesterday, just after, he met the president and then stayed back a day when the emergency rule was lifted. And then he came back a day after, settled down in his state, went back to see the president and said, look, we've made peace. We've made peace. He's been speaking peace. He also said the costliest peace is better than the cheapest war. Well,
I won't be surprised that Fubara is coming to that Aso Rock to come and take directives. I will not be surprised. Because that is what is going to characterize his governance.
Many days in office.
Sorry?
No, I'm just reiterating what I thought you were going to say. He's remaining days in office.
Yeah, he's going to take directive because so they would have collected every power from Fubara. They would have made sure that he will no longer breed on his own. With weakest men surrounding him. Another condition that he was ordered not to even talk. That man is seriously in bondage, but he will not tell anybody.
Do you think he might decamp to the APC?
Well, it is either he decamp or they impeach him.
You think they might still impeach him?
If he wants to assert himself, that's the next thing. And when they impeach him like Balarabe Musa, that's all over. Those houses of assembly members, do you think they are happy? They are taking directives also from the Oga in Abuja. Look, we don't have a democracy in Rivers State, seriously. Maybe until 2027 comes and goes, we will not know whether there is a democracy in Rivers State or not. As for this Fubara, forget it. He's just trying to play to the gallery.
All right, then. Let's get your thoughts.
Well, for me, there are no options for Fubara other than to toe this path. Because if he had the State Assembly, at least, I recall that when Akeredolu wanted to instigate the House of Assembly to impeach Agbola, when the fight got to a point that it became irreconcilable, Agbola held on to 9 of the legislators. And Akeredolu needed 2 from the 9 on his side to put the rug under his feet. But Agbola was so tenacious about it that he held on to those 3 until
those 9.
He finished his term. So
the House couldn't impeach him.
They couldn't impeach him.
Okay.
Let's
check.
But you have 27.
Well, when you now have 27 against 4.
Well, they're actually, is it 31?
It's 31.
31 in total.
31 house.
Anything here resigns. Okay.
The 4 now, the 4 is with Fubara.
But it's still, if not for this crisis, they would have had election to bring in the 31st member. But the point is, there's no way Fubara can survive this. The only way is to become Mr. Gentle and earn his pay. As a matter of fact, if he wants to eat, he has to take order from the State Assembly.
Yeah, and they'll tell him what to eat.
And they will determine what to eat. Otherwise, because no matter if the whole of Rivers State gather in Port Harcourt and say no, the moment those 27 members are in that chamber with the maize, whatever anybody does outside that chamber is null and void.
With security backup.
With security backup. So it's a helpless situation for Fubara.
I'm telling you.
And so the best bet is for him to just koto and allow for
So
time
he's a conquered man.
I mean, not just conquered.
He dug his own grave from beginning. Is it compulsory that we must be governor at all costs?
Okay, now for me, the situation is this. Mostly started with an opening line. You know, he said that when the state of emergency was called off, for 24 hours we didn't see Fubara, but we got information that he was in Abuja. He went back to Port Harcourt, resumed office, and now went back to Abuja.
So you can see, of course.
And Barrister also said, I want to put the bits and pieces together. Barrister said something that there is no democracy in Rivers State. Yes, I agree with you, but I would like to expand it. What is going on in Rivers State, believe me, happens in more than 2/3 of the states in Nigeria.
Yeah.
The governors take clearance. The governors take approvals from one person. No, it might not be from the president. It might not be from the president. But the way it works is that if I'm leaving office, I put you there. So you have to do my biddings and cover my acts. You could say that the Lagos state governor probably takes directive from someone. The person in some of the states in the southwest, Edo takes from someone. You know, practically all the states. So democracy is, I mean, what we are practicing, according to Barrister, is not democracy. A situation where somebody is bold enough to say, I made you governor.
I made you governor.
I made you senator.
The statement sickens me.
You are in the House of Representatives. All thanks to me.
You were not able to produce a
all
government,
thanks to
or
me.
you were not able to produce a successor.
That is not democracy.
In the case of Rivers Bisokoro, the man is now serving two masters at the same time.
No, he's one master because the other two masters are in the same room now.
No, it's two masters because the president is there and Wike is there.
But they are on the same page. They are on the same page. Wike and the president.
No, what Wike wants may not be what the president wants.
I doubt that.
No, let me explain. Let me explain to you.
Okay.
When the state of emergency was called off, did you remember what Wike said?
What did he say?
That if he wanted, he can extend the state of emergency. So who actually imposed the state of emergency?
Well, I didn't hear him say that.
Oh my God!
He said something in that like that. They wanted to make more trouble. If they wanted to make trouble to ensure that state of emergency continues, they would have.
The man is, and you know, so it's like an attack dog has been unleashed in Rivers State.
No, like the Rivers situation, like one analyst said, Nigeria is an unusual place, and we see unusual things happen. Rivers State is one of them. And I hope that we don't see another state get into all of that. Because once there's a problem between Godfather and Godson, this is exactly what happens.
What happens. Oh, well, we have Comrade Destiny and Abulele join the conversation. Comrade, good to have you this morning.
Yeah. Good morning from Edo. From Benin to very precise.
Good to have you. Good to have you.
Yeah, same here.
What's your take
nice to be here.
What's your reaction? Let's take that one before we get into another story.
On Rivers?
Yes, on Rivers.
My brother, you see, I have looked at the whole scenario. It is becoming unbecoming of us as a people. But for us, it's as if that we are carrying more than the bereaved. We're very sincere. Because the man at the saddle or at the signature of all eyes as it relates to the imbroglio Rivers is at peace. For me, that's to tell you that the crop of governors we have now, they are all puppets with utmost humility. Because if you try to equate it with 1999 to 2007, you will see that there is a complete departure. There is a complete lacuna. As a governor, as the name implies, what you have now during the reign of Bola Ahmed Tinubu as a Lagos state governor, there's no way you can cajole or you can coerce him to do what is not within, or perhaps ordinarily that he will not, you understand. But for us, the ones we have now, it be played out even in what's it called, Akwa Ibom. You see, we have bottle feeding governors across board. I must be very frank. There is no governor in this country today that can boldly confront the status quo, that can confront the president or the presidency.
You think,
quote unquote?
Do you think all of this has to do with the parties increasing their nomination forms and expression of interest forms, making it unaffordable to those that ordinarily will be their own persons, but then having to, kowtow to someone who purchases the form on their behalf and basically puts them there? Do you think the problem cannot be dissociated from the parties themselves?
My brother, it is not. Like all these persons, all these governors that you have seen before their emergence as governor, they are multi-millionaires in dollars.
Oh, really?
They are multi-millionaires in dollars. One time commissioner, one time this, one time that. A serving senator. You want to say a serving senator is like a council chairman? I have been a council chairman. You want to say a serving senator? No. Or a House of Rep member? No. You see, there's no way you can give what you don't have. There's no way. Like in Edo State, for instance, like what we have here now. As we speak very just now, we're doing an economic summit in Glasgow.
We're coming to Edo.
Party faithful.
We are coming to Edo State because you and I had a conversation yesterday, and I also saw pictures from friends of mine in Glasgow. Pictures taken. Unfortunately, I can't bring the pictures up here. I probably should bring the pictures up here in the course of the program. But let's go to The Guardian. The Guardian, leads us into Edo State. The headline here from the Guardian newspaper says, tension in Edo LGs as acting chairman receive impeachment notices. What is going on in Edo State? Talk to us about it.
Mr. Moses,
sir, comrade, sir.
This with utmost humility, let me call it spade a spade. This ANEC and the Supreme Court governor presiding over Edo is, he said it some time ago. Whether he said new sheriff in town. Not sheriff, new sheriff in town. So what we are seeing now, you have a parliamentary system in the local councils in Edo, where they elect councillors among the councillors. They now elect within themselves who now become the local government chairman or chairman across the 18 local governments. That's what we are experiencing in Edo. Why some parts? Well, I've said it before in this same platform. Even as I speak, I don't even know the system of a government that we are running in Nigeria. Some say it's a liberal, some say it's a presidential, some say it's a quasi, but whatever. But in Edo, there is a new twist where they practice in the state, but in the local councils, you have councillors elevating to becoming a council chairman. You see, where we find ourselves at a crossroad, at a very precarious situation that we cannot help ourselves. That is the gospel truth. That is the gospel truth. We find ourselves at a place where we can no longer help ourselves. As we speak now, Edo, administratively, in all facets of human endeavor, we are not finding it easy anymore. Is it security? Is it the area of education? Is it the area of the way they govern the people? You can see now we are confused as a people. The local government system is different from what you have in the state. We are confused. Edo is confused. Including my humble self. It is confusing me, but not like that of the ANEC governor. As I see, as you are seeing it, he said it from his Abin issue. He said it that it will give us insecurity. He said it in trying to present budget that it is indeed confusing me. And you can see the administrative, system we have in Edo is confusing all Edolites, including the professors. I had a chat with a professor in University of Benin yesterday. The man was he was perplexed. He was confused. He was dumbfounded. He doesn't know what to say. A old professor. The professor I was talking to, he's a professor of political science. So if such a man is confused, what do you take me for? What do you take a man that read medicine? What do you take a man that read biochemistry? So, my brother, this is a clear call for all of us, because what we fail to do now, that we fail to do will not become the sacrifice tomorrow. That is it. I know I've been saying this thing. You see, I told them, and I sympathize with those men that abandoned their party. And I reminded some of them yesterday. I said there is a Ugandan proverb which says that if you advise a lion to become a vegetarian, you will one day be used as a vegetable. That's what has happened in Edo. Okay. You can see what is happening, my brother. We are crying, out for an average Nigerian to come to the rescue of Edo. As we speak now, our governor, the INEC giving us governor, is in Glasgow doing Edo investment, where you have, if you take a look at the persons, let me land with this thought. If you take a look at the persons at the table, they are the party chairman, the House of Assembly member, they are not the new investors. It is saddening. It is quite sad and disheartening, my brother.
We do have a picture that shows, the events in Glasgow and some of the persons on the table, as you say. Now, the person in front there was the moderator, but then you have some other persons there. You have Afegwa, that's the second person there from, if you come from the left side of your camera, you have Honorable Umaru Musa Ikilo, Secretary to the Edo State Government. You have Prince Kazim Afegwa, Commissioner Designate of Information. You have Mr. Amen Odigie, MD, Edo State Investment Promotion Office. You have Honorable Osamoyi Atu, Deputy Speaker, Edo State House of Assembly. You have Honorable Hussein Leki, Chairman, House Committee on Business, Trade and Investment. You also have Honorable Jonathan Ibame, Majority Leader, Edo State House of Assembly. Now, shouldn't there be these people there? I mean, what is wrong with having these people there? What is wrong?
Mr. Moses.
Comrade, sir.
Mr. Moses.
I'm all ears.
The summit, according to them, is tagged Investment Summit. What did they call it?
Global Investment Summit.
Yes. Can you see any investors in that table?
No,
that is my question before you. It's very simple. The other governor went to UK as a sort of, they said he was develop a headache, so he went for a treatment, and eventually coincided with their state party chairman. What's his name? I've forgotten the fellow's name, whether Jarrett or Tenebe or I don't know. That the state party chairman, who eventually was having his birthday coincidentally, and you see what they came up with that initiative so that they can retire. They can retire the money spent on the exercise. We are I'm a development worker. I've been NGO.
Comrade Nabulele,
yes, sir.
Let me ask you this question. I want us to make economic sense, business sense in all of this. Now, it is tagged Edo Investment Summit, going to showcase the investment opportunities that you have in Edo State. And I asked this question during the morning show. If you want to pitch for a multinational, if you are looking for a contract with a multinational company, do you go to the multinational company's office or do they come to you? When we see London Investment Summit, we have people from all over the world. Like if like the annual Guangzhou the trade fair that holds in China, you have people from all over the world. You have people from America, Europe, Asia. Latin America, go there, to showcase their businesses. It's a place where investors converge. Now, is there any problem that and I don't like the fact that you call this governor the INEC governor. I mean, he's the governor of Edo State. Please, let's get that clear. And when the governor goes to UK to say this is Edo Investment Summit, and he has on the table maybe solid minerals, palm oil, palm kernel, all the investment opportunities in real terms on the table for investors to come and take a look, and you tell them, look, this is what we have. We have fertile land, we have free space, the judiciary is working, there is security and all of that. Is there anything wrong with that? Because if you do it in Benin City, who is going to come? from Europe, from America?
Mr. Okoro, you've answered part of the question.
Okay.
You said when China, Singapore, even the United Kingdom, where they are having their summit, have you seen them bringing their summit to Nigeria?
China,
I think this colonial mentality, this enslavement, this, you see, we've had series of summit, economic summit during the era of his predecessor, during Obaseki, even before that time. So something you see, when you are having it, let the people come and explore their borders of your state. It's an opportunity for another, tourism, excursions to some sites. A situation where you just move the whole executive, the whole legislature, the whole judiciary to Glasgow to have an economic summit. It is an exercise in futility. Time to come, my brother, as a journalist. Today's day, go and write it down. You will know that this exercise is an exercise. It's a process to retire the treatment of headache and the birthday of their state party chairman in London.
Now, the former governor, Godwin Obaseki, didn't he travel to look for foreign direct investments?
When he went, it is to woo the people. He went there to not moving with the whole ESCO.
No, but are you saying that Obaseki used to travel alone?
Maybe one or two persons. What he does during his time, take one from the local council or two representatives that will represent the 18. Then take one from among his executive and the legislator. So that when they come, they will do what we call, cascade. Those people that he took along, we brief the other members or his colleagues. That's exactly what is done. Now that we are saying there is an economic that all is done very well with us financially. And we are now having this homogous, according to my son, this bogus amount of moving the whole electorate of Edo Executive Council and part of legislators and part of the judiciary to go and study or to go for an investment summit. My brother, it is laughable. It is an exercise in futility. As I said, it is a process to retire the headache treatment in UK and to retire the expenditure of their state party chairman birthday in the United Kingdom.
All right then. Well, thank you, Comrade Destiny and Abilene. Let's hear from the gentleman in the studio. Barrister.
Why are you surprised? You can't give what you don't have. We said it. It started when some people went to Asorok and there was a discussion and they were asking, somebody asked them, do you want me to give you Edo State? And they said, yeah, give us Edo State, give us Edo State. So they gave them Edo State and that's the result. From inception.
Is it the person that asked them to go to Glasgow and hold investment?
Hold on now, Mr. Okoro. When you have a bad leader, somebody who have no close idea of leadership, and you put him to lead, these are the things you see. No focus, no direction, no ideology. He couldn't even campaign, Mr. Okoro. Oshomole was teleguiding him, telling him what to say. His own budget, he couldn't read it.
Everyone has a mentor. So
which what?
I don't think
mentor to tell you what to say. No, mentor to tell you what to say in a campaign ground. Your English, even a primary school.
Let's not speak about it.
When you are, that's the result. When they
because
say
it's possible to slip. It's possible for one to have a slip of tongue.
You see, let me advise you and Okoro. You are playing the devil's advocate for too long. Not when I'm around. You can't play that. This man is a grown man who have a master's according to them. There are certain things expected of him for somebody who claims to have been educated. Not all those slip here and there.
Okay.
The
fact of the matter is we can't all have the same view.
I know. I'm not saying to, but this one you are doing now, you are trying to play the devil's advocate. That's what you are trying to do because it was clearly wrong. For your own budget, the man was struggling with figures. At that height.
I believe that can happen to anybody.
It cannot happen to anybody.
It can happen to anybody.
After that, this other one that I will give you security.
There's a fee. I write and give you to pronounce.
Let me. Okay. After all those things, the actual governance come. Look at what the people are getting.
What are they? Let's talk about the.
Are they getting the
local government?
Some people are saying the man is trying.
Who are the people? APC people.
Let's talk about what is going on within the local governments, the impeachments, the resignation.
Oh, yes.
Let's talk about that.
Because you want to be in control like his Oga. You can't, of course, like father, like son.
Moses, the whole idea is politicians play more of politics than governance in this country. And that's where we are today. For me, the moment you become a governor, a president, even a local government chairman, you don't begin to look at the calculations of where votes came from or where you didn't get
ordinarily.
You should be concerned.
But the APC government seems to consider that, because we had former President Buhari say he's got in the circle.
95 and 7.
Very vindictive statement.
You know. So,
and he lived it out. He played it out.
Of course,
all through. That he was president.
And you and I kept quiet. We didn't talk.
How much of resonance can our engagement here have impact? How much of impact can?
Well, the more we do it, of course, it will.
No, I'm not saying we should give up. But then the point is, these people, they know the limitations of our agitation. They know that once we press, like I always tell my friend, I say, if you have a problem in this country, your prayer point should be, let another problem that is greater than my own happen.
Even if it is not greater.
Even if it is not greater.
So long as it's a national problem.
Let it become a national problem. Everybody will just forget. Do you know that if we are talking about Better Edu today, how many people still remember?
You are talking about Better Edu. What of Natasha? Resumption. Is in the queue now until National Assembly, Senate resumes now. And if it doesn't go back, after like 2 or 3, 4, 5 days, Nigerians will move on.
That is it.
They know the level of political ignorance we have.
So the point is, even when during the campaign, you recall that when Yar'Adua wanted to be brought as president, Obasanjo was the one doing the campaign. Nobody saw him.
Tomorrow they say you are sick.
They said you are dead. No, they said you are dead.
Are you dead?
Tomorrow are you dead?
The man must be really worried with that statement.
So even this those elections that we're talking about that brought up everybody, how many times did he mount the microphone, mount the rostrum and begin to talk to Edo people? Oshiomhole did almost the campaign. So, and how do you interrogate somebody who wants to lead you for 4 years?
The same thing for the PDP. Obaseki did almost all the campaign for Ighodalo.
That's what I'm saying.
It was about the same thing. So I don't think there's anything.
No, I'm not looking at the way
it's not the same.
It's not the same.
How is it not the same?
It's not the same.
You know, as for Ighodalo, fine gentleman.
Campaign. I'm not talking about his eloquence. I'm talking about campaigning during the campaign ground.
Yes, now
like the president goes to campaign for
did all the campaigns.
Moses.
He spoke by himself. He spoke by himself.
The incumbent has a lot to protect more than the person that is succeeding him. And so you must make sure that your baby gets there so that you can watch your back. And that's what is playing out.
So are we going to see an implosion in Edo State?
It's likely. It's likely because whenever there is evil conspiracy like this, it is not sustainable. I'm telling you. I am looking at Edo State, I'm looking at Imo State. At least.
What has
God is revealing.
No, talking about looking at Imo State. Did you see the picture where the president was shaking hands with Fubara?
Of course.
Yes.
Did you see the picture?
Yes, I saw a picture.
I think it is Hope the man that ushered him into the president's office. Look at that picture very well. The man that stood behind him. Happens to be Hope Uzodimma.
All right, I think Comrade Destiny has a contribution. Go ahead, please.
This, you see, the issue that whether Asolime and it was on the same pedestal at all, not on the same level. Up to 85% of the campaign of the September last year it was up to over 85%. Asolime was in charge. You can do your own findings. There is no way, even as a city governor, I must say this. He was given the back seat. I was with Asolime from the beginning as an aspirant to this minute. So there's no way you try to bridge, you try to marry both. With utmost humility, I wouldn't want to mention the Senator Okpewolo's name because Okoro said just now that he's a governor. Well, that's a topic for another day. So for me, we must call a spade a spade. See what happened. You see, I'm coming. Let me land with this. You see, you can see what they are doing now. They are coercing some to resign. Some are resigning voluntarily because of the last Saturday elections.
Yes.
That the court kicked against.
And it went ahead to hold.
And they still went ahead to conduct that election. You see, when some of us said that this crop of persons, the president and his co-travelers, they are likely to lose the 14. Some persons say, Destiny, I'm going too far. I'm not going too far. When you cannot longer respect your law, the court, then there is a fundamental problem. Well, I don't blame them because the court, again, are not being what Igodomigo will refer to in a state of filaga filogo. That is the state we find ourselves in the court and the judiciary in this country.
Okay, Honorable Comrade Destiny. You see, we've had a lot of activists come from Edo State. Why are they not speaking at this time?
My brother, I must be very frank with you. The majority of us are afraid. You saw what happened in the last, where some big wigs of the party, their houses were being demolished or being marked for demolition. Even the present House of Rep member in the federal constituency in the Edo Central, his house, Marcus Enobu, was being marked for demolition. But since he has joined APC, I put it by Oshomole then, that if you are once a sinner, if you join APC, your sins are forgiven. Have you heard that they want to demolish Onobu's house? It's no longer a court. It's no longer a court head, but it's not a saint. That is not the new song. So majority of all these comrades, some of them they are afraid, or perhaps some of them they are doing tete-a-tete, doing a like your team, perhaps eating jollof rice.
Okay.
According to so worry.
Now, with all those people leaving the PDP and other parties and joining the APC and having their sins washed away, don't you think there might be issues within the APC in the coming days, and there might be some sort of implosion in states where we have this, play out?
Our prayer is that our enemy will stumble, will fall.
Okay.
My grandmother, I grew up with my grandmother when I lost my father when I was in secondary school. She will say, let me try to quote her. You are going after a thief. He's saying that he has used his head to hit the stone or the leg with the stone. We are pursuing the thief to enable us catch the thief and to come and pay for his sins. And he's saying that he has hit the stone with his leg. So for us, our prayer is that APC will not survive, even me, will not survive 2026. That is my prayer. This is how not to govern a country.
In Edo State, right?
This is across the country. This is how not to govern a country. This is how not to govern a country. A situation where you have tax left, right, center. There is no investor who will come to a state or a country where taxes is the order of the day.
Now, you can go. This is
all of
we're having a conversation. It's not question and answer. But do you think if the PDP did well, Nigerians would have clamored for change at the time?
Mr. Moses,
sir,
I must be frank with you. The worst civilian is better than the best of all military rule.
A lot of people.
I'm coming, sir. The worst PDP is better than this APC.
Yeah.
You can catch your mind back.
You are right.
You are a journalist and you are a trend of history.
Barrister agrees.
Yeah, yes,
okay.
Yeah. In fact, I've been praying.
I disagree.
I've been praying that they should take us back to where they met us.
Yeah, I think our problem is we just because things are getting worse, we forget that it was bad before.
No, it wasn't this bad. That was
but it was bad.
As of 2015, Nigerians were like, what the hell is going on?
No,
what is happening?
no,
Barrister, don't say no now.
It
That was why people bought into the change idea.
People were
that
brainwashed.
Which one is brainwashed?
Hold on.
Where can you brainwash people of Nigeria?
Hold on. They told the people that, look, you see this fuel, if we enter, it's going to be 50 naira per liter.
But you know that Jonathan wanted to remove fuel subsidy.
Hold on, I'm coming. They told them naira be 1 naira to $1. Instead of 197, it was then. Oh. You can see brainwashing. They told you that the insecurity with Buhari being a general, 6 months, everything will be over. Please.
Is that not the Barrister, that is not brainwashing. As at that time, that fuel was 197 naira. Nigerians were already complaining. Now the question Moses
they didn't tell you that there was no subsidy. I hope you know.
No. Jordan wanted to remove subsidy.
He wanted to. They said there was no subsidy.
He even made
There was a protest. They said there was no subsidy. They went to Ojota. They went to Ojota and said that subsidy was a fraud.
Barrister, hold on. The question Moses asked is this: do you think that if things didn't go worse now, that Nigerians wouldn't have been happy that PDP was taken out?
No, look, if things were as bad as they were painting it before the people.
No, Barrister, let us walk back in time. At that time, Nigerians were already complaining.
No.
That Naira was 200 and something. That fuel was 197 Naira.
No. They use the media. They use the media to paint a
Nigerians were complaining as at 2015.
I have given you my own statistics. As at that time, Nigerians they use the media to paint a very bad picture of the situation.
And Nigerians bought into it.
That was
the situation was bad then.
It wasn't. It wasn't.
Barrister, it was. Why you say it wasn't bad? Because of what is happening now. Can you ever buy rice
8,000 naira in this life again? 8,000 naira.
No, but at the point we were buying rice 8,000 naira. The rice
it was cheaper before that time.
To 8,000 naira.
But as at that time,
it was 8,000 naira. Nigerians were
under 10 years of
Barrister, let's not forget that inflation the world over has affected the price of things. Yes, it has.
To this level, Abi?
Well, I wouldn't say to this level, but it has affected the price of things.
That's what we are saying now, to this level, because you have to compare notes. Are you get what I'm saying? Your own inflation is galloping. They have been rebasing. Yeah, the thing is not, even whenever the thing want to go up, they will look for money to shore it up. So we are patching inflation here. We are patching it. Right. Anyway, as a matter of fact, all the things that APC promised you and I, mention one that they have done. Not just one. No, tell me, what insecurity under their watch from Boko Haram
that they promised change and change they brought.
No. The change is for a better Nigeria.
They didn't say we will bring a better Nigeria. They said they will bring change.
Coverage.
Mr. Okoro, you are becoming a devil's advocate too.
This is not a devil's advocate. They said they will bring change and they brought change from back to worse.
I want this type of
Sorry, please. Let's have you land on your first. Go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Moses.
Go ahead, please.
You see, we must learn to communicate the right thing to the people, like my siblings who are still in the village. You see, where this crop of persons that are presently occupying our various government houses across the country, including FCT. I remember I was an active participant in the civil society, Occupy Nigeria. Even the present president, President Ahmed Bola Tinubu, told us that within 4 years that he will give us stable electricity. That if he refused, we should not vote him again.
Exactly.
But I guess that he's aware. As I speak, I don't have light, and I'm paying exorbitant. They call it band A. I'm paying heavily. So for us, we must call a spade a spade. They told us they brainwashed, according to what my senior brother said there just now. They brainwashed the people by saying that the issue of Chibok girls that time was at its zenith. As in, they told us that the issue of insecurity will be blah blah blah. Just yesterday here, at the center of Ring Road, a guy that came from Europe, they robbed him of his valuables and they killed him at the center of Edo State, Ring Road here. The Edo State is bleeding. The Senator Amado Pabro and his cabinet, they are in Glasgow doing the investment summit. It is sad and disheartening.
It is sad. But I think we are miscommunicating here. Moses asked a very simple question. If things had improved, if things got better under the APC administration, will we be asking for PDP to come back now? And the simple answer is no.
No.
And it is just that, unfortunately, APC couldn't manage the economy and it got worse. Now, my position is that as at 2015, that Nigerians were already complaining. Barrister, don't
it
say
was
it.
No, he has the right to
no,
his view.
I also have my right.
Yes, so you express yours.
It was not APC. Nigerians were complaining.
It was not
rice was 8,000 naira back.
No, it was.
Has rice always been 8,000 naira back?
It was not Nigeria. It was APC people and their propaganda.
That did what? Propaganda?
Okay.
It was propaganda that moved rice from 4,000 to 8,000.
When they went to protest in Ojota, was it Nigerians? Was it not APC people?
Barrister, you know Nigerians that make up APC.
All right, let's move away from...
all the things they promised, have they done any?
Okay.
All the things they promised.
They're running out of time.
I don't want to believe that. Look, I don't want to believe that. I know that, look, APC has taken us to, like we say in our local parlance, carry us to go where we know. APC is taking us where we know. But it doesn't, remove the fact that, look, as at the time PDP was in government, that Nigerians were already complaining of hardship. It's just unfortunate that, APC couldn't manage the situation. That's my position.
All right, let's take some more headlines.
When you grab something by
I'm wondering why you've been quiet.
I deliberately kept quiet because
it's part of them.
Well, if you say I was part of PDP, then yes.
Then being who now?
You understand?
Part of APC now.
No, that's the lie that you hold on to. But the point is, you see, we easily forget things. Now you are talking about APC. By 2012, if it was possible for an average Nigerian to go to Aso Rock and take Jonathan and throw him back to Otoke, Nigerians would do it. There was nothing that, to the point that they said, Buhari should bring his NEPA bill in place of certificate. Suddenly we have just forgotten now that it was that bad. Money was spent as if it would go out of circulation during Jonathan's era. At the point, that's why they said he was clueless at that time. Suddenly now, you are now deodorizing him as if it's the best thing that ever happened to Nigeria and Nigerians. That's why I kept quiet and I said, yes. So if tomorrow comes now, somebody will come here and begin to praise APC again. That we thought APC was bad, but APC was better.
Nobody will praise APC.
We will wait. And don't forget that it was under APC that we had the likes of Dejan and Alison.
I wonder
that is still on the run. As
yes.
Was under what?
Who was what?
Under
PDP. Look, I have told you here. If you compare what is going on now and what PDP did in office, in fact, PDP was a saint.
Yes, we agree.
We agree.
They were sent in office.
I said we agree. Can we move on?
Yes, agree with me for once.
Okay. We don't agree with you. But we will move on. We agree to
I'm only conceding without agreeing.
We agree to move on. Okay. Well, let's probably touch on...
I agree.
You agree?
Thank you, my brother. Tell them.
Well, let's look at... I don't know if we have time for another issue, but the issue of electricity is on the cover page of The Guardian. It says 24 states backpedal on electricity decentralization over tariff, debt, risks. And there's a breakdown of it there. And, that's one very important issue. We have 4 trillion naira subsidy backlog on paid losses on Genco's books. 4 trillion naira.
I saw this coming. I saw this coming because when states, quickly rose and said, look, they started enacting their own state regulatory laws and all of that. When you don't generate, You don't
even distribute.
You don't distribute. You don't even have a distribution company.
I wonder.
And you are setting tariff for the distribution company that has a cluster of about 5 states. They will simply take the light from you, they take the power from you and give it to a state that doesn't have that law.
Yes.
Go to any good state and see what is happening. Because Peter Mbah came up, made that law and tariffs came down. And people in the state were happy. Now, what did the disco do? The disco quickly, no problem. They'll take the power meant for you and give it to another state. So pay the bill now.
It is through the national grid.
It's still through the national grid. So before states are able to get into all of this, they must be able to generate their own, transmit on their own. If they don't transmit, they get into partnership with TCL so that they can also acquire facilities of the
transmit.
to transmit and now distribute.
Do you see
and
that
in all of this, they don't even have the licenses to do all of this. So why are they enacting laws that they can't enforce?
The why I says a lot of them
the law empowers them to do all these things.
But you should have put certain things in place before you
enact the law now.
You enact the law.
Now, let me tell you, this thing is deliberate.
What?
They increase this tariff just to pull the rug from under the feet of the states that want to give us correct pricing of electricity.
How can you denominate what you don't own?
Hold on, I'm coming. Look, a committee was set up who studied all these things to remove the excess money any ERC are making. They are making excess money.
ERC is not making any money.
They are making a lot of money. Yeah, they are making. They are the one imposing all this.
So how are they making money?
How are they making money?
They are the one imposing all the tax.
Because how are they making money?
They are the regulator. That's their job. They
If you
supposed to regulate this
regulate,
thing.
do you go into business?
What is that one?
In the course of regulating, do you go into business?
What they are doing is not what they are supposed to be doing. That's what I'm telling you.
The only thing NERC is getting is if some of these discos or GENCO, if they run foul of the law, they will impose fine.
They have. In fact, they have never obeyed any of the regulatory guidelines given to them.
Is it the fault of NERC to penalize them?
The one they penalize them, did they adhere to it? They didn't now.
Even if you say
tariff is that they penalize now because at the point, NERC say, look, any good disco, you have overbilled consumers.
Yes.
So refund 8 billion naira.
Yes.
And which they did. So they refunded to.
So did they refund to NERC?
All the other discos was such a law imposed on them too, like Ikeja and
you see, Barrister, I'm surprised that you are taking this position because you have always insisted that government should, regulate Dangote's prices.
When did I tell you that?
No, you have always insisted.
No.
The government should tell us.
Hold on, leave Dangote out of this part.
We are absolutely out of time.
What happened
we'll continue this conversation.
You are now buying 1,000 naira for
Barrister, we'll continue this conversation.
So when you make a law as a Lagos state, how do you, for what you don't do?
Gentlemen, I must say a very big thank you to everyone. Comrade Destiny and Abuleli, you want to say something?
It will get to a head.
Well, we must say a very big thank you to Comrade Destiny and Abuleli who joined us from Benin City. And Barrister Darlington, thank you very much for your time. Delif Animo, thank you very much for your time. Chukuma Okoro comes back at 6 p.m. You want to share?
Yes, I'll be speaking with Barrister Ladi Johnson, the spokesperson of the NNPP, and he's going to tell us about the movement or not of Kwakwanso to APC and all that is happening within the NNPP.
All right, then.
And it promises to be quite interesting.
All right, at 6 p.m. For political lens. But at 11 o'clock will be time for sports with Kizzy K. Well, that's it on the show. A newspaper review. I'm Moses Humphrey. Have a lovely day.
Voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is So Ibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. People's Voice. Mondays through Thursdays, 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens. Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has cautioned the federal government against mismanaging the $1.7 billion allocated to the health sector in the 2025 budget. In a statement on Sunday, Atiku urged transparency and accountability, warning that the past claims of missing public funds linked to animals like snakes, monkeys, and termites must not repeat. He called on President Bola Tinubu's administration to provide a clear framework on how the funds will be spent, stressing that every kobo must be used to strengthen Nigerians' healthcare system. As Voice of the People TV, we're on the streets to bring you the opinion of citizens regarding the situation.
Experience have shown us from time immemorial, we have had different governments. So I will not be surprised if such happens again.
It does not really mean that animal, it means those people that will handle the money, that they should use that money as they ask them to do it. They should not divert the money to another sector or to their pocket.
If we start lying on our government that the money of a thing is being taken away by tiger, lion, monkey, at the same time lions and termites, at the same time snake, we are all lying to ourselves. We all know where that money is going to.
And that's the pulse of people on the street. While some believe the youth should focus on self-improvement, others argue that accountability lies with those in power. With Atiku's concerns raised, Nigerians remain watchful, hoping that this administration will deliver on its promises. I'm Oyindamola Olukuto reporting for Voice of the People TV.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
2564 Atlantic Tower. What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Gospel Fusion on Voice of the People Television. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. and be part of a transformative experience that uplifts and inspires. Join us as we explore the transformative power of gospel music and its ability to uplift spirits and unite hearts. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. on Voice of the People Television. Gospel Fusion. Let's fuse our hearts in praise and joy.
voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is So Ibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka. I'm the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
2564 Atlantic Tower. What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Good morning. It's the start of a beautiful day. Or start your day right with a healthy dose of news, fun, and inspiration. Join us on VOP.
Yeah, feeling very great to have you join us this morning. Welcome to the Sports Republic Show. It's a very different time out, and I can say that it's very super excited to be on the show today because we've got a lot of intriguing things to tell you on this day because we know the story. It's no longer news that Ousmane Dembele wins the 2025 Ballon d'Or Award. All of this wrapped up on just same show. We talk about JJ Okocha. He's trying to let the Super Eagles players know what they need to do when the time is right, just to be part of the biggest FIFA World Cup, talk about the biggest football mondial, and also we tell about Ibrahim Musukuzo, tell about the Nigerian Football Federation, tell about the money, accountability, and how transparent are they. All of this we'll be talking about. Welcome. My name is Kizike, and it's time for us to delve into the very big one. We start with Paris Saint-Germain man, Ousmane Dembele. That's the name. I saw his entourage. Was it entourage? No, not Ousmane Dembele. I think it was about Lamine, who had more entourage yesterday. Yes, everybody was just about Lamine Yamal. But Paris Saint-Germain forward Ousmane Dembele won the men's Ballon d'Or, or widely regarded as football's most prestigious individual award on Monday. France International and Paris Saint-Germain winger Ousmane Dembele has been crowned the winner of the 2025 Ballon d'Or football most prestigious individual award, like I like to reiterate. The announcement was made on Monday night at the Theatre du Châtelet in Paris, where the world's biggest stars gathered together to celebrate the best players of the past year. Dembele is 28. He piped Barcelona Spanish international, you could say sensational forward Lamine Yamal to the prize of success and also to succeed Manchester City and Spain midfielder Rodri, who won the trophy back in 2024. The former Borussia Dortmund and Barcelona winger, who was part of the France team that won the World Cup back in 2018, scored 35 goals in all competition as Paris Saint-Germain won the French Ligue 1 and also Cup double as well as the Champions League for the first time in their history. Emotional Dembele. Now let's quote Dembele. You saw this, what he said during that very time. He said, I really don't have the words. It was an incredible season with Paris Saint-Germain. He also said his coach, Luis Enrique, has been a father figure to him. Everybody knows Enrique has got the man management. He said Enrique has been the one to make sure that I do it all right on the pitch. It is an individual trophy, but it was really the collective that won it. Dembele, who was one of the 9 members of the triumphant Paris Saint-Germain team from last season, nominated for the prize, he said, The Ballon d'Or has not really been an objective for me in my career, but I worked hard for the team to win the Champions League. The 18-year-old Lamine Yamal, who also was a teammate to Dembele at Barcelona when he first broke through in 2023, earlier won the Copa Trophy for the Best Player Award, and that's about aged under 21. The second year running, he has taken that very award, and that's about Ousmane Dembele. Let's quickly go on your screen and show you that one. Top 10 for me makes sense, not a bad one. Let's quickly get the top 10 about the players who just got close to this very one. Now, it goes Ousmane Dembele, just you can see, former player for Barcelona, but right now plays in the Ligue 1 side with Paris Saint-Germain. Lamine Yamal came close, second. I just would say this very young lad, he's 18, he's going to clinch on this very soon. I don't know how long it would take, but the only time it would take, Stamara could coin Papa name. So it's a short thing for me. Now, Vitinha comes to be number 3, also Paris Saint-Germain, and the Portuguese midfielder, Mo Salah. People are talking about Salah, and I'm like, well deserved, number 4. I don't think he should be more than number 4. I'm sorry to say, but that's what I feel about Mo Salah. He scored 28 goals in the Premier League last season. He won the league as well. I mean, trophies for Liverpool, not a bad player at the time. But Rafinha came number 5. That's, I feel, quite low. Maybe I'm just saying my opinion. Achraf Hakimi of Morocco, Paris Saint-Germain also number 6. Kylian Mbappe number 7. Cole Palmer, the only British player to make the top 10, and a Chelsea player to say Chelsea best signing, or Chelsea best player, that's the word. Getting to be number 8 in this very one. Gianluca Donnarumma number 9, and Nuno Mendes. So we see Harry Kane number 13 on that very one. So Harry Kane is number 13. That's another British player who we should be talking about in this age and this prime at Bayern Munich. The Bundesliga, he's not doing so bad as well. Yes, it's time to also connect to our guest. He's just on the sideline. I will be connecting quickly this morning to Benin, and we'll be talking with Carrington Palmer, asking him a question that I want to know. Carrington Palmer will be saying, tell me, you think it's a well-deserved for Ousmane Dembele, or you think it should have been Lamine Yamal? Some said Mo Salah, some said Rafinha. People tipped Rafinha actually high. Nobody ever talked about, Vitinha, but well-respected international players. Ousmane Dembele, for me, I said it on radio, I said it on TV, and I'm reiterating again. Well-deserved award, Ousmane Dembele. French award, give it to homegrown French boy. Carrington Palmer, feeling great to have you. Good morning.
He's the key.
Yeah, my man.
Good morning.
Yeah, great to have you. I don't like to say how was the night is not my thing, but let's get to talk point.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know already.
Yeah.
So let's get to talk point quickly. Very nice to have you again. It's a long time. It's been a while. Let's have you on Ousmane Dembele, the prodigious individual award. He won it. He stole it. He earned a lot for himself. The goals he scored, second to none goals during this gameplay. Before we bring the video, so for those who missed that scenario, tell me, Ousmane Dembele, well deserved or not?
100% well-deserved winner of the 2025 Ballon d'Or. And Dembele in the past few years, especially when he was at Barcelona, he struggled with his fitness. No one expected Dembele to ever make it to the top 10 of the Ballon d'Or. So seeing him winning it becomes the second French player to win it while playing in the French league since Jean-Pierre Papin won it with Marseille in 1991. It's a very, 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 very great achievement for not just only Ousmane Dembele and his family, but for France and French football in general. Remember, the last person that won the award while playing for France is Lionel Messi, and most of his season he spent it at Barcelona and
away from home, away from
Copa America that he won with. Away from France. But to see this guy play his club football in France, and he was part of the team, like he was an integral part of the team, 49 goals and assist contribution. To see his side wins the quadruple, man, that is really, 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 really big. And I'm really, really happy for Ousmane Dembele. And you could see the energy around the globe yesterday when he won the award, because everyone was saying it's a well-deserved winner of the Ballon d'Or. Other players that were nominated absolutely deserve their nominations. And yes, I know someone like Rafinha should have finished a bit higher than the 5th place that he finished. But true. I would say that would be the fourth. That would be the fourth of his club and the fans, because of the PRO and all that. If we are being honest with ourselves, though the journalists vote, but I believe the PRO plays a big part in their voting. In them voting whoever they wish to vote for. So Ousmane Dembele is worthy winner of the Ballon d'Or. If anyone had won it beside him, I think it would have really be skeptical.
Yeah, I'd like to ask you those questions. Tell me in short words, who is Barcelona's best player?
Rafinha.
You think so?
Oh yeah, I think so. 100% Rafinha. Yeah, Rafinha didn't have the best of time when he came to Barcelona, but last season we saw how he evolved his game. He was even shifted to the left-hand side of the attack, and we all know that Dembele best position is the right-hand side because he's a left footer. That didn't stop him from getting about 60-something goals contribution. That is massive. We never thought Rafinha would ever have a season like that. And he scored big goals, 5 goals in the El Clasico all round, and he also scored a hat-trick in the Champions League scorer for Barcelona. I think he's also the top scorer. He shared the top scorer award with Guirassy of Dortmund too. So Dembele, so I believe Rafinha is 100% Barcelona best player to me. Everyone has an opinion to that, but Rafinha is Barcelona best player.
Okay, so let me quickly say this. On the show yesterday, Marseille, I watched the game at the State Velodrome, won the game, yes, against Paris Saint-Germain, and there was no Ousmane Dembele, João Neves, Desiré Doué were out of that very game, but Kavichi Kvaratskhelia, the rest of the guys actually played well. But Enrique, you must give him credit. You know why? I just like the 4th or the 5th time, I stand to be corrected, I think 4th or 5th time that he has lost a game since he became the manager. And the 3 times out of the 5 or out of the 4 that he lost was during when Paris Saint-Germain already won the league. Now let's talk about Lamine, just in a quick one. He's been close. Like, he can't continue winning the Copa, whatever. Let's talk about Lamine Yamal. Do you think is it well-deserved to be the number 2 for Lamine? Being number 2 on that log and not a Rafinha. Don't you think that says a lot? Big entourage yesterday came with the Barcelona star.
Oh, yeah. Lamine Yamal, I won't lie, he's a great starter. He's going to be a great player. Like, I can't wait to see what that young man has for the world of football. I just hope he has an injury-free career because, the guy is really good. But I felt that he shouldn't have been in the top 2. I believe Rafinha
shouldn't have been where? Shouldn't have been where? Should have been number 1. What number?
I think he should. Probably number 4, number 5. Yes, number 4, number 5. Okay. Rafinha should have been in number 2. To me, because Rafinha's season is a worthy Ballon d'Or winning season for him because the goals and assists that he has, man, it's really incredible. But Lamine is a great player. He becomes the first player Copa Trophy back. I don't know if anybody is ever going to win that Copa Trophy back. And he's just 18. He still has time. He will definitely win the Ballon d'Or someday. His father has different opinions, say that Lamine is the best player in the world. Talent, like the quality that this young man has. And he's definitely going to win the Ballon d'Or. But should I say the PRO and the little hype around is really not that...
Oh, you're saying PR. You keep saying the PR. You said PR. So you said Lamine Yamal, the PR. So the different PR from Lamine and Rafinha. You think so, right?
Yeah. Oh, yes. And take nothing away from Lamine. He's a very good player and he's also a very great player. But I believe Rafinha deserves to finish higher than the 5th position that he finished, probably maybe in 2nd position. And I believe the Champions League that Paris Saint-Germain won played a huge role in Ousmane Dembele winning the Ballon d'Or. Maybe if probably Barcelona had won the Champions League, we would have been seeing Lamine Yamal winning the Ballon d'Or, which I believe Rafinha should have been deserved winner if the case was reversed. But congratulations to all the nominees, like I said before, and congratulations to Ousmane Dembele. Congratulations to Lamine Yamal. He's definitely going to win the Ballon d'Or someday.
Oh, someday. So, congratulations to Ousmane Dembele, Lamine, Vitinha, the rest of the players. Well, quickly, let's let us know what were the criteria that was used this time around to win on this very one. The Ballon d'Or is awarded based on 3 major criteria. Number 1 is individual performance, and that's decisive and impressive character. The Yotik and Ousmane Dembele really showed this one. The number 2 is team performance and achievement, and number 3 is class and fair play. That is just the criteria for winning the Ballon d'Or. Before we shift attention elsewhere, let's bring you a post. That's about Frank Ribery, very quality player during his days. He's so bitter up till date, and he has really not stop thinking about not winning the Ballon d'Or for himself. And he's asking, so one question is this, Carrington Palmer, tell me, would you say winning the Champions League is a very big yardstick? Because Ribéry posted something and said, so you need to win the Champions League to win the Ballon d'Or. He won the Champions League, Ronaldo did not win, and then what happened?
So the Ballon d'Or has been an award that is is not going to end. Like we always see someone that would feel like, oh, he doesn't deserve to win it, but eventually gets to win it. We always see that happening. Ribéry winning the treble in 2013 and also going on to win 2 other trophies, making it 5 trophies in 2013. Not winning the Ballon d'Or. I don't know what or how that was taken away from him. Yeah, how he missed it. Yeah. We can also say the same thing about Ronaldo in 2018, and we also say that about the likes of Wesley Sneijder in 2010.
Messi,
because
yeah.
Yes. But I believe Messi and Ronaldo, whenever they are competing for the Golden Trophy, they are always going to win it because these men, let's leave the trophy aside. You see, without them, their team is like next to nothing. The way they carry their teams, and they are always, if they are not scoring, they are assisting their teammates to score, and they are a big part of in fact, they are the team. They are not just, we say a tree doesn't make a forest, but with these 2 players, one tree do make a forest with these 2 players. So, yeah, I would have loved to see Ribéry win the Ballon d'Or in 2013 and same up to other players that didn't win it before in their career. But, well, I would say he's very, very lucky to play in the generation of these 2 guys.
Okay, it's just one of the days. People have said that a lot. People have talked about some players who were just unlucky to be part of when Ronaldo and Messi were just dominating. Both players, world-class internationals. You can't take away from the best. You can only work more. Like you go extra mile just to be the best that you want to be for yourself. Who believes that today Neymar Jr. never won the Ballon d'Or? And one man is getting close to Neymar, like that in the story, Vinicius Jr. But let's leave this one and go back to the home soil news, where the Super Eagles of Nigeria, the battle for the World Cup qualification is not just fought on the pitch, it's fought in the boardroom, and also the bank account. Some are saying, but I tell you, the impact is already visible. Nigeria's recent 1-1 draw with South Africa left them trailing Group C with qualification hopes hanging by a thread. Captain William Troost-Ekong on goal and Calvin Bassey's equalizer were dramatic in Bloemfontein. However, behind the scenes, the morale every day is grumbling. Despite receiving $17 billion from the federal government and $34 million CAF grant, the Nigerian Football Federation (NFF) has failed to pay match bonuses for 30 games over 3 years. The fallout is affecting morale, performance, results, and Nigeria's chances of qualifying for the 2026 FIFA World Cup. Now, quoting veteran journalist Oluwachina Okeleji, he said, "You have players who have not been paid their match bonuses going into 30 matches. These players sometimes are not in the right frame of mind. The crisis is not just financial. Nigeria currently has one major doubt. He said the crisis is not just financial. Nigeria currently has one FIFA CAF approved stadium, and everybody knows, and no technical center for players' development without reform. The road to the 26th World Cup may be blocked by more than just tough opponents." Anonymous players have described the Nigerian Football Federation (NFF) silence as heartbreak and wicked, citing broken promises and lame excuses. Past protests like the council's training at the 2014 World Cup show this is not new, but the stakes are now higher than ever. In recent standoff, players rejected $1 million bonus for a win against Liberia, demanding clarity and consistency. That's what we've been clamoring for. One man in the news who have also taken this to himself is Rangers defender Leon Balogun. He has also publicly acknowledged the backlog of unpaid bonuses in a bold interview that revealed a lot of shortcomings and failures of the NFF. Nigeria football legacy deserves better. Players, the fans, the journalists and stakeholders must demand accountability, transparency from the NFF. Now, Carrington Palmer, I will be looking into some scenario on this one, so I'll be asking you some of the questions. Questions like, where is the money going? Why are players still unpaid despite record funding? what reforms will ensure accountability? Because now Nigeria's fate now hinges not just on their own performance, but on a mix of results, goal difference, publicly, and also possibility, even FIFA sanctions against South Africa for alleged players' eligibility issues. This is one thing we'll be looking out for. With qualifications still mathematically possible, just maybe, Nigeria have to rely on South Africa losing their remaining 2 games. I don't want to say it's impossible, but it looks impossible. It looks impossible, that's the word. Against Zimbabwe away and then Rwanda at home, while winning their own games against Lesotho. But I love the news that says South Africa will not play all of the games home again. I like the news that says, I like the news that says it's a different ballgame. I don't know if it's a Patrice Motsepe trying to change the scenario, because I used to respect him and I still haven't stopped respecting him. But what he has done and the record he has kept, his legacy on this job, for me, I'll say outstanding for Patrice Motsepe. But one thing is clear, if you're on this job, you wouldn't want to dent your white, because winning their home games for Nigeria against Lesotho and then Benin Republic is one to be looked out for. If Nigeria finish second, they could still qualify via CAF playoff. Top 4 runners up across all 9 groups entered the minimum tournament. There's also an intercontinental playoff. People are asking, how does it go? Winners of that tournament faces teams from other continents from a final World Cup slot. However, this road is highly competitive and uncertain. Failure to qualify for the World Cup could cost Nigeria over $100 million in lost revenue. That's how bad it is. Sponsorship, partnership, and global exposure. With the clock ticking every day and tension rising, the NFF faces mounting pressure to resolve the crisis before it sabotages the country's footballing future. Now, I'll leave you with the news, and I'll leave you back to this one again. Carrington Palmer, let's talk about accountability. Let's start with the first one. And that one says, he says, where is the money going? Maybe you know from Benin. Tell me.
Where the money is going to at all. Definitely, you also don't know where the money is going to.
I don't know.
The question should be, the question should be channeled over to the NFF. I think that money is going to someone's pocket. Someone is enlarging his pocket and enriching himself and his future generations. That is that is so bad that is happening everywhere in Nigeria. The corruption in Nigeria is so bad that it has eaten down to not just from the federal government or to the state government. It's going to other sectors of the country, and that is very, very, very bad. We see people coming out to say, oh, this is how the money was spent, and they are not being done anything. Someone might just, you can ask the NFF president, oh, where is all this money going to? And we just say that, oh, one house ate all the money, and he won't be held accountable for it. He won't be arrested. The next day you see him giving a national award and being celebrated. Why, if all these things keep happening and nobody is being held accountable and nobody is asking the right questions, these things are not going to change, because we see tomorrow you will see someone who is very, very, very corrupt being handed over a very top position in Nigeria football or in other sectors of the country. And we really need to reform those things. We really, really, really need to change those things. We all saw that in CAF before, how CAF was really, really corrupt and almost dead. Patrick Motsepe came into the CAF presidency. And I was telling someone before, I said there's a difference when someone who has money is coming here to do a job that he knows he wants to do, and someone who is not ready, someone who is looking for a way out, and you're giving him that kind of position, he will definitely want to stay, especially when he has that thing in his skin or under his skin or in his blood. So the Nigeria football, the Nigeria government really needs to step in. The Nigeria Sports Commission really needs to step in, reform the NFF body, ask the right questions, hold them accountable. Like, oh, if you don't do this job, or if you don't make the money available, you are going to be asked. And if you don't give a tangible reason for why this money is not being used the way it should be used, then you have to pay for the consequences of your actions. No punishment, no crime should go on, should not go on, should be left unpunished. Yeah. Everyone should be held responsible for whatsoever they do, and if that doesn't happen, my brother, I'll tell you for free, Nigeria football will continue to go down than the way it is already.
All right, so away from the World Cup, still about the accountability and transparency. That's what we've been clamoring for. That's what we want to see. We want to see a federation that does the job. I mean, they should know the job, not just about the game, administration-wise. Now, let me ask you this. I'd like you to tell me in short. Is Nigeria Football Federation a corrupt place? Are they corrupt?
Obviously, yes, 100%. And I'm not going to start explaining one thing or the other. No, yes, I'm not going to explain it. They are corrupt. This thing has been happening right before I was born, and it's still happening. We used to see, Mike came out to say that, oh, I was the one paying for hotel bills and feeding allowance for my teammates. Yeah, the Rio de Janeiro Olympics. Yeah. And we also saw JJ saying the same thing in '96. Come on. Within 20 years, something happened twice, and nobody was held accountable for it. Like, why? Obviously, everyone in the Nigeria Football Federation is corrupt, because if nobody is coming out to say anything, then all of them, they are benefiting from it. Seriously.
Okay, I like it. I like your sincerity. Let's talk about the other one. Why are players still unpaid despite record funding? I don't want to believe that the reason why some of our players are not playing well, I don't want to believe that, because I feel like I'm a very different being. And for me, I like to say passion comes, but something motivates passion. People have lost it when they say, I love this job, and you're not paying me well on the job. I mean, it's a different ballgame now. Back in the time, I would say, I just love to do this. But if you're paying me well, then why not? I give you my best. One thing drives me, that's the passion. Now, a lot of people are saying this set of boys, they don't even know what it takes to wear the Federation jersey. They don't know what it takes to play for the badge. They don't understand that you're playing for millions of Nigerians watching you. And like I like to say, one thing unifies us together. The government shows, to talk about the political news and the rest of that, it's a whole lot. We take it back to NSAS, Nigeria. We're so very, very upset about that. We'll talk about the end bad governance. But when it's a football game, the beautiful game, right? It unites people. The game is beautiful. That it doesn't recall, it doesn't know where you're coming from. It's Shekiri, it's so cool. You be any person, not concerned. You be from Ogun State. No, I mean, we are just together. Now, that's one. I'm trying to say, talk about the passion and what you play for. But I still want to know, because you cannot come and play a game. At the end of the day, you're not paid for what you're supposed to be paid for. Now, Osimhen got injured, he left. People are saying, why did you foreigner go South Africa? Blah, blah, blah. But at the end of the day, we've seen players who got injured on the national team that the NFF failed to take care of them. Well, we say club players end every Thursday, every week, then they go back to their club side and they cater for them. Why are those players still unpaid despite record funding? Why?
Still unpaid. I think the NFF, I just wish I can meet with one person from the NFF and let me ask him all these questions. Like, let me ask him so many questions that I'm concerned about as a frustrated Nigerian, seeing that the national team is not doing well, players are not being paid their match bonuses. And let me tell you something, some of these players, especially for the home-based players, they depend on this money to take care of themselves and their families. Now they are doing the job and you are not paying them. Come on. There's no excuse at all. Like, there's nothing you will say that will justify them not paying the Super Eagles their match bonuses. If the federal government didn't make the money available, then of course we'll know where to channel our energy to. If CAF didn't make the money available to, then we also know where to channel our energy to. But now they are being paid. It's a record funding, and nothing has been done about it. They are still being owed for over 3 years, over 30 games. And you don't expect someone who is not happy that, oh, his employee did not pay him to be happy doing his job. Come on, no, now. We always say that, oh, we see our showing passion when they are playing for their club side, that they want to bleed. We see this one running, chasing after every ball, running after defenders and midfielders and attackers, putting himself in a very bad spot just to save his club side. But when it comes to the Super Eagles, he's not doing anything. Come on, if you had put yourself in the shoe, oh yeah, you want to say football is a game of passion, but now it's a business. Passion drives it, but at the end of the day, whoever does a job should be paid. Even the Bible says that whoever does a job should be paid because that is where his daily bread is coming from. So you can't tell me that this thing, one thing or the other, that you didn't win, that's why I didn't pay you, or you did this, that's why. Come on, you are going to pay me my money. Like, if I'm part of those players, I will do what? I might even score a home goal because that's to show you how bad.
Please, okay. All right, I know that's enough. That's enough. I say you sound so pained. I don't go is an option. It's not an option. Please, let's keep that on the sideline. Carrington Palmer feeling very nervous, feeling very that's the word. He's not happy with the way the federation is really going and the way they are doing their things. You could see him. You could see the agitation. You could see look into his eyes, and you see how much it means to him. I don't know if these players also say like we do see, but I always like to say you just cannot come up to blame the players. There's a body that governs the game, and that's the Nigeria Football Federation. They should be held accountability or accounted for everything that happens with the national team. Now, questions are these: are we going to make it to the World Cup? We've seen federations, we've seen countries where people fail. I keep saying this, and guess what? They resign, not just about because they want to resign, because they know they failed, and one thing is at stake: integrity. They want to keep it, so what do? They let go of the job, they resign. They say, we're done here, we're not doing it anymore. But this Nigeria Football Federation, they came, and then the way they're turning the game into is looking like, for every time we miss out, there's an advantage. For every time we get a new coach, there's something that comes in. Now, one thing I like to say, I don't like to just talk about problems. You prefer a solution. That's the question. What do you need to do to put things together? Let's talk about what reforms will ensure accountability. Carrington Palmer, is there anything that can be done? Because with what I'm saying, if we don't even make it to the World Cup, which is quite slim, I think I'm done giving up. If we don't make it to the World Cup, are we going to see a federation to come and say, oh, we failed Nigerians, we missed the 22 World Cup, and the next month, yeah, we're missing it, we just have to resign and get it. Different people, what can we do to see that they can give us a very suitable account just on the job?
Yeah, I don't know what we can do because we live in a country where nobody is nobody wants to take the blame. They are always looking for who to shift the blame to. The NSC the other day came out and said if the Super Eagles doesn't qualify for the World Cup,
they did so.
That we should blame the NFF. Yeah, and I believe the NFF would want to say the same thing too, because oh yes, we know how our countrymen behave. But in case we don't make it to this World Cup, which would be a very, very painful incident if we actually don't, the only thing possible, or the only thing that would be the solution, is like what Mike said before, that make sure that everyone loses his job in that place. Like everyone in the federation, in the Nigeria Football Federation, make them not to have a job again. Because when you start holding people accountable, who is coming in to say, oh, if I don't do my job, where I will be held accountable, I will be sacked, or I will even be jailed. So if we don't start doing all these things, if we don't start seeing things like this, nothing will happen. We've seen it before in other European countries, and even in African countries whereby their team will do well. Then you see the president coming out to say, oh, I take the blame and the fault for this thing not going well, and I am going to resign. And yes, they do resign. I really want to start seeing former Super Eagles players being NFF, like probably one of them be the president of the NFF. Look at Eto, reign of the Cameroon FA presidency. They have been doing very well, and they are also attracting good players to their side. They are attracting good players that should have been swept aside by the European side to the Cameroon national team. We need that in our country. We have good players outside that European countries are ready to pick up any time, any day, and nothing is being done to stop it. It's when you can't even blame them, because what they are saying, whereby a player is not being paid his match bonus for over 3 years. If you are the one, definitely you won't want to come and play for such a side.
Okay. Yeah.
They are being held.
Yeah, I know, I get it right. I'm so sorry I had to cut you off on that very part. Carrington Palmer always killing the show when the time is right. But quickly, let's shift attention elsewhere and talk about still Nigerian news, where a former captain, so good that they need to name him twice. Like, he's that so good, he needed to be named twice. JJ Okocha has urged players in the current squad to show better levels of what? Commitment, desire towards donning the national jersey. I like to say this. I'm not sounding because I never won the Nigerian jersey. I only did the Nigerian thing. Represented Nigeria to a level on the 17 and 16 category was great. But I never did some of the national team, just like Super Eagles jersey. I never won it. I never wore it before. So, but he's saying it's a different ballgame when you're wearing the Nigerian jersey, and you need to understand what it takes to be there. The former Eintracht Frankfurt of Germany, Fenerbahce of Turkey, Paris Saint-Germain of France, and Bolton Wanderers of England, J.J. Kocha has said a lot, pointing out that making sacrifices for the team is the biggest show of desire that could be expressed by any player. He took his mind back to a development that played out before the 1996 Olympic Games in Atlanta, USA, as the players had to pay. Can you imagine? They had to pay for accommodation at their hotel camp when then Nigeria Football Association, NFA, failed to settle the bills. The Emperor, who also was tagged so good that he needed to be named twice, recalled saying, "It's special to me because of what we went through. People only see the end product, but they don't really see the process. The process was tough." Quoting J.J. Kocha this morning, that's a picture of 1996 Atlanta Olympic, and I like to talk about this. He said, "We were in camp in America, and we woke up one day to see that our team boss was gone because the FA hadn't paid for it." And he said, apart from that, for like a week, the hotel was giving us the same menu, rice and sauce for a week. I don't feed the shop one food, just the shop. I don't feed, even myself, I don't feed. Maybe rice don't go for your head. You the shop one food every day. It don't make sense. You reason with me. He said, so we went to them and asked, how come you are charging and changing our menu? They said, we should be glad that we still used to see more food. We should be glad that we were still there because our FA had not paid for the accommodation. And he said, a few of us had to bring out our credit cards. You know how it works in the national team. Not everybody on the same level. You know how it works. He said, a few of us had to bring out our credit card and pay for accommodation so that we could continue staying in the camp. We then went to rent minivans for what? Just for their movement. He stressed lessons learned from the situation they faced before going on to win the 1996 Olympic Games. Now, I'm liking this part. It was not easy. It wasn't an easy scenario, but they went through Chafontaine and then they won this one. Beating Brazil, beating America. That's song when they sing, and when Nigeria win Brazil, it not will happen again, no, not be now. Unless they could go reform themselves. I like to sing that song. Well, they give me balance. He said, before we faced on this very one, went to Olympic Games and we won this one. He also reiterated that being able to withstand the torrid situation in camp and they even pay the bills with their own money was an example for the current arrays of players to emulate. As he recalled, this show, the desire we had was just a passion, and that's why we won this. Now, aside J.J. Kocha, I talk about 96 squad. I think Brazil had quality players, the Amaral, the Bebeto, the Romario, the Ronaldo, the Lima, quality team out there. They had a decent Roberto Carlos. But you talk about the Super Eagles players, Obieku, Teslin, what's the name? Fatusi, Teslin Fatusi, J.J. Kocha, Amakachi, Peba, you look Dosu Joseph, quality team, Mobile Paraku, Celestin Babayaro, Kanu Wanko was the skipper of the side. He used to play with Chin then. All of this was just something to be looked out for. And they delivered. Tijani Babangida, that squad, Bonfrey Joe stole the show. I love the structure from 94. I love the fact that when you talk about Japan 93, some of the Japan 93 players were not part of the World Cup. It was shared. They were told, you're still young. Kanu Wanko was there. Ruma was there. You can't play. JJ has to go for the World Cup to succeed Thompson Olia, who is late today. So it was a structure. I love the structure, the way we are going from 94. We were the 5th best in the world. Westerhoff, you know what he did against Bulgaria? You saw a team that has Stevie Kesha of blessed memory. He was the skipper. He wasn't getting starts because he was injured. A quality team, Sia, talk about Emena Law. He wasn't the start as well. J.J. Kocha, Finidi George. Quality team we had. Now, let's talk about the structure that we are having and the one we've seen. Carrington Palmer, you will recall, you said something to me on this day. You said this thing has been happening for a long time, even before you were born. I'm not going to know your age. I don't want to ask you before you tell me football age, because Nigeria, they don't have exercise. Well, let's talk about it. Let's be factual. How long are we going to keep on seeing things like this? Can we see a different players like the other side? With all of the struggles they had back in 1996, they still went on to win it. What's next for Super Eagles? For me, in my head, I'm not thinking about the World Cup qualifiers anymore. I'm thinking about what happens on 21st of December, 2025, Morocco, bringing African countries. Can we get out of this one?
I don't know if I should laugh first of all because
it's actually what
the whole
laughing
situation, yes, like it's very. We want other people to rate us, and we are not even rating ourselves. See, if not, with all due respect to JJ Okocha, if it was somebody else from one part coming out to say this, I will openly tell him to shut up because times have changed. Yes, with all due respect to JJ Okocha, I love him when he was playing. I respect him a lot when he was playing. I've never met him before, and even if I meet him today, I still love him. That love is still there. Yeah. But we should understand that times have changed. These set of players and the ones that he played with the same. They are not the same. And these players, there's a difference. These players saw that, some of these people that actually shed their blood and used their money to do something for this country, they are gone and now they have not been paid for anything at all. Yes, they have been forgotten. Rashidi Yekini is dead. He never lived to witness the promise that the Nigerian government or the NFF made to them when they won the AFCON and finished in the round of 16 at the World Cup. Tibi Keshi is dead. Uche Okafor was the first person to die in that squad. The same thing. Tomti Oliatu is dead. So for her, if like JJ should say, or rather he said that they should show passion and zeal to play for the country, that yes, the country comes first before anything. But come on, they have been old for 3 years and nothing has been done. Let's forget about our hero past that did well for the country, even using their own money to pay. Come on, they are dead now. Some of them are dead now, and they are still not paid yet. Their families are being neglected. If we should do the same thing, who will come and rescue us later on in life? Would this money be paid to us when we are still alive? Or if we die tomorrow, will it be paid to our families? So these are the questions that I believe everyone should be asking themselves in the Super Eagles camp. Of course, yes, I want to see the Super Eagles of Nigeria play where I play in different tournaments. And also in this in Morocco, this AFCON now, which our focus is very, very much on, because like this now, all our focus is divided for this World Cup qualifiers. We don't even know if we are, like most of us, we have moved on from the World Cup. We just want to watch the Super Eagles play at the AFCON. So now, I believe if they don't start getting it right from now before December, we are still going to see a very, very poor performance from the Super Eagles at the AFCON. I think for that to happen, actually, but let's just be realistic. It might happen if this thing doesn't change before now, or if they don't do something before then.
Yeah, okay, so this is a whole lot of talk point, controversies everywhere, Nigerian football going down the order, going down drastically every day. Everything is crumbling. People are not happy. Unpaid bonuses, and I mean, something that nothing to believe in for. That's the word, and it's like a food for thought. It's Nigeria worth dying for. Not me to tell you. You can search out for yourself. But quickly, let's give information about the Super Eagles, and then I believe the guys for the evening show, you could join at 5 p.m. Jerry Apello, I will be here with the team to tell them more about the Ballon d'Or and controversies raised out there. Frank Ribery's talk and more of the Super Eagles news as well, just as you unfold. So all of this, please get it locked. Don't go anywhere. Stay glued to your TV. That's the word for 5 p.m. so the show can come your way for Jerry Apello. It's called Locker Room. But quickly, let's shift attention and tell them all. The Super Eagles head coach is already without Ola Aina. The crucial game against Lesotho and Benin Republic will not be seeing them play next month. And he will be hoping no other key player is added to that very injury list. Fisayo Dele Bashiro's promising start to life in Serie A hit a bomb on Sunday after the Nigerian midfielder limped out of Lazio's defeat to Roma in the Derby della Capitale. That's a report. Now, 24-year-old who had started all four for Lazio's league matches this season lasted just 13 minutes before crumbling on the pitch and signaling to the bench. For Nigeria, Dele Bashiro's injury is equally concerning. Super Eagles head coach Eric Chell has been impressed with Dele Bashiro's performance in the last international window, where the midfielder set up what Calvin Bassey equalizer. We did see that one in Bloemfontein in Toyota Stadium in that 1-1 draw with South Africa. Eric Chell, the Super Eagles coach, will be hoping for a swift recovery ahead of October's crucial World Cup qualifiers against Benin Republic and Lesotho. The Malian tactician is already, I like to call him the Franco-Malian, he is already being weighed down with the unavailability of Nottingham Forest defender Ola Aina, who needed surgery on an ankle he suffered against Rwanda. Nigeria's first choice right back Aina will not return to the pitch until December, making him a doubt even for the 2025 African Cup of Nations in Morocco. Carrington Palmer, it's time for me to sign you out, but I'd like to ask you just in a short one. Tell me, can we win our next 2 games? Is there hope for Nigeria? Please even tell me. Be factual. Tell me.
The only hope is for South Africa to lose their game, one of their games, and FIFA deducts their points.
That's the only hope. That's the only hope. Okay.
That's the only hope. That's the only hope. That's the only hope. Then we win. We win our 2 games and find a way to top the group, or other side from the other group points, and we finish as one of the best 4 best losers to go and play the intercontinental playoff. If that doesn't happen, well, we have to wait for 2030, because I'm not going to start saying there's huge hope for us. No, if people have to deduct South Africa's points, and we hope that really demoralize the South Africans and make them drop points, then we win our remaining 2 games. If that doesn't happen, then Oyo is the case.
Okay. Thank you so much, Carrington Palmer, connected live from Edo State, Benin to be exact. Thank you so much. It's a very, very great feeling again. Thank you so much for having you on the show. Hopefully we can do more, maybe possibly tomorrow or next or thereabout. We'll have you on the show again. Thank you so much for being clear. Clarity is key. For me, articulation is also amazing. Thank you so much for being part of the show and also letting us know from your plight to what you think and what should be done about the Nigerian Football Federation. This is me signing you out for now. Thank you so much, Carrington Palmer. Yes, also, just so you know, the show continues tomorrow. We have the midday news coming for 12. Please don't go anywhere. Stay glued here and keep watching Voice of the People TV. I remain your host. As you know my name, I am the only football player without a jersey. The baddest thing, or the bad thing, right, that's the word I like to use. The bad thing that's happening currently now is that it's so bad when your destiny doesn't lie on your hands, and your destiny lies on your opposition hands, or possibly your enemy. Then at that point, you cannot control it. Sometimes in life, there are things we face, but we can't control, and we cannot look back at the time and say, yes, stop for me. This is me reaching out. My name is Kizzy K, and I'll say this again. I'll see you tomorrow. Just don't be far from us. Peace, my man.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. People's Voice, Mondays through Thursdays, 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, It's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9 right.
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Ever wonder what inspires your favorite gospel artists? Explore and discover the rich heritage of continental gospel music and how this transformative journey has evolved and shaped cultures around the world as we dig deep into archival treasures. Feel the energy in our praise jam, Gospel Fusion, on Voice of the People Television. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. and be part of a transformative experience that uplifts and inspires. Join us as we explore the transformative power of gospel music and its ability to uplift spirits and unite hearts. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. on Voice of the People Television. Gospel Fusion. Let's fuse our hearts in praise and joy.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga Patapata of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Ado Pikin. Hi
guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They say call me Enjoy Med Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, why told me?
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Maiden, but last, more than No Maiden. Or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. Hey. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you now want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all the cut anything come on. VOP TV.
2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Voice of the people, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Ibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Media News on Voice of the People TV. I am Fina Okechukwu.
And I am David Edwin.
Before we begin the news, kindly visit the website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. The headlines. Investors to Nigeria's $200 billion energy opportunity, Shettima warns them.
Gutierrez warns against multipolarity and urges stronger union.
Abbas tax African lawmakers on fiscal leakages.
Women seek passage of reserve seats bill.
Buka J seek INEX reform to save democracy.
Mara urges families to acquire drug test kits.
And business for borrow tax NPA on that utilize seaports.
And in the world of sports, Nadoze emerges fourth best goalkeeper as Dembele wins men's 2025 Golden Ball.
Now the news in details. Vice President Kashim Shettima has on Monday presented Nigeria's $200 billion energy transition opportunity to investors at the ongoing 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly, UNGA, in New York, United States. Shettima, who spoke at the roundtable hosted by the Business Council for International Understanding, BCIU, on the margins, the UNGA emphasized the need for partnership to maximize the multifaceted, multi-billion investment opportunities across the country. Representing President Bola Tinubu at the Onga, he noted that Nigeria's sovereign rating by Fitch and Moody's implies that Nigeria was positioned as a natural hub for the $3.4 trillion African Continental Free Trade Area market. The Vice President further drew the attention of investors worldwide to the current multi-billion, multifaceted economic reset across Nigeria, noting that the country is West Africa's largest economy and Africa's largest consumer market with a current population of about 236 million. He added that beyond being a demographic giant with a median age of about 17, over 58% of whom are under 30, Nigeria is home to one of the deepest talent pools in the world.
United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres has expressed concerns over the global move towards multipolarity without strong multilateral institutions, stating that it creates risk similar to those that Europe faced during World War I. Speaking at the UN 80th anniversary in New York, United States, Guterres warned that the institution faces unprecedented threats to its founding principles. He noted that the principles of the UN were under assault as never before, citing ongoing crisis where civilians are targeted and international law trampled in Gaza, Ukraine, Sudan, and beyond, while poverty and hunger rise globally. He further highlighted the adverse changes in climate, stating that the planet burns with fire, floods, and record heat rages through climate chaos. According to him, addressing these would require not only defending but also strengthening the UN. Meanwhile, the President of UN General Assembly, Annalena Baerbock, described the UN Charter signing on June 26, 1945 as a pledge not to deliver humans to heaven, but to never again be dragged into hell by the forces of hatred and unchecked ambitions.
Away from that, Speaker of the House of Representatives, Abbas Tajuddin, has called on African parliaments to enhance budget scrutiny by strengthening fiscal oversight, plugging financial leakages by adopting modern technology. In his keynote address at the 80th African Network of Parliamentary Budget Office (ANPBO) conference in Abuja, Abbas noted that corruption and illicit financial flows were draining billions of dollars needed for development across the continent. According to him, Africa, with its 1.4 billion people, stands at a crucial crossroad and must align government's budget with the continent's aspirations under the African Union's Agenda 2063. Abbas further expressed concern that Africa loses over $587 billion annually to capital flight and illicit financial flows, with Nigeria alone losing about $18 billion each year to procurement fraud.
In another development, Speaker of the House of Representatives, Tajuddin Abbas, says the National Assembly fully supports President Bola Tinubu's borrowing policy, insisting that borrowing is a legitimate tool for funding infrastructure and driving sustainable growth. Abbas spoke in Abuja during his keynote address to the 8th Annual African Network of Parliamentary Budget Offices Conference, organized by the National Assembly in partnership with the National Assembly Budget and Research Office. His clarification followed media reports suggesting that the legislature was uncomfortable with the administration's debt strategy. This was particularly after concerns were raised at the 11th Annual Conference of the West African Association of Public Accounts Committees over Nigeria's debt to GDP ratio of 52%, which is above the 40% statutory threshold. According to Abbas, the reports misrepresented the House position and mischievously reported the House leader out of context, thereby creating the wrong impression that the House of Representatives rejected President Tinubu's borrowing plan. He stressed that such interpretation was inaccurate and misleading.
Still on the legislative matters, no fewer than 750 women from across Nigeria staged a peace walk in Abuja on Monday, demanding the passage of the long-awaited special seat reserved for women bill. The bill aims at increasing female representation in governance. Drawn from all 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory, the women gathered at the Mariam Babangida National Center for Women Development before proceeding to Transcorp Hilton for public hearing. The special seats bill seeks to amend the 1999 Constitution to reserve 10% of the National Assembly seats for women and 5% for persons with disabilities across Nigeria's 36 states and the FCT. Speaking during the rally, the Chief Executive Officer of the Women Radio, Okewale Sonayo, say the public hearing on the bill marks a historic moment for Nigerian women and for the nation's democracy. According to her, the bill is not about tokenism, but about fairness, inclusion, and ensuring that the voice of half of the population are no longer sidelined in governance. She further explained that across the world, countries that have embraced reserved seats have seen stronger democracies and better development and their outcomes.
Meanwhile, the leadership of the 10th Senate and the House of Representatives have further shifted the resumption of plenary sittings from September 23rd to October the 7th, 2025. The postponement, which extended the Senate's annual recess by another 2 weeks, was conveyed in an internal memo by the Chief of Staff to the Senate President, Chinedu Akabweze. Similarly, an internal memo by the Clerk of the House, Yahaya Danzaria, did not provide any official reason for the postponement. However, no fewer reasons was given. Sources said the delay was intended to allow lawmakers fully observe the Independence Day celebration on October the 1st.
Political activist Dr. Usman Bugaje has warned that Nigeria's democracy could collapse if the credibility of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, continues to be undermined, and the appointment of its chairman remains in the hands of the president. Speaking on a local television program, Bugaje noted that INEC had lost a lot of credibility and should deliberately work to regain the trust of citizens in order to prevent threat to the country's stability. According to him, reforms must focus on insulating INEC from political manipulation and should be protected from political interference to protect the electoral body's credibility. He further argued that the president should have no role in the process of appointing the INEC chairman, explaining that any election in which the president will participate and still be the one to bring in the INEC chair is a sham elections.
Meanwhile, the chairman of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, Brigadier General Muhammad Marwa, retired, has charged families to take proactive steps towards preventing drug abuse among their children, including by acquiring drug kits, test kits for home use. He noted that substance abuse has become a societal menace that endangers the health, well-being, and future of our young people. Marwa, who spoke at the Defense and Police Officers' Wives Association Inter-Secondary School Sports Competition 2025 in Abuja, stated that it is better to detect drug use early when intervention is possible than to wait until it develops into full-blown addiction. According to him, drug abuse robs young people of the bright future that rightfully belongs to them, and it is not just an individual tragedy but a national chaos. He further warned youths to stay clear of drugs as it destroys ambition, extinguishes hopes, and robs young people of a bright future.
Today marks the International Day of Sign Languages, a day dedicated to promoting inclusivity and equal rights for the deaf community worldwide. This year's theme reminds us that there can be no human right without sign language rights. Voice of the People television correspondent Praise Peter tells us more in this report.
To recognize, protect, and promote sign communication is power, and the world is reminded that without sign language, millions are left voiceless. The International Day of Sign Languages is a global call to recognize, protect, and promote sign languages as a bridge to inclusivity. This year's theme, No Human Rights Without Sign Language Rights, underscores the truth that access to language is access to dignity, equality, and opportunity. For the more than 70 million deaf people worldwide, sign language is not optional. It is their right, their voice, and their freedom. Yet, barriers remain. From schools to workplaces, from healthcare to justice systems, the absence of sign language recognition continues to shut out countless people from full participation in society. Experts and advocates are urging governments to do more by enshrining sign languages in policy, expanding interpreter services, and breaking down stigma.
Happy International Day of Sign Languages, everyone. No human right without sign language rights. Language in itself is a language. So now you now have a language for a specialized community of deaf persons, and providing sign language is also providing them with human rights. So if you are talking about fundamental human rights, it's not complete until that deaf child have access to language, which provides him or her access to expression, access also to education, and access, most importantly, to life skill, which is what we as Speaking Fingers is really about, to build them into becoming productive adults. I just said access to expression. You find out that many deaf persons have actually been accused wrongly, so they do not have the opportunity or a language to be able to express when we do not provide sign language as human rights access, as it were. So he or she may be wrongly accused or has been wrongly accused, and there's no language, or the society does not recognize it as a language for expression for him or her to also make a case. Even when one is guilty, you still have the space to be able to make a case for yourself. So providing access or enshrining sign language as a human right is also necessary for that deaf person to plead his or her cause, and most importantly, to express himself or herself. We've had cases in the healthcare sector where healthcare is denied because access to language is not available for such deaf person. So that's a call for healthcare professionals or practitioners to please be able to learn basic sign language so that they can also be able to include persons with disability, especially our deaf community.
As the world reflects on this day, one message rings clear. Inclusivity begins with communication, and there can be no human rights without sign language rights. The call is simple. Respects the language, respects the people. Praise Peters, reporting for Voice of the People TV.
Thank you so much, Praise Peters, for that wonderful coverage. Away from that, Nigeria's food price remain under the spotlight as the country's agricultural import bill soars to over 2.22 trillion naira in just 6 months. Farmers and stakeholders say the government's policies are hurting local production, even as President Bola Tinubu directs his cabinet to crash food prices nationwide. But how are these policies felt in the market where Nigerians buy their daily bread? Voice of the People's Television, Onyin Damola Olokoton, has more in this report.
Nigeria's cultural imports bill has hit 2.22 trillion in the first half of 2025, sparking outrage from farmers, rice millers, and other stakeholders. They argue that government's policies are crippling local production and deepening food insecurity. Amidst the backlash, President Bola Tinubu has directed a Federal Executive Council committee to further crash food prices nationwide. Minister of State for Agriculture, Sabi Abdullahi, disclosed this in Abuja, explaining that the government will ensure the safe passage of food and commodities across the country.
Present now, we are selling pack of spaghetti. We are selling 19.2. We are selling rice, small rice. We are selling 65,000. The long one, we are selling 82,000. White Uru, we are selling Uru for bottle, 2,100 naira. The Eva, we are selling Uru Eva, 4,200 naira. We are selling red oil for Eva, 3,800. The small Eva of red oil, we are selling 1,900. Why we are selling Indomie? Indomie table is 9,500 naira. We are selling Super Pack, 14,800. We are selling Belefun, 13,600. We are selling Ongima, 13,600. It went down small. Before we are selling bag of rice, like that one where I tell you 65, we are selling 75 before. The long one where I tell you 82, we are selling 95 before.
Ọjà wa tá ń ta ọjà yìí jẹ́ ọjà tó jẹ́ pé kò kí ń dúró sójú kan. A lè ra high price láàárọ̀ kó dọ̀sán kó di low. A lè ra ní low láàárọ̀ kó dọ̀sán kó di high. Secondly, ọjọ́ kejì ó lè tún high ju ti first day yẹn lọ ó kó low. So ó ń lọ ó ń bọ̀ ní kò dúró sójú kan. Àpẹẹrẹ tomato tẹ́lẹ̀ ìgbà tó high gan a máa rà ní 60, 70. But now ilé tó high jù ní 40. Wá sílẹ̀ sí 30, 35. Doing ló sàn ju tọdún tó lọ lọ.
Onions now is better because if you go now, you can get at 25, 27. The senior of a bag, 50. Highs, you can get at 45. Let's say back of price, you can get at 250, 300,000. Now it's better. No, like this is okay.
Well, I would say if you go to main markets, I think the prices are a bit fair. But I think most of our challenge is transportation. So the prices is coming down a bit. The price of foodstuffs, they are coming down a bit. Presently, is better now. It's coming down little by little. I don't know if they can regulate that, but if they can do that, I think the prices of food will be more cheaper.
Some buyers and sellers told Voice of the People TV that the food prices actually reduced from last month to present. But they are still hoping that the government can look into affordability and how every Nigerian can afford a good quality meal daily. Oyindamola Olukutso for Voice of the People TV.
Thank you so very much, Oyindamola. Moving on, in Lagos, some passengers are raising concerns after being left behind while trains departed, leaving them stranded without option for rebooking or refunds. Among the affected was a mother whose children were already on board when the train pulled out. Commuters are now urging the Lagos state government to step in and address what they describe as a reoccurring challenge. Voice of the People TV's Oyindamola Olukutso has more on that report.
Outrage after being left behind while trains pulled out of the station. Another commuter explained this is the second time she has been stranded in the same way. A third described the ordeal as both costly and emotionally draining.
I was at the Agege train station. It's just quite unfortunate I missed my train. On boarding, I couldn't meet up with the train, but I traveled with my children, and unfortunately the train took them while I was left behind. And right now, I have to rebook the ticket for them to be brought back to me because there is nobody there to receive them there. And this is a trauma to me as a mother. You can imagine your child being taken away and you just standing looking at the train like this while your child is being taken away. So that's why I've been here for the past 3 hours. The next arrival should be by 6. Please, Mr. Kayode Koifa, I want you to look into this.
As our train, we are no Sibadi. And the baby by but train to move to the another train, me, they want the Kawole, when you less cover a ticket to me. Katole law, or no of my local at the Promonica woman too.
When you lose a little penny, it pains than when you lose much money. I give you an instance. This is not the second time where train will be leaving without us catching up with the train. We have come here to get the train. It's either the train will just wait for 1 minute I guess the train should be able to wait for like 5 minutes before they can move. At least it will allow ample time for passengers to quickly run. Now look at the station in Agege. We have like 3 staircases that we will have to climb before we get to where the train will take us down to Ibadan. Please, we need the government's intervention on this. Secondly, I feel we should run a rescheduling of when you miss your flight. We should reschedule it to probably the next train that is going to come. Yes, I know it's going to take a lot of work, but the better we do this, the better for the commuters.
The passengers argue the real issue is the lack of rebooking or refund options that are now calling on the Lagos State government to act quickly and introduce policies that protect commuters. Oyindamola Olukutan for Voice of the People TV.
That's a good report from Oyindamola Olukutan as regarding the train and the passengers and all the activities here in Lagos State. And that is it. The first layer of the Media News and Voice of the People television. It's time for the Media News analysis. And joining us today in the studio to help make sense of the stories we've listened to the Media 2 bulletin thus far is Barrister Darlington Agumore, a political commentator. Good afternoon, Barrister Darlington.
Good afternoon, Finan. How are you?
I'm good. Good to have you join today's conversation.
Yeah, David. How are you doing?
Fine, very well. Thank you. All right, Barrister, let's get to it almost immediately. Interestingly, before this analysis segment started, we're having a conversation, particularly on the passengers who missed their train. First off, how do you think, aside the fact that, yes, there is also the possibility that the passengers did miss the timing at which the train is supposed to have left, but how can this be managed on the part of government and, of course, the handlers of these trains to accommodate people who are late for their trip? Maybe not so late, but a little late.
I don't think the train managers need any apology, because that train is on a scheduled trip. And so we cannot wait for you. You are supposed to wait at the train station and board your train at the right time. So if you are left behind, you have yourself to blame. I don't think the train managers have any blame here, because Africans, we have our own time. We are not used to time. You cannot continue, because we are talking of moving forward, not backwards.
So commuters should stick to the
time. Exactly. What is there on their tickets? Okay. Because it is written there. So I don't even think they have any cause to complain at all. They don't have to.
All right, one of the passengers of the opinion that the train would have waited for at least 5 minutes before taxiing out, so that will give them ample time for them to board and everything.
The world can implode in 2 minutes, not to talk of 5 minutes. What are you saying? The world cannot wait for you even in a minute. Everything is time to precision. Why should somebody say that he should have waited for you for another 5 minutes? For what? Then the other person will now come and say, you would have waited for me for 10 minutes.
All right, then. So
what's the guarantee that that 5 minutes will be enough for them?
In other words, commuters should stick to their time schedule.
Exactly. In fact, left to me, nobody should refund anybody.
All right, then. Let's get to some political conversation now. Now, the National Assembly is talking, and at this point, the Speaker of the House, I'm talking about Tajuddin Abbas, has said at this point, the House of Representatives is totally backing President Bola Tinubu's borrowing policy, insisting that, of course, borrowing is legitimate and a major tool for funding infrastructure. But the concern is the fact that the threshold at which the government is borrowing and, of course, the visibility of the borrowing as regards the Nigerian people is what some quarters are concerned about. But, Barrister, my question to you now would be, looking at this conversation about borrowing by any government at all, not just this administration, is it about time that our Senate and, of course, the representative clearly start holding accountable all executive, amount of borrowing they've gotten in any dispensation at all?
Tajuddin Abbas is trying to correct himself. Remember that about 2-3 weeks ago, he made a statement indicting the Tinubu administration and their borrowing pattern. In fact, he even added that there's no transparency in this expenditure and all that. Apparently, he got a swipe from his party leadership. And so, in order to correct that,
You think this is what it's all about?
that is, if not, my brother, listen very well. You have overborrowed your threshold. You have overborrowed your threshold. So whatever they are doing now is what? Damage control. Nobody in the right sense will come and tell me that at 149 trillion, we should continue to borrow. Nobody in his right mind will say.
Now, Barrister, looking at our, what the statutory threshold says about borrowing to GDP, 40% is what it should be on, but Nigeria now have exceeded. We're now at 52, and yet someone is saying something about them being in support of the president. And the Speaker of the House of Representatives said something. He said that that this present administration has been borrowing to help to fund the power sector, transportation sector, and agricultural sector. As a Nigerian, can you in any way tell us, any of the sectors that you can see, you have seen, will I say, wonderful change or turnaround in their activities ever since we have a new administration on board?
None of them. The issue of power. The federal government of Nigeria have borrowed money for prepaid meter for all Nigerians. 3 times money has been borrowed for this purpose. And up to today, no sign that everybody has gotten that prepaid meter. I mean, how many are we that $500 million cannot provide prepaid meter for everybody? So the money has been going into a bottomless pit. That is why nothing is working. I can't see any section of the economy that somebody will point and say, yeah, this place is working perfectly well. The so-called infrastructure, where are they? Look at the roads. When each time a small rain drop, everywhere will be flooded. Road will become impassable. So where is this money going to? Potholes all over the place. Both federal road and state road. I didn't see any infrastructure going on. No, I didn't see. If not, let somebody come and convince me. All this so-called infrastructure, whatever, is the conduit pipe to siphoning money.
Barrister, during this particular committee or this particular, will I say summit now, the House of Representatives, the leader also made a statement to say that he's cautioning countries that borrow, especially Nigeria, alone without having any way or insisting that they're not having any way to curb corruption or even illicit financial flows in Nigeria. Now, Barrister, looking at Nigeria as a nation, we have a Fiscal Responsibility Act whereby each budget, we run a zero-based budget. Before you borrow another money or before you implement another budget, you're supposed to give us a breakdown account, a detailed account of what to do with the money initially. But we're not seeing from this present administration, especially the member of House of Representatives now, questioning the executive on how they spend this money. What does this really portend? Because we Nigerians were hoping that at least before they will approve for another money to come in, they would have actually seen or received a breakdown of how the ones borrowed before have been spent.
What it portends is financial danger for all of us.
How do you mean?
Yes, because by the time you overborrow to the extent that you can no longer pay back this loan, what happened? The economy will implode. There will be problem. In fact, our creditor will come after our assets all over the world. The embarrassment is already there waiting. Remember what happened with our presidential jet somewhere? when China went after it. So more will be coming if we are not careful.
Well, Barrister, a huge question that keeps bothering me is it a crime to borrow as a government?
In Nigeria, it is.
How do you mean?
Yes, it is a crime to borrow in Nigeria because we don't have the capacity to pay back. And the money you borrow, you don't put it into use. You only share it.
When you say we don't have a capacity to pay back, Barrister, that means we would have run into maybe loan default or debt default at this point in time. But we're still borrowing. IMF is still ready to give us funds. World Bank is still giving us money. We're still signing MOU. So when you say we are not viable to borrow, help us work on that.
You see, they are looking at your assets. Something they can hold on to, your oil. And you know that oil is the mainstay of this economy. So if you can no longer pay back, they will now get hold of your oil. And that means strangulating the economy. So they are not borrowing because you have the capacity. No. They are borrowing because they have something to lay hands on if you can't pay back.
All right then.
And if you can pay back, the loan wouldn't have become as big as it is. Okay. We are not paying back.
All right then. Barrister, before we jump off this conversation, maybe in 30 seconds, the place of the parliament as against the passing of the threshold of borrowing as for Nigeria as a country, do you think as it stands, the parliament can do better than what we are seeing presently when it comes to surpassing the threshold of borrowing from this administration and of course next administration as it were, because it's very concerning, just like you mentioned earlier.
You know, when you want to blame the parliament, you ask the executive who always bring this thing for their approval, what were they thinking? Because I know this government, if the parliament want to assert themselves, they will not use them as an excuse that they are the one that made them not to make progress. They refuse to assign the loan they apply for. And that loan would have made Nigerian economy to be bigger than that of China and America put together. They will look for something to blackmail the assembly. And so, with a greasing of palm here and there, I think Natasha told us what happens. They will approve any loan that the executive bring before them. That is why the thing is getting worse and getting higher.
If that then is the case, Barrister, then why would the Abbas Tajuddin, be calling on African Parliament to make sure that they enhance budget scrutiny by strengthening fiscal oversight, to avoid plunging the continent into financial leakages?
True talk. Nigerian government, they are good at double standard. They speak from both sides of their mouth.
Is that what you think he's doing?
Well, if not, why not? Why can't you show example with yourself? Or you think the whole world is not seeing what's going on in Nigeria? The profligacy and the wastage. So why can't he use Nigeria as an example while he was talking? Then we can now say, so those people are not listening to him. They are just observing a protocol and courtesy.
All right then, but Barrister, still staying in the parliament. Interestingly, no fewer than 750 women did stage a peace walk in Abuja, particularly on the fact that the long-awaited special seat reserved for women bill has not been passed. Concerns have been raised about the amount of people with disabilities and even females in the Legislative House. From your perspective, Barrister, why do you think this bill is being stalled? Because that is what these protesters are clearly saying, that this is an act of practically not wanting to include enough women in the Senate, which again might possibly bring a different perspective to our legislation in Nigeria. Why do you think there's been a major stalling of these particular bills?
Like every other laws in our constitution, that particular law is on paper. In reality, it will never see the light of day. Never. Because
why do you say so?
Nigerian politicians and men, they are too selfish and too ambitious. They wouldn't want a woman to take their place. That is the truth. So they have made the law quite all right, but to what end? Are you not aware of so many of our laws that are there, nobody is observing them? So is it this one now that a man will allow a woman in his constituency?
But Barrister, do you think that this particular bill is more like going to take Nigeria to the right direction? I'm talking about giving 10% exclusive seat to women and 5% to people with disability.
Ordinarily, it ought to, but in reality, is it?
Now, looking at the fact that Nigeria is talking about economic meltdown, in total, House of Rep and the Senate, we're having, I think, 400 and something members in total. Now, with additional 108 coming on board, do you think Nigeria is viable enough for them to be able to sustain such move?
We are not.
So what then do you think we should do?
They should stop all this profligate because it's not helping us. In fact, we are talking of a single legislative house.
No longer by camera.
Like, what's it called? The one they have in Senegal also. There are many countries with, a single legislative house. And you are not better than them in any form or shape.
Interesting point.
So this one is just waste of money for the boys and all that.
Some persons were of the opinion, Barrister, that instead of giving 108 seats to women, that they should find a way to push out or carve out or eke out 108 from already existing. Whereby instead of each federal constituency now bringing in 3 men, they should make it 2 men and 1 woman, and so doing they will have a balance of being this particular number of persons that they need from women and people with disability to represent them. Do you think that will help out?
It will not help. Like I told you, most men will not even allow that because they will claim that the woman wants to take their place. You can imagine a consistency where a man has been positioning himself to become a senator. All of a sudden you say it must be a woman. The man will do everything to subvert it.
Interesting.
They may even eliminate the woman.
All right.
That's the truth.
Barrister, let's move away from that to a statement made by a political activist, Usman Bugaje. He came up to warn that Nigeria's democracy could collapse if the credibility of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, continues, to be undermined. And the appointment of the chairman of that electoral empire still reside in the hands of the president. What do you have to say about this, given the fact that Nigerians are already talking about electoral reform and how we're going to maybe vote in the next chairman of INEC instead of allowing the president to appoint Umidim Sfi to be the one in charge of that umpire?
The name is Independent
Electoral Commission.
National Electoral Commission, INEC.
Right.
But are they independent? You can see that some of this nomenclature is on paper. In reality, it is not practice. It cannot be practice. That is the problem of Nigeria electoral system. We deceive ourselves and the whole world, thinking that we are clever. We are not clever. They are seeing through what is going on in Nigeria. Look, no matter who is going to be appointed or elected, as long as the Nigerian politician or the ruling party does not want free and fair election, it will never happen. They must find a way to untwist the INEC chairman. They must find a way to subvert it. They must find a way to have their way. As long as that sincerity is not there, there's nothing you can do about it. Whether the man is appointed or elected by people and all that, it doesn't hold water. The ruling party will want to use their muzzle to have their way. And that is the truth. That's the fact. So it's not, after all, these other people that that were elected, what is going on there? Your governors, were they appointed? Are they not being teleguided as we speak? Look at what's going on in Rivers State. So
Bob Barrister, before I jump to another conversation, in less than 30 seconds, how do you think the Independent National Electoral Commission can fully be independent, aside the fact that as it stands, the reforms, as clamored by Nigerians on the electoral body, is not being looked at by the legislators? What do you think can be done right?
Yes, it is left for you to go to National Assembly, impress it on them that, look, you need this electoral reform. IREV and BVAV should become legally binding on INEC. They must. It will now become a law that any vote that did not come through IREV and BVAS is null and void. So that let me see how they will now go and import votes that are not there. So unless you do that as a citizen, they will not listen to you, because the people that are enjoying the status quo, they wouldn't want it to change. That's the truth. You are the one who's supposed to fight for this change.
Okay. As
it's done all over the world. But if you sleep on your right, nobody will wake you up. Oh, nobody.
All right, then. Thank you so very much, Barrister. This is where we have to draw anchor on the analysis segment of the Midday News this beautiful afternoon. We've been talking with Barrister Darlington Agumo, who is a legal practitioner right here in Nigeria. Once again, Barrister, thank you so very much for being here.
It's my pleasure.
The rest of the Midday News will continue shortly, just after this quick break. Please stay with us.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And on the bold angle with Jamalina, we dive deeper into stories that shape our world.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky.
That's everybody back. It is still the Midday News right here on Voice of the People Television. Now to more stories. After nearly 15 years of discussion, the Lagos State government is moving ahead with the relocation of Computer Village from Ikeja to Katangua in Agbado Okeodo. The permanent secretary in the Office of Urban Development, Bola Honki, told traders at the stakeholders meeting in Ikeja that Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has directed the process to be opened and inclusive. He explained that work was ongoing at the new ICT and Business Park in Katangua, which will include hotels, a banking hall, car parks, a fire station, a police post, and access roads. Oki added that the relocation will restore Ikeja to its original residential status while providing traders with a modern hub for business. On her part, the Yoloja of the market, Abisola Aziz, welcomed the project, saying it will boost the market's potential and create a better trading environment.
A joint operation by the Lagos State Task Force and the Kick Against Indisciplined Kai officials turned violent at the Narco garage on Tuesday morning, leaving neighborhood residents injured and vehicles damaged. Eyewitnesses say the raid began when officers stormed the garage, attempting to seize goods from traders. What started as a struggle quickly escalated as officers fired tear gas while bottles were used in retaliation. An elderly man who was repairing his vehicle nearby sustained injuries in the chaos, just as a woman suffering from asthma fainted after inhaling the tear gas and was only resuscitated after the officials had departed. The clash also left several buses with shattered windscreen, compounding losses for the already struggling transport operators. Residents and traders are now questioning the timing and location of the enforcement. They argued that while the government often warns against roadside trading, attacking sellers inside the garage shows a lack of empathy, especially in a biting economy. Meanwhile, community voices have also called on the Lagos State government to review its enforcement strategy, stressing that safeguarding lives and livelihoods should remain priority.
Well, moving on, the United States mission in Nigeria has said it would bar corrupt, high-profile individuals from entering the country. In a post on X on Monday, the mission warned that its resolve to fight corruption would not spare anyone and that high-profile individuals would engage in corrupt practices would be barred from entering the U.S. According to the statement, fighting corruption knows no borders or limits or unaccountability. And even when high-profile individuals engage in corruption, they can be barred from receiving U.S. visas.
Moving on to the business segment of the midday news, Rivers State Governor Similai Fubara has lamented the enormous economic opportunities lost to the underutilization of the two seaports in the state. He stated that until their capacities are optimized, Rivers State and Nigeria will continue to miss out on jobs, investments, and industrial growth. Speaking during a courtesy visit to the government house in Port Harcourt by the Nigerian Port Authorities, NPA Board and Management, led by its chairman, Senator Adeyeye Clement, the governor stressed that seaports remain critical to national development. He added that maximizing the capacity of both ports will attract industries and seeking proximity to export facilities, reduce logistic costs, and boost confidence among manufacturers.
And from that business story, we'll move straight to talking sports. Super Falcons goalkeeper Chiamaka Nnadozie has earned global recognitions after being ranked the 4th best goalkeeper in the world at the 2025 Ballon d'Or Awards held in Paris on Monday night. Nnadozie, who has steadily built a reputation as one of Africa's finest goalkeepers, was named among the top 5 in the final ranking released by the organizers. The Super Eagles star, who played her club football with Paris in France, continues to be recognized in the global stage.
And that is it on the Media News and Voice of the People television. Do also subscribe to our YouTube channel on YouTube. We are Voice of the People TV, and on all our social media platforms, we are VOP TV Live. Up next on the schedule of Voice of the People television is a spotlight show with Precious Agumanu. I am Fina Okechukwu.
And I am David Edwin. Good afternoon.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shape our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And on the bold angle with Jomalina, we dive deeper into stories that shape our world.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Everybody keep watching Voice of the People. All right? Love you all.
Hello, sweetie. What's going on? My name is Kiki. Keep watching VOP TV. Thanks.
Hey, guys. What's going on? Olumide Oru, the Fresh Prince of Lagos here, and this is VOP TV, guys.
Hello, guys. I want you to please keep on watching VOP TV.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Hafiz Oyetoro. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Shout out to VOP TV.
Very big shout out to the fans and lovers of VOP TV. My name is Tayo Fanyuro. I'm an actor that you are going to live to love. Keep watching. Cheers.
Hi everyone, so shout out to VOP TV.
Open and
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. People's Voice. Mondays through Thursdays, 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome back to the show Spotlight. And don't forget, I'm your girl, Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. And yes, today is a beautiful day to stay positive, stay inspired, and stay grounded. Don't forget, we're bringing you an exciting blend of gist and purpose. So please don't go anywhere. Sit tight while we ride together. And yes, we're talking about today. First on our list, we're talking about actor Yemoli, and he has actually reacted to declarations that a body actually came out to say that salary earners are red flags. And me, I want to ask this question: how can a body just open her mouth and say that salary earners are red flags? Well, before I will say what I want to say, a lot of fans have actually come out to say things concerning this. So please, let's take some comments. We have a lot of people coming out to say things concerning what Yemoli has actually reacted to, because a lot of persons will come out and say, it's being a salary earner is a red flag. Please, auntie, if you know that you cannot do this, go and rest. Nobody's begging you. All right, see, imagine dating someone who has to wait until payday. Like, why would you even say that? People are really working hard to see that they can be better, and you are there saying, why? Please, even you yourself, have you even asked yourself if they can even go out with you? But it's good, it's well. So someone says, she said, imagine dating someone who is employed. Please, I'm not sure. Oh God, my gender. May God have mercy on you. A lot of persons have actually come out to say things concerning this. So please, let's take some comments. Yes, to me, if you ask me, I don't think what she did was okay. So I am Sensi, since Shy said, she said, God forbid dating an employed person. Please, because I don't know where the God forbid is coming from actually. Official Zara said, every time dating blah blah, una no like well prepared. Please, that well prepared spaghetti is more important. You get what I'm trying to say? But as well, I get what you're trying to say at Official Zara, but as well. So another person said, oh boy, it's really getting worse. Oh wow. Please, because I can't even actually imagine. You see someone trying to work out every day. A man try to work, get paid, and see that he tries to take care of you as a lady. And yes, you come out to say, that is a red flag. Please stay in your house. We don't even I'm speaking on behalf of some ladies because I know that body that thing that she's saying is not. It's only on the internet you see them. Real life, they won't be begging for money. Oh Lord. Please, someone else said, waiting be this guy, real title now businessman or actor or the other ones. Confusion from government to social the consumers is well. At Pri said, now God go shall help us. We salary earners. So my dear, at Pri, God will surely help us. We salary earners. So Kendra said, it's okay. Arike said, the tweet is definitely coming from an unemployed person. Thank you, at Arike, because I just said it. People that say these kind of things, they know they don't even beg for money. If you even ask them, they don't even get job where they will even keep. Talk more of saying a red flag. They themselves now their own red flag safe. I beg, leave them, Jerry. Let's take more comments. We have a lot of comments concerning this. Then another person said, I beg, who gets ofada rice and stew? Please, real minds, chop where e good. I don't tire for all this dating wahala, but if you not hear dating today, you go hear tomorrow. But it's well. So Bizzer said, men are going through a lot. All the men. I'm sorry that you're going through a lot. Likewise, us, we go through a lot too. But it's good that you're seeing it so that So mommy girl said, Omo, make all these girls, they speak for themselves. So these things are getting too embarrassing. As well. Because I can't even imagine like you coming out to say that salary earners are red flag. Do you know the joy that we have when we get paid end of the month? Hey, Lord. That joy is not something that you can talk about. Please don't go there until just rest. So another person said, I never rest since I entered 18 years as a man. What's happened? At time verse as well. So Val Sampson said, I beg, which kind of generation be this? Please help me ask. Because this generation is very confusing. I don't want to say things, but as well. Please, let's take more comments. We have a lot of comments concerning this. All right, someone said, "Abeg, who gets ofada rice? Please eat very well. It's very important, especially when you're dating. It's very important to eat because breakfast, they serve breakfast every day, but God is your strength." So someone said men should stop going after jobless and vain women. Please, Olusegun, come for us. So this is so plain. So someone said very soon them go say men that make money daily are red flags. We'll have to end every second. Is well. I still pray that as you're saying that salary earners are red flag, that God will also help you so that you will have your own money and you will not be a red flag to other people. In Jesus' name, amen. So Fatima Fatai said, "I get 3 brothers and every day of my life I dey pity them." Hey, you can imagine having 3 brothers and every day you see them work so hard. Do you know what it means? And they do all sorts of jobs to get themselves. Like, do you know what it means to go out every day, get jobs, and they are doing well, come out and still give you will be the woman, they will still give you the money. Like, they will still give you the money and you go dey happy and you open your mouth. They tell us, say, salary earners are red flags. You dey try well, but I'm not sure that you are among our, you are not just among our gender, because I cannot explain what is going on. All right, another person said, all right, we have a lot of comments, so please let's take more. We have a lot of comments. So I am King Dinoro said, "Mr. Andrew, day for you. It's well. Every time dating this, dating that. Ofe spaghetti." So Dark Subaru said, "Once them born you as a man, you are in a very big trouble." How? I don't understand. As Dax, have you, since they born you, don't begin to enter trouble? Forget this thing. It's not only you that will enter the trouble. Women too will enter. So, but don't worry, not so. Know how to manage them. A day from Pamo said, "Even people in oil and gas." It's well. All right. I don't know what you feel about that, but me, if you ask me, I think that lady is, I'm speaking out on behalf of, my gender and some other ladies. Please, salary earners, they should leave us alone. We are not red flag. Nobody is any red flag. Dating anybody that is a salary earner is not any red flag. The fact that they are working so hard to see that they can actually, be okay and good. You're saying it's a red flag. Please, don't say that. But that takes us to another gist, and that happens to be Cubana chief priest expressed deep frustration over hospital. Popular nightlife entrepreneur and socialite, Cubana chief priest has expressed deep frustration over the deteriorating state of healthcare in Nigeria. In a recent social media post, he revealed that he is currently unwell and visited a local hospital for a medical checkup, but was met with poor services and unprofessional conduct from the staff. Disappointed by the experience, he opted not to proceed with any tests and not only picked up some medications, declaring that healthcare is a joke in this country. He added that he is now considering traveling to the UK for a proper medical evaluation. Concerning over the business health have been growing with public observations of his physical appearance, sparking discussions online. This follows earlier revelations during a court case where his legal team disclosed that he suffers from heart palpitations, partially linked to his weight. His recent outcry adds to the broader conversations about the inadequacies of Nigeria's healthcare system, particularly for individuals with serious health concerns. And seriously, it's not something to be happy about. See, good health is actually underrated. I'm telling you, you're okay. You wake up in the morning, your system is good, you're smiling, you're happy, you have strength, and you think it's a joke. Just don't pray that you get to the hospital, because it's actually, I'm not basically talking about the hospital itself now. I'm talking about you yourself, because it's something that you can't even just bear. A lot of people are going through a lot. Trust me, a lot of people are going through a lot. And now, Nigerian system of the kind of hospitals we have, some of them are not even helping us. But it's well. So, a lot of fans have actually come out to say things concerning Chief Priest and Cubana Chief Priest. So please, let's take some comments. And yes, concerning the hospitals, the states of the hospitals we have in Nigeria. So Sapphire said, no be this man go kneel down for vice president. Why he no tell him? Well, it's good. I don't know why he didn't tell. Sapphire, don't worry, we'll ask later. So Mr. Desmond said, good food, exercise, and good sleep is the key for good health, my people. Yes, good food, exercise. You exercise more, you have enough rest. Because, I don't know, you work every day and you don't even have time to rest. Remember, your health too. A person way they healthy, now they find money. If you know they're healthy, you know go even find that money. So always make sure that you are okay. Always make sure that you have time to rest. Please, let's take more comments. We have a lot of persons talking about this. And someone said, Helen, what have you done? Hey, please, Ehams, leave Helen alone out of this. Don't even bring this lady into this conversation. Cubana Chief is talking about his health, and you are talking about another thing. Nancy. Okay, someone else said, if you are seeing my username, check. All right, someone else said, CP, just lose weight. Well, it's also good, yes, that you exercise a lot. You know, gaining too much weight is not, it's not advisable, if you ask me, yeah? Gaining a lot of weight, like how can you, even me when they even gain weight self, like sometimes I even find it very difficult to lift myself because it will affect you, you know? So a lot of persons have actually come out to say things, and someone always big deal said, CP, no wonder. Hey, God forbid, that is not anybody's portion in Jesus' name. At always big deal, be coming down. So go away, a better medical system is there. Hope is working. All right. CP will see that definitely. So Treasure Child said, no die you. Helen never get her share of your wealth yet. At Treasure Child, you not just get you just well, I won't say anything to that. So Sherry said, on the mandate, you shall continue to stand as well. So Big Fred said, you go wait tire before you see Dr. Sefi. For UK, except you go private hospital. Yes. Well, I don't know, but I feel that the hospitals we have in Nigeria should actually do better. If people are sick or they are seeking for medical attention, it should be given to them. And let there be adequate hands that can help out. Because why would people come to the hospital and then nobody will help them? A lot of things are happening and it's not funny at all. Seriously. But it's okay, it's well. We wish Cubana Chief Priest quick recovery concerning his health. And that takes us to another gist. And we're talking about Nigerian artist Charlie Poppy has advised young men to avoid romantic relationships until they achieve financial stability, calling such relationship a major financial mistake for those who aren't wealthy. In a viral statement, he said, OS na financial mistake. Girlfriend na financial mistake. Stay celibate. Emphasizing that those not among Africa's richest should focus on building wealth before entering into romantic commitment. He warned that chasing women without financial backing often leads to regret. Okay. Stressing the importance of prioritizing personal growth and stability first, Charlie Poppy further urged men to get the funds and chase the girl, not the other way around, questioning how one could sustain a relationship without adequate resources. His comments have sparked debate online, with many resonating with his message of financial discipline, while others criticize the generalization of women as the financial burdens. Please, Charlie Poppy is well. I don't see anything wrong in dating somebody while you're still, you know, chasing for the money. So why are you advising people to stay celibate? It's, well, a lot of persons have actually come out to say the things concerning what Charlie Poppy has said. So please, let's take some comments. Yes, we have a lot of persons saying things about what Charlie Poppy has said. So someone said, bro is probably heartbroken. Maybe he's speaking out of experience. Who knows? So someone else said, I feel sad for many guys whose options are just irresponsible ladies. Good ladies exist, bro. Yes. And trust me, when you have a good lady beside you, Oga, you have just won lottery. I'm telling you. Because all these ones they are saying they should stay celibate. You cannot be advising them. That's the truth. If there's a good lady beside you, trust me, you're just in a better position. I'm not lying. All right, another person said, if not for money, Who is Charlie Poppy? It's well. So Peter said, yeah, he said, if not for money, who is Charlie Poppy to advise me? Ah, my brother, Dr. Alexa, please be coming down, you. All right. Another person has come out actually to say things about this, and we have a lot of comments. So please, let's take more comments. We have a lot of comments. And another person said, any woman you can buy can be bought again with more money to a real no place is home. Okay, you see, it's well. So Dex said, be like Charlie Poppy, don't wash her is well. Another person said, your babe or both of una decolo be coming down at King Rainmaker. Please relax, no be fight. Ugly Port Harcourt boy said, noted, greatest philosopher. Another person said, official boot said, facts. Well, either you believe it or you don't believe it. Your own option is your own. What you see or how you view it is concerning you. But me, if you ask me, I just feel that it's not a bad thing. Yeah, if you have a good lady beside you, definitely you're good to go. So that takes us to another gist, and that happens to be Sophia Momodu has actually responded to admirers concerning what she had admirers confused about after she was asked if money was required to win her heart. So though she didn't directly respond to whether money is required to win her heart, her statement strongly suggests that wealth and emotional connection go hand in her view. Her comments have ignited mixed reactions online. Some praised her honesty and self-worth, while others criticized her perceived materialism. Still, Sophia remains unapologetic. Please, can you use money to win? Let me even ask, let me just rephrase that question and ask myself, can you win my heart with money? The truth, let me tell you, you have to have money. Please, because which woman does not like money? Just tell me the truth. Even you that is watching, which woman don't like money? Whether you be man or you be woman, which woman don't like money? Just tell me. But it's all right. A lot of fans have actually come out to say things concerning what Sophia Momodu has said. So let's take some comments. We have a lot of things to talk about. Yes. So someone said Sophia seems to be the least loved celebrity baby mama on Nigerian social media platforms. God, I beg you. All right. Linus Grace said money is important too, but not all. It takes to keep a good relationship, but we love it, Sha. Yes, please. I love money. I cannot lie. Please, let's take more comments. We have a lot of comments concerning this. Yes. So Calvin said, do you all realize that you are just looking for this woman's trouble? She'll be doing her stuff on her snap, and then you bring it on here just to bash her. A lot of you are better off. It's true. When people come out to actually say things, instead of people to just, comment and live in peace. But no, you want to comment the bad way. But it's well with you. See all these comment people on my comment section is well. We move regardless. Another person said, as a Gemini, absolute yes. So yeah, you didn't disappoint. Okay. So someone else said, just love her picture. My beautiful queen. She said what she said. Yes, please have money. It's very important. Because I don't know how you want to come and, win my heart without. Because tell me, when you try to get your lady some gifts, ladies love gifts. They love gifts. They love money. You give them, show them that love. How can you not? Even Davido, I don't tell you, Davido even don't sing for his song. When money enter, love is sweeter. When there's plenty money, the love is sweeter. Please, if there's no money, I don't know what you're talking about. All right. Another person said, just love her picture, my beautiful queen. She said what she said. All right. Stella said, you've answered already on Real Housewives of Lagos. Well, all right. Another person just came and said, Sophia has moved on from that David, but una no one move on from her. Anything about herself she posts, una go drag David name enter. Why? Please help me and ask them. But it's well. You see, that's what I'm trying to say. When people try to post something about what they have achieved, or it's not even basically what Sophia has said, though. Basically, when people try to post things about themselves, about how they move, about their testimony and stuff, instead of people to come and say, auntie, uncle, congratulations, so we are happy for you. But no, now come and on the top plenty things. Don't worry, God will help you people. No, I just pray that when you go post your own testimony, to make them not tell you the same thing. So you will feel you know, you have that feeling of how you have been doing the things you've been doing since, but it's all good. You know, that takes us to another gist, and that happens to be Nigerian singer and entrepreneur Mr. Easy has revealed that he once lost 19 million in a failed diesel supply business at the age of 19. According to the artist, the funds which he raised from his uncle and a friend's father were invested in a deal to supply diesel to telecom giant MTN. However, shortly after securing the diesel, a sudden in fuel prices caused the market to crash, leading the collapses of the deal. As a result, Mr. Easy was forced to sell the diesel at a significant loss, marking a major financial setback early in his entrepreneurial journey. He has since spoken about the experience as a turning point that taught him valuable lessons in business and risk. See, at the age of 19, that is where, you know, when people now start having that business mindset, it's something to be, Lord, please, what are we not saying? But even though he actually, you know, he wasn't successful, but that move first, it says a lot. Please, we have a lot of persons coming out to say things concerning this. We'll take a lot of comments. Yes, please. A lot of persons have actually come out to talk about the business Mr. Easy went into at the age of 19, and yes, and how he lost everything. So see, working on yourself is important. You know, the kind of mindset you have, you want to make this money, you have to have that mindset, okay? Until you're gonna get that mindset to make that money. And yes, he has already started making that at the age of 19. Do you know what it is? A lot of them will be thinking about how to, you know, when they even get money or do something, they'll be thinking about how to flex their life and stuff like that. But it's well. Please, a lot of persons have actually come out to say things, so we'll take some comments. And yes, Kenny said, your story gone de plenty is well. Welcome to the business. At Nell's office is well with you. So Middex Sachs said, who one day, all right. Someone else said, I see why these people always win. If not me, I no go agree. Try them again. Because at that age, do you get what I'm trying to say? It's such a young age and you're trying to make that money and you don't really get that kind of mindset, say, this is what I want. Please. Another person said, now bet Nigeria, you use and play. Blessing. You know, just get joy. Plato said, at 22, my uncle promised me a job at Chevron. Now that year, I know say he no get any connection. I still never hear from him. Please, it's well for me. It's well at Plato. Another person said 19 million at 19. He reached to shout that long because another person said all of una no start from scratch, Jerry. Queen Bash, how you take no? I take no saying no start from scratch. All right, no one is talking about the value of 19 million as at that year. Yes, I'm telling you, that's huge money. But it's good. It's all good. Don't worry. God will help us all. And yes, we'll take a short break. And when we come back, we have someone joining us today. So please, don't go anywhere. Don't move. Don't shake. Don't move till we come back. Wait.
Of the people, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikena Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka. I'm about the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome back to the show Spotlight. And I'm your girl, Precious Agmanu, aka Call Me Prezi. And yes, today we have been talking about a lot of things. And yes, we have a guest joining us today. And joining us is a film producer, sound designer, and entertainment entrepreneur with over a decade of experience spanning the US and Nigerian film industry. With a background in Hollywood sound and a bachelor's degree in recorded sound and sound design. Alongside a master's in entertainment business, he brings both creative expertise and business acumen to every project. He's the founder of Atunjewe Entertainment Limited, a Lagos-based company building a first-of-its-kind film city that combines film production, facilities, education, tourism, and business infrastructure to elevate Nollywood onto the global stage. And trust me, he develops high-profile films and TV projects, including Afro Skies, a groundbreaking Afrobeat musical drama set between Nigeria and Ghana, alongside international co-production, distribution, partnerships, and training programs for the next generation of African creatives. He has worked extensively in sound for film and television with a passion for solving the sound challenges that have long prolonged Nollywood productions. His teaching masterclasses and consulting helps raise industry standards, making Nigerians' content globally competitive. Beyond film, he is also engaged in distribution, event partnership, and global music crossovers, championing African content across platforms from cinema to stream live to entertainment. And yes, he is no other person than oh Lord, I want to call this name Dale Sean. Right? Is that the correct pronunciation?
No, it's Dale Sean.
Okay, Dale Sean.
But you can just call me Sean. Makes it easier for everyone.
Makes it easier for please. I wanted to call the name, but when I look at the face, I just say make I maintain myself first. Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
How are you feeling?
I'm great. I enjoy it. You know, Voice of the People is one of my favorite shows. I like to watch you guys. You know, you're always giving the good gist and
It's giving. Please say it one more time. Like I heard that kind of thing.
You guys do your thing. So this is one of my favorite.
All right, thank you so much. So, how's it been for you? Like, how's the week been for you from Monday? How's Monday been? Has it been so busy?
Today, it's gotta love the rain here. So that's number one. But
it had a lot of rain, yes.
Yeah. I didn't know if I was gonna make it because it's been raining so hard. Rainy season.
This is weather for two. You're supposed to. Please.
Your rainy season is not the same as our rainy season in the U.S. We don't have the floods as much. We have it some, but the way you guys have it here, it's like we'll go swimming outside.
Please, don't worry. Everything will be better. Nigeria will be great. We'll be better.
The sun will come out, the birds will chirp, and the ground will dry. So.
Oh wow! All right, welcome to the show. So,
thank you.
How did you go into? I saw your profile and you were into film production. So why did you go into film production instead?
So I actually was into music first.
Oh wow!
So I was an engineer. And I was in Atlanta, Georgia. That's where I'm from. And so I wanted to be taken a little bit more serious because everyone was like, oh, you need to do another internship. I was trained by a Grammy-nominated engineer. I don't need more internship. So they weren't taking me serious. So I went to a school that had a music program. Wow. Just so happened this school was a film school. Didn't realize it until I got into the program. And then once I realized that what I'm doing in the studio is the same thing that I can do on location and the same thing I can do for post. I was like, okay, I don't have to wait for labels to pay me.
Yes. You just have to.
No brainer.
So how's it been for you, like going into film production? Has it been that easy for you?
So in the U.S., I wouldn't say it was easy, but I think it was a little bit easier than doing it here in Nigeria. Because there are so many production companies and, you know, films that were in Atlanta.
Yeah.
It was a little bit easier for me to join, you know, so I interned with one company, and from that company, they took me into everything else that dealt with movies because they was a part of a big production. So it was somewhat easy for me, but not for most people.
So what draws you to a particular project or script in film production?
So now because I'm here, it has to be something that can resonate with the people here, but also globally. It also has to be something that, you know, helps to elevate what Nigeria is, you know, help change the narrative of what people think of Nigeria here and outside of Nigeria. So, you know, it has to be a combination of things. It's like, I don't just choose it for the amount of money that it can make, but I need it to actually stand for something. You know, it needs to be able to push the boundaries. It needs to be able to put Nollywood in a place that is not in right now, you know, so it has to be something like that.
So I know you've produced a lot of movies, both outside and in Nigeria too. So how was it like for you? Like, if you could compare, will I say you could compare? Please, why are you laughing? Because I know a lot of people who like to know about that, would like to hear things about that, because they want to compare. You see, Nigerian movies and American movies. So what is it like for you? What can you? I know you've been in that position where you're doing the two. So
So because I started in Hollywood, and then I come here, and you know, you guys are still in your infancy. You know, so even though you're doing great things, you're still trying to build. So me coming from the structure of Hollywood,
I think there's a higher.
since Hollywood started the business, you know, everything is based off of what they do. And you know, I go on these sets and I look at how things are run, and I'm just like, I could never do this back home. I can never do this back home. Why are you doing? Oh my God, this is. I'll be quiet. I'm not the arrogant American. I will let them, you know, I'll whisper some things, but it's like, so you guys are doing what you can do with what you have.
I'm just in the way you're reacting to that. How do you react on set? Like, how do you react with your team? How do you do that? Because a lot of persons might be like, I don't think he's a good. They might feel bad because of the way you react.
So I try not to. So my thing is, I don't laugh at anyone because I understand where you guys are. So especially me being a sound person, I go and talk to the mixer, and I explain to him what it is we do, how we do things in Hollywood, and how he can better what he does here. You know, so I kind of go into teaching mode because I don't want anyone to feel like I'm belittling them or I'm talking down to them, because that's never what I want to do. So I go in there and I teach them, you know, hey, if you do this thing, you'll get this better quality. You know, if you use this, it'll help you out. You know, so and then I bring my tools. So like I brought my sound tools from the U.S. because I don't want to just be someone who talks. I want to be able to show. So you know, like I did the master class for AMVCAs, and I brought my whole little kit to show everyone, like, this is what we're using. You know, this is why you can't use what you're using to get to where you want. You know, and you know.
So couple of movies you've actually produced, like, what would you say about them? Like, how has it been for you? Do you feel that when people watch those movies that it is what you really poured your in into it? Because what reaction do you get from your audience? People watch.
Well, it's like any movie, you know. There's going to be people who resonate with it and they like it, they love it, and there's other people who's going to want to nitpick it just because they can, just because they're keyboard gangsters, you know. So they're like, oh, I can say what I want to say, I don't care, you know. But for the most part, people like what I do. You know, I get good compliments from producers, EPs, and things like that, you know, as well as the people watching it. You know, I get good comments from those as well, and those are the ones that I love. But the ones who are saying, oh, well, I think this could be better, I definitely take that into account, so that the next time I'll be like, okay, let me make sure that I'm not doing this. I'll even go back and rewatch to see if what they're saying is true. And I'm like, okay, maybe I could have done this better. You know, because continuity is one of the biggest things. in Hollywood and Nigerian film.
Yeah.
A lot of Nigerian film continuity is, yeah,
well.
we're working on it. We're working on it. We're getting there, we're growing every day.
Oh my. So in most of your movies, like, can you walk us through, were there any challenging time for you, doing film production?
When was there not a challenging time in film production? Like, if you go into film production and expect it to be easy, then you're going into the wrong job. Because that is not what this is. It's all about project management. It's all about solving problems on the fly. When I was taught to be a sound person, they told us that you have to be Johnny on the spot. You have to know other people's job. You have to have things that other departments need. So when they come to sound, hey, do you have any of these things? Yes, I sure do. Here, go ahead. Can you help me with this? Yeah. Even sometimes I have to help camera with some of their things because they don't necessarily know the camera. They just know how to shoot. So I have to kind of know their job. I have to know their own equipment. Like, why do I need to know your equipment? You should know. I should be able to come and give you this, and you can put. You're like, hey, okay, there goes camera. Go put it on. Like, let me go figure out this camera real quick. But I love it. I love it because I'm a natural problem solver. So when it comes to those kind of things, I'm a people person, so I generally am able to fix these things in a way that it doesn't make people feel bad. And that's the best thing I think about being a producer, like me personally, is I make sure that I uplift. I don't just talk down. And I've been through, like, doing movies in the US. I've been with those producers who just talk down to you like you're nothing, like they're so much better than you, but they don't even know your job. So I try to make sure that I'm not that guy because I came from that side.
So when your film production has finances actually been a challenge to you anytime? And how did you manage budget, schedules, and logistics? Because I know a lot of that you did them.
Yeah. So when it comes to financing, it doesn't matter where you are in the world. Financing is a problem. It's an issue. Everyone has to figure out how to get that done. There are some people who have family that has that kind of money to spend and throw away. Good for them. But people like me, I have to go and I have to scrape. I have to, sometimes we do these passion projects out of our pockets. Sometimes we can find investors who believe in the project and is willing to be a part of it. And everything is like.
Yes, person. Yes. Yes. Yeah.
Don't want to do it for you anymore.
Yeah.
It makes people not as enthusiastic about what the project was anymore. I've been on plenty of sets where, actors were yelling, because things weren't going right, and they can't give their best performance if their mind is on something else. So you want to keep everything moving as smooth as possible. Keep all of the actual issues away from those who don't need to be a part of it, and keep people calm because it's a lot of people in one place for a long time and tempers tend to flare sometimes. People are passionate about their jobs. So you have to step in as a mediator. It's like, okay, separate. Let's talk. Calm down. Lunch, everyone. We're going to lunch early.
I love the lunch part because, when I'm working and when you've not eaten when you're working, it drains you.
Yes.
It does, a lot.
Yes.
So when you have that break, you need a break when you're working. It's very important. Like I was saying before, there was a gist I was talking about that people work like Chief was talking about his health, and a lot of persons are actually coming out to say he needs to take care of himself. Rest. When you work a lot, you also have time to relax. You rest.
Yes.
So it's really important. So I'd like to ask this question. I know you've been on a lot of sets. So which particular movie would you say that you really poured your all into, and when it came out, you were like, it was emotional for you, like you felt good about the particular film?
Probably the very first one I was on.
Wow.
Because it was my credits.
Yeah.
I actually did a background in it as well as doing sound.
Yeah.
So that was probably like the one that means the most, and that's the one that my mom was like, "Oh my God, my baby." So yeah, that was probably like the best, but I put my all in everything.
Yeah.
You know, there's not a time that I do a project that I'm not gonna put my all into it. Even if I feel bad, I'm gonna put my all into it. You won't know, well, you'll know because I'm probably not playing music, but you know, everyone knows me on set. I play music.
Yeah.
I'm gonna play something that everybody can jam to. It's not gonna be derogatory, it's not gonna be cussing, but everybody can just move and we can get the job done.
Yeah.
You know, so yeah.
I think you talk about your mom a lot. So what was it like for you growing up? Did you ever have that mindset, or did you ever have that mindset that you were actually going to go into film production?
So no. Even though when I was younger, I used to be an entertainer myself.
Yeah.
I used to sing and rap, which is what got me into being an engineer.
Yeah.
Because I got tired of people telling me, oh, wait out, let me do my thing and then I'll help you. And then next thing you know, they're gone. So, but my dad had his own TV show.
Yeah.
He wrote music. You know, he approved music for large groups.
Yeah.
My grandfather had his own band, restaurants. My grandma, like, it's in my blood. So no matter how much I tried to run from
it, yeah.
I always come back.
See, you cannot run. You cannot just run away from things that you feel that it is for you. You just have to.
Yeah.
You know, I know you do a lot of, you know, you're into film, you're into music. How do you get to merge these things together? Because it's a lot. Like you're here, you're everywhere. So how do you come up with?
It's time management, basically. You know, you have to know where you're supposed to be and when. Sometimes you can bring these things together.
Yeah.
You know, like the movie that I'm working on now.
Okay.
It's Afrobeats based.
Wow.
So there'll be music inside of the movie, as well as we'll do a soundtrack.
So what are your fans expecting in the movie?
You're going to expect everything. I'm going to give you something that Nigeria doesn't do right now. And then once it's done, everyone will want to do it.
Oh my! Everyone, please, we can't wait. I'm already. I'm waiting. I'm waiting. I can't wait. You know?
I want to push the envelope. I want to break the ceiling for Nigeria. So everything that I plan to do is something that's not being done, or I'm going to push what's being done to the next level.
We can't wait.
Yeah.
And I'm sure the fans can't wait too. So how do you work with your writers in a particular movie?
So in the development stages, you know, we get together. It depends on if it's a concept or if there's already a script.
Oh, okay.
So if it's a concept, then we pretty much have to start from scratch. You know, we'll sit down and we'll talk about how the script should go, what we're thinking that the objective is, you know, because a lot of times the idea is log line synopsis and a basic rundown.
Yeah.
So we have to basically build it. So that takes time and money because you can't. These guys aren't cheap, you know. But if we have a script, it's a lot easier because we know where we're going. It's just now, okay, is this for this people? Is it representing them right? How is this showing? Is this something that, you know, that we need to be doing? Can we cut this back? Okay, let's look at the budget. The budget is this. We have this many days to shoot. How many scenes are not necessary? So that we can cut them out. And if we have time and money, we'll bring them back. But we need what we have to tell the story.
Yeah.
So that's kind of like how we do that.
All right. So in film production, because I heard when you were talking about casting, in film production, how do you approach casting decisions? Like this person needs to be here, this person needs to be here. How do you come about it?
So when you're casting someone, it all depends on the movie.
Okay.
So once you have that script and you read that script, then you'll know like the type of characters. So you do like a character Bible, which tells the characteristics of each character.
Yeah.
You know, whether they're moody, they're happy, you know, they're, you know, whatever.
Yeah.
So then those are the kind of characters that you look for. So when you go and do the casting auditions, you'll say, okay, I need you to film for such and such.
Yeah.
And then they'll come in, whoever's giving you that attitude, that's who you pick. Whoever's giving you that look, that's who you pick. So, you know, you kind of have an idea in your head of, you know, like me personally, when I think in movies. I don't think in pictures. Lots of people think in pictures. I think in movies. My mind moves. So I kind of see how this is supposed to go.
Yes.
I kind of see who this person is supposed to be, you know. And so when I see someone, you know, and I'm like, he looks like she looks like, let me see how she acts. And sometimes it may just be just a little bit of tweaking that they need. And depending on the budget, we can bring in acting coaches to help certain people.
Yes.
You know, if we feel like that this person is who it should be.
Yeah.
But sometimes you'll have a secondary person, you know, and you'll be like, she's not really cutting it. Let's bring in this person. But you do all of this in development and pre-production, you know, because once it's time to start shooting, you're stuck.
So as a film producer or filmmaker, who are some filmmakers or producers or artists that inspire you? Because I know you're working in this self more. It's we learn every day. So who are your which filmmakers actually inspire you in your field?
So, like, my number one person who's inspired me from little to now, and I didn't even know it until recent.
Wow.
When I just watched Highest to Lowest with Denzel. You know who directed that?
Yes.
You know who directed that?
Yeah. Oh, no, who did?
Spike Lee.
Really?
And I've been watching Spike Lee since a kid, since Do the Right Thing.
Yes.
And the way that he does things, the reasons why he does things, like he doesn't do it just to be doing it. He has a reason for everything. And he thinks outside the box. That's the kind of person I want to be, you know? So he was the first person who I ever just was like, wow, if I do directing, I'll do it like him. Because he's not just following the cookie cutter. He's breaking the mold.
Yes.
And that's what we need. We need more diversity in everything, you know?
Yeah. Wow, this is so beautiful. You know, a lot of persons and your fans are actually watching you and viewers are watching you. And they're like, I really want to go into film production. I want to know things about sound, making sound designing. What do I do? So what's your advice for them?
So if you want to know more about sound, true, there's YouTube University. But if you want hands-on and you're here in Nigeria, you can call me.
Okay.
I love to teach.
Wow.
What I know.
I think I need to even come for these classes because what are we not talking about? You know, people that talk like this, they have too much money. So I want to see if I would, you know, go into the film production and so that I'll have plenty money like you.
Plenty, okay. But for one thing, we need more females in the sound department.
Oh, wow.
We need more females in all the departments, you know, because it's a male-dominated industry for one, you know. So, like, to have more females in, it helps, especially, like, when you're miking up talent. So, like, right now, you're mic'd up.
Yes.
But if we had more females, it would have been a female who did it. That makes you more comfortable in doing it. You know, because you know that he's not trying to cop an extra feel, you know. He's not going to be like, I got to do. Like, because some people are unprofessional.
Yeah.
So to have females in there to be able to work with females, because some of them were like, I'll do it myself. Like, you're not touching me.
Yeah.
But to have a female there, it's more, it relieves that stress. And it says, okay, I'll let you do it. So we need some of you guys.
Oh my, thank you so much, Sean, for sharing your light with us. I enjoyed myself, and I'm sure our viewers actually enjoyed themselves. So trust me, to our amazing viewers, thank you so much for staying with us on Spotlight. It was a blast with Sean. Remember, if you're going viral or going global, stay true to your journey. And don't forget to follow us on our social media handle at VOPTV Live and subscribe to our channels for more exciting episodes and updates. Until next time, I am Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. This has been Spotlight, where voices meet purpose. Bye.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shape our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And on the bold angle with Jomalina, we dive deeper into stories that shape our world.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Everybody keep watching Voice of the People. All right? Love you all.
Hello, sweetie. What's going on? My name is Kiki. Keep watching VOP TV. Thanks.
Hey guys, what's going on? Olumide Oru, the Fresh Prince of Lagos here, and this is VOP TV, guys.
Hello, guys. I want you to please keep on watching VOP TV.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Hafiz Oyetoro. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Shout out to VOP TV.
Very big shout out to the fans and lovers of VOP TV. My name is Tayo Fanyuro. I'm an actor that you are going to live to love. Keep watching. Cheers.
Hi, everyone. So, shout out to VOP TV.
From crowded city streets to rural communities, from riverbanks to oceans, individual families and organizations are joining hands to rid our planet of waste. Plastic pollution, litters, and unmanaged waste have become major threats to both human health and biodiversity. But today proves that the collective action can bring real change. Let's hear from an expert who is an SDGG advocate and the founder of EcoCity Vision, Comfort Omolara Alabi.
The World Cleanup Day is a global movement that brings millions of people together to take actions against waste. And it is significant because it is to show that waste isn't just a local problem, but a global one that affects our health, environment, and economy. In today's world, where 2 billion tons of waste are being generated every year, it is important to raise awareness concerning this, encourage collective responsibility, and inspire long-term behavioral change towards a cleaner and more sustainable future or planet. Poor waste management has caused a lot of environmental challenges like flooding, which is due to the blocked drainages, air pollution from open burning of waste, contamination of water, which has led to increase in diseases like cholera and malaria. It also contributes to climate change because decomposing of waste releases greenhouse gases like methane, CO2, and these gases trap it in the atmosphere, which causes natural disasters like flooding and Ukraine. In Nigeria, some major challenges we faced when it comes to waste management is the inadequate waste collection system. We don't have enough of waste collection services, and this has led to uncollected waste. And there's also low public awareness. People don't even know about the importance of proper waste disposal. And one problem again is the poor recycling facility. There are not enough facilities, and this has led to so many waste going to the landfill, and it has brought upon pressure on the landfill. And also lastly, the indiscriminate dumping, whereby people just dump their waste anywhere, and this has led to so many environmental challenges. It is important we take care of our environment because there are a lot of things happening in our environment that we are not aware of, and waste is something that is very harmful to the environment, and which many people don't even know about the harmful effects. We have a lot of people going through health challenges, but they don't know that the things happening in their environment are actually the one causing it. So I feel like if you are hygienic and then we are taking care of our environment, it is going to like bring more of like good health, and we don't have to spend money on taking care of our health every time.
The aim of this day is not just to pick up trash, but to raise awareness about the danger of plastic pollution, poor waste management, and unsustainable consumption habits. According to the United Nations, about 2 billion tons of municipal waste are generated each year, much of it ending up in the ocean and landfills, threatening wildlife and human health. We also spoke to the assistant of the EcoCity Vision, Okpeyemi Boluwatife Afuwakwe.
So globally, it started in Estonia in 2008, where everyone has to like rush in to clean up the community in less than 5 hours. Then from there, we started locally at Nigeria, where over 60 million volunteered annually to clean up the community. And this is where EcoCity Vision comes in, where everyone, both the community-based cities, the NGOs, the students, and group of people came in to clean up the community. This is what happened daily, I would say. So the plastics have affected everyone mostly, especially in my community, where I've seen both rural areas and urban areas. It's like it affects us both harmful, especially for our health, where we have to take plastic as something that we have to reuse, recycle, and reduce. One thing I would say is we have to use the 3 R's, which is called recycle, reuse, and reduce. when you take care of these things, you know how to like level out your plastics and not to affect human rights. I feel like when you are taking out your, okay, let's say the reuse of bags, reuse of plastics and cans and nylons, it helps us to like reduce daily out footprint. When we are taking care of that and we are using it to reuse our things, it makes sure that okay, everything is in a balanced way. My advice to people is, even if the community are not doing it, we can take up this challenge to clean up our community. It is what we do in Ecocity Vision. And yeah, a lot of people have come and say, we want to volunteer for this. We have to make the community clean, even if the government are not doing anything. This is my advice to you all. You can take 2 or 3 people, clean up your community so that it will not affect our health. And this is what we have to do daily. So yeah, to prevent our health.
World Clean Up Day is more than just an event. It's a reminder that the planet is our shared home. The real task is not just cleaning once a year, but building a lasting culture of responsibility and sustainability. Victoria Ogbaki for Voice of the People TV.
It begins with every one of us, this is our environment, this is our town, this is our community. And the most important thing is that we have to get our environment clean. Health is wealth.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. People's Voice, Mondays through Thursdays, 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Well, hello and welcome to the African News and Voice of the People Television. I am David Edwin. Before we begin the news, we would urge you to kindly visit our website, www.vop.ng, for fresh and trending news stories. We begin the African news from the story where the military-led West African countries, Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger, have announced their withdrawal from the International Criminal Court, denouncing it as a tool of neo-colonial repression. The announcement in a joint statement published on Monday is the latest example of diplomatic upheaval in West African Sahel's region following 8 coups between 2020 and 2023. The 3 countries are ruled by military officers, have also already split from the West African region bloc of ECOWAS and formed a body known as the Alliance of Sahel States. They have also curbed defense cooperation with Western powers and sought closer ties with Russia. Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger have been members of the ICC, located in The Hague, for more than 2 decades. But their statement said they viewed the court as incapable of prosecuting war crimes, crimes against humanity, crimes of aggression, and genocide. It, however, did not specify examples of where the countries believed the ICC had fallen short. Meanwhile, voters in Guinea have overwhelmingly backed a new constitution that could allow coup leader Mamadi Doumbouya to run for president if he chooses to, according to partial results released late on Monday. Nabal Touré, head of Guinea's General Directorate of Elections, told reporters the constitution looks set to pass with 90.6% votes in favor and 9.4% against. Those figures were based on a roughly 91% of votes cast in the referendum. An overall figure of voter turnout was not available, but officials had counted more than 4.8 million votes out of more than 6.6 million registered voters, meaning turnout had exceeded 70%. Doumbouya seized power in Guinea, home to the world's largest reserves of wax, in 2021. It was part of a wave of 8 coups that swept West and Central Africa between 2020 and 2023. Moving on, we bring you updates on the presidential polls in Malawi. Malawi's former president, Peter Mutharika, has built a commanding lead over incumbent Lazarus Chakwera. Provisional results from 2/3 of the council now says that Mutharika, winning 66% of the vote in 24 out of 36 councils, where Chakwera trails with 24% in the September 16th election. A candidate needs to secure more than 50% of valid votes for an outright win, otherwise there will be a second round of voting. And from Malawi, we move straight to Uganda, where President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni has pledged to accelerate Uganda's economic growth and social transformation if re-elected in the 2026 general elections. He made the remarks after being officially nominated as the National Resistance Movement NRM presidential candidate for the forthcoming polls. Museveni thanked party members for what he described as renewed trust in his leadership. He said the NRM's record in peace, infrastructure, development, and economic progress positioned Uganda for greater achievements in the years ahead. According to him, Uganda's gross domestic product growth under his watch had nearly doubled from $34 billion to $66 billion despite global and domestic challenges. The president attributed Uganda's progress to investment in peace, electricity, road, telecommunications, and human capital development. Well, moving on, Democratic Republic of Congo's President Felix Tshisekedi has said that a U.S.-mandated peace deal signed with Rwanda in June has not calmed fighting in eastern Congo, though he thanked President Donald Trump for attempting to end the conflict. On June 27th, U.S. mediators brokered the peace deal between Congo and Rwanda amid ending the support that Washington and UN experts say Kigali provides M23 rebels. The Trump administration has said it is eager to end fighting that has killed thousands this year and abstract billions of dollars of Western investment to a region rich in titanium, gold, cobalt, copper, and lithium. The deadline is to implement part of the U.S. deal is this month. Tshisekedi told reporters in New York that despite his support for U.S. mediation, it does not mean that Congo will auction its mineral resources. Moving on, the United States sought to build support at the United Nations on Monday for the expansion of an international force to tackle Haiti's armed gangs, building on a Kenyan-led mission that Kenyan President William Ruto said has struggled with staffing and logistics. Armed gangs have taken control of almost all of Haiti's capital, Port-au-Prince, in a conflict that has forced some 1.3 million people from their homes and fueled famine-level hunger. At an event organized by the U.S. and Kenya on the sidelines of the annual UN gathering of world leaders, Ruto said the 15-month-old force, known as the Multinational Security Support Mission, had been operating at only 40% of the expected strength of 2,500 security personnel. Still talking matters from Kenya, Kenyan Aviation Workers Union, KAWU, on Tuesday gave 7 days notice for strike actions demanding the resignation of the Kenyan Airport Authority Board in response to labor disputes and the fallout from a cancelled airport leasing deal. The planned industrial action could disrupt operations at Kenya's main international airports, one of Africa's busiest aviation hubs. KAWU Secretary General Moses Ndiema declined to specify when the strike would begin, saying it would start at any time after the notice period had expired. Workers at Jomo Kenyatta International Airport held a day-long strike a year ago over concerns about a plan to lease the airport to the Adani Group, an Indian company led by one of Asia's richest people, billionaire Gautam Adani. You're still watching the African News right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go on a very short break. When we return, the analysis of the African News will be coming up shortly. Please do stay with us.
Ever wonder what inspires your favorite gospel artists? Explore and discover the rich heritage of continental gospel music and how this transformative journey has evolved and shaped cultures around the world. As we dig deep into archival treasures, feel the energy in our praise jam, Gospel Fusion on Voice of the People Television. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. and be part of a transformative experience that uplifts and inspires. Join us as we explore the transformative power of gospel music and its ability to uplift spirits and unite hearts. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. on Voice of the People Television. Gospel Fusion. Let's fuse our hearts in praise and joy.
Voice of the people, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikena Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka. I'm Ayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9 right.
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Good morning. It's the start of a beautiful day. Or start your day right with a healthy dose of news, fun, and inspiration. Join us on VOP this morning for the latest news, trending topics, and uplifting stories to set your day on the right vibe. From news and current events to lifestyle and entertainment, you are covered.
VOP This Morning, 8 a.m., Monday through Friday.
Good morning. It's the start of a beautiful day. Or start your day right with a healthy dose of news, fun, and inspiration. Join us on VOP this morning.
We're glad to have you back. It is still the African News right here on Voice of the People Television. Now let's get straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us to make sense of these stories and more is Barrister Darlington Agumo, who is a legal practitioner right here in Nigeria and, of course, political and public affairs commentator. Barrister, a very good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, David. How are you?
I'm fine, very well. Thank you, Barrister. How are you doing as well?
I'm okay.
All right, then. Also joining us virtually all the way from Uganda is another legal luminary. I'm talking about Barrister Edward Okwaro Matakinye. Barrister Edward is a lawyer and a business associate and also a human rights activist. Barrister Edward, a very good afternoon to you this afternoon.
A very good afternoon to you, David, and my senior counsel in the studio.
Thank you, Edwin.
Thank you so very much for being here. Now let's get to the conversation proper. And I really want to start off from Uganda, where a particular story that emanated last week. And I wanted your view on it. And I'm talking about Barrister Edward. Interestingly, your President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, has vowed to push Uganda towards first world status. In fact, he has pledged to accelerate Uganda's economy's growth and social transformation if re-elected in 2026. Most importantly, last week a video emanated of him saying that this will be the last time he will be competing or vying for the presidential seat. First off, you are in Uganda. What is the body language of Ugandans, particularly on that statement by the president? I'm talking about President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, who spent 40 years already as the president of that nation.
Thank you, David. And I'm grateful to join you today. At least I'm a bit clear, like the other last day when I wasn't actually very clear.
Yeah, we understand.
Coming to your statement, it is not a new kind of a pronunciation from His Excellency the President of Uganda. For sure, if you ask yourself, Museveni has been in power for decades and is almost now entering 90 plus. Actually, he's 90 years old in power. And this person has grown too old in the same office. So I don't see, and I don't imagine that such kind of statements will bring any kind of anxiety, any kind of happiness to a Ugandan like me who has born not even the time Museveni came in power.
Right.
Museveni has come in power and we have gotten him in power. So I'm wondering, when the president starts giving promises of changing Uganda to a first world nation, after all that time he has been in power, there is no change. In fact, Uganda is worsening, not even a growth. Uganda is worsening in so many ways. In democracy, Uganda is not counted anywhere in the world. In fact, in security-wise, Uganda is counted as one of the countries where human rights have been abused. So before you talk of changing Uganda to a first-class country in the world,
right,
you need to fight democracy, you need to fight free movements of your own opponents. You need to make Uganda a country of free speech.
But then, Barrister, there is a conversation about the fact that the president did say that under his watch, Uganda's gross domestic product growth under his watch has nearly doubled from $34 billion to about $66 billion. Isn't that some achievement from his part that is visible to the eyes of the people across Africa?
We cannot ignore some of the achievements the president has actually brought to Uganda.
Okay.
But which sectors, which areas are we talking of? Uganda as a country has so many sectors which can contribute to that growth of the economy. So as we talk, let's not talk about one or two sectors. You are talking about security, which Museveni has actually praised so many times. And this is the same sector which has actually put Uganda into a bad map in East Africa, even in Africa, actually even in the world, if I may to say, because there's nothing good in Uganda when it comes security, because people are dying in the hands of the same security. Your own citizens are dying in the prisons because of the so-called security you are praising of. So I don't think we can actually totally ignore some of the things he has contributed. Yes, we give him a credit on that. But telling the world, telling the public, telling Ugandans that you, after being elected again to power, which we actually granting him, is going to be elected. But looking at the time limits, 5 years compared to the time he has been in a role of, really, anybody can actually deny whatever statement is giving for now.
Now, again, there is the conversation about his eligibility of, and of course, his mental well-being to leadership. And interestingly, you mentioned earlier that he is 90 years of age. And of course, when I reeled out earlier, I did say that he's been in power for 40 years plus. But he also did mention the investment that his administration has made as concerning human capital development. Looking at these kind of conversation, there are some quarters that have said that he's not fully fit to be the president. And again, that question about the old wine becoming sweeter when it's old, is that something to hold on to? Or is this another way of saying that he's saying these things to get the hearts of Ugandans to believe in again that he's doing something different, or he's going to do something different?
You know, people of Uganda are not willing to fight with His Excellency President Yoweri Museveni. In fact, we are so happy to hear him pronouncing that he will be only going for this last term. And that is actually giving pride to the people of Uganda that, yes, is accepting to retire after this election, after the 5 years. And in fact, the mood of people in Uganda, like they want to give him for free. They want to give him this unopposed. But unfortunately, we have competitors already registering. His competitor, the opposition, Bob Wine, was nominated. Actually, is also nomination ticket today or tomorrow. Seven himself has been on nomination today. We have others who are actually willing to. But we were saying as Ugandans, it was good since he has pronounced to give him this chance as a bye to Mzee, because he has been in the role for long. Let him retire in a peaceful manner so that Ugandans can get a new kind of leadership, a new approach to approach issues affecting Uganda.
All right, then, let me bring this conversation to the studio. Barrister Darlington, interestingly, this is a conversation that has been on for a while now. And President Yoweri Museveni is saying right now, if the people should elect me into office, it's going to be about the very, very last time that I will be in power. This is something Ugandans, just like you hear Barrister Edward say, a cheering news if it's anything to go by. But the antecedents of this person has been really, really questioned because of the part of security which is not strong enough, according to indices and figures that are being put out there. Is anything to go by with the words of President Museveni, who's been in power for 40 years plus, to say that I'll be leaving office if I'm elected into office for the next 5 years?
No, there is nothing cheering about what he said. You know, these octogenarians in Africa, it's like they have a meeting somewhere. They have a club where they conspire on how to lead their people. The one in Cameroon just told us that his best is yet to come at 92.
Paul Biya.
He said it. And I said it on this platform that, look, there's nothing coming. No best is coming. No best is coming because you can't cheat nature. At that age, what best are we expecting from you? As for Museveni, he knows that he's now at the departure launch. That is where he is now. In fact, it's like they have announced the departure flight. And so he knows. That is why he's begging them to give him this chance. That means if we manage to go through this 5 years, that means he'll be 95 years. Is that not true?
Right.
At 95, please, what are you going to do that you have not done when you are 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90? What are you going to do?
Well, he has pledged economic growth and social transformation.
Edwin, please, don't bother with all those words. We have had it severally. This is what happens when a leader has failed. At the twilight of his leadership or rulership, he will start making promises, and you wonder, come, where were you all these years? That in this under 5 years, you are going to make Uganda a first world economy. With what? What miracle are you going to perform? Museveni. You are very lucky that the people of Uganda tolerated you. As bad as things are in Nigeria, I don't think we can go through this. It's not possible. Go and ask other past Nigerian leaders who wanted to sit tight. What happened to them? We don't tolerate this type of thing. We cannot. It's not possible.
All right,
so whatever he's promising now is just a fake news. Ugandans, Museveni is promising you fake news. He's not going to do anything. Rather, he may want to do all the things, all the infamy he has forgotten to accomplish while in office, because he's leaving and because you people just kept quiet and allowed him. So I don't buy that news. He's not going to do anything.
All right, then. Again, just like Barrister Edward mentioned, oppositions like Bobby Wine, the young opposition leader, is also in the race as well, which is going to be making it a bit tighter in the presidential race come 2026. You think it's not going to?
Nothing is going to be tighter. Well, what are you going to do now that you didn't do all these years? You mean at this last hour, Museveni will allow you to disgrace him out of office? No, is it possible? With all the henchmen around him, with all the institutions he has compromised in Uganda, you mean all those ones will not allow him? Because they will buy a section of the press in Uganda now. Who will be there? Allow him now. Shebi said it's the last time. And just say, let us give him this last respect. He's our leader. He has been there for long. He has helped us, this and that. And these are the things we are going to hear among the public. So, nothing is going to be tighter here. Nothing. He will not allow it.
Oh, well, let's bring a major information out here for the benefit of our viewing audience. As it stands in Malawi, the presidential polls that did happen on Tuesday, that started last week, I think, yes. As it stands, former president, I'm talking about Peter Mutharika, has built a commanding lead over incumbent president Lazarus Chakwera in Malawi. In fact, as we speak, 66% of the votes presently, from what we gather right now, is 66% of the vote in 24 out of the 36 councils are where the former president is leading presently. But looking at these, Barrister Darlington, is this some cheering news for Malawians, if this is anything to go by, if it ends like this?
Please, why is the presidential election lasting this long, since last week?
Yeah, sometime in the weekend. Voting went a bit late and they had to start counting.
This is awkward, seriously. Very, very awkward.
You don't think it's possible that...
No, they are not making progress.
Late?
The electoral system is not making any progress at all. Why would an election of that nature last for 1 week plus? And they are still counting and all that. If the man have garnered 24 out of 30 council communes, then the election is over now. Is there any miracle that will make the Chakwera to beat him? Is there any miracle?
But that's the reason why there should be total counting to the list of it.
Look,
don't you think?
If I were this man, I would do what Jonathan did. Congratulate Mutharika so that this matter will be rested. There's no need. It's not possible. But again, the election in Malawi and in most African states is like a relay race. This man was there before, Mutharika. He was the last of them now. He was the last president.
Yes.
The same Malawians removed him or voted him out. And today they are bringing him back. I will not be surprised that in the next election cycle, they will bring this man again. This other one that is Chekwera that is lost. And so it will tell you that democratically, African states are not making progress because of the level of political ignorance.
How do you mean, Barrister? Because in Ghana, there is a John Dramani Mahama who was re-elected into office by the Ghanaian people.
Yes, because they don't have any other choice among these political gladiators.
Progressively, he's doing better from what they have economic indices.
I am sure there are 10,000 people who can do equally better. I am sure.
Okay.
But because these people have garnered a lot of resources by being in power at one time or the other, they have made a lot of money. And with that money, they continue to feature in the political space.
All right.
That's just the truth. If not, these two people cannot be the only people in Ghana or in Malawi.
All right then. Barrister, let's take this conversation to Uganda, where Barrister Edward is still standing by. Barrister, again, you're abreast of this situation, but one interesting conversation that just popped up now is the fact that Africans at this point seem to be only closed with people who have resources to face them when it comes to election circles. Is this what we are seeing, or is this something that the electoral bodies across Africa should try as much as they can to rejig and make Africans have far more options than the ones that we know before now? Following the elections in Malawi and, of course, Ghana that ended the last time out.
Yes, Africa, we are in the culture of actually not following what the law is recognizes on us. Africa is a continent whereby today, if you don't have food in your house, you die hungry. So in politics, if you don't have resources and if you don't enter into government to collect resources, then you are nowhere to be seen. Always the elite remain in power. The situation actually in Malawi, you get that the same people remain in this kind of positions. Not even in Malawi alone. You have seen most of the countries. Just bring my neighbor Kenya. Kenya is a country whereby only the elite who actually occupy power. You have seen the retired prime minister getting out from opposition, joining the government,
right,
and just to purposes of collecting resources, so that they will remain strong in politically. They remain relevant in politics. So I for sure Africa is one of the continents which we need God to come and intervene when it comes like leadership, such positions of a president. We need Africa to be prayed for. We don't have leaders. You cannot come as a peasant and come and campaign to be a president and win elections peacefully. The democracy in Africa is dead. Africa is totally out of hand when it comes like a democracy.
Well, Barrister, is this about the democracy, or is it about our electoral commissions or electoral reforms not being up to date, particularly in the parts where people say there has been no independent candidacy all across Africa or even the world, because these people do not have the financial muscle to wade in when it comes to election period? Is it about election reforms or Africans not holding on to democracy, as it were?
It is indeed both the policies we make, because you have seen examples of countries whereby even parliament itself is actually taken up by the executive. Executive becomes more superior even in the legislation. So even the laws which are made in Africa today should be matching to the leadership of, matching the current leadership. In Africa is the only continent where you get a president can invite legislators to State House and take coffee. And in that discussion, what do you expect? Electoral Commission in Africa is where you get the president nominates Electoral Commission chairperson. Now, what do you expect that such a person to in democracy? So those are issues which are supposed to be addressed, but they cannot be addressed in Africa. It can only be addressed by the people of Africa by denying whatever is happening today, and we need to see where Africa should be.
All right then. Well, from that particular story, because again, I am concerned about it if it's about democracy, because the ones who have moved away from democracy because of coup are presently talking tough. And I'm talking about Mali, Niger, and of course Burkina Faso. Clearly, as it stands, these three countries have exited from the ICC, and they have made a major statement denouncing it and calling it a tool of neo-colonial repression. Barrister Edward, your take on this decision by, these three Sahelian states?
In fact, Edwin expects more to join them because they want it in their bedroom. They don't want to be answerable. Expect more African countries to join those three who have decided to move away from ICC because they know better. They will not be answerable to anybody. And Africa, that's the leaders in Africa, that is how they want to stay. I don't support the idea of you moving from such a court. But ICC has been taken as a court which is actually targeting Africans. But that is not the case. Only that we are yet to see the real fruits ICC. The real fruits ICC is offering Africa, because this is the reason why this court was formed. But we have not seen any leadership in corruption, in human rights, in everything. They are not being held liable. So we pray one day, one time, that we shall get the fruits before these people decide to run away from this kind of a court.
All right, I'm still going to come back to you, Barrister Edward, but let me bring it back to the studio. Barrister Darlington, interestingly, the Sahelian states have decided at this point we don't want to have anything to do with the ICC. And the statement saying that the court has not been incapable of prosecuting war crimes, crimes against humanity, and crimes against aggression is something a lot of persons will be wondering, where is this coming from? But what is your position about the exit of the three nations from ICC? You would recall as well that they've left the ECOWAS even before now.
Some of these international organizations created by the UN body is to check the excesses of most leaders.
Okay.
Especially in Africa.
Right.
Where you and I know very well that human rights are being violated right, left, and center, without any sanction, without any, reprimand. And so, if AU doesn't have the power to reprimand these people, then you have an ICC, locking, close by to watch over what is going on in each of these countries.
Okay.
And if you ask me, most of these violations are common in Africa, where you have wars, where you have leaders destroying democracy, destroying human rights, disobeying court order, acting with impunity and arrogance.
And then ICC is not even talking about it.
Well, they are. It's just that most times they are this sovereignty of states. Comes in, and that is what is restricted.
So that has caused a major limitation on the part of
exactly.
the ICC.
So it is only when there is a full-blown war like we have in Sudan today, then you now see, violations of rights doing what is unto us in the name of fighting a war. These things cannot be going on like that forever. So ICC, in fact, the presence of ICC is a cause for wisdom for most of these leaders who are acting with impunity, because Charles Taylor, with all he did in Liberia, you saw where he ended. And then I think one other African leader also, Al-Bashir, he have been, his people have quarantined him and all that. And so you can't rule it out, whether they move out or not. The moment they cross the line, the world will come after them. The worst that can happen is that they will remain a recluse in their country. They can't travel out. Because anywhere they go, they will be wanted.
But then again, Barrister, is the decision by these three Sahelian states justifiable enough to wanting to exit the ICC? Because according to their leadership, they're saying that the ICC has not waded in on any of the crimes that has been committed in their countries before they took over as dictators in the country.
Yeah, yes.
So is that justifiable enough to wanting to leave the side?
Yes.
ICC?
In a democracy, they are not quick to judge any democratic government, no matter what happens there.
Okay.
As long as it's a democracy, ICC will not begin to prognose or intervene. They mostly intervene where there is a full-blown war and human rights are thrown, above board and violated. Mass killing and all that. The people that ordered it, like in Rwanda. So that is where ICC becomes active, because if they begin to prognose into every leader, every nation, that means all the president or democratically elected government, all of them will be before the ICC to answer for one thing or the other. In fact, Nigeria would have been number one in that court. But because they respect democracy, they can't jump into conclusion. Immediately there is one infraction here and there. They don't do that. So what the juntas are talking about does not apply. Because as long as it was a democracy before they took in, they should not expect anybody to come in, especially when this principle of sovereignty comes to play. You cannot be intervening in a sovereign state at will. It is only when there is complete breakdown of law and order. And then the actors will now be called to question, especially where there is mass killing and all that. That's what they forgot to realize.
All right, then. Let me just finally take it to Barrister Edward. And my question would be, as it stands, the final going out of the ICC by these three Sahelian states, what do you think will be the implication of this in the near future, particularly on the political landscape of of these countries? I'm talking about Burkina Faso, Niger, and of course, Benin Republic.
You see, it depends on the membership, which was, I think, ratified in Rome by that time. So if the membership is not that strong to prevent them from getting out, then there is no effect at all. I've seen, I had USA somehow, sometime moved out of it. I'm not sure, but that is what I think. So other countries moved out, but we have not seen implications. Okay. So what about them? So there's nothing which is, so meaning that the policy, the starting point of ICC must have been something which was tightened to prevent this kind of situations.
Okay, so in other words, as it stands, they can decide to leave at will, which of course they've done, and a joint statement by these three countries clearly stated that it's not favoring them. That is the reason why they had to leave. All right, then, this is where we have we have to draw anchor on the analysis segment. I want to say a big thank you to the gentlemen who did lend their voice on the analysis segment of the African News. We had with us in the studio Barrister Darlington Agomo, who is a legal practitioner right here in Nigeria and also a public and political affairs commentator. Also joined us, thank you so very much, Barrister, for being here. All right, then joined us virtually as well as Barrister Edward Okwaro Matakinye. Barrister Edward is, of course, a lawyer and a business associate and also a human rights activist. Barrister Edward, thank you so very much for being here.
Thank you. Thank you. Have a good afternoon.
Have a good afternoon as well. Well, you're still watching the African News right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go on a very quick break right now. When we return, more stories on the news will be up next. Do stay with us. Glad to have you back. It is still the African News right here on Voice of the People Television. Now to more stories. There are reports that says police have fired rubber bullets at Kokosi protesting residents on Johannesburg West Rand who gave block the N12 highway. Scores of persons are marching on Tuesday calling for water that has been off for more than a month to be restored. The water cuts are due to the Merefog municipality's 1.4 billion rand debt to Rand Water. Reports say protesting residents have now moved from Kokosi Township and are on the N12 where they have blocked the highway with police firing tear gas and rubber bullets at protesters, causing traffic. And to more stories, the trial of South Sudan's suspended first vice president, Riek Machar, has opened under tight security in the capital, Juba, with his lawyer arguing the court lacked jurisdiction to hear the case. Machar's detention under house arrest since March has ignited fears of a renewal of a devastating 2013 to 2018 civil war between the ethnic Nuer forces and Dinka fighters loyal to his longtime rival, President Salva Kiir. Machar's SPLM-IO party rejects the charges against him and 20 others, which include murder, treason, and crimes against humanity for their alleged involvement in raids by the Nuer-dominated White Army militia in the northeastern part of the country. And from that story, we move straight to talking African business stories. Mali has approved 7 agreements granting the state more revenue from international and local mining companies in the latest push by the military government to extract more income from the sector. The exploitation and exploration agreement approved by the Council of Ministers gives Mali a guaranteed non-reducible stake in the mining projects with priority access to dividends. The agreement applied to gold mines, including the Sadaola project operating by an Allied Gold subsidiary, B2 Gold's Fekola mine and Resolute mining site at Sinyama, as well as Ganfang Gulamina and Kodau's Boguni Lithium project. Mali's military rulers introduced a new mining code in 2023, increasing royalties to 10% from 6.5%, while expanding state and local ownership of mines to at least 35% from 20%. The latest deal followed preliminary agreements signed between September and November 2024. And from that business story, let's just go straight to talking some African sports story. Botswana has declared a public holiday to celebrate its team's gold medal in the men's 4x400 meter relay race at the World Athletics Championship in Tokyo to become the first African winners of the event. Botswana's president, Duma Gideon Boko, announced the public holiday on September the 29th, the day before the country's Independence Day, to honor Colin Kabinachipi and his teammates Bikampilo MP, Lesile Tabogo, and Bayapo Ndori. Colin, who also won the individual 400 meters, ran a superb last leg to snatch victory in driving rain on Sunday as Botswana edged out the United States and South Africa in a thrilling race. Still talking sports, Kenya is toasting a golden generation of female track stars after they led the nation to second place in the medals table behind the United States at the 2025 World Athletics Championship. Female runners won 6 of the East African nation's 7 gold medals in Tokyo, sweeping top spot on the podium in every event from 800 meters up to the marathon. That remarkable run of victories culminated in a stunning upset as Lilian Odira won the 800 meters on Sunday, shattering her personal best by nearly 2 seconds, as well as a 42-year-old championship record in the process. What makes the feat even more impressive is that Odira, 1,500 meters champion Faith Kipyegon, and marathon winner Perez Jebcharia are all mothers. Well, congratulations to Team Kenya on that one. But this is where we have to draw curtain in the news, the African news, right here on Voice of the People Television. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. Do have a good afternoon.
Voice of the people, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Ibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
2564 is coming up on 49 right.
2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Voice of the People Television awuchiela o onye nụ ya ka ọrụ ibe ya. Ị chọrọ ịmata akụkọ ndị gbara n'ọkwa akụkọ dị iche iche n'ala anyị kwa ụbọchị. Ị chọrọ ịmata ka o si afịatụ na ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị, agụmakwụkwọ, azụmahịa, ime njem, ọbụladị egwuregwu. Mgbasonyere anyị n'oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television. Anyị nwere ndị ọbịa bụ ọkachamara, bụkwa ndị ga-enye aka tapịa isiokwu ndị anyị jiri bịa kwa ụbọchị. Anyị ga-eji ka o siri gbaa n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche wee malite tupu anyị akọzie n'uju n'ubi onye anyị bịara na nke ya.
Ịgbamụrụ nzem ọzọ kedu ka o si aga ya gaziere onye ukwu ma gaziere onye nta.
Mkparịta ụka tọrọ atọ ka anyị ga-ewetara gị bụkwa nke ga-eme ka ịmata ka ihe si aga n'ala anyị bụ Naịjirịa ọbụladị na mba ofesi. oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television ga na-abịara gị site n'ụbọchị Mọnde ruo Fraịde na SLTV Channel 264. Ekwekwala ka akọrọ gị ya akọrọ. Chetakwa na ọ bụ na SLTV Channel 264 ka ị ga-ekiri Voice of the People Television. Voice of the People Television, ugbu a iwere karịa olu.
September 15 marks the International Day of Democracy, a day set aside to celebrate democratic principles and promote democratic values around the world. First observed in 2008, the day serves as a reminder of the importance of freedom, participation, and the rule of law in building fair and just societies. It also highlights the role of citizens, institutions, and government in safeguarding democracy. As nations face challenges such as political unrest, voter apathy, and threats to freedom of expression, this year's commemoration is a call to strengthen transparency, accountability, and inclusiveness in government.
Talking of democracy, we don't have democracy here in Nigeria. In fact, if you ask me more, I will tell you everybody to find their way. Divide the country. Let everybody be. As you can see, everybody's agitating. People from the eastern are agitating for Biafra. Some from west are agitating for Odua. I believe up north, some are agitating for Arewa. So, talking of democracy, for me, Nigeria, we don't have it yet. So, the best thing that will bring peace, if at all, is everybody to go their way. The release of Nnamdi Kanu will make everything work out. If Nigeria will still continue, fine. If it doesn't, so be it.
Well, there are so many things that are bad about the country right now. Things are getting out of hand. Imagine fuel of yesterday. It's now almost 800 and something naira. Diesel is not something we cannot even talk about. The country on its own is too poor. Our naira note is very poor, so everything about the country is too poor. We need the leaders to step up and do the betterment for this country.
That one don't have a speech. There's no freedom of speech. My brother, I don't think we are in democracy. We are a military regime. This is not democracy at all because you will not allow to talk. They will not allow to protest. So I don't understand. They should reduce the price of fuel. Subsidy should come back. Then our naira should rise up and defeat the dollar. That is it. Nothing more than that. It should bring down the economic. Let Nigeria economy be stable. Now we will be buying rice for 80,000, 80-something. Unless you want to eat stone rice, that's why you will be going for 40,000, 50,000 rice. So that is it.
The United Nations urges everyone, from leaders to everyday citizens, to work together in defending democracy, ensuring that the rights and voices of all people are protected. Bindamala Olukuton for Voice of the People TV.
Are you ready to lift him high? All around the world, it's time. Let the praise wave ride. It's Praise Wave Live. Oh yeah, the rhythm of grace we testify. Let's go. He turned our mourning into dancing, our silence into shouting. It's Praise Wave Live. Let the glory rise. We're riding the wave. Every moment, every tribe. Praise wave, lift him up. Praise wave, don't stop now. Praise wave, all
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Education should be relevant to the needs of the society and capable of transforming the learner into a useful member of the community. Those are the words of Nigeria's former Minister of Education, Babatunde Fafunwa, which underscores the importance of aligning learning with the real challenges of the society and ensuring that education produces not just graduates, but problem solvers and nation builders. Welcome to another beautiful edition of Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television, where we bring you insightful conversations, policy breakdowns, and thought-provoking discussions on the state of education in Nigeria and beyond. I'm Matthew Ogunswada. Today on the program, our spotlight is on a very important development. NECO releases 2025 SSE results, recording 60% pass rate, 38 schools caught in exam malpractice. But also ahead, we will be touching on the federal government's new directive mandating that all teachers in Nigeria must obtain a license from the Teachers Registration Council of Nigeria before 2027 if they are to remain in the classroom. But first, let's dive into our main story. The National Examination Council, NECO, has officially released the 2025 Senior School Certificate Examination SSE internal results, exactly 54 days after the last written paper, which held from Monday, June 16 to Friday, July 25, 2025. Announcing the result at a press briefing in Niger State, the NECO registrar, Professor Ibrahim Ushishi, revealed that out of the 1,358,339 candidates who sat for the June-July exercise, 818,492 candidates, representing 60.26%, scored 5 credits and above, including mathematics and English. In terms of state performance, Kano State led the ranking, followed by Lagos in second place, while Oyo secured third position. The registrar also disclosed that 38 schools across 13 states were involved in mass cheating during the examination, and those schools will be invited for discussions, after which inappropriate sanction will be applied. Meanwhile, NECO has confirmed the major shift in its examination model, moving away from the traditional paper-pencil test (PPT) system to computer-based test (CBT) model. Both private and public schools will be included in the first phase of this transition. To help us break down this conversation, we'll be speaking with Lawal Ekundayo, an educationist, and of course, Godsent Ogbebo, an educational rights activist, who will share insights on the implication of these results and the future of Nigerian examination. Thank you so much for joining me on the program, Mr. Lawal. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon.
All right, so let's begin with this conversation. What is your general assessment of this year's NECO results?
Well, to be frank, I didn't do adequate monitoring, but to me, it's not bad. It's not bad. I use the word "it's not bad." I'll just put it as a fear, because examination is not a true test of a student's ability. We know that, so we should not be putting too much emphasis on this general examination.
So what is the true test of students' ability?
No, that's what we call a continuous assessment. When you say continuous assessment, majorly you have to talk about the skills, because we have 3 areas of the human aspect. We have the cognitive, which has to do with intelligence, like calculations, what you can. We have the affective, which has to do with how you appreciate your environment. And then we have the psychomotor, which has to do with what you do with your hands.
All right.
So all of these ones fashion into that continuous assessment. That's why if you go to in drafting philosophy of education and policy, you now see the direction where you want your education to go. Then you now see which one you are giving more priority to out of all of them. Like China now, that's why China is very good technically. You see, manufacturing is booming there because they put more emphasis on the skills. That is the psychomotor. They put more emphasis on that. So putting more emphasis on that, that would direct your learners to that area, and then they acquire the skills, and then you develop. So when you have that continuous assessment, so a certain percentage for what you can do. Let me give you example of biology and agric. Biology, we have is divided into 3. Biology is divided into 3.
Yes.
We have the one you do on the board, you have the one you do in the laboratory, and then you have the one you do on the field. The reason why the field is there because it has to do with living thing. Biology is study of living thing. So you can't come to the board and describe, draw living thing and say you are teaching biology. It's absolutely not right.
So where does alternative to practical comes in biology?
The other alternative, what they assume is that you are familiar with it. You've already done WAEC. You familiarize yourself with practical, with every necessary thing. So what we want to test is just what you have familiarized yourself with. You have undergone. That's why they call it alternative.
To practical. Thank you so much. Mr. Godsend, good afternoon and thank you so much for joining me on the program.
Yeah, good afternoon, sir.
All right. So with only 60.26% of candidates passing with credits in mathematics and English, how would you rate the performance of NECO compared to the previous year?
Okay, thank you very much for that question, Mr. Matthew. I would actually, sometimes when we talk about stuff like this, we should actually check it intrinsically, all right? Because to me, I feel the reportage prior to the release of this NECO 2025 results has been disingenuous, actually.
In what way?
Exactly. Okay. But then I would first of all commend that, fine, we could say, one thing is that if we take a track record of 10 years, that is from 2016, at least, let's take a track record from 8 to 10 years, from 2016 to 2025 till now. If we should do an inventory check to observe, we would notice that we can commend this year's result to say, yes, it was actually good in terms of integrity. And I know that integrity is something that sells. Integrity is something that you can take to the market and they will use it to withdraw even beyond the balance you have. I know integrity is good. And we can also attest that, okay, yes, this 2025 release of NECO results can also, we can give them credit for the examination process. You get, but aside that, I wouldn't say it was a good result based on percentage, but it's a good result based on integrity and the academic performance.
But over 60% of candidates were assumed to have passed, obtaining 5 credits in English and mathematics. 60%.
To give you statistics from 2016 to date, right? Now, if we should check, the success rate in 2016 was 85%. That's 85% having, the 5 credits, grading maths and English. Then, see, what I notice is there's a volatility, and by that, the result is not stable based on the success rate. If we should want to really attest and give a thumbs up to what NECO is doing, we can give a thumbs up for this year based on integrity. But now, check it again. In 2017, it was 77%. In 2018, it was 72%. Then in 2019, it dropped. In 2019, it was 48.5%. Now watch, I'm trying to explain the volatility level of this result. That's why I find what some of the media houses are reporting prior to this result, prior to the the 2025 NECO result, as disingenuous. Now in 2019, it dropped to 48.5%. Now take a look at it now from 2020, it increased again to like 66 or 67%. Then in 2021, it increased again to like 61%. Then in 2022, it dropped again. In 2022, it reduced to 60.6%. All right. I know we are happy that, okay, this year's one was around 60.26, just 26. But if we should look at it again, now, having said that, there's a volatility level from 2019 to 2022. We could see how it dropped. 2019, it was 48%. 2022, it was around 60.6 or 7%. Then 2025, we're having 60.26%. And we want to hail and give credit that, okay, this result, the release of the result was perfect. It is good based on integrity. Integrity is something that can set a nation. Now, given even the academia, yes, it's something that can set us forward. Okay, yes, we have integrity, but in the eyes, if we should really check it, look at it with the ego's eyes, we will tell that based on success rate, based on the percentage of pass or success, it is not really so sophisticated.
All right, so talking about integrity, which you of course mentioned now, How serious is the issue of examination malpractice, given that 38 schools were implicated? And what kind of sanction would you even recommend for schools caught in this act?
Okay. Now, based on this, I would also come again with statistics. I mean, when I saw this, the release of the results, NECO 2025, I was pumped up. I was happy and I was ready, preparing myself for anything that would happen to like, an open air or ground where I would need to share my views and really, need to bring Nigerians to a plane and a point of sincerity and tranquility. All right. Now, prior to this, now let's talk about this examination malpractice. I would say, now something happened. The malpractice reduced. Yes, let's give them credit for that. That is now based on integrity and the process of the examination.
And about 38 schools were caught in the act. And do you think it's still reduced that way?
I will give you statistics right now. The thing is that yes, overall around 38 schools were attested to they were involved in malpractice. But let me tell you the truth and based on statistics, it was the percentage reduced the number this 2025 in 3,350 something numbers based on malpractice. Now, it reduced drastically in the sense that the percentage is 61.6%. Now, let's look at it. The percentage of malpractice in 2024 was 10,000, over 10,000. 10,000 malpractice rate in 2024. That is appalling. That is bad. That's why I would say that I can commend NECO that, yes, based on integrity, they tried. But talking about, is this result good? No. But we can still say, they are trying. But in integrity, they tried. 3,000, almost 4,000, 3,000 plus, based on numbers, were involved in malpractice. But in 2024, it was 10,000. We could say, yes, they tried. And, the measures I would say that could reduce this examination malpractice is one of the major things that I discovered that even other advanced nations are using is this technology, which is the new thing. I don't know if it's new, but if they would want to imbibe that culture of CBT, there's something about biometric. I tell myself something that even if it is that we are trying to curb a certain level of corruption in the education system, sometimes it cannot be totally eradicated. But one thing is that we can curb it, we can reduce the impact of malpractice. All right. Now, this biometric can help, which is, we are all keen to involvement, right?
All right.
Evolving. Yeah. So one thing I know now is that there's something eminent, maybe in the board of NECO or the education system, where they would now want to welcome the CBT system in NECO. In that way, we can be able to checkmate.
All right. Thank you so much for your contribution. Thank you so much for your contribution, Godson. Let me continue, Mr. Lawal. Do you believe that transition from paper pencil examination to computer-based tests will help reduce this malpractice? And how ready do you think are Nigerian secondary schools for the full computer-based testing?
Now, let me state my own opinion. I'll first of all clarify more. I will extend my explanation on that continuous assessment. Now, continuous assessment is not an exam or a test that you do once. Like, we are going to have tests today. Continuous assessment is everything you are doing, they are continuously assessing you. Do you attend class regularly? Do you answer questions in class? Do you ask questions? Do you take part in activities? Do you do your practical? Do you do your assignment? So all those ones packed together will now form your score.
Okay.
Will now form your score. Because we believe that if you attend a class, you are exposed to an experience. Something has changed inside you. So that thing must be assessed too. So that is about continuous assessment. Now, this CBT, that everybody is talking CBT, that's it. CBT doesn't really curb examination malpractice. I'll tell you why.
So? Yeah.
Because it is man-made and it can be manipulated.
In what way?
You can see what's happening in bank. You see cybercrime. Why do you call it cybercrime? Because they go through into the aspect of the computer, the programming, and do some changes.
Yeah.
They can do that to CBT too. So even when inside the machine, they can do that and make changes. When you see, in those days, when they started with this 634 system, they said school will supply 40% of the scores. Then the WAEC you do or NECO will supply 60%. But later I discovered that schools were manipulating. That's why they stopped that. Now, if we want to curb examination malpractices,
yes,
you have to build confidence in the students that they can, this exam is not a devil to be feared. That's one of the major problems. I noticed that even students
fear examination.
Yes, who can do very well, they even know it. You see that they still go for
tension.
Yes, they still even go for they go for expo, they go for malpractices because that confidence is not there. It's just one thing you put on their table, and it looks so anomalous and so fearful that they lost that confidence. Now, if we make a continuous assessment every year in your school, every term, WAEC will assess you.
NECO will assess you. Another examination body.
Yes, they'll be assessing you. As the school is assessing you, they too will be assessing you, collect their information. So, like you are in SS1, you are going to do WAEC in SS3. So, WAEC and NECO will assess you from your SS1 first term. They too will have a means of assessing you, even if it's something small. If it's something to build, if it's something to do, if it's you are in science, they come and assess you in practical. Okay, maybe small thing you are doing in your, they have their own score. Your second term, they have their score. Your third term, they have their score. Now they collect everything together. You see, that is continuous assessment. Then they will not give you the final exam. So that final exam may be 40%. But what they have been accumulating together may be like 60%. So by the time they now add everything together, you that have been doing it, you are already familiar with why you know that what they are going to give you in the exam is the same thing you've been doing from your SS1 first term. The same thing SS1 is accumulation of everything they are still going to give you at the end of the day. So that confidence, something I've been doing.
So assessment should be continuous.
Yes, WAEC should be involved. NECO, the external body, should be involved in the assessment of schools at every term.
So it shouldn't be when it is only SS3 that they have only WAEC. Even from SS1, they should have external bodies coming to access them.
Yes.
That's what you are saying. So that they can familiarize themselves with the process of education.
And they should. It will not form part of their scores at the end. In SS3, what you have been doing, WAEC has been accumulating. So you already know where you are going. Because if at 60%, you already scoring at 50/60. And then WAEC is now giving you the final one as a 40 marks. Of course, if you score 20/40, if you add it to 50, you score 70. You understand? So the confidence will already be there.
That's true.
I already know what I'm scoring. So if you need to retake and to repeat, you will know yourself that the WAEC I'm not going to do well because I already know that I have not been doing well in my SS1. I need to repeat. By then, because I discovered that schools, many of them falsify results to promote the students. Many of them don't allow students to repeat. They just push them. So when you push through and the student get WAEC, how will the student face it? When does that know that's already having problem from SS1, SS2? It's not doing well. You now want, and you tell me that the student, even if you do CBT, I already tell the student, don't worry, just bring 100,000. I'll help you. I know how to do it in the computer, and they will hack into the WAEC this thing, and they will change everything. Will the student not give it?
So in other words, you're advocating that continuous assessment should be taken, should be given priority even from the beginning stage to the early stage.
That's when the student build the confidence, and then you already know where you are going. You already know what you are going to score. It's like university or institution. You already know your GP from your
100 level.
You already know where you are going.
You graduate. So assessment should be continuous. Interesting conversation there. You're still watching Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television. We'll take a quick break now, and when we return, we'll turn our attention to the federal government's new directive that by 2027, all teachers in Nigeria must be licensed by the TRCN before they can teach in classroom. What does this mean for teachers, schools, and students? We will unpack that shortly. Please stay tuned.
Good morning. It's the start of a beautiful day. Well, start your day right with a healthy dose of news, fun, and inspiration. Join us on VOP this morning for the latest news, trending topics, and uplifting stories to set your day on the right vibe. From news and current events to lifestyle and entertainment, you are covered.
VOP this morning, 8 a.m. Monday through Friday.
2564 is coming up on Bunny 9 right.
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Ever wonder what inspires your favorite gospel artists? Explore and discover the rich heritage of continental gospel music and how this transformative journey has evolved and shaped cultures around the world. As we dig deep into archival treasures, feel the energy in our praise jam, Gospel Fusion on Voice of the People television. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. and be part of a transformative experience that uplifts and inspires. Join us as we explore the transformative power of gospel music and its ability to uplift spirits and unite hearts. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. on Voice of the People television. Gospel Fusion. Let's fuse our hearts in praise and joy.
Voice of the People. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Ibefa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Welcome back to the program. The federal government has announced a new policy mandating that all teachers in Nigeria must obtain a license from the Teachers Registration Council of Nigeria, TRCN, before they are allowed to teach in the classrooms. This directive, issued by the Ministry of Education, is aimed at raising teaching standards, improving professional development, and ensuring quality education nationwide. Unveiling the framework in Abuja, the Minister of Education, Dr. Tunji Alausa, said no teacher will be permitted to teach without TRCN registration and certification, warning that uncertified teachers and non-compliant schools risk losing accreditation. From 2027, both public and private schools will only be accredited as examination centers if their teachers hold valid TRCN certification. The government says the reform is designed to professionalize teaching, boost accountability, and restore public confidence in Nigeria's education system.
TRCN is not a bad idea, right? So many teachers have actually keyed into it. But as much as they are trying to make it compulsory for teachers to do it, they should also make it, they should fine-tune it so that it can also look at ways teachers can key into it. Because we had a lot of programs. Teachers are not just teachers. They are busy. They are parents. We have a lot of things going on for us. So they should make it, if possible, do like a research, ask teachers what they need or how they can key into it to make it easy and simple. Because I also hear that it is very expensive now. Formerly it was, very affordable, but now it's too expensive. And the way Nigeria is, people will first of all look at basic before they jump into. So it's a good one. It's a professional course. It helps you and it gives you edge. So why not? If not, teachers should key into it. It's a good one.
It helps teachers to be the 21st century teacher. You know, when you are not a 21st century teacher, you find it difficult to impart knowledge to these ones. If this is one-on-one teaching that they are using before, if you try to use it for children now, you won't pass knowledge to them. You won't pass it. And it's only a 21st century teacher that could actually impart into these ones. You need to come down to their level. And for you to have such teacher, you need to do that such professional course. Do you understand? So it actually brings out the best in the teacher. It's good, yes. But my challenge is for about those teachers that they didn't read education. Like myself, I did mass communication. I didn't do education. I didn't have anything about education, which is a very difficult for me to do. I can't apply for it. If only I will go for my, PGD, and I did education in my PGD, then I will able to apply for it. So they should look into it. It's good, but consider some they didn't read education and they are teaching. I actually find fulfillment in what I'm doing. I can't even see myself in any other professional course than this teaching job. I'm fulfilling it. So, do you understand? And we are talking of money here. For my PGD, after my PGD, now apply for the, the course and all of that.
TRCN is actually a good council because it speaks about professionalism, making people to be professional in what they are doing, majorly the teachers. And as wherever you are, you must be professional. You must do everything you are doing, whatsoever has been committed to your end to do professionally. So I would say what they are doing is right, but if I may suggest, they might still give schools more time so that all teachers can get certified instead of, because since 2027, this is 2025 already, that's 2 years. So to get everybody certified, I would suggest they give more time.
They have to give all the teachers a kind of a time to be able to certify themselves because it's a good thing. If an accountant have an ICANN and the lawyers has they have to go to the bar before becoming a barrister, something like that. So teachers should also have a license program that will also make them a professional in their field. But they should also make it work a kind of soft landing, friendly for the teachers. The last time I did mine, for me to be able to acquire the material I read, it was not readily available. So we have to start calling friends, calling people, and at the end of the day, because there's no school where you have to go, for that professional course, you have to read on your own. So they have to give you material to read on your own, and you're going to be examined. So they also have to make it soft, and alarm that the prices has also, on a high side now. So if they want many teachers to queue into that very noble, idea, they have to also make the price, reduce the price so that more teachers will, queue into it.
I feel the government should also assist because running that course is quite expensive, as I heard. And if they think they want to mandate schools to be registered under the TRCN, it's not really going to make teachers, it's not really going to make teaching very easy, and it's not going to be easy for schools because it's not everybody that can afford it. I believe this teaching thing it's all about the mindset. Sometimes the certificate doesn't even work. Some people have these degrees and they have nothing to show for it. Why some, they are just, they don't have any certificate, but they have a lot to deliver. So I feel the government should help in slashing down the price, so that every teacher will be certified.
Still with me to unpack this conversation are seasoned educationist Lawal Ekundayo and of course God-sent Ugbebo. Let me come to you, Mr. Lawal. How do you assess the federal government decision to make TRCN licensing compulsory for all teachers?
It's funny. Anyway, my own is that it is not TRCN that makes a teacher a professional. It's your qualification. Because without that qualification, you can never be part of TRCN.
So qualification in what sense?
Education now, you must do education throughout your university days or maybe college of education. You must be exposed to education in that area before you now get registered. It's not the TRCN that makes, because TRCN doesn't do teaching practice. They don't do the practical.
Who are those that even do TRCN? How do you even get license for TRCN? Are there schools? Are there training institutions?
Yes, what they do is that you just you go for an exam.
Okay.
And then when you pass the exam, you'll be certified.
With the TRCN certification.
Yes.
All right. So does this negate those that have educational background, or irrespective of you having educational background, you must do TRCN?
No, it's for those who
do not.
Yes, who did the education.
Okay.
In school, as qualified as they did education in school, like maybe College of Education.
Yeah.
You graduate from Faculty of Education.
In universities.
Yes.
So do you not think that this reform will improve the quality of teaching in Nigerian schools?
One thing, it's not that TCM will not
improve the quality of teaching.
But the thing is this.
The focus should be?
The method, TRCN itself need reform before they can do this policy.
You mean the Teachers Education Council?
Yes, it needs reform because I have not really seen what makes that TRCN professional body for now. Because you can't use exam only to make somebody a professional body.
And
because
then give certification.
One, education is not about what you know. It's about how to impact it.
Education is not about what you know, how to impact it.
Yes, you may be very good. You may score you may be best student in the whole of the world. But when it comes to what you know, getting it into the head of somebody else, that is what education is about. You have to transfer what you know to this person. So how do you make this person that did not know it to know it? That is what education is totally about. It's not what you know. We call what you know your subject matter. But the methodology to impact it is what makes you a teacher.
So in other words, the methodology is very, very important.
Yes, that is the key to education. So it's not about you are asking me what is my subject. That doesn't make no, you are not. No, you are not. It is when I come and demonstrate the skills to be able to impact it that makes me an educationist or an educator. So when you now go to TRCN, you see that apart from the exam, they don't do any other thing.
They don't do teaching practice?
So
but teaching practice is a requirement if you're in the university.
Yes.
If you study any education course, TP, I think it's a requirement.
Yes.
It's a major requirement.
Because that is the aspect that makes you the teacher itself.
Not the book alone.
That's it. It makes you the teacher. So to impact it. Now, TRCN needs to be reformed itself to make it a true professional body in the area of education. For example, you have to emphasize on this teaching methodology. You do conferences, you do seminar, you do research, you do you develop. Like there's a reform. We have a reform in the curriculum. The question is, were teachers in the classroom involved? Yes, we have a new curriculum coming on board now.
Yeah.
The question is, those who formulate this curriculum, did they involve the teachers who are actually the impactor of the knowledge in formulating this curriculum? The TRCN made it mandatory for government to involve teachers in policy formulation in education. We should ask yes, you that these questions are fundamental because the teachers are the one to impact it. Now, I have issues which I've been complaining seriously. If you look at the curriculum, it's overloaded. You can't complete within that short time this curriculum, and we know this since, but they are not looking at that. They keep expanding, adding to it. The question is, those who are impacting this knowledge to students, they are the end users. And they are telling you that...
those making those policies.
No,
because the policy is not restricted to those making those policies. It boils down to the teachers, even at the grassroots level.
Because they are the one to implement it. And they are telling you that they are having issues. You are not listening to them. You call them for conferences. The TRCN involve them in this thing. And then you now come back and say you are a professor. How are you a professor? How do you protect teachers?
All right, let me come to you, Godsense. What challenges do you foresee for this implementation of the policy? And do you think that 2027 deadline would give enough time for full compliance?
Okay, yeah, thank you very much. So, well, the one of the prominent challenges I foresee is, first of all, I would see TRCN, as something or a body that is, so so engrossed in transitional level. All right. So some problems or challenges are actually eminent. They are not a mystery. Now, one thing is that prior to like, okay, how can you now be able to obtain or get into the TRCN is that you must, yes, you must sit for a particular exam called the PQE exam, which is the professional qualifying examination. Now, the thing is that I don't see that as a major criteria to now, claim or bestow upon someone that you are now a professional in this field. Just an exam. Just an exam to state and to herald that, okay, Mr. So you are now qualified. It doesn't, the intended benefits, if such thing should happen, would be more of theoretical benefits and results that would come in. But the real thing, which is the practical and stuff that could happen in the real time class would be down. Do you get? It's going to be downwards. We're going to experience a decline rather than the curve to be we experience certain increase, because all these things, I feel one major thing here is that when we are trying to bring laws or regulations or reforms, it should be that we're actually checking at different areas to ensure that, okay, we are doing this, okay, what can we do that would actually make this not to be so effective? Because if you look at it now, based on your second question, the time frame is till 2027. Now, yes, and the registered teachers, according to statistics that we have, is like about 4 million.
Nationwide.
4 million. Yes, nationwide. And TRCN brought a report that 2.4 million have already registered, like they are they've gotten the certification stuff. So we still have about 1.6 million.
Yeah.
Are you following up? So,
right,
so I mean, what are the stakes? I mean, to what end? If we are trying to do this, okay, yes, the 2027, duration is okay. I mean, it's fair enough somehow if we should want to look at it, because we have like 2026, the 2027, and a little bit of 2025. So okay, fine, it's a good mark. But the intended benefits are going to be more theoretical than practical.
I even wanted to ask, how do you think this policy would affect schools already struggling with shortage of qualified teachers?
I was even coming to that, because it will surely affect them. There will be this. Now we first of all, let's address the economy and situation of the country. Now you are telling these teachers, some of these teachers, we could say that they are there based on passion, and we know that sometimes passion is not enough. So when you have passion for a thing, it should be that you should go to a place where you should be well schooled about that thing. Now some of these teachers are passion driven, not really. Okay, let me do this professionally, and now you are bringing you are stiffening and bringing certain rules to make it kind of difficult, to make everything hard. Teachers, some schools would definitely, they would experience low turnout of teachers. Teachers will leave some schools
because of TRCN, because they do not have TRCN certification. So how might this reform impact students' performance and learning outcome if you are saying that teachers will leave some schools?
Teachers will leave some schools. Now the impact it will have on students is that the truth is that we are in a world where we can be self-learned, and not everybody can actually do that. Not everybody have the ability to be self-learned, that is to learn by yourself, because we have tools and apparatus everywhere around the world, and even in the internet that can aid one. But the thing is that it should be that learning should not just be around what you can do by yourself or what you can do at home or in your community. It should also transcend to what you can get from the education system, which is in school. Now it would affect some students because they may not now be able to perform at top or peak level anymore. Because take a look at it. Some of these students, they may have favorite teachers, who might as well not have the capability.
TRCN licensing, which may be good, but may not have TRCN licensing.
So when we talk about professionalism does not equate the saying that a certain exam called the PQE examination to now make you be certified that you are now a professional. No, I don't see this body or these things as something that should be so highly glorified. Okay, fine, we could say that, okay, we're having something like, when it comes to journalism, we have professional courses that you can take. Of course. When it comes to
Nigerian Union of Journalists, Nigerian Institute of Public Relations, if you want to specialize, Advertising Regulatory Council of Nigeria, if you want to do advertising, and others.
One we should also go about, to be a chartered accountant. There's something that it is that you can relate it with based on, a prominent or a very high standard certification. Now we can give it a plus that, okay, fine. TRCN, they are trying. That's why I said it is more like a transitional phase They are trying to, that's why I feel the 2027 duration they gave is quite fair enough, given that we have just 1.6 million, teachers, registered teachers that are who are yet to gain their certification. And to sum it all up, I would say that most of the benefits or the result that we will see can, in quotes, be more of theoretical rather than we seeing results happening in the lives of students, because impact is what matters. It's not about you knowing a thing. It's how, just like the guest said with you there in the studio, it's not about how you know a thing. It's about how can you be able to bring that thing out so that people or students can understand. Because one thing I know, in sourcing information, one thing I know is that communication is not for argument. Communication is for understanding. So how can you now be able to communicate what you know so that people can now be able to understand which is the student? Do you understand? So this PQE examination and TROCN, the thing they're trying to do, may not really be so much of something that would hold water, that would be so strong to say somebody is now qualified to be a professional teacher or something like that. I don't know, but left for me, I would say that I can perceive some things going on under the carpet, and not to deliberate more on it. So I think
all right. All right, thank you so much. So, Mr. Lawal, let me come to you. What reform beyond licensing do you think are needed to transform Nigeria's education system?
One, we need to go back to the policy. The policy of education is outdated. It doesn't conform to modern standard. We need to go back to that policy. We need to redraft the policy. We need to reshape it to what we want this country to be in the next 200 years. We need to reshape it to that and then begin to steer it to that area. One. Second, we need experts regularly to continue to look at education. What do we need to reform in it? And anytime the government is making policies, they need to involve classroom teachers along with these policies, because these are the end users. They are the one who get close to the students, so they know what they are. The point in which they transfer the knowledge to the children, they are the one that can tell us what is going on at that point, whether it's actually getting to them or not, so that they can send the feedback and then there can be a reform. Second, we need to work on our education system. All this exam, the teachers, whatever. If the moment the school, our institutions are well standard, are well monitored, their product will be very good.
Yes.
Their product will be very good. So from there, they are passing out. You're already a member of TRO. So all you need to do is just get registered.
Even from the university.
You don't need to start doing another exam, because you've already gone through all the exams, you've done all your tests and everything. The school has already certified you. So the moment you get your certificate, you just register. You are just automatically a member.
All right. Thank you so much for your contribution, Mr. Lawal.
Thank you very much.
All right, Mr. Godson, thank you so much for your contribution on the program.
Thank you.
All right. You're still watching Edgy Dialogue on Voice of the People Television. We'll take another quick break now, and when we return, we'll bring you top stories from Nigeria's education sector. Please stay with us.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand.
we encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Everybody keep watching Voice of the People. All right? Love you all.
Hello, sweetie. What's going on? My name is Kiki. Keep watching VOP TV. Thanks.
Hey guys, what's going on? Olumide Oru, the Fresh Prince of Lagos here, and this is VOP TV, guys.
Hello guys, I want you to please keep on watching VOP TV.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Hafiz Oyetoro. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Shout out to VOP TV.
Very big shout out to the fans and lovers of VOP TV. My name is Tayo Faduro. I'm an actor that you are going to live to love. Keep watching. Cheers.
Hi everyone, so shout out to VOP TV.
Welcome back to the program. The Joint Action Committee of the Non-Academic Staff Union of Universities, NASU, and the Senior Staff Association of Nigerian Universities, SANU, has issued a 7-day strike notice to the federal government. In a letter addressed to the Minister of Labour and Employment, Mohammed Dinyagi, the unions gave government 1 week to resolve pending labour issues or face industrial action. The letter, signed by NASU General Secretary Peter Adeyemi and SANU President Mohammed Ibrahim, listed grievances including 50 billion naira in earned allowances without salaries, unpaid arrears of a 25 to 35% salary increment, and the stalled renegotiation of the 2009 Federal Government of Nigeria NASU-SANU agreement. The unions alleged that while university staff received allowances, members in inter-university centers were completely excluded, while accusing the government of sidelining non-teaching staffs in the renegotiation process. The union said that if their demands are not met, NASU and SANU will embark on strike action. The Vice-Chancellor of Osun State University, Osun, Professor Odunayo Clement Adeboye, has announced that 49 students will graduate with first-class honor at the institution's 15th convocation ceremony scheduled for September 22 to 23, 2025. Speaking at a pre-convocation press conference in Osogbo, Adeboye said a total of 2,851 degrees and diplomas will be awarded. This includes 2,505 first degrees, 1 postgraduate diploma, 283 master's degree, and 62 doctoral degrees. The Vice-Chancellor noted that the convocation will also feature the commissioning of new university projects, including the Senate building, a Faculty of Computing and Information Technology building, and lecture theaters across campuses. And to wrap up the news, let's tell you that Mandarin, the official Chinese language, has been included as one of the international languages to be offered in Nigeria's senior secondary school under the newly reviewed curriculum. The announcement was made by the Education Secretary of the Federal Capital Territory Administration, Dr. Danladi Ayu, at the inauguration of a Chinese corner at Government Secondary School, Tudun Wada, Abuja. The project, sponsored by China Civil Engineering Construction Corporation, brings the number of such centers in the FCT to 14. Ayo said that the initiative has enhanced cultural and educational exchange between Nigeria and China, noting that Mandarin is now widely recognized as a language of commerce, education, and tourism. That is where we leave it on this week's edition of Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television. Join us next week as we continue to unpack the policies, challenges, and opportunities shaping the future of learning in our country. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People Television, and across all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. If you witness news happening near you, we want to hear from you. So send your eyewitness reports, event coverage requests, photos or videos directly via WhatsApp to 0814-606-4057. You can also reach our newsroom via email at news@vop.ng. I'm Matthew Ogunsoada saying thank you for watching, and until next time, remember, a nation that invests in education invests in its future. Bye for now.
My name is MC Adubike. They call me the Oga Patapata of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adubike. Thank you.
Hey guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Maiden, but last, more than No Maiden, or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you now want to get the authentic news for Edo the way it be, that's why they show and all the content anything come on at VOP TV.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And on the bold angle with Jomalina, we dive deeper into stories that shape our world.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
The world unites to observe World Patient Safety Day today, an initiative of the United Nations and the World Health Organization. This year's theme, Safe Care for Every Newborn and Every Child, draws attention to the urgent need to protect the most vulnerable patients, which are the infants and the young children, from preventable harm in healthcare settings. Every year, millions of children face risks that can be avoided with proper care, from infections caused by unsafe medical practices to complications during delivery or inadequate neonatal support. These challenges highlight the importance of prioritizing patient safety at all levels of healthcare. Health experts stress that safety for newborns and children goes beyond treatment. It includes preventive actions such as clean birthing environments, timely immunizations, safe administration of medicines, adequate nutrition, and early detection of illnesses. Strengthening healthcare systems, providing continuous training for workers, and investing in child-friendly equipment are key to saving lives.
Patient safety is critical, especially for newborns and children, because of their unique biological, care-related, and psychological vulnerability. Now, what I'm trying to say in essence is that for patients, for babies and children, there are communication barriers. You do not know, they're not able to tell you what is actually wrong with them. You just need caregivers to be able to tell their distress mode when they actually need something. And they also need them as higher risks because of their organs and their immature body, their parts, their movement, their kidney, their lungs, and also little mistake can also cause long-term consequences or a long-term impacts. Hospitals and clinics can strengthen their safety practices for children by, first of all, staff training. Staff should be updated on how to attend to these patients, to know the medication to give, and always moving with the trend. We also have infection control. There should be vigorous hand washing. Aseptic techniques should be used when attending to the patients. And for babies, we have following medical pediatric charts. I think that should be pediatric medication practices. Yeah. following medical pediatric practices to attend to these babies, and also strict patient identification. We can make use of ID band for them, making sure that you're surely knowing that this is the patient to attend to before attending to the patient, double checking calculations before administering medication to the patient based on weights. So these are ways we can actually strengthen our safety towards our patients. It builds a safety culture where everybody and every member working there, every staff is actually looking towards the safety of the patients, avoiding risks, and also updated medical equipment. When the medical equipment, it does not give room for medical errors or low quality procedures done on that patient. So yes, those are the rules it plays, and it keeps skills fresh. You're getting updated with the new trend, the new ways, better, safer ways to attend to the patients and the babies. In my own experience, the little things that I think we can do to actually improve patient safety, especially in the hospital environment, is actually we have patient identification, working more on how we be able to identify our patients. If we can use code colors or ID band to be able to identify our patients, involving the families at every step of the way to be there. Whatever is happening, they should be updated. And also, double checking of medications with whoever you're working with to be certain that you are giving the right medication, the right dose, at the right route to the right patients. And also vigorous hand hygiene before getting close to any of the patients. And I think for babies, they're basically supposed to have their own things like stethoscope, thermometer. Those things should just be for them to avoid cross infection. The advice I would give to my colleague and policymaker on World Patient Safety Day is for us to work together to commit to delivering safe care through vigilance practices, proper training, and a system that prevents harm.
As the world marks this day, healthcare professionals, from doctors and nurses to midwives and pediatric specialists, are being called upon to reaffirm their role as guardians of safety for children. Praise Peters for Voice of the People TV.
Ever wonder what inspires your favorite gospel artists? Explore and discover the rich heritage of continental gospel music and how this transformative journey has evolved and shaped cultures around the world. As we dig deep into archival treasures, feel the energy in our praise jam, Gospel Fusion on Voice of the People television. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. and be part of a transformative experience that uplifts and inspires. Join us as we explore the transformative power of gospel music and its ability to uplift spirits and unite hearts. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. on Voice of the People television. Gospel Fusion. Let's fuse our hearts in praise and joy. We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
Voice of the People, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka
Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
It's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're Aviation Scope every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is...
It is People's Voice on VOP TV, where citizen stories shape the narrative. Today, we're dissecting a major story that is dominating the headlines and sparking conversations across the nation. Senator Natasha's cybercrime trial stalls. Join the conversation with expert insight and citizens' perspective. Share your thoughts with us. I am Saviour Udo. Other news stories with details. Nigeria's democracy at risk. Prominent political activist Dr. Usman Bogaje has warned that Nigerians' democracy faces a collapse if the credibility of the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) is not restored. He emphasized the need for reform to insulate INEC from political manipulation and ensure independence. Okay, so I believe we actually talked about this yesterday as regards to the appointment of the INEC chairman, the appointment of the CGN. Okay, so there are some major roles as regards to the people or the government that were not meant to allow the constitution to dictate or allow the presidency to appoint. If the people can pick our INEC chairman, if we can pick our INEC chairman, for example, we can actually vote and decide or pick whoever we want. I think that would be fair. But when we're talking about appointment as INEC chairman, of course, whoever that appoints you happens to be your master. So what else do you want us to say about this? So no matter how much we want to emphasize as regards to the reforms of INEC, political manipulation, sincerely, if we need to tell ourselves the truth, it will still stand. And that's the reason why a sole administrator, as at yesterday, what we talked about, can tell a state assembly that you do not have the right to talk to me, okay? And it calls them fool's errand, and nobody actually questioned it. Instead, they were still actually begging him and trying to see how to talk to him to be accountable. What a country. This is Nigeria. Where else do you want to go to if not this country? As a patriotic citizen, I'm not talking about the other people who actually see this country as a place where they can just walk away from. This is what we have, and we have to make use of what we have in a very good way and in a better way. But please, I think at this point, or since this happens to be the election transit, where politicians get to listen a bit or to an extent to Nigerians' plea, I would want us to look at this INEC appointment, holistically, and for us to make a proper reform. If the presidency can actually be barred from appointing the next INEC chairman, and let the people pick or vote for the new INEC chairman, then I think we'll be getting that right. Otherwise, anything is possible, because everybody's actually standing on the mandate now. This is how far I can actually go as regards to that particular one. Fubara declares peace with Wike after meeting President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Rivers State Governor Similare Fubara has declared that peace has been restored between him and his predecessor, Nyesom Wike, after a closed-door meeting with President Bola Tinubu at the presidential villa in Abuja. The meeting, which took place on September 22nd, which was last night, marks a significant step towards resolving the prolonged political crisis in Rivers. He actually said more than this. Aside from the peace restoration or what have you that he mentioned, he said he came to seek a fatherly advice. Man, Nigeria is our country, where executive arm of a state does not even understand the position he acquires, or the position he is, or the position he actually picked up as an employment from the people. If they actually voted in, if the people of Rivers actually voted you in, you are the executive arm of that particular state. Now you are going to thank Nigeria. I don't want to say this is a joke, but this is the country we have. And that's the reason why the sole administrator would never take the people of Rivers serious, or the Rivers State government. Away from that particular one, Aguna Chamber faces criticism for human rights abuses. The Aguna Chamber security outfits established by Governor Charles Soludo to combat insecurity in Anambra State has been accused of prying on citizens instead of protecting them. Despite initial hopes that the outfit would improve security, residents now fear it as strayed from its mandate. The operatives have been accused of using excessive force, including brutal assault and public stripping of a female National Youth Service Corps NYC member, Jennifer Eloho Ohanze, and the Ohanze Ndigbo has called for the outfit to be disbanded and its members subjected to drug tests. So, my question, why are we even talking about reform? I understand that Ohanze Ndigbo actually came in from the fatherly role as regards to the eastern part of Nigeria. But why are we talking about reform? For state policing? This is the reason why the presidency cannot take every other state serious. We are talking about state policing, and some have already gone ahead. We have the Aguna Chamber in Anambra, for example. We have the Amotekuns, okay, in the western region. And some people are already misusing this opportunity and misusing this power. Is this about the presidency? Is this about the government? No, we have to check ourselves. And this is the reason why the presidency, the National Executive Council, cannot take us serious. We actually talked about their last Federal Executive Council meeting that they had with the Vice President Shetima, who is presently in the US now. Okay, we talked about how they discussed insecurity, they talked about the hunger and every other economic issue affecting the country as we speak. But they sidelined and they boycotted the state insecurity, the state policing that was promised that they were going to look into because of situations like this. So how did we get here? That you were to protect your own people in your own community. Now, because you've been given uniform, okay, you've done 1 or 2 paramilitary training, and you feel it is now in your power to intimidate people in your community. And this is the reason why, if the presidency decides to scrap it tomorrow, we would all shout and say, well, they don't want state policing and all of that. These are one of the reasons why the presidency are not taking us serious. But this is all I would say about this. But I think the executive arm, which is Governor Soludo, should really, really do something about this particular one. And for Ohanze Indigo to say that all members should be subjected to drug tests, then it says a lot about that particular outfit. This is all I would say about that. And away from that particular one, let's come back to Lagos, as Sanwo-Olu reaffirms commitments to judiciary. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has reiterated his administration's dedication to judicial independence and reforms, emphasizing the crucial role of the judiciary in democracy. Speaking as the 2025/2026 legal year Thanksgiving service, Sanwo-Olu highlighted key initiatives aimed at enhancing access to injustice and promoting rule of law. Sanwo-Olu stressed the importance of an independent and courageous judiciary in safeguarding citizens' rights and upholding the rule of law. Sanwo-Olu urges the judges to remain resilient and dedicated to dispensing justice impartially. Despite public criticism, the misinformation, he emphasized that the need for respect for the judicial process and importance of upholding the rule of law matters a lot. Okay, this is actually a good one from our own amiable Governor Sanwo-Olu. But of course, I'm still going to comment on this no matter what. So I would assume, and I would be hoping that your submission and for everything you've actually said, and as regards to your support to the judiciary, remain clear and transparent enough. And let this not be a political tool, okay, as regards to the judiciary being subject to whatsoever shot you call. Because Wike is already doing that, and in FCT, he has done that in the rivers. Today, I believe he went to inspect the buildings. He was actually building for the judges in FCT. That's Nyesom Wike. But of course, Governor Sanwo-Olu, we understand the importance of judiciary in Lagos, and we understand that you're trying to reach out to every arm of government, and you're trying to reach out to every major key stakeholders as regards to Lagos State, okay, to be precise. But I wouldn't want anything to be politically motivated and politically instrumented as regards to this particular situation. If this is what you would say about it, please let it be clear and let it be transparent for the people of Lagos State. Let it not be that tomorrow, when once anybody talks or when once anybody does anything, even when they are on their rights, the judiciary would actually look away for the government to treat them anyhow. It has actually happened before, but please, we wouldn't want it to happen again. That's all I would say. But kudos to you, Governor Sanwo-Olu. And away from that particular one, Reps backs President Tinubu's borrowing plans. The House of Assembly, the House of Representatives has reaffirmed its support for President Bola Tinubu's borrowing plan, describing them as crucial for financing infrastructure and stimulating economic growth. Speaker Abbas Tajuddin clarified that the legislature backs responsible and targeted borrowing to meet Nigerian developmental needs. Okay, this is even nice now that we've actually subjected ourselves to the point where borrowing is now the order of the day. It is nice. As far as we're making a case, we are actually buttressing or justifying the reasons why we need to borrow even more. Nigeria is a country that consumes and not produces. It is good. Let's keep it up, okay? If the reps that was meant to represent the people can actually back this up, then I believe, and it is official now, that everybody is actually standing on the mandate of borrowing and not the mandate of the people. Okay, this is all I have to say about that. And away from that particular one, Wike, the man of the moment, that actually made everybody in Nigeria knows that he's still in control of two different cities, the FCT and also the River State. Wike cracks down on insecurity in FCT, Federal Capital Territory. Minister Nyesom Wike has ordered the clearance of Kobe Forest, a notorious hideout for criminals linked to recent kidnapping incidents in Abuja. The operation aimed to dismantle the operational base of criminal elements who have long used the forest as a transit and refuge point. The administration has begun deploying drone surveillance technology to monitor ungoverned spaces in and around the city and enhancing security measures. Wike vowed that Abuja would undergo far-reaching infrastructural transformation before the end of President Bola Tinubu's first term. Flagging off 3 road projects out of 12 scheduled before October, Wike actually mentioned all of this particular one. Of course, in as much as we're talking about the situation of the emergency rule, and we are talking about the godfather, the godson role Wike played in Rivers, but we wouldn't take away the fact that Wike is really working in Abuja. I have seen his work, I've been there, and sincerely, Wike is doing fine as regards to that particular one. And for that particular Kobe Forest, it's long overdue. I think it's around, is he Apo to Apo axis, okay, going to, what's that area again? Around Meitama axis, okay? So we have so many forests around that particular axis that needs to be touched and needs to actually be combed off from this particular serious guys that have taken banditry as a fresh business in Nigeria. So Wike, if you would actually do more of that and make Abuja become safe again, that would be a good one on your part. River stakeholders demand probe of IBAS. Stakeholders in River State have called for a thorough investigation into 6 months administration of former sole administrator, retired Vice Admiral Ibok Ete Ibas. The situation surrounding this particular one is that they want to know how he has been managing a total allocation of 254.37 billion from the Federal Accounts Allocation Committee. Stakeholders including Muiwa Adeyemi and Paul Bazia urge the National Assembly to demand a comprehensive account of IBA's stewardship, citing the need for transparency and accountability. Maybe, just maybe, the National Assembly or the presidency would actually call him to order. But if they don't, that means the statement IBAS said as at yesterday that it's a fool's errand and nobody has the jurisdiction, or it is not in their place as regards to the House of Assembly. It's not in their place for them to call him for accountability. Then that particular statement would still stand for now. All right? And away from that, Nigerian leaders back reserved seats bill for women. President Bola Tinubu's Senate President Godswill Akpabio and House Speaker Tajuddin Abbas has expressed support for the reserved seats for women bill. A proposed constitutional amendment aimed at increasing women's representation in Nigerian politics. The bill seeks to create dedicated seats for women in the National Assembly and state legislatures, with 1 female senator, 1 female House of Representative member per state. Okay, so this would actually take us into the conversation we have today. If you're actually talking about this particular bill and you are all in support of it, yet Senator Natasha is going through all of this, who is the Stephen O? Use her as an example to show that you are not biased and you are not intimidating the women by reinstating her back to office. You suspended her even when a court actually ruled against that suspension. Yet, she stayed away from for 6 months and now she was meant to resume, yet you're not giving her the access to. So this particular bill, is it a joke or we're actually serious about it? This is all I would say about that particular one until we dive into the main conversation. Reps probes 2.4 trillion contractor payment. The House of Representatives has directed the Accountant General of the Federation, Samsidin Ogunjimi, to provide a detailed spreadsheet of payments made to contractor from the 2.4 trillion recently approved for project execution. This move follows protests by contractors over delayed payment, which led to a partial settlement of 25% in September. Okay, so the reason why I am laughing about this particular one is that this has become a modus operandi for for any ministry at all when it comes to contracts. Okay, so if that means if there was no protest, the House of Representatives wouldn't have even noticed that the money they gave to a particular ministry or they approved for a particular project has not been disbursed. And we, as the Nigerians, we will be waiting for implementation. We'll be waiting for projects. And this is the reason why we have so many federal roads, okay, so many state roads, so many local government roads that are undone, okay, and not fixed till date because we are not holding these people accountable. So if there was no protest, you wouldn't have even given them a 25% of payment as regards to the project. And now, because the situation is now in the news, House of Representatives have actually come in to say, oh, okay, you have to give a spreadsheet, you have to be accountable as regards to this particular payment. We shouldn't get to the point where they have to be protests. There has to be protests, or we need to raise an alarm before we do what is right in Nigeria, if truly we want to serve the people. Activists pressure Nigerian leaders to declare achievements. The Connect Nigerian First movement has given Nigerian politicians a 100-day ultimatum to compile and publish a list of projects completed since taking office. The group, led by President Henry Nwabueze, wants governors, senators, members of House of Representatives, state assembly members, and local government chairmen to be transparent about their achievement. After the 100-day period, the Connect Nigerian First movement will embark on a nationwide investigative tour, visiting all 774 local government headquarters, 360 federal constituencies, and 109 senatorial zones across Nigerian 36 states. Sincerely, I'm wishing you guys well. I just pray they don't sabotage it, okay? And I just pray that it is not dead on arrival, because that is what this particular outfit or this organization would actually face. One thing that I know for sure in this country is that we lack accountability, okay? It's as simple as that. Let's not sugarcoat anything. That's just the truth. And it's as simple as that. If anybody can actually say otherwise, let them give us their track records and let them give us all of the things that we deserve to know as regards to all the projects and the contracts they've been awarding and all of the implementation. Let them give us the budget and how their expenditure has actually been over the years. And from then, we'll be taking them serious. But till then, we lack accountability in Nigeria. So join the conversation, kindly call the number 09044732605, 09044732605. Follow us on social media at VOP TV Live. You can use the hashtag People's Voice on VOP TV. And on YouTube, we are Voice of the People TV. Kindly hit the subscribe button, and together we can make our voices heard. It is time for us to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we'll be diving into the conversation. Senator Natasha's cybercrime trial stalls, and presently we have protests ongoing in Abuja National Assembly as we speak. Don't go nowhere, stay tuned. I'll be right back. Back to the program, it is People's Voice on VOP TV. The trial of suspended Kogi Central Senator Natasha Akpoti-Oduaghan, accused of cybercrime charges, has been adjourned to October 20 due to an objection raised by a defense team. The objection challenges the court's jurisdiction to hear the case, citing alleged abuse of prosecutorial powers by the Attorney General of the Federation. Akpoti-Oduaghan faces 6 counts of cyber crime charges, including transmitting false information with intent to malign, incite, and endanger lives. The defense team argues that the court lacks jurisdiction while the prosecution maintains readiness to proceed with the trial. Over 350 Nigerian women's rights organizations have actually petitioned the United Nations, accusing the Senate of systemic gender-based discrimination and retaliation against Akpoti-Oduaghan after she accused Senate President Godswill Akpabio of sexual harassment. The senator was arraigned on June 30 and granted bail. A suspension from the Senate has sparked controversy, with critics condemning it as a calculated reprisal. A federal high court in Abuja ruled the suspension unconstitutional and overreaching, but the Senate has yet to reinstate her into the House. So, if the same Senate that we're talking about now are the same people that are coming out to pass a bill to bring more women into the red chambers and also the reps, then we have to actually look at this particular one very well. We're now being joined by Barrister Ade Mokoya, Barrister Lai Ade Mokoya, a public affairs and political analyst. Barrister, good afternoon to you.
Silvio, it's Lagos today.
Barrister, Lagos is actually a pool now. So if you don't have your canoe, you have to learn how to swim. I'm talking about the island, to be precise, Lekki axis. Okay, but it's been a rainy day. Okay, but we're fine. Here we are. We don't have a choice. We need to walk. So you're welcome on board, Barrister.
All right, thank you.
Okay, and also joining us, we have Engineer Nwahule, the Deputy National Secretary of the Labour Party. Engineer, good afternoon to you today.
Good afternoon, Saviour. How are you doing?
Very well, sir. You're welcome on board.
Thank you, viewers.
Okay, so, Engineer, I would like to start with you. Being that you are a party man, you understand the political structure of most parties, okay, if I'm permitted to use that particular word, in a situation where a senator who was voted by our people, okay, to be a voice for them, okay, and to represent them in the National Assembly has been bullied to this particular point. What would you make out of this particular situation? And presently, we have our people, all our followers and everyone protesting in Abuja as we speak. What would you make out of this particular one, sir?
What I'll make out of it is simple and very clear. Back here in Labour Party, there's a hidden slogan we say, solidarity make us strong, which we borrowed from the Nigerian Labour Congress. I expected the PDP to rise to the occasion and stand with Natasha. The issue of a senator disagreeing with the Senate president is not new to our legislature. Even the current Senate president had disagreement at the floor of the Senate with the former Senate President, Bukola Saraki.
Yeah, Bukola Saraki, yes. I'm privy to that particular one.
Of course, he had exchange of words, he had quarrel, he had disagreement, it was very fierce. But we didn't hear this version of suspension and bullying that is going on now. Of course, and that's still not the first time. We are hearing senators fighting among themselves. We have had it severally. And we also know that things that happen inside the floor of the Senate, I think they have a kind of immunity that protects them. Of course, I can call it, this is purely, will I call it witch hunting or is unfair? It's unfair. I expected PDP to rise to the occasion. I expected PDP senators to stand by her. This is unfair. We are talking about democracy. The people should be represented. It's not about Senator Natasha. It's about the Kogi Central. Have you imagined what they have lost all this time? Nobody speaks for them.
Sincerely.
Think of it. What they have lost, nobody to intervene for them. Nobody to speak on their behalf. So where is the democracy? That is injustice. You see, when we turn our back on all this evil, we turn around to say that system is not working well when it does not favor us. We have to come together and stand by her. Even the trial, let me tell you, the trial is neither here nor there. I'll tell you the reason why. The Constitution of Nigeria assumes that accused is innocent. So whatever allegation or whatever, it is not enough to stop her from resuming. She has not been found guilty. But that is the truth. And even if when you say I found her guilty, what matters is until the people of Kogi State say you are no longer going to represent us, because she's not there on her own. She's representing the people. You see, there is this common slogan that people say, the one man terrorist is another man's hero, or things like that. This one is a hero, the representative of the people of the Kogi State. As long as they're concerned, she's doing their job. As long as they're concerned, she's doing their bidding. You're not in any position to remove her from the Senate for whatever allegation you level against her. It is unfair. It is unconstitutional. It's wrong. The Constitution assumes that accused is innocent until found guilty. But when you talk about removing her from the Senate, it is the people of Kogi that will decide that, not any other person, not the Senate themselves.
Politically, they actually staged a callback. If you remember, we actually saw it, I think, 5 months ago. We saw it in Kogi State, where they said people were to call her back, and they tried recruiting some people to come and sign and, make sure that that particular form was filled up as regards to calling back their senator. But it was so glaring that the person who was in charge of that particular mobilization happens to be a loyalist of Yahaya Bello, the former governor. Okay? But that being said, comrade, are you there?
I'm listening. Oh, yeah,
okay, so comrade, that being said, in a situation where the same House of Senate, the presidency, and the House of Reps are actually saying that they are trying to pass a particular bill, or they're trying to see how to include, the women, more women, okay, into the executive, the legislative arm of government, and they're trying to see how they are to include one woman in Senate, one woman in Reps, House of Assembly. They're trying to include women. Yet, this particular one has been singled out for them to use as a scapegoat to every other woman. Don't you think they are indirectly making them lose their self-esteem as regards to that particular gender?
It's not about indirectly, it's direct. All this is all about distracting our attention to the main issue. There's no law in Nigeria forbidding women from being the majority of the House of Representatives or majority of the House of Senate, or being majority of the same House of Assembly. There's no law that forbids them. So when you say you want to increase the number of women, oh my God, you're even insulting the women. All the women that have been in the National Assembly, they won their election. They were not appointed to be there. So you can't say that you are doing them favor by increasing the number. You don't have to increase the number. You're not doing them any favor. You don't have the magnanimity to grant them the favor. No, it's not a favor.
That's what they are saying.
Yeah, hold on, please. It is
please go ahead.
You see, in this country, we should be able to know where does our right end, where does the favor begin. The National Assembly, there's no law that can grant women rights, grant women favor to be in the National Assembly, because no constitution forbids them. In the case of Natasha won her election. Just like you have mentioned, all the effort to recall Natasha failed because her people stood by her. She should be in the Senate and be representing them.
Okay, I think we have a network glitch there.
An elective office.
Okay,
the
correct.
Women reserve the same equal right with men to contest and people to vote for them. You are not doing them any favor. It is no favor. So all this story of increasing the number of women, these things are distracting our attention. Let me tell you, my brother, Natasha is not our problem in this country. You should allow that woman to go back to the National Assembly to represent her people. We have problem of insecurity, we have problem of economy in this country. The workers are not motivated. The people are hungry. We are doing so many things wrong. We're supposed to do right. You are not presenting Natasha to be our national problem. Why should Natasha not be in the Senate be our national problem? The woman should go back to the Senate and represent our people. We have issue of insecurity that's pervading everywhere. And I listened to your news. His Excellency Honorable Wike should stop building houses for judges.
I'm surprised.
Doing them favor.
Sincerely,
it's wrong.
It is wrong because you can now control the judiciary.
Hold on. It is inducement against the judiciary. The three arms of government are supposed to be completely independent of each other. They should have their budget deductible from the source. You shouldn't give them money. The Constitution recognizes the judiciary as well as the executive, as well as the parliamentarians, the National Assembly. They're supposed to get their money from source. Their money should not be dependent on the approval or favor of Mr. President or anybody or the executive arm. It's wrong, it's inducement. Any favor, anything that comes from anybody, the executive or the legislator to the judiciary is inducement. It shouldn't be so, because the moment you start building houses for them, how can they find you guilty? How can they convict you? How can they pass judgment against you? That is inducement. That is the truth. The Constitution recognizes them. Therefore, they should get their vote. They should get their money from the federation account.
Okay, comrade.
Without anybody hindering it.
Comrade.
That's how it should be.
Okay, comrade. Before I go to Barrister Lai, I would like us to talk about something. Of course, I love the fact that you said that the Senate or the presidency are not doing any woman any favor to say that they want to include more women in the National Assembly. That is noted. Now, you would agree with me that, of course, the few women we have in government today were also elected in. But as a party man, sir, why is it that before you give 3 to 4 women, before you hand them your ticket, you would have given more than 15 men your ticket to represent that party? Why is that the order of the day in every political party in Nigeria? I stand to be corrected. Please go ahead.
Go and do your inquiry very well. Most times the tickets of women in politics are usually free. Most presidential candidates that are women, their tickets are usually
I'm not talking about the presidential. I'm not talking about the presidential candidate now. No. Let's talk about every. Okay, please go ahead.
I'm starting from the top now, coming down. Most of the times in all political parties, the female tickets are usually free. That's number one.
You said most, not all the time. Please go ahead.
I have my reason why I said most is this. I can't say for all the political parties.
That was the reason why I was to also mention to you, when you use the word for me to go and make my research, I am talking based on my research. I'm talking based on at least 4 to 5 different political parties that I am privy to their modus operandi. So that's it.
Let me answer you. Most political parties grant women political forms free. But now what happened is this. How many women are ready to walk up to contest the election? You are not going to force somebody to come and contest the election. That is number one. One thing is getting the form and the ticket, and that is going into the field to do the campaign, to mobilize people to vote for you. It takes courage for women to win an election. So this is a matter of women who are ready to go out there to do the work to win an election. We have Senator Ireti at the Senate. She did her campaign. She mustered the courage, and she got her ticket. So what you should be saying is that women should indicate their intentions earlier enough, prepare their mind, because you need mental preparation, mental readiness, you need physical readiness, you need financial readiness to be able to win election in Nigeria. It's not a mere wish. So if you are ready, if you have these attributes and these qualities.
So the financial readiness, the party cannot actually, hello, comrade. So the financial readiness, the party can actually cannot take exception and say, okay, fine. For the women, we would actually fund their movement as regards to the financial readiness, knowing fully well that the men can actually drop this liquid. But for the women, saying that because these are women, let us actually say, come together as a party to fund whatsoever they need.
No, you are getting it wrong.
I'm just asking. It's just a question.
Let me answer you. Let me go a bit philosophical. Until a student sincerely desires knowledge, and that student is qualified for that knowledge, then the teacher will be available. The teacher can be a human being, could be nature, could be circumstances, but there must be that sincerity of desiring. There must be qualification. Any woman that wants to be in the National Assembly, one must be qualified, must sincerely desire to be there. Even if the party grants you free tickets, will the party be going to do the campaign for you? Will the party be talking to your people for you? Wouldn't you need funds to mobilize your people? What of the logistics going to present yourself before the people? How about talking to your people? Is it the party that's going to talk to your people on your behalf? If the party does those things for you, go to and talk to your people, fuel your car, do this for you. When you go to National Assembly, how can you not speak to represent your people? You have to show during the time of campaign that comrade, you can represent your people.
Okay, comrade, let's go to Barrister Lai. But of course, thank you so much, comrade, for that particular submission. In as much as I wouldn't want to make us drag that particular one. Of course, I've also seen different women that has done all their mobilization and all of that, and they were told, okay, to step down for a particular man, okay, or the men in their constituency to go. Okay, but that would be another topic for another day, and I promise you, comrade, I would bring you back on the show for that particular one. Let's go to Barrister Lai. Barrister, I don't know if you can hear me loud and clear. Barrister, are you there?
Yes, I'm with you, Mr. Savior.
Okay, so what role might the Attorney General of the Federation play as regards to the alleged abuse of the prosecution and the power play trial? And let's talk about the situation where we have so many women who has actually written to the United Nations petitions as regards to this whole situation. How might the UN petition influence the Nigerian government's response to this Senator Natasha case?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Savior. So, first of all, talking on the role of the Attorney General of the Federation, the duty of the Attorney General of the Federation is to prosecute on behalf of the federal government of Nigeria. So, in this instance, you will recall that the Office of the Attorney General of the Federation, through the Director of its public prosecution, were the one that preferred a charge against the senator. So their role in this regard is to see that it's prosecuted. However, the right thing to do is to look at the allegation raised against her. And if they realize that there is no merit, what they need to do is only to write a report, a legal report, and take the matter out of court, or go to court and humbly withdraw the charge that they filed against her. But that is not what is happening in this regard. Though we don't know what might happen in the coming days, because I learned that the defense filed a preliminary objection against the DPP. So I don't know whether after the court heard the preliminary objection, whether there might be applications that might come in the coming days. So we cannot really predict what is going to happen in the matter. You know, it's a matter that is subject, it's a matter that is going on. So there will be our comments on it might be limited, so it won't be as if we are preempting the court. Also, on the issue of writing petition to the UN, I believe that it was a good move on the side of the senator, because he aided her in amplifying the matter. You understand? So now there is more scrutiny on the matter. I even also learned that our office has been unsealed today. So it's obvious that there is pressure from international community. There is pressure from the people in Abuja. There is pressure from Nigerians, because there was also protest today in Abuja concerning this issue. So I believe it's all these things put together that informed the National Assembly to unseal our office. So the writing of petition to the international body played a significant role in enforcing the rule of law on this issue.
Consequences could the Senate face if the allegation of systemic gender-based discrimination are proven true? As a lawyer, please, I would like you to come in and let us understand this.
There are very dire consequences because you know that Nigeria is a part of a particular convention which talks about the fact that women should be given gender equality.
Yeah.
And Nigeria is part of this convention. So if there is any rule or judgment given against the Nigerian Senate in this regard, it will bring a lot of reputational damage. It will bring a lot of issues and concerns of legislative accountability. And if you also look, the earlier speaker, I was hearing him talking and having a little argument with you. I'm also of the opinion that the ratio of women to men in politics in Nigeria is really low. As I said to you, the ratio is overall is 7%.
Very, very low.
Out of 169 legislators, we have only 19 that are women. Did you see that figure? 19. So it's really low. And we must say.
And the 19, you are already bullying one. Just to set example for the 18 remaining.
You recall what the former President Muhammad Buhari may so rest in peace. If you remember what he was saying that time, that the duty of a woman is to be in the other room, is to be in the kitchen, or to be in the room, the other room, whatever I meant by the other room. But what are we saying in essence? There are some form of victimization and gender inequality in Nigeria as we speak, and it's reflected in our politics. And that is what informed the current number of women to men ratio in politics. So that's my opinion on that.
Okay, so Barrister, for your final thoughts as regards to legal and political implications, what are the potential implications of the court's decision on the senator's objection to its jurisdiction?
Well, the potential implications on the court ruling on issue of jurisdiction is that it will determine whether the matter will continue or whether the matter will be terminated, because it's fundamental in law that jurisdiction goes to the root of any matter. So before a court can, adjudicate over a matter, the court must have jurisdiction. So if the court looks at the preliminary objection raised by Natasha's lawyer, and they realize that there is merit in it, and they rule in her favor, then that ends the entire matter. The entire case of cybercrime against her before that court comes to an end, unless they now decide to go and file the matter in another court. Do you understand? Because there are two different things between if the matter is going to be struck out or whether it will be dismissed.
Okay.
So are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, so if the matter is, if the court rules in our favor based on the preliminary objection, then that ends the case. But if the court doesn't rule in our favor on the preliminary objection, then that means the case will continue.
I think we're having a network glitch there. All right, so quickly, Comrade, I don't know if you're there. I'd just like to take your final submission as regards to this particular situation. Comrade, are you there? Comrade, please unmute your mic, please. Hello, Comrade? Okay, I think we're having a bit of a network glitch there. But of course, this is how far we can actually go on the program today. I would have loved to ask Comrade his final submission as regards to the balance of power within the Senate. Because if we're actually trying to include the women in all of the affairs of this particular nation, we have to give them the right for them to be in this particular system, okay, and not bullying them, even when we have them around. So this is what I would just have to say. Please, the Senate, allow Senator Natasha to go back to office and let her keep representing our people. She was voted in and not appointed. Until we understand this, okay, she was voted in. And if you have every case as regards to whatsoever she said and the cybercrime situation, let the court decide, okay? But don't bully her out of the Senate. That's all I have to say about this particular one. And please don't forget that we are all entitled to our opinion, and whatsoever submission that our guest analyst has actually given is just they are entitled to it, and it does not reflect that of VOP's stand or opinion as regards this particular conversation. Don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough people do last. Whatsoever you are facing will soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. I am Savior Udo. Have a wonderful, good evening.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shape our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And on the bold angle with Jomalina, we dive deeper into stories that shape our world.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries.
Voice of the People, 90.3 FM, became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Observed every 8th of September, International Literacy Day serves as a reminder of the fundamental role literacy plays in empowering individuals and building stronger societies. This year's theme, Promoting Literacy for a World in Transition, Building the Foundation for Sustainable and Peaceful Societies, focuses on equipping citizens with the skills needed to navigate today's fast-changing world. Education stakeholders emphasize that literacy is not only about the ability to read and write, but also about acquiring critical thinking skills that foster participation in democratic and economic life. Experts warn that millions of children and adults globally still lack basic literacy skills, a challenge worsened by poverty, inequality, and limited access to quality education.
Funding is a big challenge, across the 36 state of Nigeria. I went to my alma mater just 2 years ago, and now it's an eyesore. I kid you not. Imagine school with no marker board, leaking roofing sheet, no laboratories for students. So, funding is really, really major. Apart from funding, we can also look at insecurity in some areas, in Nigeria. Let's not forget the incident with Chibok girls. They still haven't been found today. So apart from funding and what I said, we also have, the problem of having teachers who are not fit to actually teach. We have teachers who we can say are half-baked. So I think the government need to, look into this area, maybe even sack some teachers and then recruit the ones that are ready to work.
As International Literacy Day is celebrated worldwide, the call is clear. Literacy remains the cornerstone for sustainable development and a pathway to building a better future for all. Matthew Ugunswada, reporting for Voice of the People TV.
Voice of the People. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Soibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope. Every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope. The sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
A beautiful edition of the Locker Room on Voice of the People Television. I am Jerry Arpeliohai, and we've got a thrilling show for you today as we have loads and loads of action to talk about in the exciting world of football. And of course, the usual suspect makes a return. It's a full house talking about Ike Chukwu and Hafiz will be joining us to break down all the action and share their hot takes on what's going down in the football world. And don't forget to stay tuned, subscribe, and turn on that notification bell so you don't get to miss a single episode of the Locker Room on Voice of the People Television. You can also join the conversation via the numbers showing on the screen, talking about the WhatsApp number to give us some bit of your take as far as the show is concerned. You can also drop your comments on the comment section. We'll do justice to taking them as the show progresses, and of course we'll also use them as a yardstick to serve you better in other editions as far as the Locker Room is concerned. The Ballon d'Or took place last night, and any surprises, Ike Chukwu and Hafiz? Let me start with you, Hafiz. Any surprises?
Good evening, Jerry. I would say there are surprises at the Ballon d'Or. I mean, I'm sure a lot of football fans actually expected Ousmane Dembele to pick it. For me, I think he was the best player. He was the best player this year so far. He's still the best player for me this year in terms of numbers, trophies achieved, and all of that. Yamal, I won't say Yamal was a close second for me. I think I would have gone with Rafinha because Rafinha also had an exceptional season. He was a clutch player for Barcelona. But then maybe when we discuss about the Ballon d'Or later, we can break it all down. But no surprises. Maybe just in the rankings, seeing Cole Palmer finishing 8th ahead of the likes of Kivicha, Kvaratskhelia, Harry Kane. I mean, nah.
Even finishing ahead of the likes of McAllister.
No, McAllister is still okay, but for Kupama to finish ahead of Nomenge, nah.
Even what about Mendes? I thought he was going to make the top 5 or top 6.
Was that? Mendes? Nomenge. I mean, no, there are a lot of PSG players that you can actually put in that list, but then deservedly so for me, Ousmane Dembele won it, and there are other awards as well that I have my own reservations for. But when we talk about the Ballon d'Or, I'll make it all known.
Ike Chukwu, any surprises for you?
Good evening, Hafiz. Good evening to our viewers. Well, I think Rafinha should be somewhere behind. I think somewhere third after Lamine Yamal. I think Lamine Yamal deserves to be where he actually finished. And I think another very big surprise is that Salah finished ahead of Achraf Hakimi. That for me is another huge surprise. But I mean,
Salah finished ahead of Achraf Hakimi.
Yes, that's a huge surprise.
And there's already a debate that Salah should have been at least in the top 3. Because if you take a look at his stats last season, he scored every goals. He was the best player of the season, playmaker of the season, the PFA player of the season, Football Writers Association player of the season.
Well,
everything he did.
He's now in the top 10 as far as goals and assists in the Premier League all-time record is concerned.
Jerry, everything he did is just in the Premier League. people who
he single-handedly won the Premier League somehow.
Jerry, people.
His goals, take away his goals, Liverpool will not win the Premier League.
Absolutely, take away his goals, they won't win the league.
Of the players too, he's not going to get goals.
He has more assists than any of the players combined. All the players in Liverpool combined, he had more assists than them.
He had a very good season, but the truth is,
that's how fantastic he was.
I'm not done, but go ahead.
That's how fantastic he was.
The truth is, he actually had a very good season. He had a very good season. We cannot downplay the fact that he had a very good season.
Come on.
But people who he was up against.
How many people at 33 do that?
If all the players.
Give me numbers.
You don't want to do that.
Player and assist. Apart from Messi and Ronaldo, who does that?
Why are you putting aside Messi and Ronaldo? They are footballers.
That's just the elite class. I'm talking about elite. You have to be elite to be in that class.
Said, everything
that was
just in the Premier League.
Talking about Salah's performance at 33 last season.
Yeah. I think it's only Messi that can actually compete with that in terms of goals and assists.
Yes, goals and
I don't think there's any other player that can come close to what he did last season.
Well, like I said, football is attacked by us, because there was a certain 34-year-old Virgil van Dijk that was doing the business at the back. So what are we saying?
No, Van Dijk didn't have a good season compared to the season they won the Champions League. Truly. Yes.
Well, you had the fantastic season last season.
I think that season makes it difficult for whatever season he brings to the table. People want to use to judge.
Absolutely.
But last season he was also phenomenal.
We can also both agree that the season Liverpool got to the Champions League final, Mo Salah had a very good season, right? This season they lost to Real Madrid. We can also
and he still didn't make the top 3 in back.
We can also agree that this season as well.
Some are even saying it's not even about whether Mo Salah does well. The Ballon does not reward good footballers. That was.
Is Dembele not a good footballer?
Yeah, he's a good footballer, but the hype has to go with you.
Is But Martin not a good footballer?
The hype has to go with you.
Well,
you need to have the hype.
So Salah doesn't have the hype. Whose fault is that?
Come on.
You people should not push that agenda.
Come on.
Not push that agenda.
Imagine
Salah will finish.
Imagine Salah is playing for England.
See,
or playing for Spain or France.
Pulling out that
no. Let's say Salah's number.
Jerry,
even the season he made the top.
Jerry, we need to understand.
He has never made the top 3 with all the numbers he has been bringing out. Even the season he won the Champions.
Jerry, we need to look at the variables for this award.
Okay.
Right. When you are up in the Ballon d'Or race, one of the things that will get you closer to the award is how outstanding your season was, and the people in contention with. Exactly. If the people you're contending with are people playing in the same league as you, it gives you a better chance.
Okay,
yes.
Let's say.
So, for example,
let's say to it with Yamal.
No, I'm coming.
Yamal
Jerry
finished ahead of Salah. That's why I'm saying that.
We'll get there.
Yeah.
I'm saying that if Mo Salah and Lamine Yamal, with the kind of performance they had last season, right, and Lamine Yamal
finished ahead of him.
No, and Lamine Yamal was playing in the Premier League.
Okay.
It's going to be easier for Mo Salah to have a better claim.
Nah.
That's how it works.
Nah.
Now, if you are coming from a different league, right, they both won the league.
You have to play in Spanish league to be better.
No, that's not the case.
And be playing for Barcelona.
Jerry, that's not the case.
Yeah.
Now, this is how it works.
Okay.
They both had a very fantastic season. Lamine might not score as much goals as Mo Salah, but we know that he was the main creator in that Barcelona team.
Lamine Yamal last season in terms of numbers.
No, that's what I'm saying. See, Jerry, football is going back.
Rafinha was the man.
Jerry, football is going back to the era where it's not just about goals. I'm so happy about it. Now, Lamine Yamal, we will not. I mean, Jerry, be very honest. Lamine Yamal was the main character of that Barcelona. Forget the fact that Rafinha was doing the goal,
Was it the main?
No, Lamine Yamal. We saw.
Yamal was just showboating for me.
No, Jerry.
Jerry,
that's very unfair.
See,
Jerry,
it wasn't just showing.
See, Rafinha was the man who was giving them.
Jerry, what knocked?
Rafinha was pulling up the numbers.
No, exactly my point. Pulling up the numbers. Jerry, pulling up the numbers. Pulling up the numbers, right? That, like I said before, football is going back to the era where the player, the player that decides the play of the team will most likely pick it. Back in the days, right?
How many assists did he have?
I think he had 13.
In the era of Xavi and Iniesta, how many assists do they have?
And that is why they never won the Ballon d'Or.
But they came close second and third. Very often. But they came close.
Messi and Ronaldo were picking the Ballon d'Or.
But they came very close.
If he's using that basis, right? If he's using that basis,
must he come close?
No, I'm saying that
if he's using that basis,
we had a lot of players.
Yamal is not Barcelona.
They should
give it to Pedri. Pedri was the one that was in the middle. Pedri was the one
no, Jerry, we saw Barcelona.
I'm happy we're at this level right now.
Jerry,
this is what I want to see.
Jerry,
let's wait for the Ballon d'Or. Let's wait for
Jerry,
the
we saw Barcelona.
I know you're eager now. I like I just have to bring this Salah stuff because I know every my people are going to come for me. But let's start with the Super Eagles, where the coach, talking about Eric Chell, says he remains optimistic about Nigeria's chances of qualifying for the 2026 World Cup despite the team's current third place position in their group. I think Eric Chell is just trying to tell us he knows what he's doing. Because even, I don't know, whether a blind man, will I say a blind man? At least you hear, you get information. A blind man will know that this Super Eagles team will take the horse to go through the eye of needle, like Jesus said, for the rich man to make heaven. That's more like for the Super Eagles to go to the World Cup. And Eric Chell's, is this optimism, being pessimistic, or what would I call this?
Well, for me, I think it's just Eric Chell doing his job as the coach. You can't throw everything down or act like you've given up, you know. And for me, I would say that this claim is buoyed with the fact that South Africa might be facing those 3 points deduction. So I think this claim by Eric Chell he has to do his job. You can't just water down your chances just because it's looking gloomy at the moment. And that's why he's the head coach. That's why we are out here just doing our own analysis, and he's at the center of it all. So he can't just make you look for the players and make him look at the players and say, oh, we're not qualifying. You people should even bother not to come. I will use maybe the channel. No, he can't do that. So for me, I think he has to at the same time, he will still say it as it is. He knows what it is, but he has to do his job. And like I said, the 3 points that might get eventually deducted from South Africans leave Nigeria with a fighting chance, but they still have to do their job for me. So I think a lot of Nigerians, me included, I feel like, man, that World Cup dream is going to be far-fetched. But since Eric Chell is saying it, we just have to back him up.
All right, Ikechukwu, are you still on that platform? Or is this a PR stunt from Eric Chell to save his job, to keep him longer on the job?
Well, it doesn't really at this point matter what he says. He's just been a coach who believes that you just have to fight to the end. The Super Eagles are in a very bad position, and all a good coach will want to do is, even if you're not going to actually get the prize, you have to finish in a very good way, right? If he ends up in second position, at least people will okay, he didn't actually start the qualifiers. Conversation will definitely start from, okay, we've played this number of games before Eric Chell came. If he had actually started, perhaps we would have actually won a lot of those games and we wouldn't have been in this position. So it's not about now winning. It's about how he's going to finish very well, finish strong, and then make a statement for yourself. I mean, it's not entirely Eric Chell's fault. Yes, we can actually call him out in certain games where we believe he could have actually picked the 3 point, like the Zimbabwe game. Even in this South African game, we were expecting that Nigeria should have actually won it, even though there are a lot of antics before the game and the other. But again, right, the truth is this particular qualifiers is, I think if Eric Chell ends up not picking the ticket, I think it's going to be 40% his fault, not 50%, because I mean the damage has already been done before he came on board. So yes, love for him now to save face, save pride, just finish second. Let it be that okay, Nigeria came second, not way behind the pecking order. I think that's exactly what
for the
I think that's exactly what he's actually pushing for. And I mean, for me, right, if we have to actually go by what the NFF said before they actually brought him on board, which was actually a 2 years contract, if he can actually get finish strong in this particular one and go ahead to win the Nations Cup, who says he shouldn't keep his job? I don't have issues with that, because I mean, like I said before, he came when the house is already in ruins, and he did the little he can to actually put Nigeria in a better place where he done.
They didn't make the team better, but he made them lethargic and just
if
question marks still.
So Jerry, if he finished second, we can all agree that he made the team better, because his team wasn't second before he came.
Are they playing better? Are they playing to your satisfaction? Are you seeing hope that this team has the spark to really dominate Africa and take it one stage after? Will you be comfortable with Eric Chell coaching this team at the Nations?
So Jerry, we need to understand that Eric Chell is not 6 months on this job.
Okay.
So we need to understand how number of time it takes a team to actually be. I remember when Jurgen Klopp took over the Liverpool job, he said it's going to take me 4 years and I'll build a team nobody wants to play. And in 4 years, Liverpool won the Champions League.
Do you know what that means? It means he had a lot of time, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. That
made baby steps that were leading to that direction.
At least he showed signs from the first game.
No, Jerry, you remember
started for Liverpool
Jerry,
at that time.
You remember he lost Europa League finals.
Yeah, even making it to the final was a big one with that team.
No, what we're saying is that it took time to build that team that nobody wants to play.
And in half a season, he took the team to the final,
progression was showing actually.
Jerry, progression. And how long did you start seeing the progression? The first season he didn't.
Are you seeing a team that has the strategy that can make it to the final of the next AFCON?
For me, no.
No, you don't see it now. It's too early.
It's too early to call.
It's too early to call. Be very honest. I mean, a lot of teams at this point, structurally, they're ahead of the Super Eagles. You don't just wake up one morning and expect, because the only thing that is helping us is our superior talent.
Do you think the team has the structure? Because structure is about administration now.
That's what I'm saying.
And Eric Chell is going to be working with this same structure till December, because Gasol and Kwan are not going to leave there. He's going to be working with this structure. So we're already expecting an excuse at the Nations Cup, because we need a coach that will be able to work with this 40 structure and give us results.
But if he can prove himself, at least for now, with this shaky structure, and I mean, we can say he's unbeaten, right? He hasn't lost any game.
He's drawing against Zimbabwe and co.
But then he's still doing his job. He's trying to do his job on the pitch, right? Even with the shaky administration. Well, if there can be a better one, I mean, if there can be a better administration, no, Eric should not be fired for me, because just like as I was saying, he's trying to do his best, but then the base is the one that is shaking. Do you get what I'm saying? So maybe at the AFCON, if he still tries to, push on, just like Pesero did, I know that Pesero has his own fault with the tactics and everything. If he can push on with the AFCON, and maybe whatever comes out of the AFCON, that will now determine, okay, where we are going to see it from. Is it from the angle of the NFF being who they are again, or that Chelsea's tactics, obviously showing and flowing. So for me, I think Eric Chell should still remain the Super Eagles coach, even though that we have our questions with his tactics and everything. But then it has shown so far
fire this man and get somebody who can do the job. Just fire this man. Let's get somebody who can give us 3 points. Because without Osimhen and co, you just see that the team is just lethargic.
I don't have issues with Eric Chell being fired. Basically,
how long has he worked with
right? I don't have issues with him being fired. But if you are going to fire Eric Chell, you have to bring somebody who is way, way, way ahead.
Yeah, it won't be difficult with this Gasol.
Exactly. So I wouldn't want you. If you're firing a Chell, I want to see a manager in the modes of the likes of Philip Trouzet. I want to see the likes of Joe Bromfair. I want to see those top managers.
We still have those classic coaches anymore.
I mean, they're still there.
That's available for Africa teams.
I mean, the Javier Reynolds, the Frenchman. I mean,
you need to be with us here. We're excited.
So these are the kind of people I want to say. Okay, if you bring in a man like that, okay, maybe we can have a conversation. But now you don't have somebody. I think the best Eric Chell has been able to actually set up the trail, right? You can actually see, okay, maybe this is where this team is headed. Perhaps maybe he's building what is best described as a triangle, just one focal point. Let's push all the ball to Victor Osimhen and see what comes out of it. Just like Benitez actually did with Fernando Torres, right? All balls to Torres. Maybe that's exactly what he's trying to actually build. And so far, so good. We must be very honest with ourselves. It's kind of been working. And yes, it's been working to an extent. But from the question again you asked, should we really fire him? If we have somebody who is in that mode, like I described, who says we still have about 3 months to the Nations Cup, the team can really set again.
How about looking inward? I mean, look at what Cote d'Ivoire did at AFCON. Mid competition and Burton.
That's in the middle of competition. That was a fluke. It helped them because they were at home.
Motivation.
That was a fluke.
But we have good coaches in Nigeria.
See, that was a fluke. The man was the assistant coach.
I know.
I put my money that Emerson Faye is going to be exposed at the next.
Absolutely.
Okay, fine, I understand. Okay, so how about a certain Aliou Cissé? Aliou Cissé that also did it with Senegal.
Cissé was a legend.
How about Walid Regragui? Walid Regragui took Morocco to the semi-finals of the World Cup.
See, the
What
issue
is going on with our own coaches in Nigeria?
The issue is this. Okay,
that's the question we are still asking.
Finidi did them dirty.
Okay, so Moroccan League is here, Nigerian League is here. Right, Moroccan football development structure is here, Nigerian football here.
Okay. Thank God you saw the chat.
So yes,
at least those who have been calling for the NPFL players.
So when we talk about coaches, it's even good now, Jerry. I think a couple of months ago we were having a conversation about John Utaka now in Lens. Is it Montpellier? Yeah, the female team. Now we now have a coach that's exposed. So perhaps if he does that, maybe 2-3 seasons, move into male, and then we can now be looking at a man who is exposed to that level, and looking at bringing him back. But we don't have coaches. Jerry, you remember we also talked about our coaches and our ex-internationals, our coaches going abroad, even if it's to be our assistant coach. So it's all about development. Develop yourself.
The European country league he won. Was it Italian?
Amunike.
No.
Emmanuel Amunike.
It was a Nigerian who won the league 2 seasons ago in one of the European Oscars.
Yes. I remember his name.
I'm trying to figure out his name.
And they were talking about him maybe coming in, but this country, if you are not connected, if somebody is not speaking for you and so on and so forth. And again, we have politics like Emenalo, who is revamping the Saudi league, but nobody is.
At least Emenalo is not even a coach, so to speak. It's like,
at least he understands football. Imagine such kind of a person as a football director or as the NFF chairman.
All it needs
imagine how far it will go.
There's a big difference, directing football here in Nigeria and directing football in Europe.
Yeah, they will need to give him the tools. They will have to give it to him.
Tools there, but here you have to satisfy.
Even without tools, if an Emmanuel step in here, you will see change. No, Jerry,
you'll be frustrated.
No.
You'll be frustrated.
Jerry, we know that he'll be frustrated. We all agree at the end of the day that's what's going to happen. But we still will agree that if you step in here today with these tools, like of Gusau is working with, he will bring in a better result than we're having. With what?
Look at this child that we are still even talking about.
Because we'll see projects.
We broke where we read that it was forced to pick a certain William Trustekong to play. That is something
even it happened in the Chan.
So even if you are good,
the first 2 games,
the players that qualified for the Chan, Jerry,
not used.
The players that qualified for the Chan were different, very different from the good number of players that went to the Chan.
It was Remo Stars FC that they took to the Chan. I don't know what happened.
I don't want to talk. I don't want to speak on someone who is passed away. But then even Stephen Keshi, I lost some of my respect for him. After what he did at the 2013 AFCON, going into the 2014 World Cup, the players I saw that were going, I don't know what Keshi did in that middle, but then he's passed away. He's not here to come and defend himself. But anyway, it's just
after the AFCON, the media officer of the Super Eagles, he's late now, Ben Alaya. I was in a meeting where I was privy to be in a meeting where he was actually, talking about what happened in that particular tournament. That after they won the championship, in the dressing room, the big boss entered, blessed memories. He told the boys, he said, okay, we've won the Nations Cup, we're going back home, but it should be in your mind now that a good number of you will not be part of the team going forward.
Why would you say?
That's what he said.
Why would you say blessed memory?
Perhaps he might be talking about players who are already aged, like of Joseph Yobo and go, because there was in fact, a lot of persons don't even know this. There was a very huge hot blood between. It came into the news that Mikel Obi was having issues with the coaching crew, right? But later, when Belaya was narrating, it was actually the assistant coach who Mikel was having issues with, the person of Daniel Amokachi.
Yeah.
Right. So, the big boss. A manager like that will not want a player who will want to bring in. They will not want to
enmity.
No, they will not want a player who will want to use their ego to obstruct their dressing room. So more like what that statement was like a statement to tame the ego of the big boys in that particular team.
Didn't Yobo make that tournament?
2014.
Yes.
Nah.
Anyway, let's not deviate. I will expect that by October they'll be back again, and he's supposed to drop his team list at least before the end of this month, at least hopefully by next week. And then
are you looking out for any changes, any major changes?
No, the only changes I want them to do is go and play the match, and just show up
and change your position on the table. I think that one is better.
Yeah,
if
and remain on the
same
table.
Players that want to negotiate it, fine. But I want to put you guys on this spot. I want to ask you, Ikechukwu, with these players that have remained unbeaten under Eric Chelsea so far, but cannot improve their place on the table, do you think these players can still at least finish strong with 17 points and see what happens in the second place rankings?
I mean, we can see very much win all of our games that's left. I think we've played the biggest games in this particular round. The Rwanda and South Africa are the biggest games.
Are you being honest or
no, I'm being very honest. I mean, our last two games, Lesotho and Benin Republic, I mean, these are games Nigeria should be able to win. Right.
And we didn't win anyone in the first leg.
Well, I mean, like, it's not Eric Chelsea that actually played those games. But now we are in a position where it's quite difficult. My own worry is not even about winning those games now. My own worry is, how much would that game see? I'm still wondering why the Super Eagles or the NFF didn't press the issue of Mokoena. Another 3 points should have been deducted. No, Jerry, sincerely.
It's going to be.
It's going to be. Because the conversation now is just about 3 points.
Don't worry.
Another 3 points should have been a conversation after he played that other game.
It's just 3 points.
Unfortunately,
it's just 3 points actually.
Unfortunately, I cannot rely on the NFF. But if we've said it and some people have heard it and they feel they should go after talking about SAFA and of course make sure that FIFA does what is right, I think South Africa going to the World Cup is not going to be about what they did on the pitch. Because for me, South Africa does not deserve the points they have gotten.
Why?
I have my reservations. I've said it here before.
Yes, I mean the games they've played. Yes,
from the selection of South Africa in that group.
Watch all their games.
See,
let's leave aside the Mokoena game.
That's South Africa TV is dead.
That's African. No, that's Africa TV. They have undue advantage.
Let me tell you. Take away Mokoena. Even the Mokoena we are even talking about.
Mokoena. Why are you taking away Mokoena?
See, even Mokoena. That's
Mokoena. No, wait. They put them Mokoena. Can that Mokoena break in the Super Eagles team?
See. Wait.
So the ones that are even better than Mokoena, what did you?
Let me tell you about South African football is.
Don't
the World Cup.
They have an undue advantage. They are playing almost all of their games home and away at home.
But they have players that are playing in
that's an undue advantage.
Talking about South Africa, when last did they go to the World Cup?
Give me 1 minute.
When last did they go to the World Cup?
When last did you go to the World Cup?
When last did you go to the World Cup? I just went to the World Cup in 2018.
Okay, fine.
When last South Africa go to World Cup? The last and only World Cup they went to
was the last one. Hosted, right?
The one they hosted.
Fine. Fine.
This is what they hosted. They scored only 1 goal.
Okay, fine.
Which was scored by Chabalala.
No, they didn't score 1 goal. They beat France 2-0 now. They beat France 2-0.
Was it at the same World Cup in 2010?
Now they beat France. Was it 2-0 or 2-1? They beat France.
Was it not that good that Chabalala scored?
France were poor. I've forgotten. They beat France.
Okay. Let me say my records are not correct, but I want to go to the fact that the last talented footballer that South Africa ever produced for me is Chabalala. Finish. The rest.
Is the keeper better than Diaz?
Yes.
The keeper made top 30 Ballon d'Or.
Which one they go?
Rowan Williams.
Come on.
Where your keeper day? Where is Nigeria keeper day?
Rowan Williams. Come on.
Stop it.
Come on.
Our players are supposed.
What's so big about Rowan Williams?
We are not even supposed to be negotiating with South Africa. We are not even supposed to be waiting for them to be deducted 3 points. This is a team that have most of their players playing in their league. We have a league.
Wait, this South Africa team. Nigeria is struggling. Look at what they played in South Africa.
You are playing the devil.
Is it not South Africa?
No, hold on.
Telling me I'm playing the devil. I'm not telling you that.
Wait.
If Nigeria played all of our games, Benin Republic and other games right here in Uyo, you think we will not qualify?
You know
think we will be in this position?
I want to drop this thing.
I'm asking
you. We played 4 games in Uyo. How many have you won?
Let me
how many have you won in Uyo?
Is that the question? I'm asking you now. If we play the same way, we have the same advantage. Do you think we'll be in this position?
Which advantage is that?
You play. See this guy.
Imagine being recorded as Zimbabwe and playing their home games in Uyo.
How many? Wait, Zimbabwe played us.
No, talk about not us. Talk about Zimbabwe playing South Africa.
They are not playing South Africa in Zimbabwe. In South Africa now.
Where are they playing?
They are fighting to play that game in Rwanda. They are going to play that game.
They are fighting, but originally
second leg.
Yes, they are playing it in Rwanda.
Where did they play the first leg?
They played South Africa. South Africa hosted. This one they are playing this one in Rwanda. They played Nigeria in Rwanda now.
What about Lesotho?
Well, Lesotho, man, anyway, they played it in South Africa.
Do you know the story behind Lesotho?
Tell us.
Really? I know the story about
Tell us.
This is a country that
should they be in
that group?
Should they be in the same group with her?
Come on, go and check other.
No, wait,
we asking, should they be?
Must they be in the same group?
Look at the question. Look at the question you guys are even asking me.
It's just like it's just like
should they be in that group? Should they be in that group?
Okay, Jerry. Okay. So you go into the Champions League. So you go into the Champions League.
Why didn't you beat them there?
At least we beat the South Africans in the nation.
Does it even have to matter where we are playing Lesotho?
Let me say.
Does it have to matter where we are playing Lesotho? We play Lesotho in Uyo. We play Lesotho in Uyo.
Let me ask you this question.
Come on, man.
Does that mean that South Africa is a better team than the Super Eagles?
I'm not saying that they are a better team.
So what are you saying?
I'm just saying, you are saying that the team is, in quotes, dead. And I'm telling you that this is a team that you could not beat home and away, and you're supposed to be the giants of Africa. You're supposed to be the one flying to the giants of Africa.
Who told you they are the giants of Africa?
The way you are making it look like now, this is a team that. Listen. You ask me a question now. Okay, this is a team that going into that game in Bloemfontein, you know that you are the ones who had the stakes higher for you. You needed those 3 points, and South Africa they can relax with just a point, and you were playing so lethargic with your Alex Iwobis, with your Sylvester, with your Toulouse, with your Didis.
No, let's not put this into perspective.
With their keeper that is not good.
Let's put this into perspective. You know the 2 goals that were scored by Esperance?
With a goal. With a goal.
Did you answer?
Did you answer?
The 2 goals, one goal.
Seriously.
One goal. And the 2 goals scored by Esperance.
You're just trying to make me.
The South Africans. That's the African team. Wait, going to the World Cup.
There was VAR.
Going to the World Cup.
If there was VAR.
How many teams are we going to be having at the World Cup? I think we're having 6 African teams. Let's say we have 6 African teams.
We're having 9. Possible 10.
10, okay. 9 African teams.
We have 9 guaranteed.
Out of the 9 African teams,
in an
big 2 teams.
Format,
wait, calm down. Calm down. How many teams, if you are going to put your hope as far as Africa is concerned, how many teams will you put your hope on in terms of going far?
There are better teams that are playing quality football. Did you expect Morocco to make 2022 World Cup semi-final?
Morocco, South Africa.
Wait now. Did you expect Morocco to
make Morocco, South Africa?
I'm asking you a question. Did you expect Morocco to make that semi-final?
No. The quality of the Morocco team.
Question?
No, I didn't expect them. But I will never.
Any team can perform. Any team can perform at the World Cup. Any African team can also perform at the World Cup.
Wow.
The fact that they are even going there at the expense of Nigeria shows that we are just
better.
You guys are just shamelessly.
No, it means they are better. But no, let's put it in perspective. Don't mean that they are better than.
This after the show.
Well, before the World Cup in 2002, the Nations Cup that was played
goes back in time, eh?
Before the World Cup in 2002.
Yeah, they say
the Nations Cup that was played.
You have to go back to history, definitely.
Nations Cup that was played. How did Morocco fare in that Nations Cup? Before you say you don't expect Morocco to actually make it to the semi-final.
But this is not 2002 Ikechukwu.
No, you're asking a question if he expected Morocco to make it to the semi-final. That was what you asked.
He's saying that which team am I
and you brought the Morocco situation.
Why would you even Wait, why are you even asking me which team am I counting on? Not the Super Eagles because they might not even go. Not the Super Eagles because they might not go. So let us enjoy. I'm sure that you guys are also going to follow opinions of some Nigerians that will say, there's no need to watch the World Cup as Nigeria is not there. Enjoy football. If your national team decides not to make it, that's not your fault. Enjoy football.
Well, the truth is that people who are fans naturally across the world are mostly disinterested in watching tournament their team are not part of. It is only people. It is only people who are sportcasters and football fanatics, or some people who actually have special players they want to follow in a particular tournament that will still follow the tournament religiously, whether their team is there or not. And this is just reality. But the truth is, now we are in a situation where it's very difficult for us to actually make it to the World Cup. Nigeria, the only situation we have, this is me going back to Eric Cheryl's case, is to ensure that, yes, you might not make it to the World Cup at the end of the day with the way situation is, but ensure that the Nations Cup trophy is brought back home. At least that will placate, the fans. People will understand that. Okay, yes, we will not be able to. We were not able to do this. You didn't actually give us this because the worst we can actually get from this Nations Cup now is another silver medal, because that's the highest. I mean, that's the highest we've been. So anything short of silver medal in this Nations Cup is a failure.
Local champions.
Do you understand?
Anyway, I will not go into that conversation, but let's deal with more on the bulletin where South African Football Association CEO Lydia Mone-Powell has stated that Bafana can still qualify for the 2026 World Cup despite facing a potential 3-point deduction for feeding an ineligible player. Talking about Tebo Mokoena, and of course, she should also be expecting maybe 6 points.
This is where I was expecting. This is what I was. This is where. This is what I was expecting. NFF to actually pull all the pressure. I mean, this is a game. You have to actually use all you've got, because South Africa actually did, a very dirty job against Super Eagles in the last game. That stadium that we played against them, they've never used that stadium before. It was a terrible pitch. They intentionally took Super Eagles there, and because they know they are not good. Because they know our players actually play in very good pitches across Europe, and they decide to actually do that.
Because they are not good now. That's why they want to play on. Bad team wants to play on the bad pitch.
A team can deploy any tactics to play anybody.
That's what I'm saying.
You are good.
That's what I'm saying.
If you are good, you don't need to do that now. You don't need to deploy this.
Yes, now just take us to a good stadium where you be winning your game.
I like this pitching that you are bringing out. Okay, Una play for Oyo will be better pitch. Una beat them there. No. Did you beat Lesotho there? No. Did you beat Zimbabwe there? No.
So there was no Osimhen.
The problem what you are saying is that you are saying South Africa is a good side.
I'm not saying they're a good side.
No, that's what you said.
I'm not saying they're a good side.
So what I'm saying,
I'm just starting.
If the Super Eagles are good, they should have been.
That's what you're saying.
Super Eagles are African side.
Oh, you don't know that's what you're saying.
Maybe he doesn't know now. But you don't want to say. You don't want to delay on the head.
Maybe you don't know what you're saying, or you want to sit on the fence. Okay.
Don't let us.
Since Nigeria is Africa, they should be doing what?
Trying to suppress
South Africa.
You guys are making excuses.
We are
making excuses.
If you are good, you are good now.
If we actually won, how many games do we win in Uyo? Out of the 4 we played, we won 1. He said because Osimhen is not there. He said it.
Yes, now.
I heard it.
That's an excuse.
All I'm just trying to let you
an excuse.
Oh my God.
That's an excuse.
You even know what he's doing.
That's an excuse.
Let's go ahead.
Let's talk about.
Let's go ahead.
Let's talk about Nigerians Falconets who have kicked off their training in Ibadan as they prepare to face Rwanda's Mavubi in the second leg of the 2026 FIFA Under-20 Women's World Cup qualifying match. And of course, the game is scheduled to take place on Saturday at the Lakon Salami Stadium. The Falconets, led by Moses Duku, secured a 1-0 win at the first leg in Ghana. Of course, respect that they should be able to dispatch the Rwandans when they come back here to play the second leg. And let's talk about the Ballon d'Or. The NFF has congratulated Chiamaka Nnadozie and Justin Duku on the impressive feat at the 2025 Ballon d'Or ceremony held in Paris, France. And Nnadozie, a goalkeeper for Brighton and Hove Albion, secured a 4th place finish in the Women's Yasin Trophy, recognizing her as one of the world's top female goalkeepers. And of course, if you ask me, she should be number 2, but it is what it is. It's Ballon d'Or. At least 4 is still okay.
I don't want to go there.
Chiamaka is the best one. He's the best goalkeeper in the world for me, for Jerry Apeliohai.
You see all this unforced patriotism that you.
No, it's not about unforced. I enjoy her. I just enjoy the way she's a fantastic goalkeeper. I enjoy when she's in goal. I have confidence that
she's a good goalkeeper.
This is a good goalkeeper.
Maybe the level of our club. She did well for Paris.
I thought she
actually got her that move to Brighton. She did.
I think she was the player of the season for the Paris FC.
She did well, but for me, I think the other goalkeepers. Speaking of Anna Hampton, who won
for England,
she won the Euros and she also won the league with Chelsea. So please, Anna Hampton is there. I also give it to Van Domsela, who also won the Champions League with Arsenal. So but good one for Nnadozie. It shows that she's on the up, and I want her to, go further and become one of the best.
Madugu was never given a chance. It's number 4 in the world when it comes to female coaches. Yeah, good for him. Anyway,
I mean, if you look at it in that same vein, look at the other coaches in the selection. We have the likes of the eventual winner Serena Wigman, who won the Euros back to back.
She was asking for Burna Boy. She wanted to dance Burna Boy.
Burna Boy made a performance, when they won the Euros. So I think Serena Wigman is there, Renée Sligers, Arsenal's women's coach too. So but good one for both Madugu and for Unadozie and NFL. That means Madugu is now. NFL has something to say now. To congratulate.
NFL has no input as far as this is concerned. I know when Goso will come to his manifesto for his second term, he will use this as a point to say at least under my tenure that this was number 4 in the world. But was the best coach in Africa.
She didn't do it for Nigeria. She didn't even Paris FC.
See, I'm telling you,
for Nigeria as a secure
I'll be there in the Congress. God so kind. You will see. Madugu will use it in manifesto. They will bring a flyer. Madugu was number 1 under my tenure. Erechere was unbeaten. You see some kind of stupid point.
But that WAFCON, that WAFCON success, I mean, it's going to give him.
We'll give it to him. WAFCON?
Not that. We'll give it to definitely the players and the manager. But then, like you said, under NFF, then
Nigeria has always had the best team in Africa when it comes to female football. So. And it's no surprise for any coach, any decent coach, to step into the ranks and deliver the Nations Cup. For me, it's not even a measurement of our strength in Africa, right? It's never a strength of our
something that you do back.
So now it's all about how we actually measure up with our peers across the world. I remember very well in the early days when female football started gaining traction, in the early 90s. If Nigeria had actually moved the way we actually started, we should be somewhere around top 10, top 15 in female football. I mean, back in that era, the likes of Poland were nowhere in football. Yeah. I mean, there are many countries in Europe now that are, appearing like heavyweights, but they were nowhere in female football. Mm-hmm. But today, I mean, we cannot even touch the hem of their garment. So it's sad. But then we'll come back every 2 seasons, every 2 years, talk about how we won the Nations Cup. Yes, congratulations, but for the new crop of players, new girls who have not won it before, it's a big one. But I mean, for Nigeria as a brand, I don't really think there's anything that's really changed. So for Nnadozie, I mean, an amazing goalkeeper. But it's so unfortunate. This goes back to the conversation about the AFCON and other championship where the Carragher was talking about how the AFCON cannot guarantee Mo Salah a Ballon d'Or. Yeah. Even if you win it, it can't guarantee you because it doesn't carry the weight that the European Championship carry. It doesn't carry the weight that the Copa America carry. And this is a sad reality. If Nnadozie had played the championship, had won the Euros perhaps, or the Copa America, championship, if she was to be a Copa Brazilian, for example, and won this particular championship, even if she doesn't come first, she's definitely going to come a close second. But because of the continent she's playing, the championship she played, that exactly is the reason why we are seeing this particular result. It's unfair, it's sad, but as is the reality, our football in Africa is largely not respected. Remember also the comment from former Liverpool. I don't know if it's a Liverpool thing. Jurgen Klopp saying the AFCON is a little tournament. But it's the reality, right? Mm-hmm. And it's going to continue like that until we fix our house and put ourselves in order in a place where people will look at the AFCON and give it the respect it deserves. But again, Madugu and
when one country is hosting 4 tournaments back to back,
you get this. These are the sort of things that make people. I mean, the level of investment that comes into a particular championship tells you the weight of the championship. Yeah. That's exactly what it is. And what's the level of investment in the
You remember that time Nigerian female team will win the WAFCON. Then it gets to the time of the World Cup, they will pair us within USA and North Korea. We already know that we are going out.
We already said.
So you see, you understand that all we've been doing, both the male and the female football, over the years, is that we're just relying heavily on our talent pool that the country is not even part of their development.
Their politics too. It's also a major factor.
Yeah, we know now. Federal character players. Now the Super Eagles want to. Every part of the country want to have a player in the team.
France was positioned well to win the World Cup in '98.
Absolutely, France started their journey in '88.
Yeah,
they did well.
They started their journey in 1988 when they started their academy. England started the journey that made England the powerhouse in football today in 2012. Yeah. Morocco started a journey that made them what we are seeing today in 2009.
Yeah. So
you have to set. Jerry, going back to club football as well, is it surprising to you that Barcelona, Arsenal, and very recently Man City have the best turnout of young players in the world?
No, it's been.
It is structure.
The structure.
Yeah. It's a structure. Yes, Ajax has really dropped, but they used to be that. In fact, at some point in England, it was Arsenal and Tottenham that has that particular talent pool. When good young players come out and then they move on to other clubs. In the early days of Sir Alex Ferguson, United had it. The class of '92 were basically academy players.
Yeah, academy players, and I like what PSG is also doing in terms of saying, okay, Paris-born players now, and it's showing. I mean, the likes of Bakola. Dewey, they just show that players
Enrique is a Barcelona product. So they understand coaches like that when they step into a team, they must affect the academy because they understand. Culture. Yeah, it's a culture for them. Pep Guardiola came into Barcelona, Man City, and we've seen players flow up the rank ever since. They will continue to come out. Rico Lewis, you see them coming. Exactly how these people work. So it's all about understanding that yes. You cannot get it immediately. It shouldn't be a short-term fix, but over time, when you put it right and continue to hit on it, and that's why I felt so very sad when United actually signed what's his name? This man actually started the project with Brighton that later moved to Newcastle. The progress he did with Brighton and then moved to Newcastle. Newcastle finished fourth, in the top four, and then he moved to United. We're hoping that he's going to actually set Dan Ashworth, the man who actually set up the British, the English football structure in 2012, was the same person that did the Brighton, did the Newcastle. So he's got the pedigree. United signed him, and then £20 million. Within 3 months, he left the job again.
Yeah, because he was making plans to bring in Woodgate.
It doesn't really matter.
So long it works.
It's the beginning. It's not United fan. Some persons within the hierarchy.
Someone within the hierarchy. And since they left, I mean, what's the difference?
And this the owner is saying he brought in Holland, and then he retained Ten Hag because they didn't want to get Woodgate in. And of course, a lot of signings went bad.
No, his hands were tied because every other place he operated freely.
Yeah, he was given a lot of money to spend. What did he do with the money?
Yeah. Jerry, they didn't.
How much was he really giving out Newcastle?
No, he's talking about Man United.
Okay.
At United, Jerry, his hands were tied.
He had the freedom at other clubs.
Yes, he had the freedom at other clubs, but United's hands were tied. They had vested interest. The likes of Ferguson had interest. A lot of persons in Manchester United can actually call the shots.
It wasn't until he brought in Oiland, I think. Yeah. Oiland.
No, was he on that Ashworth that they brought in Oiland? No, I wasn't last season. I think it was last season.
Ashworth just joined last season.
It was just last season.
He joined last season. Within 3 months, he left.
Look at the signings he brought in.
No, Jerry.
Robosa and Co.
No, Jerry. He wasn't the architect of Robosa and Co. No.
Who is that? That's Zexy now. Zexy. He says Robosa.
My fans will come.
No. That is not his nickname.
No, it's not his nickname. It's his name. It's
actually Robosa.
He's an Edo boy.
He has an Edo name. Robosa is sexy. It sounded funny. It sounds like a joke.
It's not a joke. That's his name. But Jerry.
When I say Fernandez too, what will you say? Fernandez.
Jerry, what is Fernandez?
I was even asking. I asked the Man United fan over just some. I said, why didn't they give Bruno Fernandez award at least
for penalty scored? Yeah. No. There's Penaldo now, a senior man.
Penaldo. Oh. I saw a video when someone was comparing recent Messi goals and Ronaldo goals.
10 goals.
He said he wants to count last 10 goals and no penalty.
God.
He started counting Messi, no penalty. Ronaldo just counting all the Ronaldo 10 goals, a penalty. Oh my God, it was hilarious.
You can wonder how many penalty goals will be in that 1,000 goals when he comes out.
Come on, give it to Ronaldo. Come on.
You have to.
Absolutely.
But he doesn't have the World Cup, so let's move on.
Maybe this one will be tailored for him to win.
World Cup or no World Cup? I mean, players.
I don't want the fashion designer. We want tailor that.
No,
It is for Messi.
Jerry. See, World Cup or no World Cup. World Cup will not winning the World Cup will not, make Ronaldo's status bigger than what it is.
Is for banter,
not winning, not winning it.
If he wins the Ballon d'Or,
it's for banter.
If he wins the World Cup, will he win the Ballon d'Or?
I'm not taking. If he wins the World Cup.
Yeah,
it depends. It depends on. No, it depends. It depends on. No, it depends on. Wait. It depends. It depends on his contribution in that World Cup. What if he goes to the World Cup and then plays the first 2 games, gets injured, and come back in the finals, and then come on?
See Portugal win World Cup.
Yes.
He wins the Ballon d'Or.
No, he won't. It depends on. It depends.
I'll be the one in France.
Jerry, it depends on. No, it depends on the. It depends on.
Messi won the World Cup.
His contribution. No, Messi's contribution was.
Messi did well.
Jerry, Messi's contribution in that World Cup.
Do you think that Portugal win the World Cup? Ronaldo will not.
No, that's what I'm saying. Jerry, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It depends on the competition.
Okay, look at the Euros now.
Ronaldo will still show.
No, Jerry, like I said, it depends on.
Doesn't have to be the best player, but his efforts were also showing.
No, even if he's not the best player of the tournament, Ronaldo has never. I don't think he has won the best player of any tournament before. In 16 tournaments, he's played for Portugal.
No,
right, but. He doesn't have to win the best player of the tournament. If he wins the World Cup and gives a good performance, that's basically what it is.
That will be enough.
But I'm saying that if he goes to the World Cup and he doesn't have a good performance, he's not going to win it.
My producer is already saying it's enough. Anyway, Neymar has said that he's not happy with Ballon d'Or for not giving Rafinha.
No, it's not even about winning the thing. It's about
him finishing fifth.
It's crazy behind Salah. That's terrible.
I'm not angry that he finished behind Salah.
Yes.
I'm more angry that he finished behind Lamine Yamal.
No,
that's where my
I don't have issues
behind Ousmane Dembele. He should have been number 2.
It should have been. For me, Rafinha had a fantastic season. I mean, this was a player that they wanted to get out, and he did well. So please, it should have been Rafinha.
That's where we wrap it up. That's where the cookies crumble. Big thanks, Afis. I know you need to digest Robosa. Big thanks,
his name is too funny.
It gets good for being a part of the show as well. It's been awesome having you guys. And of course, a big thanks to the guys who made the show great, talking about the likes of Shegun and of course Sam and Jeremiah and of course our guys all doing it, making it great. And of course, up next is Political Lens to Chukuma Okoro. My name is Jerry Apel. I'm saying thanks for being a part of the show. And to meet again, if not for anything at all, do it the sport way.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And on the bold angle with Jomalina, we dive deeper into stories that shape our world.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
According to the International Labour Organization, the global youth unemployment rate stood at 12.6% in 2024, a figure that continues to spark concern worldwide. Here in Nigeria, where white-collar jobs are becoming increasingly scarce, young people are being encouraged to acquire practical skills, from barbing and hairdressing to digital technology as pathways to survival and financial independence. But the question remains, how prepared are Nigerians to fully embrace these shifts, especially in Lagos, where rapid urbanization, inequality, and persistent joblessness make the issue more pressing? Analysts argue that skill acquisition does more than create jobs. It also strengthens communities and lays the foundation for sustainable economic growth.
We live in a tough terrain, if we're going to be honest with ourselves. And we know that you need to find multiple sources of income. So we are aware that a lot of our youths are engaging in several entrepreneurial activities. So how can we further expose them? How can we further amplify what it is that they're doing?
Having skills is good. Monetizing skills is another thing. So your ability to acquire skills is very essential and very important. But the next thing is to now turn it to a value generating stream. And that is where entrepreneurship comes in. And then you can see that it is not possible to, and off the back of literacy, some level of literacy, then it gives you the ability to acquire skills. You have acquired these skills now, and then you now generate value, consistent value from what you are doing. And the only way that is possible is if you have some level of, you are able to create value, to attract value, to create and capture value from this particular skill. And that is why entrepreneurship is important. It is essential for people to understand that entrepreneurship is not just buying and selling. It's about creating solutions that also solve social needs or social issues or social problems.
As the conversation on unemployment and empowerment continues, one message is clear. Skill acquisition may well be the key to unlocking opportunities for Nigeria's youth in the years to come. Matthew Oguswada, reporting for Voice of the People TV.
Voice of the People, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Ibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Voice of the People television awuchiela o onye nụ ya ka ọrụ ibe ya. Ị chọrọ ịmata akụkọ ndị gbara n'akwụkwọ dị iche iche n'ala anyị kwa ụbọchị? ị chọrọ ịmata ka o si afịatụ na ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị, agụmakwụkwọ, azụmahịa, ime njem, ọbụladị egwuregwu, mgbasonyere anyị n'oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television. Anyị nwere ndị ọbịa bụ ọkachamara bụkwa ndị ga-enye aka tapịa isiokwu ndị anyị jiri bịa kwa ụbọchị. Anyị ga-eji ka o siri gbaa n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche wee malite tupu anyị akọzie n'uju n'ubi onye anyị bịara na nke ya. Ịgbamụrụ nzem ọzọ kedụkosi aga ya gaziere onye ukwu ma gaziere onye nta. Mkparịta ụka tọrọ atọ ka anyị ga-ewetara gị bụkwa nke ga-eme ka ịmata ka ihe si aga n'ala anyị bụ Naịjirịa ọbụladị na mba ofesi. Oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television ga na-abịara gị site n'ụbọchị Mọnde ruo Fraịde na SLTV Channel 264. Ekwekwala ka akọrọ gị ya akọrọ. Chetakwa na ọ bụ na SLTV Channel 264 ka ị ga-ekiri Voice of the People Television. Voice of the People Television, ugbu a ị nwere karịa olu.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV Channel 264, VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
VOPTV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hello there, good evening and welcome to Political Lens. I am Chukwuma Okoro. We are broadcasting on Metro SLTV channel 264 and on YouTube we are Voice of the People Television, and on other social media platforms we are at VOPTV Live. Well, by the way, this is Voice of the People Television, and on the show today, NNPP crisis worsens as ESCOs disagree openly on defection with national leader Kwankwaso. While the crisis within the new Nigerian People's Party, NNPP, seems to deepen with each passing day, as the National Secretary of the party, Dr. Ogini Olaposi, says plans to join the All Progressives Congress are by Senator Rabiu Kwakwanso and his Kwakwansia movement, and not the party. Well, he said this through a statement on Monday in Lagos, that's yesterday. Before his clarification, Kwakwanso, a former Kano State governor and 2023 presidential candidate of the NNPP, had on Saturday declared that he and his supporters are now ready to join the ruling APC. Kwakwanso, however, warned that his political movement will not allow itself to be used to win elections and then abandoned afterwards. But in a terse reaction to the situation, Alaposi said that by the declaration, Kwakwanso has finally admitted that he and his movement are not a part of the NNPP. At last, we have been vindicated. Now, I'm quoting Dr. Ogini Olaposi. All negotiations by any party with Kwakwanso should be done in his individual capacity. Our party will now rest from the movement's resistance after they were expelled for anti-party activities. Well, the NNPP has nothing against the ruling party, and if at any point ahead of the 2027 general elections, we think we should enter into alliance with APC or any other, it will be decided by all members. For now, we are putting our house in order ahead of the elections nationwide after the crisis and litigations that Kwakwanso and his followers brought to the NNPP. According to Olaposi, the memorandum of understanding between the Kwakwansia movement and the NNPP ended after the 2023 presidential election. Well, the crisis began because rather than live peacefully, they began to plan to hijack the party. We can't wait to see them at another party, Olaposi said. The National Secretary said that Kwakwanso no longer has a political platform, and the majority of his followers in Kano joined the APC long before now. Kwakwanso has no political party. I'm quoting Olaposi. His political value dipped after betraying the NNPP, which gave him a free platform for his presidential ambition, and when the strategic members of the movement joined the ruling party. Nigerians now negotiate with Kwakwanso, and his group should know that it is his right as a citizen, but not as a member of the NNPP. Any negotiation in the name of NNPP is null and void because they remain expelled from our party. Well, the NNPP chieftain lamented the delay by INEC in uploading the party's new executive after a court ordered the convention that produced the Dr. Abo Major-led executive. Well, that's it from the NNPP party. Well, we are joined in this conversation by Barrister Ladi Johnson. Barrister Johnson is the National Publicity Secretary of the NNPP. He will let us more into what is happening within the party. Good evening, Barrister Johnson, and thanks for coming to Political Lens.
Good evening, sir. Thanks for having me.
We appreciate your presence anytime. Welcome. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Now, let's get into it. Barrister, what's going on in your party? What's the state of NNPP? Elaborately tell us what is happening in NNPP.
Well, I think the issue here, and I'm not talking about you.
Okay.
The issue here is that the press keep giving oxygen to individuals that they well know are not members of the party. If, for instance, Olaposi were the national secretary, then you wouldn't have me on this show as national publicity secretary. The simple thing is for us to check with INEC. And in this day and age, we don't even have to go there. At the INEC portal, you look at it, you see who the national chairman is, who the national secretary is, and the logo of the party is there. Olaposi and his co-travelers have been to several courts and have been turned away. He is a master at misinforming and disinforming the Nigerian public, it would seem. So there is no problem within the NNPP as recognized by INEC. There is no problem. They are not within the party. They go around with an old logo saying all sorts of things. They're not there. And then in trying to fool people, he says INEC should quickly do whatever. A decision that has been set aside, that they got a default judgment that has been set aside by the same judge, that they went to get in one corner, contrary to existing judgments and rulings of Federal High Court Abuja and other places. So the bottom line is there is no problem.
Okay, Barrister, okay, you wanted to say something?
No, I was going to go into, I had to clarify that before talking about whatever Senator Konkoso said.
Okay, no, we'll get to that. But it's good that you have made this clarification at the beginning of the show because, like you said, exactly my point. Now we have you as the National Publicity Secretary saying that Dr. Ogini Olaposi is not the secretary of the party and that if he were, you will not be here. So that clearly shows that there is crisis in the party. But it's good that you have made this clarification that INEC has derecognized his own faction of the party and that the very court judgment that he referred to in his statement has also been vacated by another court, which clearly shows that at some point there might have been misunderstandings within the party. And that leads me to the second question, because a lot of people thought that this crisis had been settled.
I don't think you can hear me.
No, I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yes. Excusing you. There is no crisis. You say clearly shows there's crisis. If someone is throwing stones from outside,
okay,
is there crisis in your home?
No, there is crisis, because if there wasn't crisis, the person wouldn't be outside throwing stones. The person would simply leave.
No, he doesn't have to be
somebody
inside.
Who was a member of my family and now is outside throwing stones.
The Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the Electoral Act, permits you freedom of association. When you go to any association, there is a constitution. If you are no longer part of that party, part of that association, you cannot be saying that there's an internal crisis. You can say that there are people hurling stones from outside. It's a statement of fact. But within the party, there is no crisis.
Now
because all they are trying to do, let me tell you what the game plan is. Every party, most parties have issues. What these people are doing, I believe they are being used to continue to say, oh, there's a crisis within. They are not within. So that Q2, there can be some spurious court decision, some spurious thing, to make sure that there's no opposition in this country.
All right.
So that is why we reject it.
Now, Barrister Ladi Johnson, I wouldn't want us to get into the logic of it all, but if a party is factionalized, as we see now, will you say that there is no crisis in that party? Because we seem to have factions within the NNPP.
No, sir, you are wrong again. A faction is a part of one. That is the definition of faction. Right? If, for instance, the governor of Kano is within the party, the national working committee is there. If those within the party now say we no longer recognize the national working committee, we want to start doing ours, after all we have the governor or whatever, then you can say that there are two factions because we're all within the party. Before Ogini and his co-travelers started shouting over the top of their voices, they were already expelled.
Beautiful. Here we are again. Now the party expelled them. But Olabisi on his own says that, look, Kwakwansia movement, Kwakwanso and his movement were expelled from the party. Barrister, that's
fantastic.
So who do we believe now?
It's a simple thing. If he says they were expelled, go and check his party. Is his party registered with INEC? That's what I'm saying.
No, he's talking about the NNPP. He's talking about the NNPP.
You are forcing me to say this. It would seem that the press in this country do not do their work. They do not. If not, look, Olakwasi's brother, our former publicity secretary, who calls himself a national chairman, went on a program, political program, you know it, from one of the top channels in this country. And the gentleman told him that you call yourself national chairman. I cannot call you national chairman because you are not recognized by INEC. You have the right to go to court. You have the right to say you should be the one there, but you are not the one there. But when you take them and say, the national secretary said, the national chairman said, oh, therefore there are two persons. If I come to your station and say now that I am the marketing manager of VOP, you push me out, you call security, and then someone now reports that, oh, there's a faction there. Of course, you say that Ladipo Johnson was never a member of staff. Where is the faction? It's a simple thing.
Barrister Ladi Johnson, it is not as simple as you paint it. Because we have had cases, excuse me, sir, we have had cases in this country, and it wouldn't be very right for you to blame the press, because you people play into our hands. We have so many judgments. At a point, INEC, the regulating body, says, look, we don't even know which is which. Now, let me ask you, as at the time the David Mark-led leadership of the ADC, as at that time that the INEC had not uploaded the new executive on their platform, would you have said at that time that David Mark and his co were not recognized, were not valid members of the ADC? What will you say about that?
Good. That is a process, right?
Okay.
That is a process. For those who know, you understand? For those who know or who ought to know they would know that this change had started to occur,
okay,
and that this was happening. Now, in this case, the press ought to know if they do their work. That's what I'm saying. I didn't want to go there before. I'm a lawyer. If you come to me, I say, okay, are there any subsisting cases? What is this one about? What is this one about? Okay, there's a ruling here, there's a judgment here.
Okay,
which one is
okay. But Barrister Johnson, I like us to move on. Let's not dwell on this, because if you call Dr. Ogini Olaposi now, he is going to say exactly different thing from what you are saying. So it will be difficult for Nigerians to believe what it is, especially when you have, especially, excuse me, sir.
On the person,
yes, especially when excuse me, Barrister, especially when there are multiple court cases that have not been decided, even to the point that INEC cannot on their own say this is the true position. I would like for us to move on. Let's talk about.
Why can't INEC say this is the true picture?
It happened before in this country. It happened before in this country.
Why can't INEC say it? INEC is the umpire.
Okay.
Every NEC meeting and convention we've had, okay, INEC have been there.
Good.
They've been taking minutes. They haven't had one with anybody there.
Barrister Johnson, Barrister Johnson, excuse me, I forget about my research, because I rely on experience with what INEC has done with political parties. At a point, INEC said, we observed the meeting, the convention, the mini convention held in ADC for Ralph Mosu to resign. And even after that, INEC came out to say, look, we were not part of it until you said like it's a process. You can't win this argument, and I can't win it. So let's just leave it and move on with the discussion. As far as Nigerians understand, there is crisis within the NNPP. But according to you, excuse me, Barrister.
I won't look, I'm a publicity secretary.
Okay.
You want me to sit down here and tell you there's crisis?
No, you have said there's no crisis. I said there is crisis. I said there is crisis. I said there is crisis, and you said that there is no crisis.
Nigeria understand. A lot of Nigerians don't understand.
If you go to media, they'll tell you. If you go to the media now,
they know the people who run NNPP as recognized by the courts and by INEC.
Okay.
That is the situation at the moment.
Beautiful. That is the award. That is the award.
Come up, but it hasn't come up.
Now, that is the award against that of Olaposi. When I talk to him, I'll hear from him. I'll hear from him too. Barrister Johnson, can we move on?
Is not the court. Ladipo Johnson is not a judge sitting at the Federal High Court.
Okay. Now,
it's not my word against this.
Okay, I'll bring him here. So that he can also have give us his own version. So that he can give us his own version of what is going on within the NNPP. Barrister Johnson, 2027 is less than 2 years away from now. How prepared is your party for the task ahead? Has your influence grown? Has your influence? No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. No, you just said.
That's the implication.
No, it's not the implication. No. Don't put words into my mouth.
Continue. How prepared are you?
Is your party, ahead of 2027? Has your influence grown beyond your traditional stronghold, Kano?
We are prepared. We are preparing. We are preparing, and we naturally have all these sort of external distractions. But we are prepared. We just had our NEC, and we're getting ready to begin our ward congresses to the local government, to the states, to the zonal, and then to a national convention. Most likely, the congresses will commence towards the end of the year, so that by the end of first quarter next year, we will be ready, most likely for our convention. That is the process we're facing at the moment. What is also happening is that the party on its level and some individuals in the party, including distinguished Senator Rabi Musa Kwankwaso and others, have people talking to them, approaching them to see whether there could be a marriage of sorts, coming together to get towards the 2027 elections as well. So the party is involved in these. Our style is different. Immediately after the 2023 elections, we stated that we were open for talks with groups, political groups, parties, individuals who have one way or the other believe that they want this country to move forward at a faster pace, in a better direction for the benefit of the citizens of Nigeria. And we've been open since. And as I said, we've had some talks. Now, I can tell you, before you ask, that there have been no official talks yet, either between the NNPP and the APC or the ADC.
Okay. I wonder how you were able to preempt me, because I was coming to that.
I know.
No, but before we get to that, now, what is the state of the NNPP in Kano State? Because I understand that you are in Kano as you speak with me, and the way when you appeared on screen, I thought that, look, this is not Ladi Johnson. This looks more like the governor of Kano State, until I looked very well and said,
the governor is lighter.
Okay, but the way you dress, the traditional cap and all of that. So what is the state of the NNPP in Kano State? Is it intact?
Well, of course, the NNPP is waxing stronger and stronger in Kano. Okay. Just, when was it? Was it Thursday or Friday? Last week, we had about some 2,000 or so members of the APC from a few of the local governments coming to declare for the NNPP in Kano. This has been a continuous thing. So in Kano, the party is growing, the party is intact. To answer, to shed more light to, I think, to go deeper into your question, the fact that one or two people may have been suspended or expelled does not mean that the party is not intact. You understand? Because when people leave a party, you try to see what they're taking with them. It's like when our friend Olakposi Ogini was expelled, you understand? He was former chairman in Ogun State. What did he take with him? Do you understand? So it doesn't, one person leaving doesn't mean that the party is not intact. I tell you, more and more people are coming in, especially here in Kano, where you have a lot of the youth joining the party, coming into the party. So the party is waxing strong, and especially here in Kano.
Okay, all right. Barrister Ladi, a few minutes ago, you said that that the party was strong, prepared for 2027, except for the few distractions here and there. Where are those distractions coming from? Are they internal or external distractions?
I'm talking about external distractions. Especially the one that cost us some 5-6 minutes of arguing in this program. Do you understand? Okay. That's all I'm talking about. There are people outside throwing stones, saying this. If Senator Kwankwaso says this, then they come up quickly and say, oh, he's not actually in our party. We had some, what's it called again, that you said in your introduction? Memorandum of understanding. Okay. Ask any lawyer about a memorandum of... The Electoral Act doesn't even recognize a memorandum of understanding. And it is because they lack wisdom. Sorry to use that phrase. If Buba Galadima signed a memorandum of understanding with you some 2022, that, they are coming to your party or whatever, what has that got to do with INEC? The Electoral Act, the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, says that once you are 18, You come on your own individual basis. Nobody comes as a group. That's why they always say, go and join in your ward, whether you're a presidential candidate or not. So does it make sense to be talking about some memorandum of understanding they had with maybe Buba Galadima signing? I was in the Gambia at that time. Senator Kwangozo called me and says, oh, laddie, I said, Your Excellency, I spoke to you a few days ago. I'm on holiday. He said, no, you have to come back. We had a talk with NNPP where we're moving to that party. You have to come back. And I had to cut my holiday short. But when I joined the NNPP, I joined as an individual, notwithstanding that I'm a member of Kwankwasia or that I was in the PDP.
Okay.
I joined as an individual.
All right. But Barrister Ladi, when you say that the Electoral Act does not recognize memorandum of understanding, what about when parties are trying to merge, like we saw the APC?
That's a different thing.
Okay, what's the difference? What's the difference?
The difference is that the Electoral Act talks you are allowed to merge, you are allowed to do whatever you want to do. You merge, you leave your certificates, you now say we want to become so, as happened with those who joined the APC at that time. That is different. Now, when they merged and everything, did that baptize all of them? It didn't. We still had to go to the ward to get our membership cards as member of APC. I didn't say I'm come from PDP and from Kwankwasia and we're joining, I had to go to my ward in Surulere, Lagos and join as an individual. And that is what I'm trying to say. So I keep telling Ogini and Co, you are just go and get some legal advice. If you have legal advice and they're not advising you rightly, forget talking about some memorandum of understanding between a group that was not registered by law.
Okay, now can a memorandum of understanding can it translate to an alliance at some point? An alliance between one group or the other, or between a political party and another?
An alliance, right, will come together, recognized, or a merger or alliance recognized by INEC, right? If, right, you have, I know where you're going to, if you have some form of agreement or an alliance that doesn't need the stamp of the Electoral Act of INEC, and you say to yourselves that I'm going to support you, I am within the NNPP, but I will support you for office of governor. If you win, I want secretary to government, I want 3 commissioners, etc., etc. That is an agreement between you. How do you ensure, or what do you do, what redress do you have if that governor gets elected and throws you all away immediately? Your guess is as good as mine. Right?
Okay, so at that point, it's not actionable. You can't go to court to contest it.
That's why I said your guess is as good as mine.
Now, Barrister, will it be right to say that an agreement is the same thing as a memorandum of understanding?
A memorandum of understanding
is it different from an agreement?
It is.
Okay.
Go and look at it properly.
No, go ahead.
A memorandum of understanding might not, in most cases, it is not actionable.
Okay, not
in most cases.
Okay. In most cases.
An agreement.
I heard you say in most cases. But on what cases could it become justiciable? Will it become actionable?
You said I should come and discuss politics. Now you've turned it to a law lesson.
No, you brought in the legal aspect of it, because we're ordinarily discussing politics.
I don't know. There are some aspects once in a while, I think, when you have things like they've spent money on it, they've done, you understand. But basically, It is different from an agreement which is like a deed, signed, sealed, delivered. Okay. You understand? It's different. The problem we have is that in society here, especially in Abuja, every agreement they want to do, individuals, they say, memorandum of understanding, they don't know the effects or non-effectiveness of it. It's just a guide as to the intentions you have. It's different from an agreement.
Okay, now, Barrister, let's move away briefly from the NNPP and get into the larger Nigerian politics. I hear you say that, look, the NNPP is open to discussions with any group of people in terms of discussing the 2027 elections, in terms of coming together as an opposition party. Are you in talks with the ADC?
As I said, sir, if you recall, I said we are not in talks officially.
Okay, officially.
With anyone. But for instance, someone like me, I have a lot of the members of the ADC that I talk to.
Okay.
I see former Governor Rufai regularly. We discuss.
Okay.
You understand?
At the individual level.
Yes. Badebo Rosevival in Lagos, who wants to be governor, he's an aburo of mine. You know, if you check Facebook, you see us there going to different places together. So, of course, we discuss. And different things, people talking, people pushing, you understand? Obedient movement, different groups, different people talking. Now, time is running out, but at the same time, there's time. A day is a long time in politics. So that can happen. And as I said, and as you know, there are people who within the party have been reached out to by members of the APC or who have spoken to members of the APC. So it is still a broad spectrum. It's still a broad spectrum. But that is the thing about politics and about group politics.
Okay.
Because whatever is decided, one person might not like it, and another loves it. You understand?
Okay.
And then you have to come to terms and say, okay, since most of my group, most of the party have decided that they're merging or they're doing this or that, I will remain. Or you now take your personal decision and say, well, I'm sorry, I have to leave. Okay. I can't support you if you are working with this sort of person.
All right. But I would like for you to let us into the on Monday, there was this, does it look like, is Kwakwanso, the national leader of your party, is he holding talks with APC? Is he about to move to APC?
He's holding talks with them.
Okay.
Not that I know of. As I said, naturally he'll know many, of course. He has a lot of colleagues that were governors, senators, who are still within the APC. So I'm sure they put phone calls through to him. They meet once in a while. But he hasn't informed us that he is having official talks with the APC.
Okay.
That hasn't happened yet, to date, that I know of. You understand? I won't say what I don't know about.
Okay.
But it hasn't happened to date.
Okay.
And that is why in his statement in Kano towards the end of last week, what he said, he was saying to them that, look, some of you are saying you want us to go to the APC. We were there when the APC was founded. We know what happened. We helped them win. And immediately, President Buhari, God rest his soul, turned his back against them. That happened. Even when we went to the PDP, when we went back to the PDP, this and this and these are the things that happened. Now, if you are saying let's go to APC or PDP, what is there? What are the terms? You can say you just want to go or whatever, but I have to think about the entire party, NNPP, and the group. I have people everywhere. In all states, I have people who contested gubernatorial, contested senatorial, and everything. I have to consult them. We have to go as a group. So those were the things he was saying. But those who reported it, what would sell was, I am ready and willing to go back to the APC if the terms are there. They forgot the part he spoke about the PDP, saying the same thing. And anyone who really believes that they want to push the country forward, we're ready for talks. And we know why we're saying that.
Okay, now talking about moving to either the APC or PDP, does it look like, or it seems that NNPP as a standalone cannot get to the presidency, because in the last general election they came a distant third. So what has changed?
I think you should also, let me just pull your leg a bit here. You should also ask Olakosi where his NNPP was before we came in. We just had 1 year to the elections, and we tried. We won a state, Kano, the biggest political jewel. We won it. You understand? So yes, we came fourth, distant fourth. You're right. You remember how many distance Buhari came before that thing happened? You see, the thing is this: why is the NNPP that came a distant fourth? Why is it of any whatever to any value to any politician?
Maybe because it has Kano State.
Exactly. Because when you look at Kano, sir, go and check the results through the years. When you put the results of Kano, most times it will wipe out at least 5-6 states. So that shows you that, oh, he's only powerful or strong in Kano. We don't see it as an insult. It's good to have a base. You understand? It's good to have a base. And from that base, you can marry, you can build bridges. God forbid that one person would be able to railroad the whole of Nigeria. It's like in law, the late Lord Denning, he said, God forbid that one man should know all the law. So what we should be praying for is that we have politicians that must be forced to enter into talks with other interest groups in the country so that there's some form of balance. And it's not just one selfish interest or one regional interest.
Okay, now, Barrister, we are coasting home and we still have a lot of grounds to cover. Now, there is this thing that has been going around that there's that likelihood that Kwakwanso might emerge the running mate to Bola Ahmed Tinubu in 2027. Do you see that coming? Can you let us into what we should know more about all of that?
Well, the way you have read it, do you understand? Everywhere, I read it different places. I don't know. I doubt it. But if it happens, I won't be shocked. If you were a strategist for the Bola Ahmed Tinubu re-election campaign team, you would be saying, we've lost part of CPC. How can we block that hole in the north? And then you recall that the votes in the north are in the northwest. And the northwest, the jewel of the crown, or jewel in the crown, is Kano. Now you already have Deputy Speaker Ganduje, different people in the APC Kano. If you have a Kwankwaso joining you, then Kano is one. And if Kano is one, the election is over by 12 noon, as we always say. So that would be a strategic move on their part. I'm not saying I support it. I'm not saying it will happen. There are different paths that one could have to victory if you are a strategist. You understand? There are different paths.
Okay.
And but that is one of the paths. And that is why some people from the APC have said that that is a shortcut for them. You understand? I still don't, I'm saying too many things that I feel personally. I don't.
It's good. It's good to know all of this. So if that is to happen, technically speaking, Kwakwanso has to move over to the APC. Now, let's go to Rivers State, where I would like for us to, talk about other parts of the country. Let's go to Rivers State, where the assembly is, you all understand, everything that happened in the past 6 months in Rivers State. So there's no need going back to all of that. Now, the assembly is seeking to investigate the 6-month tenure of the sole administrator, Ibokete Ibas. Ibas has said, no, the assembly did not appoint me and therefore cannot quiz me. As a lawyer, what's your position on that matter? What should it be? Should it be the House of Representatives that made the appropriation bill, the Appropriation Act that he worked with, or the Rivers State House of Assembly, which was not in existence as at the time he was the sole administrator? What should it be from a point of law?
It's an interesting one, you see, because they say you can't put something on nothing.
Okay.
That's what the Supreme Court always says. You can't put something on nothing. There was nothing there. The president lacks the constitutional powers to remove a sitting governor, either suspend him or otherwise. Yes, there are conditions. You can declare a state of emergency, but it doesn't say that you an elected person or an elected National Assembly, should remove an elected person. There's nowhere that it says that. And the sad thing is that it was an opportunity for the judiciary of this country to make a statement to set things right. But of course they refused to. They hid it. There was a case filed by the PDP governors. It never saw the light of day. So we wouldn't know now whether what happened was an illegality. I believe it was. But we wouldn't have any confirmation that it was an illegality or not. Now to what you are saying, sir, if I were on Ibas's side, I'd say the same thing. That you didn't appoint me. You understand? You didn't appoint me. If the National Assembly come up and say that we should give accounts, then we give accounts. But you, the State House of Assembly, never appointed me.
Okay. So on that note, Ibas is right. From your personal opinion, Ibas is right and all of that. Okay, because
from my personal opinion, that is a technicality that he can use.
Okay.
But it is not good optics. It is not. Why wouldn't he want to account? You understand?
I do.
He can use a technicality, but it is not good optics. It's not good for him as a person, for the National Assembly, and for Mr. President. It's not good.
Okay, now
they should account to the people of Rivers.
Okay.
As to what they did with their money in 6 months.
Okay, it's good to know your position, because some lawyers have also said, look, he is not answerable to the House of Assembly. It's the National Assembly that passed the appropriation bill that he should actually account to, and not the Rivers State House of Assembly. I'd like for us to stay a bit more on Rivers State. Now, you also understand everything that happened. Now, the governor is back. He has, the legislators are back too, though still in the same party with the governor. In body, but in spirit, those members of the House of Assembly seem to be in the APC. In the local government election that was conducted like 3 weeks ago, you saw the APC win 20 of the 23 local government areas. Now, the governor belongs to the PDP. Tonya Cole, the APC candidate in the 2023 global elections in Rivers State, says, look, the governor is just lame dog. He can't do anything. What kind of governor do you think that Sim Fubara will be in the next 16, 18 months before the expiration of his tenure in 2027?
A lame dog. There's no need to argue about it. There's no need to. He went to Aso Rock, when was it? A few days back or yesterday, apparently. And just to go and thank Mr. President. Thank you, sir, for suspending me and for bringing me back. Yeah, sir. So it's a joke. It's a joke.
Do you think he will fight back?
I doubt it. I doubt if he could fight back. It's not possible. If he as much as backs they'll impeach him. So
do you see him? I want you to use a political, use the eye of a politician, political crystal ball. Do you see him running through his tenure? Is there a possibility that he could just wake up one morning and say, well, thank you very much, the good people of River State, thank you, Nyesom Wike, thank you, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, I'm out of this. Do you see that happening? Because some people have also said that it could happen. He could just come back and say, look, after all, I wasn't removed. I came back and resigned on my own just to make history. Do you see that happening?
It's a distinct possibility. You understand? It's you don't know what deals were done within those 6 months. There would be deals that would have been brokered, and they now act as scripts. And by the time they move to elections, you see that maybe, as has been pointed during the so-called local government elections, I'm not sure they were elections, you just hear that the APC won. So a lot of people have said that it's a 2027 script, and I don't think there's anything that we have seen that would make us feel that it isn't. That's the honest truth.
All right, now Barrister Ladi Johnson, we are coasting home, but let's go to the national once more. Now, the Speaker of the House of Representatives has been going back and forth, on the borrowing record of this administration. In one breath, he says the borrowing is excessive, and in another, he says it is not, and the National Assembly is in total support of the administration's borrowing. As an enlightened Nigerian, do you think that the current state of the economy reflects the over 100 trillion naira that has been sunk into it from borrowed money? 100 trillion borrowed in the past 2 years. Do you see a reflection of all that in the economy? For the Speaker of the House of Representatives to say, we are totally in support of the borrowings by this administration, days after he said that the borrowings had become excessive and killing the economy.
I think that Mr. Speaker had a lucid interval when he raised the alarm that, we borrowed too much. And then maybe some people spoke to him and said, do you know what you are saying? And then he came back to where he is, that we're fully in support of all that has happened. You see, it's a shame that we're where we're at with our democracy. It is a big shame. And I feel that the problem, people always disagree with what I'm saying, but the problem is with the people of Nigeria. They don't care. If they did, the politicians wouldn't take them for granted and take them for a ride. You could imagine, I was on a radio program today and this issue of rivers was discussed. And I said, why didn't we say more? That we said something at that time that I have repeated, that was illegal. As you do not cry more than the bereaved. What did the people of Rivers do? What did the PDP do? They went to court, yes, the PDP Governors Forum. But what else did they do? And then the poor Governor Fubara, you can't fight alone. At the end of the day, I know the black man. They will say, he not get sense. You see person with big pass you, they fight him. Why they not going picture? That's what they'll say. And continue to go and sell their guguru and akara. That's Nigerians. They don't understand the fact that the people in government are meant to be serving them. They don't. They feel that they're doing them a favor. So for me, at the end of the day, it is we, the people, that have the problem, myself inclusive. We, the people. And until we wake up, this country will continue to go downwards. So they'll say, I'm cursing the country. I'm not cursing. Because God Almighty, which we Yorubas call Eledumare, or my brothers call Allah, or we, the Christians, God, he will not come down to do anything. To do night vigil, do prayer, do whatever. Yet you are driving one way. Yet you are stealing in your business. Yet you are doing this. The country will not improve. It will not improve.
Okay, now, Barrister. Okay, now,
Yes,
Barrister, it's been a very interesting conversation. I would like for you to wrap up your concluding thoughts with this question. What do you see coming in 2027? Do you think it's going to be a walkover for the current administration? Do you think that the opposition is capable of pulling any surprise?
You see that I had to breathe in. 2027 is a mystery. What is that saying? Is a riddle wrapped in a mystery in an enigma. A riddle wrapped in a mystery in an enigma is difficult. And I'm being honest now to tell you, to say what will happen. But I tell you something. If even a quarter of Nigerians wake up between now and February, when we'll have the elections, 2027, I tell you, Nigerians will be shocked at the results. So yes, it is possible for the opposition to spring a surprise. But at the moment, they're sleeping. They're not ready yet.
All right. Now, this will be a good place to anchor this conversation because we are out of time. I must say a very big thank you to you, Barrister Alade Johnson, National Publicity Secretary of the NNPP. We appreciate your presence. Thank you for coming to Political Lens. And I hope that we can do this some other time, especially if you come back to Lagos so that we can be in the studio face to face.
No problem. I'll be
so that we can box. So that we can box like we nearly did on air this evening.
No, I don't box.
No, on a lighter mood. No, we can box intellectually.
No problem. I've enjoyed myself. Thanks for having me.
All right, I appreciate your presence. I appreciate it. Yeah. Now, on behalf of the backroom staff, the technical director, bus engineer, sound engineer, and the gens manager, I am Chukwuma Okoro. Up next is Issues with Jerry Apollo High. Stay with us and don't go away. And enjoy the rest of your evening. Bye for now.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And on the bold angle with Jomalina, we dive deeper into stories that shape our world.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. People's Voice, Mondays through Thursdays, 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Ever wonder what inspires your favorite gospel artists? Explore and discover the rich heritage of continental gospel music and how this transformative journey has evolved and shaped cultures around the world as we dig deep into archival treasures. Feel the energy in our praise jam, Gospel Fusion, on Voice of the People Television. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. and be part of a transformative experience that uplifts and inspires. Join us as we explore the transformative power of gospel music and its ability to uplift spirits and unite hearts. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. on Voice of the People Television. Gospel Fusion. Let's fuse our hearts in praise and joy.
International Equal Pay Day, marked on the 18th September, highlights global efforts to achieve equal pay for work of equal value. Despite progress, women worldwide still earn 20% less than men, reflecting deep-rooted inequalities in access to resources, opportunities, and power. The Sustainable Development Goals aim to close this gap by promoting gender equality, decent work, and equal pay. However, turning these goals into actions remains a challenge and progress has been slow. The United Nations, including women and the international labor organizations, urged governments, civil societies, and business to promote equal pay and the economic empowerment of women and girls. Achieving pay equality is essential for human rights and sustainable development.
International Equal Pay Day is actually a day set aside to celebrate those that earn same salary or they earn same pay. My opinion is, I think it's proper for genders to receive same salary. But I'm not talking about hierarchy now. I'm not talking about hierarchy where we have Tech Bro and we have senior engineers, junior engineers, and mid-level engineers. So I know their salary might differ, but when it comes to gender-based, I think it's very proper for them to, receive same salary or equal pay. I think the government can simply infuse this equal pay strategy. I think they can infuse it in their system, and I think it will help us, get a better economic system.
As the world marks International Equal Pay Day, it's a reminder that the collective actions from governments, organizations, and individuals is essential to create lasting change. Ms. Somokbala reporting for VOP TV.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey.
Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Vision, where we bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I am your host, Jerry Apeleon. Today on the issues, we'll be diving deep into Nigeria's ongoing challenges with accountability and democracy, from the dismissive language used by politicians like Vice Admiral Ibok Ete Ekwa Ibas, who labeled the probe into his tenure as a fool's errand, to the U.S. mission's reaffirmation of its commitment to fighting corruption by denying entry to individuals involved in corrupt practices, and Dr. Chike Obidigbo's urgent call for a political solution to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's detention. We'll examine the implications of these stories on Nigeria's democratic processes and the fight against corruption. Join us as we break down the facts and provide a context to help you stay informed. Stay tuned. After this short break, we'll dig deeper into this topic some more. Don't go away. Welcome back. Let's dive straight into today's discussion. Nigeria's politicians are escalating their disregard for accountability by using derogatory phrases like go to court and fool's errand to dismiss citizen concerns and legislative probes. Vice Admiral Ibok Ete Ekwe Ibas, former administrator of Rivers State, recently described the probe into his 6-month tenure as a fool's errand, essentially declaring that public scrutiny is beneath him and citizens questioning his stewardship are wasting their time. This behavior is part of a larger issue where politicians treat oversight bodies as irritants rather than partners in governance. By adopting such language, Nigeria's political class is building a lexicon of contempt that undermines democracy and accountability. Probes, however, are essential in a democracy as they ensure public office holders are transparent and accountable for their actions. Dismissing these probes is foolish, trivializes a democracy and promotes a culture of mockery. Citizens, civil society, and the media must reject this normalization of contempt and insist on scrutiny and accountability. The implications of this issue extend beyond Rivers State, representing a national problem where leaders feel emboldened to taunt ridicule and dismiss oversight efforts, and if lawmakers back down in the face of such insults, it sets a terrible precedent that could further erode faith in democracy. Instead, they should, of course, make these critics wrong by conducting thorough and transparent probes, restoring dignity to the role and confidence in democracy. And that's why today I'm delighted to be joined by two esteemed guests. Here in the studio we have Dr. Peter Anosike. Dr. Anosike is a philosopher, development economist, and best-selling author. He is also an erudite commentator on economic, finance, politics, and power. And very importantly, the reason I'm definitely excited he's here today is because he's also the author of the most talked about book titled Abuse of Power, How Democracy Turned into Tyranny of the Few. And you understand why this book, as an author of this book, makes him the most important figure to discuss this. Great to have you join us, Dr. Anosike.
Thank you for having me.
It's always a pleasure. And joining us virtually is Emperor Jackson Ojo, a public affairs analyst, a security expert, and executive protection specialist. It's also important having you as well with us and a great author. Talking about Emperor Jackson, it's great to have you join us.
It's my pleasure. Thank you for having me. Good evening.
All right, Emperor Jackson, I want to start with you because I know the author is already filled up to bring out some of his expertise. But let's start with you. What do you think about Ibok saying that it's a fool's errand, even trying to investigate his 6 months tenure as talking about the one who handled River State during that period of suspension of Governor Fubra's time in office?
Well, Admiral Ibok, nobody can tell me that Admiral Ibok does not know the weight of that type of a statement or comment by a sole administrator to a all elected 27 local government, 27 legislative members of River State House of Assembly. Ibok retired from the military as a full-star general, chief of naval staff. So it is supposed to be, when you say military, the discipline in the military, so that whoever that has become a military administrator up to that level should know how to speak in the public. And it does not mean that Ibok do not know how to speak in the public. But he relied on the power that appointed him, because I read the statement when he said, after all, they have to go and first of all probe Mr. President that appointed him, and the National Assembly that coordinated the budget in which he spent money from. So, the Yoruba proverb will say, when you see a dog that have soldiers behind him, definitely he will feel a donkey, he will feel a monkey, he will feel a baboon. So he must knew that he enjoyed the support of Mr. President, according to him the way I have mentioned it, and he know that he enjoyed the support of the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So when you are enjoying the backing of Mr. President, and you are enjoying the backing of the National Assembly, what else? Who will you be afraid of? That is it.
Yeah, as an author of this book, which is definitely gaining momentum, and taking a look at the talking about lexicon of contempt, the language of disdain coming from Ibok. What does this say about our leaders? Because is it trying to normalize impunity? Is it trying to say there is no need for that? You are just wasting your time. No need to investigate me. I am sent Ibok. There's no need to go and be checking the books.
I want to shock you and Nigerians. That's in this case. Ibas is 100% right in what he said. He he is 100% right in what he said. This is not, he didn't come in a democracy. Understand? He came under state of emergency. He was appointed. State of emergency was declared. So this is not your normal period.
Are you saying it's an illegal, what I say?
He was appointed to do a hatchet job. Understand me? He didn't beg for this job. Somebody appointed him. So if there's need to be proved, it is the person that appointed him that should be proved.
Are you talking about the president?
It is the person that appointed him that should be proved. It is the National Assembly that ratified the illegality that should be proved, not him. Understand?
Okay.
A state of emergency was yesterday I told you that under state of emergency, under state of war, there can never be an accountability. This is what I told you yesterday. Yeah. I gave an example with the Prime Minister of Israel. Nobody can call him to account for what is happening now because Israel is under state of war. So under state of emergency, under state of war, there's no accountability. You don't account under state of war. That is why the security votes being given to the governors, that you cannot ask them to account for it. They can account for the budget because the budget comes under normal period. But this is security vote. This is state of emergency. This is state of war. You cannot call him to account for anything. So it is the person that appointed him and the Senate that ratified it. So the illegality was committed by the President and the Senate. Ordinarily, there should have been a 2/3 majority vote, understand, to declare state of emergency, but they use the voice vote because they know that they may not get that 2/3. So have you seen where this problem started? And illegality will not always beget illegality. A lion cannot give birth to a dog. So Abbas knows what he's saying. He said that this is a fool's errand. The people have no power to probe him because they did not bring him up. He was not established by any law. He was established by a decree, state of emergency. Understand me? So that's why he said that they don't even, to him, they are children. They don't even know what they are. They are still bathing that's on their stomach. That's why he said that this is a fool's errand.
Well, governance is supposed to be a social contract, for instance.
No, this is a different situation. Okay. This state of emergency.
So does that mean that the psychological contract between Nigerian leaders and the citizens has already collapsed, or is it collapsing?
No. Abbas never had any social contract with River State people. Abbas never had any social contract with the River State House of Assembly. So
he was enforced on the.
They cannot probe him because they did not bring him into being.
Does that mean he has to openly mock accountability?
That's why he is mocking them, because they acted foolishly. Understand me? You cannot probe what you does not. You cannot regulate what you did not bring into being. That's why most newspapers don't want to be regulated, because who regulates you can probe you. So the issue is this: the River State National Assembly did not bring Ibok into being. River State people did not bring Ibok into being. Therefore, they cannot probe him.
Wow. Okay, let me go to Emperor Jackson. Is contemptuous language like "go to court" a tactic to provoke public apathy and discredit democratic participation?
Then what can anybody do? There is nothing anybody can do. We are in a country where lawlessness does not matter anything. We are in a state where we are in a country where judiciary has been pocketed by few individuals in power, the oligarchies in power. So there is nothing anybody can do. Who nominated, who appointed the judges of the Federation, the judges of the Supreme Court? So there is nothing. You see a lot of lawlessness. And there is nothing anybody can do. That is why they will tell you to go to court. I want to tell you something. For River State House of Assembly to pronounce that thing, I think they will still be penalized later by their principal, who is the former governor. Because the former governor brought about the issue of IBAS in River State. He was in full consultation with the president. So he cannot say he's not aware. And those people I just believe the River State House of Assemblymen, they just back. But they knew that they cannot buy it. They cannot buy it. That is it. If we wicked their life, and these people will go and be probing, because at the end of the day, there is no way Mr. President will not be probed too. Then who will probe Mr. President? The man that is almost becoming an emperor in Nigeria, who will probe the National Assembly that the laws whatever they like. Their purpose of being there is to approve budget, approve a loan. So to me, they just try to say something so that let the people of Rivers State not say, oh, they were too quiet, they were too silent. No, they never mean to mean that they were going to probe this man Ibas. No way. They can't probe Ibas. No way. Who is in the River State House of Assembly that will probe Ibas? Except if the wicked want Ibas to be probed. And there is no way they can probe Ibas that they will not probe Mr. President that has appointed him. There is no way they will not probe the National Assembly that coordinated all the budgetary affairs. So how will we be here and somebody is probing? No, these people just back. They knew that they cannot buy it. They didn't even have kids to buy it. The highest thing, you won't hear it again. For the pronouncement that they are going to probe Ibas. Ibas must have reported them to some person. And those people will just say, don't mind them. And that was the reaction of Ibas to the public.
Wow. So, does that not make the mockery of the democratic process of probing? Is this just a performance or just a fake accountability on the part of those who are calling for the probe?
The day Ibas handed over, he made a statement that he has done the job that the president sent him to do. That is what he said, that he has done the job that the president sent him to do. And what's the job? To return Rivers State to APC.
Okay.
That's the job.
The current governor is still PDP. He has not decamped yet.
The job is to return Rivers State to APC. Now, all the local government chairmen, apart from 3, are now under APC, which means they have taken over the grassroots. They are now in all the local governments in Rivers State. So the 3 that was given to PDP was stage managed. Understand? Let us say it's not only one party. All of them, PDP has taken over, APC has taken over all the local governments in Rivers State. And that was the main job he was sent to do in Rivers State. He now gave Nelson Wike doctorate degree. Understand? From University of Port Harcourt. Understand? So this is now putting icing on the cake. So he even did extra. Because, understand? So who are these ignorants? Understand? Coming to say we want to probe you. Because that's what Rivers State House of Assembly men are. Ignorants. Understand? Who are they coming to? That's why Abbas has to dismiss them on that they are on fool's errand.
Wow.
Because somebody that the president sent to do a job and he has done it to the appreciation of the president, you are saying that you are going to probe him.
All right, Bro Jackson, are we seeing this is just drama, just to make the Rivers State people feel good? At the end of the day, maybe it's all arrangement. And of course, it's all this script. So the Rivers people should not take it seriously.
See, I don't want to dwell much on this matter. When you look at it yesterday, the governor that was suspended illegally for 6 months, that the whole Nigerians were crying, Nigeria both home and abroad were crying, condemning the action of Mr. President. Some people were, I think over 40 cases were in court because of that case. But he went to see Mr. President yesterday, and during his interaction with the media men, he said he has come to see the father. It's like father and son. He came to report to Mr. President that he has actually resumed work, and he came to thank Mr. President to have called him back. That is to say, he has reaffirmed the suspension to be legal, to be the right thing that Mr. President should do. So, how can Nigerians continue to fight and cry more than they believe? So, and he has to work with the State House of Assembly. So the State House of Assembly that will work with him, they are the people, because the State House of Assembly cannot do the probing alone.
Is it fair on Fubrat, if you're saying this, because it looks like the man's hands are tied. He has been boxed to a corner. And what do you expect him to have done? What else do you expect him to do if he still wants to remain the governor of the state? He's seen that there's nothing he can do. He can shout, go to court, and he's not going to get any form of a different outcome.
My dear brother, if
all right, Emperor Jackson, are you still with us? Okay. Yeah, I know your view of him, because he has been seen with the president already. He said that it's more like a father-son relationship, that he has come to appreciate his father for making the move, for saving him, and still making him return as governor of the state. He has come to show appreciation to the president.
Yes, and that is also in harmony with his principle. Imagine a governor of a state, number one citizen of a state, calling somebody his principal. Understand? Calling a minister his principal. Why, as a governor, you have immunity, the minister has no immunity. Now, somebody who has no immunity is now the principal of somebody who has immunity. Understand?
That's power passing power. That's the PG way of saying it.
2 days ago, I told you that Wike is now the unseen governor of Rivers State.
Okay, you rightly said that.
I said that. So that's what, and he confirmed it by calling him my Oga. That's my principal. Understand? Peace has returned in Rivers State. That's I'm at peace with my principal. You see it. So that's the thing. Fubara will only be taking orders from Nyesom Wike. He can only be taking orders from Nyesom Wike. Then, trying to be a good boy until maybe in 2027, Wike can tell him, okay, go for second term. Because Wike is the one holding his second term, not Rivers State people.
Wow. That's interesting. Emperor Jackson, we're going to react to that before we move to the next conversation.
You see, I listen, you understand? I listen to the governor. He even said it openly that he has come to see his father to take some directives. for him to send him to other areas. That is to say, he must be coming from time to time to come and be taking directive from the president. That is it. And if Mr. President and are very filled with insecurity, with battered economy, with battered state of health, everything, and a governor that's supposed to have autonomy in his state will be coming to consult Mr. President on what next to do. That is to say, Shin Fubara is not yet the governor of Rivers State. And just like Doctor said there, how can a sitting governor, who is the number one citizen of Rivers State, be calling somebody my principal? And I know that you know the meaning of principal. You understand? Because you must take instruction from your principal. He did not even say my political leader. He said my principal. You understand? So which is his principal? He will take instruction from him. Then super decision must be the president must be consulted before any vital decision is taken in Rivers State. So when you look at this, even his cabinet, they will be useless. He may not even need to consult the State House of Assembly. If he has his principal and he has the president, who is the super commander-in-chief in Rivers State. So that is it. I sympathize with the people of Rivers State. I sympathize with our democratic system in Nigeria that is collapsing. The pillar of democracy, the one that is planted in the Rivers State, that pillar has collapsed completely, honestly.
All right. Talking about democracy collapsing, of course, Dr. Hasty always portrays the point that democracy died on March 18th.
March 18, yeah. 2025.
All right. Let's go to the next conversation, where the U.S. mission in Nigeria has reaffirmed its commitment to fighting corruption, stating that individuals involved in corrupt practices can be denied entry into the U.S., regardless of their status. This announcement follows earlier measures imposed in May 2023, where visa restrictions were placed on individuals who disrupted Nigeria's general elections. The U.S. support democracy in Nigeria and worldwide, and Secretary of State Antony Blinken emphasized that visa restrictions will be imposed on those undermining democratic processes. The U.S. has imposed visa restrictions on specific individuals for undermining the democratic process during Nigeria's 2023 election cycle. Meanwhile, a recent development in the U.S. has introduced a $100,000 fee for H-1B visa applications, sparking confusion among foreign workers. However, it was later clarified that this fee applies only to new applicants, not current visa holders of those seeking renewals. And of course, the U.S. mission statement reinforces its commitment to global anti-corruption efforts, emphasizing that fighting corruption knows no borders. And this move is seen as a step towards promoting transparency and accountability in governance, both within Nigeria and globally. And of course, the spotlight has now been pointed to Nigerians, most especially politicians. How serious is this restriction to individuals involved in corruption as far as Nigerian politics is concerned?
Is it directed to me?
Yeah, Dr. Hasty, how serious is this?
Well, for me, Nigeria is a sovereign nation, just like United States is a sovereign nation. Can Nigeria go to United States and say that they are committed to fighting corruption in the United States? They cannot. They cannot. So the issue that shows where we have put ourselves. That shows how we are disgracing ourselves everywhere. When you go outside and begin to demarcate your country. Fighting corruption is good. Understand? Then America placing visa ban on corrupt Nigerians, that's from entering their country.
Yes.
Is good. But they cannot come here and tell us that they are fighting corruption in Nigeria. Because Nigeria cannot go to America and say that they are fighting corruption in America. So I want this to be a global thing. Understand? America putting a visa ban on somebody from a corrupt politician from Nigeria. The corrupt politician can go to UK, can go to France, can go to Saudi Arabia. Understand? Okay. So I feel that Interpol should get involved in this. Whoever is found wanting, let it be a global thing, so that person would not be allowed outside this country. Because I remember when Abacha died. So, and this our Minister of Budget, who is now the former governor of Kebbi State, he was allegedly Sani Abacha's point man in laundering cash. Understand me? So what he did is he ran outside the country. Then when thinking that he'll be safe there, when this Abacha news begin to open up everywhere, he ran back to the country. Understand? And because of where he came from, he contested the election and won. And today, he is the Minister of Budget Planning.
Okay.
Under the 8 years of Buhari, he was the chairman of APC Governors Forum. Buhari never went to Kebbi State to commission a single project. And for 8 years, because the man did nothing in Kebbi. And today, he is in this man's cabinet as a Minister of Budget and Planning. And this is a government that tells you that it wants to fight corruption. So the only thing that America can do is whoever they feel that is not worthy of coming to the United States, let them ban him from going to America. Understand? America has no right to come and say that they are fighting corruption in Nigeria.
Okay, let me go to Emperor Jackson. How can we take the U.S. serious when we still have politicians who are linked to corruption, owning properties, for instance, in the U.S.? We've seen the case of the former governor of Anambra State, Willie Obiano, and of course we've seen the case of some who have been indicted owning properties in the U.S. And of course we've seen some allegations of current serving government officials who own properties in the U.S. like Florida and so on and so forth. So, well, still yet, how come they are owning properties in the U.S., even investing in real estate? Let's talk about even the man who was recently probed, talking about Dasuki himself. So, if the U.S. is doing this, is this just a public show? But at the end of the day, they collect this money, allow them to invest in their country and still fly into those countries and do business.
But there was something. So if all these corrupt politicians, corrupt public office holders, do you know in one side, do you know they are economic terrorists? These are economic terrorists. You understand? My plea to America is that America should ban them from coming to America. America should use their influence across the globe so that these people, because if they stop them from coming to America, these people will begin to go to France, go to Britain, to go to Saudi Arabia, to go to, some of them are not even going to America, you know that. Some of them are going to United Arab Emirates in Dubai there. So, but I want a situation where America can influence the UN, the United Nations, so that these people can be stopped across the country, not just only in Nigeria alone, not just only in America alone.
All right, not just in America alone, but other places altogether. But how come that this wealth, talking about, has been looted? There are still allegations of these same officials owning properties. What has been done by the U.S.? Because it's one thing to say you want to ban them, but why still accepting the money when the allegations showing that they are still investing in America with looted funds?
Yes, just like doctor has said there, you understand? Americans cannot come to Nigeria to fight corruption for us. And can I tell you one thing? We are stealing money from Nigeria, from meager economy, to go and be building the largest economy in the world. Americans, they are happy. It's like somebody just come from somewhere to come and keep some millions in my house. And when I look at it, I find one way or the other to stop him from coming to my house again. How can he get that money back? The money belongs to me. America will allow these people to siphon their country economy, to bring it to come and further develop the developed economy of America. And when they have gotten enough, they will stop them. That is the way America has been doing. America has no love for any nation if they are not really gaining anything from you. And America, from the back door, they are gaining from the stupidity of these corrupt officials. So that is it. Is America telling you that they are not happy? They are happy. Simple as ABC.
All right, let me go to Dr. Nasky. Is it one thing to say you want to restrict political leaders? These political leaders are not spirits who are being involved or indicted in corruption cases. Can they have an open register where the whole world will see, name the individuals, publish it, and say, these guys don't come to the U.S.?
It was published some time ago where your current CGN name that is there. Understand? The CGN name was put there after the controversial Imo State governorship election, where the person who come forth later became first. So those names are there. If you search, you will see it.
All right. And we expect more names to also pile up on that list.
Sure, but the issue is this: America cannot tell you to stop stealing from your country. That's how Britain become what it is, develop. That's that. People steal from Africa and go and invest in Britain. So they cannot stop you from stealing in your country. That if you still bring to them, fine and good.
You will well accept it with open arms.
Because as Emperor Jackson said, America cares only for their interest and not any other thing. It is their interest that propels them on what to do. They always ask themselves, what will we gain from this? Answering that question becomes their motivating factor. What will we gain from this? So they cannot stop you from stealing in your country.
Okay, how does the U.S. justify doing business with Nigerian leaders whose records clearly show patterns of impunity and financial misconduct?
As I said, they will not stop you from stealing because it is your country that you are doing harm to.
And not to them.
Not to America. And America don't want $1 trillion economy in Africa.
Okay.
Any country that wants to reach $1 trillion economy in Africa, America will sponsor war in that country. Because if you read because what they want is a poor African countries which is their source of raw materials. So when you become rich, when you become big, you begin to make demands. But once you are down, or you are poor, understand? You keep on obeying them. So they will never allow $1 trillion economy in Africa.
Quite interesting way to look at it. Definitely, there have been a lot of conversations about sabotage of the African economy. But let's go over to the next conversation, which is also rather interesting, where Dr. Chike Obidigbo, the president of the Osisioma Foundation, has urged President Bola Tinubu to adopt a political solution to resolve the detention of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, leader of the indigenous people of Biafra. Obidigbo warned that failure to act could destabilize the Southeast and trigger wider national tensions. He emphasized that Kanu's deteriorating health should be a concern for authorities and appealed to the Department of State Services to grant Kanu access to specialist medical care. Obidigbo criticized the Nigerian political class for their silence on Kanu's health and noted that politicians from other regions actively seek resolutions to local challenges while Southeast leaders remain largely inactive. He drew comparisons between Kanu and Nelson Mandela, saying both fought for their people's rights, but Mandela sought freedom while Kanu demands equity and justice in Nigeria. The elder statesman urged the President Tinubu to apply a political solution similar to the one used in the River State crisis, cautioning that inaction may lead to chaos and reinforce perceptions that the president aims to plunge the Southeast into confusion to avoid elections in the region. Let me go to you, Emperor Johnson. What do you think about the submission of Obidigbo that a political solution should be applied in the case of Nnamdi Kanu?
I think this is my submission. If I'm the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria today, and I find a situation like this in my hands, honestly, since there was a ruling of the Court of Appeal some time ago that granted bail to Nnamdi Kanu, I would have advised my Attorney General and Minister for Justice to revisit that bail granted by the Court of Appeal and to grant this Kanu freedom, to grant him bail. Possibly they might see, put some surveillance around him to know his actions and movement. But sometimes ago, I think one was you and the barrister, he committed a crime at the airport. And after like 2 or 3 days, they made him ambassador of security at the airport. So why not forgive Nnamdi Kanu now and appoint him as ambassador of security for the Southeast? When you abandon, Yoruba say, any bone that is hung on dog's neck, dog cannot eat it. Release Nnamdi Kanu, appoint him as ambassador of security in the Southeast. Listen to some of his requests. What are the people of these, the people that believe in Nnamdi Kanu, what are they actually fighting for? What are they actually requesting for? Are they requesting for to make sure, because in the whole country today, Southeast is the only zone that has only 5 states. Why not quickly add 1 state for them? Sit down with them holistically listen to them. Let them give some of the requests. If it is 10 requests, then tell them the one you can pick up immediately. Tell them.
All right, we understand Emperor Jackson has been somehow disconnected. We'd like to reconnect back with him to give his submission. Dr. Nosike, what do you think about the political solution to the case of Nnamdi Kanu?
Well, Supreme Omoto, the court, Omoto Shores court, where Nnamdi Kanu case is being heard now, will be given a judgment on October 10th. And this is the end of September. So October 10th is almost here. So let us see how it pans out. For me, I don't want Nnamdi Kanu to be used as a ransom. Understand? I don't want Nnamdi Kanu to be used as a bargaining chip. I release Nnamdi Kanu for you people, so vote for me. So I want the court to discharge and acquit Nnamdi Kanu. Let us know that it was that the court found him not guilty and discharged and acquitted him, and not that he was released out of pity or as a bargaining chip. So 10th of October is almost here. Let us see what happens. Then, if Nnamdi Kanu if they jail Nnamdi Kanu, there are going to be a crisis in the southeast. Then those who are saying that they are going to give Tinubu 20 million votes from the southeast, if they stay in the southeast more than 24 hours, they will know that they are stronger than Putin. If court jails Nnamdi Kanu and they stay in the southeast, Omahi, what's his name, Benjamin Kanu, and they stay in the southeast for more than 24 hours, let them know that they are the most powerful people on earth. Let Nnamdi Kanu go to jail, and let anybody mention APC or Tinubu in the southeast.
But if you take a look at it critically, and if the president decides that it was time for him to go and find a political solution to this, will the tension die down?
The 10th of October is almost here. Okay. Understand? So Nnamdi Kanu will not die until 10th of October. Let Justice Omotosho make his pronouncement.
All right, it sounded really, really tough, talking about Dr. Nosike. Let's go back to you, Emperor Jackson. You understand that you're not back with us. What's your submission? Because political solution looks like the overriding interest of those who feel that this is the best way to go. But why is the continuous prolongment of all of the debate about Nnamdi Kanu? Why the continuous avoidance of even the presidency and the matter? But we know, of course, they are the major interest in the whole of this Nnamdi's prolonged detention.
In a normal climate, where rule of law prevails over rule of men, what is keeping? Why not handle the issue of Nnamdi Kanu expeditiously? The issue of Nnamdi Kanu, even if he goes to travel from the High Court to the Court of Appeal to the Supreme Court, this could be done within 6 months. It's an issue of national importance as far as the country, the situation in the country today. See what we are passing through in the northeast. See what we are passing through in the northwest. Sometimes they go in the southwest, even up in now. Some actions of Ondo State in the southwest. Do we expect something like that to erupt more than this in the southeast? No. Southeast is the economic hub of this country. You like it or not? So to me, this matter can be handled traveling from the High Court to the Court of Appeal and to the Supreme Court, expeditiously within 6 months. And whatever that will happen at the end of the day, if it is so transparent, so open to Nigeria, even the Igbo boys that believe in now the country may not even react. But justice delayed, injustice denied. And that is it. If there is anything that happens now, even if they find them guilty, truly, a lot of people have lost confidence in our judicial system. So, they believe that the judicial system is already compromised. So, whatever is the outcome now, if it is against Nnamdi Kanu, a lot of people under it have lost confidence and they may not take it for granted. So for me, just as Dr. said there, I think the administration of the president can talk to all these courts that please, there is no long-time adjournment or whatever. Let them expeditiously handle the matter and let us know the end and the conclusion of this matter. Matter has been in the court for almost 8 years. For what? Wow. For what?
Okay.
Even if you are going to sentence him,
all right,
are you going to sentence him beyond
8 years?
The number of years he spent
in detention.
Under detention.
Wow. Wow. Yeah.
So to me, the federal government should be very careful. The office of the Attorney General of the Federation should wake up and advise Mr. President. Let them come to court. From High Court to Supreme Court. Supreme Court. It is not, this matter not supposed to spend more than 3-4 months.
All right.
And it is possible.
All right. Thank you very much. Yeah, definitely a long time to spend in detention.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to say something. If Nnamdi Kanu is found guilty, it is APC politicians in the southeast that found him guilty.
Wow. All right, that's how we wrap it up here. Big thanks, Emperor Jackson, for being a part of the show. It's always a pleasure having your insight.
It's my pleasure too. Thank you for having me. Doctor, my respect.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir.
All right, Doctor, our respects too. Thanks for always being with us.
Thank you for having me.
All right, and that's all for today's episode of The Issues. We explored the intricacies of Nigerians' ongoing challenges with accountability and democracy, including the lexicon of contempt used by politicians, the U.S. mission's commitment to fighting corruption, and the call for a political solution to Nnamdi Kanu's detention. Thank you for joining us. Don't forget to tune in next time for more in-depth analysis and discussion. Follow us on social media to stay up to date on the latest news and insight. Until next time, stay informed and stay engaged. I am Jerry Apeliohai. This has been The Issues on Voice of the People Television, where the future faces forward. Have a good one.